Transported into the Grave Robbers Chronicles universe, I became the Wang family's most formidable undercover agent, mastering unparalleled medical skills while posing as a tea house owner to survive for a century. After years of preparation, I thought I could finally enter the main storyline only to realize I'd arrived too early. I failed to locate the Zhang family or join the Nine Gates, and my odd behavior instead landed me in the Wang family's clutches. To survive, I struck a deal with them, becoming their physician and eventually infiltrating the protagonist group as their mole, all because my dormant solo system suddenly activated after 100 years. Just as I envisioned a life of kicking the Wang family around and beating up the Nine Gates, another time traveler exposed my identity because I wasn't the only one who'd crossed into this world. My mission? To eliminate all other time travelers. At this moment, in the Yunjian tea house opposite Wushanju, Wu Xia approached me, waving a gift in his hand. Tea on GE. I brought you something from Kyoto, he said, pulling me inside enthusiastically. Look, these are signature pastries from the Crescent Hotel. Weren't you searching for tea pairings? Try these, they'd go perfectly with your brew. Before I could react, he'd already seated me and fetched Westlake Longjing tea from the shelf. Something felt off, but I held back, joking instead. Seems you picked up a few skills in Kyoto. Your tea making's improved since last time. Despite my words, a faint melancholy lingered in the tea's aroma. To mask my unease, I suggested, it's Laba Festival today, stay for dinner. Let me tidy the courtyard first. Wu Xia agreed with a smile, but I noticed something unusual about him. My instincts screamed that this wasn't the same Wu Xia as before, so I busied myself and casually sent him to buy steamed buns. Head to the alley and grab some buns. I'll cook you a new dish tonight, he teased half-jokingly. Since when did you turn into Ponzi? Since when do buns not go with rice? I urged. Hurry up and go. Come back quickly to eat the hot meal. Watching Wu Xia's retreating figure, I calmly put away the medicinal herbs and entered the storeroom. When the person monitoring me reported to Wu Xia, Third Master, the target hasn't moved in the storeroom for 5 minutes, probably fled. Should we act? Wu Xia looked at his darkened phone, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. Tianjin, don't go becoming a widow of the desert. Fat Master here is scared. Wu Xia sighed helplessly. I really don't want to believe it. Xia Yuchen, standing nearby, added. People can disguise themselves. The Wang family isn't to be underestimated. The target has already escaped. We found a secret passage in the storeroom. Phase 2 of the plan can begin. Meanwhile, walking down the street, I had sensed the danger early and planned my escape in advance. The pot of Longjing tea Wu Xia brewed had an unusual taste, a detail my heightened perception caught. Though I'd never told anyone about this inexplicable intuition, I prided myself on my knowledge of tea. But today, that cup carried a hint of suspicion and testing. Unsettling me, combined with Wu Xia's odd behavior, I hastily decided to flee. Blending into the crowd, I calmly headed toward the opposite side of West Lake, determined to escape Hangzhou before nightfall. My intuition tells me this is no place to linger, or escaping tonight will become impossible. A few streets away lies a medical clinic, ostensibly an herbal supplier but actually a Wang family safe house, already prepared for my extraction. Hangzhou's winter carried a faint chill. I tugged my hat lower, noticing the thinning crowd of tourists. Rumors of a Laba Festival performance at a nearby mall likely drew the masses there. Fewer pedestrians made surveillance easier but heightened the risk of being tailed. My rushed decision to flee now felt reckless. How would I explain this sudden departure to Wu Xia if it turned out to be a misunderstanding? As I reached a crossroads lined with newly built Western-style houses, an eerie tension pulsed through the silence. Footsteps echoed from all directions as 8 figures emerged from alleyways, each thud of my heart syncing with the background noise like a tolling alarm. A crisp set of footsteps rang behind me, striking my nerves. Boss One, out so late, where to? With disaster looming, I turned calmly and smiled at the speaker. You jest. Hey Yi, just grabbing some supplies, it's barely 6 in the evening. Meanwhile, my fingers flew across my phone in my pocket, sending a frantic message. The figure emerged from the alley, tall and straight, clad entirely in black, nearly blending into the night if not for his presence. Seeing He Xiazi, half of my anxiety eased, when suddenly a system voice rang in my head. Ding. System activation successful. Newbie mission issued. Eliminate the time traveler lesion within 1 week. Failure penalty, erasure. Ding. There is an unclaimed newbie gift pack. Please claim it promptly. I froze. I was a time traveler who had drowned saving a child in my original world, only to be brought into the Grave Robbers Chronicles universe by the system. After passing a 10-year pharmaceutical exam and a blank void, I managed to escape. I thought I could adventure through the Grave Robbers world with the main characters, but instead, I found myself in the warlord-ruled era before the old 9 families were established, armed only with medical skills and no martial prowess. To survive, I planned to seek refuge with the Hong family in Changsha, using my medical expertise to gain protection, but at the time, I was penniless and had to earn my way by practicing medicine along the journey. Traveling south from Beiping as a wandering healer, this became my way of life. I was living a carefree life, relying on my exceptional medical skills to befriend many influential figures, and life was relatively stable. Who would have thought my reputation would catch the attention of the Wang family? This cursed connection came out of nowhere. Back then, I casually saved a beggar, who turned out to be the leader of the Wang family. Now, every time I think about it, I feel like slapping myself silly. How many times have I reminded myself not to pick up strangers on the street? Yet, I ended up picking up a Wang family member. Not only was I noticed, but I was also dragged back to the Wang family and inexplicably became one of them. Life in the Wang family was truly tough. Looking back, all I can do is sigh. For nearly a century, I struggled to survive. Aside from a decade of pharmaceutical skills, the system gave me no benefits, only a mess to clean up. Just when I thought I had finally wiped the slate clean, another mission notification popped up. My emotions were a tangled mess, and I was so furious I could grind my teeth to dust. I had to escape. I must escape. With only a week to complete the mission, I absolutely cannot be caught today, but with my half-baked skills, at best, I can handle someone like Wu Xie. Going up against He Xiaozi? That's a fight I can't win one shot from him, and I'd be gone for good. I took a gamble and opened the newbie starter pack. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained phantom eyes capable of bewitching minds. For detailed usage, please refer to the manual. Suddenly, everything went black before my eyes, and I felt a pang of panic. Black Glasses looked at me, rubbing the metallic black gold dagger in his hand. Why so quiet, Boss Wan? To be honest, I hadn't read that lengthy manual at all. I was still startled by the system and didn't catch what Black Glasses had said. Most of his expression was hidden behind those sunglasses, but I could see the corner of his mouth curl slightly. Boss Wan, you seem quite confident. Zoning out in a situation like this, I deepened my smile, even making my gaze appear gentle. I really don't understand what you mean, Black Glasses, but tonight, I'm hosting a banquet at Yunjiankou. Why don't you join us? As I spoke, I gestured in invitation, raising my right hand halfway before flipping my wrist. A mechanism released a silver needle as fine as a hair, shooting straight toward Black Glasses' face. He leaned back to dodge the needle, and the black-clad men around him immediately rushed forward. No longer holding back, I flicked my sleeve, scattering a cloud of powder. Those who charged into the white mist collapsed one after another. This was my improved version of knockout powder, finely ground and exceptionally effective. As the white mist cleared, a powerful kick came whistling toward me. I quickly bent backward to evade, retreating to put distance between myself and Black Glasses. He formed a fist. His moves, sharp and relentless, punches and kicks came in rapid succession. My combat skills were lacking, and I struggled to dodge. A fist carrying a chilling gust of wind slammed toward me. I raised my arms to block, but the force was too much for me to handle. My back smashed hard against the wall, instantly numbing my arms and sending waves of sharp pain through my spine. I swiftly fired several more needles, forcing Black Glasses to retreat a few steps and creating space between us again. Frustration burned inside me. Why hasn't backup arrived yet? Quit dawdling. Are you waiting for me to die so you can collect my corpse? Drawing the signal arrow from his waist, he pulled the fuse and launched it into the sky, where a burst of sparks exploded in the darkness. Dodging Blind Man's right hook, I shot out a silver needle, leaving my sleeve completely empty. Of course, he wouldn't miss this opening. In one swift step, he closed the distance again, throwing a punch with his left arm. A sharp pain in my abdomen made me curl up. Maybe I hadn't dodged completely. His sweeping kick hit my left leg, forcing me to lose all strength and collapse to the ground. I knelt on one knee, right hand clutching my stomach, breathing heavily, left hand trembling slightly against the floor, sweat dripping onto the stray hairs at my temples. The excruciating pain in my lower abdomen made my vision go dark, and blood seeped from the corners of my mouth, though it was just split lips, not internal bleeding. He Xiaozi looked at my disheveled state, clearly surprised. He had held back during the fight just now. This is really, so your kung fu really is no good. Ha! Furious, I rarely broke character but couldn't help rolling my eyes. A small gesture he noticed. He bent down with a smirk. Ah! First time seeing Boss Wan lose his temper. What an honor for this blind man. I ignored him. He Xiaozi raised an eyebrow, grabbed my collar, and pinned me against the wall. Only then did I look up at him. The black gold dagger he had sheathed earlier was now pressed against my cheek. A glint flashed in my eyes, my anger simmering. Who did He Xiaozi think he was looking down on? Boss Wan, don't you have anything to say to me? Under the moonlight, I saw my reflection in He Xiaozi's sunglasses, hair disheveled, blood at the corners of my mouth, utterly wretched. Wan Zhou suddenly smiled slowly, his lips mumbling a few times. What? The black blind man didn't hear, and he moved closer. I said, dead, blind. Boo! A bullet grazed against the tip of Wan Zhou's nose, and the black blind man retreated extremely quickly, allowing the bullet that should have penetrated his temple to just shatter his sunglasses. The black blind man made several evasive maneuvers in a row, ducking behind cover and grabbing himself a pair of sunglasses to put on. Sir! The person Wan Zhou was waiting for finally arrived. There were 5 people in that squad from the Wang family contact point. The leader was called Wang Qi, and he was the one who had just fired that shot. Just now he received the news of Wan Zhou, immediately summoned his squad members, rushed to this side of the road to see the letter arrow urgent order to launch, know that the state of affairs is urgent. Wang Qi speed, rushed to this place to see the black blind man is pressed on the body of the Wan Zhou, a moment of anger, a gun is to be killed by this dead blind man. Wang Qi assisted the unsteady Wan Zhou, sir, wait for me to kill this man to avenge you. He said he was about to give orders to the few men who were pointing their guns at the bunker to make this black blind man eat his own mat today. Wan Zhou stopped it, quickly go, don't care about him, retreat first. Wang Qi was submissive to Wan Zhou, leaning Wan Zhou's half of his body against himself and turning around to leave. When the black blind man saw that the man was really going to leave, he hurriedly shouted, mute. How much longer do you want to see? Time to go back to the time when the black blind man and Wan Zhou confronted each other. At that time, not only was Wan Zhou stalling for time, but the black blind man was also waiting for Wu Qi to establish a blockade line for them. Junior Master San, those Wang family members have entered the blockade. Wu Qi hung up the phone and nodded to the sidekick, little brother, do it. Zhang Qiling nodded slightly and disappeared into the night with a flash. In order to confuse the Wang family, Xie Yuchen did not dare to bring too many people, so he picked a few good people in his heart, and Wu Qi even did not bring anyone, and only notified Fatty and little brother. Tisk, look at our little brother's skill, just a Wang family squad is not a handful. Hey, that said, I really didn't think that Wan Zhou was a member of the Wang family. If it wasn't for those memories that Rin showed us, I would never have believed it. Alas, you say that Wan Zhou was such a kind heart as a two-faced person. Alas, you say this person, alas. Wu Qi listened to Fatty Wang's broken thoughts and stood aside without saying anything. Xie Yuchen, let's go too, we can still watch a show if we. His body swayed and his entire body was a bit dislocated. Zhang Qiling reached out to support Wan Zhou. The man's eyes are indifferent and detached, nothing can leave a trace in them, and those who are looked at by him are like being watched by the gods, straight to the soul, all pretenses and falsehoods are all perplexed. Wan Zhou looked to the hand that Zhang Qiling had rested on his arm, a hand that had bandaged itself many times when he cut and bled. Reaching out, he pushed away Zhang Qiling's assistance and staggered over to Wu Qi, giving him a deep look. Master Junior, good calculation. After saying that, he pushed Wu Qi away and covered his belly and moved with difficulty to crouch in front of Wang Qi. Chapter 4, Confrontation. Chapter 4, Confrontation. Wan Zhou will Wang Qi's jaw to him to plant, the black blind man, and they did not stop. Perhaps they feel that Wan Zhou is not a threat, or perhaps they are curious to today's field Wan Zhou can still be so defiant. Wan Zhou touched Wang Qi's face and revealed a smile that looked like the first dew of the crescent moon and a fresh breeze. Wang Qi looked at Wan Zhou in a daze. Don't kill yourself. Wan Zhou's hand on Wang Qi's face trembled delicately for a few moments and typed out a cryptic message. Winky murmured under her breath as she felt the delicate touch on her face. Sir. Remember what you promised me. Wang Qi could see that he was the only one in Wan Zhou's vaguely violet pupils, and this knowledge made his heart tighten fiercely, pumping hot blood that instantly reached his limbs and made his entire body a little hot. His head seemed to get even more muddled, and all the sounds around him faded in an instant, and the only thing Winky could hear in his ears was his own hoarse voice. Yes, sir. Alright Boss Wan, come with us first, there will be plenty of time for you to care for your men later. Wan Zhou had the inky purple color in his eyes and turned back. It was Fatty Wang who was talking, and beside him stood Wu Qi. A black car pulled up behind the two, and Xie Yuchen could be seen sitting in the passenger seat, looking through the lowered window. Wu Qi shackled Wan Zhou's hands and feet, and the black blind man also tied Wang Qi tightly, stuffed into another car, and a few other Wang family members locked together. Wan Zhou, on the other hand, got into the black car that could accommodate 7 people alone. Wu Qi and the black blind man sat on one side on either side of Wan Zhou, while Zhang Qiling and Wang Fatty sat in the front. Watching the people all get on, Xie Yuchen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, raised the window and signaled Xie De to depart. Caught in the middle, Wan Zhou looked down at the shackles on his hands as the adrenaline subsided and a wave of exhaustion hit him. Wu Qi, they just looked at themselves and didn't say anything. Wan Zhou even had nothing to say, so he simply closed his eyes and was about to squint. Boat is truly extraordinary, to be able to fall asleep and sleep in such a situation. TCH, Wu Qi, this bastard put here in Yang Yin and Yang who it is, no big no small, old age can be your great-grandfather, old age is prone to sleepy how. Wan Zhou muttered in his heart, today is really unlucky. Wan Zhou lightly hummed, Boss Wu, although I don't know what you guys are doing today, but with such a large amount of money, Wan is terrified. Wanzhou also stopped sleeping and opened his eyes, looking at Wu Qi who was sitting on his side. Wu Qi, I want to know who said something to you. Or have I offended your nine sect? But I thought about it carefully. Instead of there being any enmity between me and you guys, on the contrary, the Hua family head is still very good friends with me. It can't be that once the Hua family head passed away a couple of days ago, your nine sect is going to cross over the river to break the bridge. Wu Qi sat in the shadow of the carriage, his whole body wrapped in darkness. Only the light of the street lamp hit Wu Qi's face for a split second, his dark eyes flickering. Wanzhou later thought back to this moment. He felt that at that time, Wu Qi really wanted to kill him. Giggle. A snort briefly escaped Wu Wei's nostrils. Boat, I thought you should understand the situation now, so think about it. After saying this, Wu Qi also stopped looking at Wanzhou and closed his eyes, refusing to talk to Wanzhou again. This little bastard, he talks when I'm trying to sleep, he sleeps when I'm talking, what a grifter. Wanzhou saw that Wu Qi really had no intention of communicating. He also closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Only in his mind he kept repeating Wu Qi's last sentence over and over again, and his sleepiness dissipated without a trace. There were too many things that happened out of the blue today, from Wu Qi's doorstep, to his hasty escape, to the fact that people who weren't supposed to be there showed up in Hangzhou, and finally, he and his subordinate squad were wiped out in one fell swoop. All of these things happened in a concentrated way in just a few hours tonight. Only now that the dust had settled did Wanzhou have time to think about his failed escape. Wanzhou felt as if all his actions tonight had been planned. Wu Ji knew he would run, knew he had a catch, and used him to bring out all the wangs in his neighborhood. There are also those who should not appear. Xie Yuchen should be in Kyoto, Fatty Wang should be in Banai, the black blind man should be in the south of the tomb, Zheng Qilingwang family cannot catch up, but certainly should not be in Hangzhou. But no word came from any of the eyeballs following several people. Is the Wang family pulling so much now? Didn't they catch themselves in the first place? Perhaps it was because those who were watching were arrested, that's why there was no news coming out, but the fact that several people's eyes were arrested was too much of a surprise to Wanzhou. Wanzhou hand on the contact point of this squad, but he will certainly be surrounded by the chief arranged by the dark sentries to monitor their own, so far did not come to his rescue. It is estimated that they are also captured. This time, the Wang family is in big trouble, so many people lost, even the Wang family. The fire of the charcoal pot kept jumping, reflecting on Wanzhou's thin white shirt. The weapons on Wanzhou's body had just been taken away by the thugs, and even the last few packets of his own crushing ecstasy had been searched. Wanzhou really didn't have any means other than the illusionary pupil given by the system now. Boat, am I asking you to answer, or are you going to explain yourself? Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou looking at him because of his words. His face was a little better than before. I guess it was because he rested for a while in the car. The injury on his body eased a little bit, but there was just a wound at the corner of his mouth. There was still a little bit of blood left. Chapter 5, Can't answer a single question. Chapter 5, Can't answer a single question. Wu Qi looked at the man he once considered his best friend. He should have actually been a little more vicious and just used a torture device to make him answer. But Wu Qi still did not have a cruel heart. He is still not the future evil emperor after all. If he is really his own self in 10 years, he may not be soft on the Wang family. Wanzhou forced a smile. You're going to be polite first, so how can I possibly do this without a toast? It's just that I don't know where to start, so it's better if you ask and I answer, and don't worry, I'm not who you think I am. I'll say whatever I can. Can you give me a chair? Master Black hit me too hard and I'm in a lot of pain. Can you bandage me up first? Wu Qi looked to Xie Yuchen, who signaled his men to bring a chair and asked Xie De to get the medical kit. Wanzhou struggled to sit on the chair with the help of his beaters. Soothing. Wanzhou leaned against the back of the chair, and in his heart he let out a long sigh of relief. The black blind man's hand is really black. Xie De, who brought the medical kit, was about to go forward to treat Wanzhou's wounds, but he was intercepted by the black blind man on the side. This injury is a result of the blind man not controlling the force under my hand. Boss Wan, I'll bandage you up as an apology. The black blind man smiled as he finished, grabbed the medical bag, and without waiting for Wanzhou's consent, he lifted Wanzhou's shirt. There was a large bruise on Wanzhou's small abdomen, which looked even more severe against the surrounding snow-white skin. Wanzhou took hold of the black blind man's somewhat offended hand. Don't bother Master Black, Mr. Wan will do it himself. The black blind man's mouth widened. Boss Wan, there are quite. Xie Yuchen flipped through an interrogation report in his hand. This was what Xie De had just given him. It was the confessions of those peripheral members of the Wang family who had been captured and returned early. Boss Wan, since the words are out of the way, I'll be blunt, your answer isn't the same as everyone else's. I'll give you one more chance. I won't be so nice if you lie on the first question. The Sieda on the side seemed to echo the words of his own boss, and the long whip in his hand shook, completely falling into Wan Zhou's eyes. Wan Boat is helpless. How come no one still believes him when he tells the truth? Really, Wan Zhou is my real name, and I'm really not a Wang family member. But that's not what we found out. Wu Xia interjected. Honestly, Wu Qi, I don't think you can catch any important members of the Wang family. At most, they are just peripheral eyes that the Wang family has arranged around you, and the Wang family catches a lot of such people. They were only expendable to the Wang family, and there was no way they were going to give them important information. I don't know where you guys heard the misinformation, but I'm really not a Wang. So your information is important information in the Wang family? Wan Zhou was choked by Wu Qi. Not old brother, is your focus so crooked? Unclear. Boss Wan, you can't even get past blind me with that answer. Black blind man heard this answer somewhat laugh. This Wan boss is not a truthful person. I really don't know about this. The information classification within the Wang family is managed by specialized people, and I don't have access to it. Wan Zhou wanted to say a few words in his own defense, but this sentence was again caught by Xia Yuchen's loophole. Boss Wan just said that he's not a member of the Wang family. How come he even knows that there's someone managing the Wang family's internal information categorization now? I only know this because I spent some time within the Wu family. It's not a secret, any random Wu family member knows this. Elder brother Wan, fat master, I can't even listen to it anymore. Wan Zhou didn't expect Wu Qi to really go along with his wishes and let the issue go. I'm sure I can answer the next question. Give us your superior's contact information. 10,000 boats. No. Is it so exciting right off the bat? Chapter 6, Can't Pretend Anymore. Chapter 6, Can't Pretend Anymore. Wan Zhou's lips quirked a few times, only to spit out a few words with difficulty. I can't remember. Boss Wan, you don't have any special contacts in your cell phone. We've searched your store, and we've even looked at that Wang family squad's pharmacy. There's no special contacts. Since you didn't write it down, you must have memorized it. Don't tell me that you don't have a superior, and if that's the case, then can't we reasonably suspect that you're the mysterious Wang leader? Don't be bloody-minded. Wan Zhou was once again choked by Xia Yuchen, and he wasn't going to eat tonight. He was choked full. Wan Zhou couldn't say anything again. He really wanted to yell out that the dead mouth was quick to explain But he can't say that his superior is the mysterious Wang family chief. Then his own identity is really a little bit of explanation. The more he explains, the more it looks like the direct bloodline of the wannabe Wang family, in addition to the of phoenix tattoos. Xia Yuchen eventually ran out of patience and beckoned to Xie De on the side, who agreed and took out a syringe from a box. Wan Zhou was held down by two thugs and his hands and feet were tied tightly to the chair with ropes. Xia De extracted half a tube of an unknown clear potion from a small glass vial and searched for a blood vessel in Wan Zhou's arm. Wait, he's the one who contacted all my superiors. I can't contact him, I'm not lying. Wan Zhou was a little anxious. There was still a dishonest hidden danger in his body, and this liquid didn't know what it was. If it caused the agitation of that thing in his body, he would really have to die. Xia De turned back to Xia Yuchen, who had no intention of stopping. The needle in his hand expelled the air, and Xia De aimed at the blood vessel to stab it. Wan Zhou suddenly calmed down, and the entire aura around him underwent a subtle shift. Wu Xia, do you really want to use these tactics on me? Although the reputation of my young make immortal tea is not as good as that of the 9 sects, I have accumulated quite a few connections. I still have several orders left to deliver, and I can't guarantee that the dignitaries will check up on you when they learn of my disappearance. Some of the people above, I also have some cooperation. There are not many clean ones in your 9 sect, right? Those old men who drink my tea are not to be messed with. If they know that you have captured me, you guess, will there be another it? I have a lot of friends at the top of the Wang family, and if I disappear, there are quite a few in the Wang family who are willing to fight for me, so are you sure you want to mess with a bunch of rabid dogs? Wu Qi, think carefully when you make your decision. I, Wan Zhou, am not that easy to move. Wan Zhou tore off the mask he had worn for many years, and ruthlessness shot out from his ink-purple pupils, shooting straight into Wu Qi's eyes. Hannah. Xia Yuchen heard Wu Qi calling him and knew that this was Wu Qi's compromise with Wan Zhou, so he called back Xie De. Boss Wan, this is the real you, isn't it? The black blind man had sat up straight, the previous dangling posture disappeared, replaced by a scrutiny that the sunglasses couldn't even cover, punctuating Wan Zhou's undisguised transformation. Even Zhang Qiling, who had been silent and lowered his head on the side, raised his head. His indifferent eyes looked at Wan Zhou. He keenly caught the flash of ink purple in Wan Zhou's eyes. He didn't say anything, only his demeanor became more serious. The black blind man was right. To be able to survive that cannibalistic place in the Wang family and still be able to get along well, Wanzhou would definitely not be a good man or woman. What gentle brother next door persona is just the person he once was, and because such a persona was so close to Wu Wei, he hired a hypnotist to counsel him for a while, which allowed him to fool a few people in the years the plot took place. It was true that he had worn the mask for so long that he had forgotten that he was a man who would do anything to achieve his goals. The first key to negotiation is to take the initiative into your own hands. Wanzhou revealed a smile that, consistent with what he once said, only the malice in his eyes. Brother Boat, I call you Brother Boat because you once saved me. No matter what your intentions are, you have saved us many times. This is an unchanging fact. We are unwilling to be your enemy. You don't need to worry about the tea house. I will arrange for someone to continue running it, so you can stay here at ease for now. After Wu Qi finished, Zhang Qiling walked into Wanzhou, reached out and pinched the back of Wanzhou's neck, and Wanzhou lost consciousness. Looking at Wanzhou, who was carried down to be placed by the Xie family's men, only the silent five remained in the room. Innocent. Fatty Wang worriedly called out to Wu Qi. Among the few people here, it was Wu Qi who had the closest relationship with Wanzhou. He was afraid that Wu Qi would not be able to accept Wanzhou's transformation for a while. Of course, Wu Qi understood what Fatty Wang meant, and he smiled at Fatty, signaling that he was not affected by anything. Wu Wei, what do you think about having the two meet? Xie Yuchen picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. He wanted to know what Wu Qi thought. Junior third master, Wanzhou is not a master who can easily spill his mouth. Ren Qingqing won't necessarily have a good outcome if he sets his sights on her. Looking at the warning look shot by Yuchen, the black blind man. Xie Yuchen didn't agree with the black blind man's idea, but gave another task. Even if Wu Qi didn't understand, didn't Xie Yuchen and the others understand? The others are still too spoiled to Wu Qi. I don't know how many days he will be locked up. Wanzhou delicately touched the chain with his hand, which is coping method he summarized in the Wang family torture training. On the first day, the bonds on your body are sensed over carefully to determine if you have any chance of breaking free. The next day, feel the bed and couch over to see if there is anything that can be removed. On the third day, go through the washroom and try to see if there are any conditions for suicide. Day 4. It wasn't even the fourth day yet when Wanzhou's room, which wouldn't have a single light for the rest of the day except for the delivery of food, was opened. Wanzhou subconsciously raised his hand in front of his eyes to block the somewhat harsh light behind the door. The people who came in were the black blind man and Sieta. Mr. Wan, the boss asked me to let you know that the person you want to see has arrived. Please move to the front hall for a gathering. Sieta unlocked Wanzhou's shackles, 3 days of friction, so that Wanzhou's ankles and wrists are a little broken, skin reddened, some places hidden blood bubbling up. Wanzhou glanced at the system missions countdown. There were 3.5 days left. Wanzhou straightened his clothes. A few days of seclusion did not make him change much, even because his identity was exposed. The heart hanging in Wanzhou's mind was dead through and through, and his sleep became better in these few days. The black blind man leaned against the doorframe, a smile on his lips. Let's go, Boss Wan. When Wanzhou passed by the black blind man, he keenly caught the smell of blood on his body, and looking at the posture of the black blind man, it did not look like he was injured. Wanzhou's heart sank. It is not the blood of the black blind man, then it is the blood of the Wang family, and I do not know how Wang Qi, whether he has listened to him properly. Sieta led the way in front, the black blind man followed behind Wanzhou. Wanzhou could feel the black blind man staring at him all the time, and he was covered in. Of course Wanzhou knew that it was impossible for Xie Yuchen and the others to lie to him. The moment the name Ren Qingqing appeared, Wanzhou knew that it was definitely this woman who had messed up the Wang family's plans. But what the taskmaster Wanzhou knew, the Wang family Wanzhou did not know. And it was also a good opportunity to test the waters and see what Ren Qingqing's heart could reveal. Little brother's speech is so to the point. Xiao Luzi, do you think I should explain? Explain. How are you going to explain it? Say you rely on my 6 big guys to open the mini-map and red mark all the hostile people, and then whether it's the Wangs or the undercover agents from other factions, you say how are you going to explain it? Aga, you're so mean I'm scared. Wanzhou was bruised. This woman's heart and her appearance were also too inconsistent. System, after killing the traveler, what happens to the traveler's soul and the other system? Ding, the soul of the traveler repatriates to the authority for trial, and the illegal system goes to prison for labor. Good. Kill it while you can. If Boss Wan doesn't believe it, why is he staring at Miss Ren all the time? It can't be because he's looking at Boss Xie's sister. The black blind man grinned cheekily and put his arm on Wanzhou's shoulder, waking up Wanzhou, who had been wandering off in the eyes of outsiders. Wanzhou rolled his eyes and shook off the black blind man's arm. Master Black has time to talk nonsense here. Why don't you go and move a chair for me? today's conversation is probably going to be a long one, Boss Xia. If Boss 1 cooperates, it won't be long. Xia Yuchen signaled the black blind man to move the chair. Come on, Master Black is the life of anyone who can make use of it. The black blind man's aggrieved appearance, none of the people present cared. Sitting in his chair, Wanzhou asked to a few more people, so where is the person I want? Chapter 8, Formal Encounters. This time it was Rin Qingqing himself who answered. Mr. Wan, I'm the person you want to see. Although I'm a student, I majored in psychology abroad. No matter how much your Wang family's peripheral eye line disguises itself, there will always be some cracks. Ordinary people can't see it. It's not the same with me as a high school student in psychology. If you catch one, won't it be natural to catch the others? Wanzhou laughed in his heart. Is Ms. Rin joking? If you want to know information about the Wang family, please answer me seriously. Wanzhou really didn't want to pull any more strings with a few people. His time was precious. If this Rin Qingqing said nothing more useful, he would kill her immediately. Rin Qingqing also laughed. Of course it's more than that. I'm a person who was born with a skill that can communicate with the future, and even make other people feel it together. I've seen quite a few Wang family members in the future. Little Rocco, that's a good explanation, isn't it? It perfectly explains the function of the system props. Barely. If it weren't for the powerful system props, it would be weird if you could convince the protagonist and the others. System props? Communicating with the future? Those people have their own plot lines in the original world, but would an outsider like me be seen in the future? Heh, does Mr. Wan have this honor to try? Wanzhou decided to take a chance. Whether he could see it or not, he had to kill this person while he had the chance. Mr. Wan, don't be in a hurry. Even if you want me to prove it, I still have to prepare for it, don't I? System, how many more times can we use the props? 3 times. If you run out, you can't buy more. Okay, ask the protagonist if they want to agree. I'm actually quite curious about this handsome guy's future. I remember there was no such person in the original. How come so many places are different in this world? Don't worry, host, this is all normal. Worlds that can be traveled through are unstable. As long as the main plot stays the same, all other changes are in the normal realm. Boss 1, this is not the time to talk about this. Fatty Wang hurriedly came out to round up the situation. One sings the white face, the other the red face. Wanzhou was well aware of their tactics. I'll listen to Master Fatty. Master Fatty is right. I have nothing to fear except the Wang family's retaliation. Don't worry about this, the Xia family will keep you safe. Since Leader Xia has given this assurance, I won't beat around the bush, so just ask whatever you want to ask. Wu Qi hadn't said anything from the beginning. He saw Rin Qingqing and remembered those fragments of the future, and it wasn't until now when he was reminded by Xia Yuchen that he came back to his senses, taking out a copy of the Wang family statement and reading a passage from it. Wanzhou is our superior, all of our actions are under his command, the exact identity is unclear, we only know that he is an important member within the Wang family, and we all serve him. Brother Boat, we believe you when you say you're not a member of the Wang family, but you have to explain why you're not only a member of the Wang family amongst these Wang family members, but even an important member of the inner circle. Wan Boat, in their perspective, they're right, too. Hey, Wan old brother, you honestly answer, for the sake of friendship in the past, we do not use those dirty means, but you do not know how to be good, say half and hide half, you so that I, Fatty Wang, look down on you. Listening to Fatty Wang yelling, Wanzhou sighed, I'm not lying, I'm not a member of the Wang family, I'm not even considered a peripheral, I'm just one of the people they're monitoring. The information that Wanzhou spoke did not match this confession, and Wu Qi's few people looked at each other for a few moments, signaling Wanzhou to continue. Details. Wanzhou stabilized his mind. I'm an orphan, and I grew up drifting after my master, who was a traveling doctor, and I studied medicine with him, and then my master died and I traveled on my own. Once I saved a man who fainted on the side of the road, and he turned out to be a Wang family member. He saw my medical skills and knew that I had no one to turn to, so he directly took me captive, and I became a member of the Wang family's medical team. So technically I'm not a Wang family member, just a Wang family insider. Wu Qi didn't say he believed or didn't believe, but just continued to ask. If you were a member of the medical team, why did you open a tea house in Hangzhou 3 years ago? Because I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, not a Western medicine practitioner. Chinese medicine treats diseases, the color of the herbs is very important, so I applied for an expatriate assignment with my superiors, and if the Wang family wants to be expatriated, they have to receive an expatriate assignment, and my expatriate assignment is to monitor the Wu Shanzhu. Wanzhou picked what he could say, 7 parts true and 3 parts false to make up his own life. There were too many secrets in him, the less he exposed the better. Fatty Wang looked like he had come to a realization, no wonder we always ran into you picking herbs when we went down to the tomb before. The most powerful assists. Wanzhou nodded. Yes, I've been spying on Wu Shanju and rarely have the time to go out and collect herbs on my own, so whenever Wu Xie leaves I follow him. That's not right, sometimes you set off before us and yet you still collide with us, Fatty Wang questioned. The information department of the Wang family is quite powerful. It would be too obvious if I followed Wu Qi once he left, so sometimes when I learn in advance that Wu Qi is leaving, I go ahead and wait for him at my destination. That's how it is, all unexplainable factors are pushed onto the Wang family's intelligence department, and I'm just a minion following orders. Wu Qi, if you were taken captive, why did you escape back to the Wang family when we captured you? Wanzhou, is there any need to explain this? Even if I'm not a member of the Wang family, I've lived in the Wang family for so long. I'm struggling to explain to you that I'm not a Wang family member. What if you don't believe me and want to kill me? It would be so wrong of me to just casually die. Wu Xie felt that his question was quite a silly one. Chapter 9, Lies. Chapter 9, Lies. Xie Yuchen, do you know the address of the Wang family headquarters? I don't know. People like me don't have any status at all in the Wang family. To put it nicely, it's a technical talent within the Wang family. To put it bluntly, it's a captive of the Wang family. The Wang family feeds us and drinks us. We work for the Wang and they don't trust us at all. And I come out to the foreign posting and I'm just sleeping on it and when I was able to enter the Wang family, it was because of my excellent medical skills. During the past few years in the Wang family, I have long since researched a drug to prolong my life, and by taking this drug, my life expectancy can be increased to 120 to 30 years old. This lifespan exceeds that of the vast majority of people in the world, but it's far from enough for the Wang family, who want me to continue researching even more powerful medicines. But how can it be so easy to change one's life against the will of heaven? My medical skills are only in the realm of ordinary people, and a true immortality pill cannot be manufactured by mortals. All I can do is to look for the footprints of my predecessors, that is to say, to find the ancient formula, but the ancient formula requires a lot of medicinal herbs that no longer exist in the world. In order to find medicinal herbs, the Wang family agreed to allow me to be expatriated, so I'm not lying to you guys when I say that I left the interior of the Wang family in order to look for medicinal herbs. This sentence. I made a name for myself with the immortal tea, which had weakened a lot of its medicinal effects, and befriended those bigwigs, all of which was also agreed upon by the Wang family. The precious herbs are either in the deep forests or in someone's collection, and selling immortal tea is so that we can build up our connections, and fundamentally also so that we can get the herbs as soon as possible. Wanzhou wasn't sure how long they would believe this reason, but it was the most reasonable reason he could come up with. After all, he was indeed looking for herbs, but not for the Wang family. The second interrogation didn't last long, probably also because Wu Qi and the others saw that Wanzhou was so cooperative. They let Wanzhou go back to that small dark room again early, only this time they left a light on for him. Xie's study. The few people gathered in Xie Yuchen's study were pondering the information given by Wanzhou. He's lying. Zhang Qiling was the first to speak out. Oh yo, rare, it's surprising that little brother speaks first. Fatty Wang feverishly elbowed Wu Qi with his arm. No one cared about Fatty Wang's gagging words. Xie Yuchen picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. His words were the same as the one called Wang Qi's answer, but the problem also appeared here. Apart from this general description, the duo didn't say anything about the details. In these two people's answers, the existence of this person, Wanzhou, is too innocent, innocently involved within the Wang family, innocently spying on Wu Shanju, and now innocently arrested, to be able to survive in the Wang family and still have a Wang family member like Wang Qi dying for him. Wanzhou could never be so pure and innocent. The black blind man was leaning on the table, his hands were turning the lid of the teacup one by one. After listening to Xie Yuchen's analysis, he also added a sentence in passing. Just now there was a flash of murderous aura on his body, although he covered it up, the mute and I both detected it, and the blind man sees that this boss Wan won't have fewer lives in his hands. Wu Qi, his Xiancha's explanation is logical, but he compromised too quickly. I think there's a scam. Fatty Wang looks at this and that. His turn? Ahem, with the Fat Master mixed Panjiayu and these years of experience, these words are half true and half false, right? The Fat Master just into the line that year to see a string. The man said it is his ancestral things. The Fat Master I spent too big round by. The results go back to find someone to ask. It is a few decades of the thing. The Fat Master go back to find him. Let him refund. The man hard to say that his father to thee is also an ancestral. Anti-blame the Fat Master I didn't ask to understand myself. Just now when elder brother Wan was talking, I had a feeling like I was seeing the person who cheated me out of $200 again. Wu Qi snapped his head up and gave Fatty an appreciative look, turning to look at a few more people. That's right, it's what the fat man said. Wu Qi was inspired by Fatty Wang and proceeded to start organizing Wanzhou's words with his own thoughts. The man who tricked the fat man said all the right things, but because of some hidden karma, the fat man fell for it. One boat 2, most of what he says is true, he just hides or tampers with some of the causality, that's why it sounds a bit awkward to us. There's actually an easy way to crack this lie, and that's to break it down in pieces. First, Wanzhou is an orphan and has a master is true, I know him early, I just graduated to take over the Wushanju when I knew him, his words and behavior has never hidden that he is an orphan. And the back room of his store enshrines a tablet of his master, and he wakes up every day to offer incense, and after all these years, it's not like he's faking it. Secondly, it is doubtful that he joined the Wolf family because he saved someone's life, but we can be sure that he is a member within the Wolf family, and whether he joined of his own accord or was forced to compromise is up for debate. Third, the foreign mission to collect medicine, by the way, to monitor the Wushanju. This should be true, this few years Wanzhou explicitly indeed did not take the initiative to get close to us, behind the scenes of the small action will be there, but compared to the Wanzhou to us is indeed a normal social distance. Fourthly, not knowing the address of the Wang family because of the lower status in the Wang family is false, Wanzhou can convince Wang Qi to give him a false testimony, and his body is stained with a lot of human life, it is impossible for him to be low in the status of the Wang family, and the Wang family must have preferential treatment for the talents who can develop longevity medicine. Fifth, the reason for selling immortal tea is doubtful. If all the previous answers were true, then this one would be true, but there are a lot of doubtful areas in the previous answers, so this one should have been tampered with as well. I think one of the most important pieces of the puzzle is missing, and Wanzhou is hiding one of the most secretive secrets, a secret that most of the Wang family probably doesn't know. This secret is the key that can tie it all together. So what's the secret? Fatty Wang's curiosity was piqued by Wu Qi. Wu Qi shook his head and replied, I don't know. Fatty Wang's nose was going to be askew and he was about to mutter about Wu Qi seducing him without knowing the answer. Zhang Qiling suddenly spoke out. It's time. Chapter 10, Suspicion. Chapter 10, Suspicion. Wu Qi froze, time. Then, on second thought, he exclaimed excitedly, yes. It's time. What? What are you talking about? Wu Qi, little brother, can you two please not encrypt the call? Master Fatty is also a member of this little family, we have to be united, no isolation. Fatty Wang is going to die of anxiety, these two people chat without him. Don't worry Fatty, I'll run it through. Wu Xia hurriedly pacified Fatty, and Xiao Zhao's words seemed to make him understand something. There is one unavoidable hole in all of Wan Boat's explanations, and that is the time that little brother was talking about. Said Wu Qi also glanced at Zhang Qiling. I took over Wushanju right after I graduated from college, and before that Wanzhou had been running a tea house for several years, which means that by now Wanzhou has been coming to Hangzhou to open a store for about 10 years or so. Wanzhou had said before that he was about 2 years or so older than me, so I had always called him Brother Zhou, and 10 years ago, he was only about 20. Moreover, the Wang family would definitely have to conduct a trust check on all outsiders first, and seeing that Wanzhou accepted the small darkroom quite well, it showed that he had also received training in the Wang family. In other words, Wanzhou had lived in the Wang family for at least 8 or 9 years, so he was brought into the Wang family at an age of at most in his late teens. But then he said he had traveled with his master for a time and had traveled on his own for a time after his master's death, and then saved a seriously injured Wang. How does a child in his teens travel outside? Even if his master didn't entrust him to someone before he died, there will always be someone who notices where he traveled to report J. What's more, such a young child saved a seriously injured Wang family member. The more Wu Qi spoke, the firmer his tone became, and finally he took a deep breath and summarized his conclusion. So now there are two scenarios, one is that Wanzhou was a member of the Wang family since he was a child, and the story of his childhood was fabricated, but that's almost impossible because the Wang family doesn't allow insiders to worship their teachers, and their teachings are all internally arranged. Then it's the second possibility Manboat might be more than 2 years older than me. Wanzhou, who was sleeping, might never know that just as he was meeting with Zhou, his biggest secret was on the verge of being guessed by Wu Qi. Another Eldritch? Xia Yuchen pondered, Wu Qi, do you think his longevity is like little brother's or the blind man's? Wu Qi shook his head. Xia Yuchen was a bit surprised, I thought you would say it was by external forces, after all, didn't Wanzhou say that he developed a longevity drug right in the Wang family? Indeed, this is very likely, but I always feel that the attitude of the other Wang family members towards Wanzhou isn't quite right, especially the one called Wang Qi. And I think he's particularly familiar with the interior of the Wang family, and his position in the Wang family is by no means as simple as a captive. What does that mean? Didn't we know some of the information he said from the other Wang family members? Tianjin, how do you see that his status is not low? Fatty Wang looked naive, but he was refined. He heard and understood Wu Qi's analysis just now, but this last sentence made him puzzled. I also felt this blind man. That day when I crossed paths with him and the squad under him, I could see that the squad leader was particularly respectful to Wanzhou, although that kid Wang Qi told us that their squad and Wanzhou were at equal level and were only cooperating with each other to accomplish the mission. But who am I to be blind? I inquired about something from another squad member. This person once overheard Wanzhou listening to Wang Qi's report, and during their conversation, Wanzhou sat while Wang Qi stood. The corners of the black blind man's mouth hooked out a smile. Fatty Wang looked at the black blind man's expression and his heart secretly spit. What inquiring clearly is not listened to beat. That Wang family people are also down on their luck. Encountered black blind man, this heart black hand also black guy, body are not a few pieces of good meat. Wu Qi agreed, and I see Wang Qi's statement said that their squad is responsible for providing personal protection and mission facilitation to Wanzhou, but this squad is able to know the whereabouts of us in addition to Xiao Xiao. We must know that Little Flower and Fatty's home base is in Kyoto, and can receive news from Kyoto in time. The Wang family's rank of this squad is not low, so Wanzhou, who is their superior, the status is even more unlikely to be low. Up. Xie Yuchen, what are you going to do? Wu Qi, doesn't Wanzhou want Ren to show him the future? Then let him see it. The next day, with less than 2.5 days left in the system mission countdown, Wanzhou was once again taken out of his room by Xiede after lunch. Xiede told him that Ren Xingxing had already prepared the material to communicate with the future, and now Wanzhou was going to see how capable this woman's system was. Same place, same personnel. Wanzhou looked at Ren Xingxing, who was polishing a huge mirror. Little Rocco, I'm really heartbroken. It costs me 1,000 points to use this mirror once. Host, you set up your own persona, you have to keep it up even if you cry. Whoa, my persona will definitely be more three-dimensional after this time, and in the future, Wu Qi and the others will definitely be beyond convinced that I'm a young girl with strange abilities, which will be more conducive to our future plans. Yes, host, the system detected that Wu Qi's trust value to the host is a little bit higher again. We can change the later plot and seize this world's fortune value. A mere 1,000 points is not worth mentioning at all compared to seizing the fortune value in the future. Right. I'll put on a good show this time, and it'll be mysterious and forced. Wanzhou listened to the two voices consoling each other and sneered in his heart, two silly children. Early consumption has the risk of debt. Oh, but there is no need to worry, you can't wait for the day of debt. Spoil my plan, wash up and wait for death. Chapter 11, so it's a radar system. Chapter 11, so it's a radar system. The materials that Ren Xingxing prepared were simple. Besides this mirror, there was also a dagger and a talisman. The dagger was an ordinary dagger, but it was this talisman that Wanzhou felt was a bit weird. Unusual charms are made of yellow paper with a thick texture and even fibers, on which they are written with bright red colored. Boss Wan, come in when you're here. Xie Yuchen sat on the main seat and looked over the documents in his hands, seeing that Xiede had already stood behind himself while Wanzhou stood in the doorway. His eyes kept on Ren Xingxing with a somewhat inexplicable expression. Wanzhou frankly withdrew himself from looking at Ren Xingxing and sat down on an empty seat in the presence. Boss Xie, I heard that Ms. Ren is ready to take Wan to see the future today. Xie Yuchen nodded. Boss Wan can rest assured that being able to observe the future is the explanation we gave you, and today you can know the truth. Ms. Ren, I want to know how you are going to communicate with the future. Wanzhou seemed to feel uncomfortable and added, of course, if it's confidential, just pretend I didn't ask. Ren Xingxing, who was seated diagonally across from Wanzhou, smiled sweetly. There's nothing I can't say, brother Little Flower and the others know. I'll cut the fingers of you and me in a moment, and put a drop of blood on the talisman. This talisman is a wandering soul talisman that I've specially drawn. After the talisman is completely burned out and the ashes are mixed into the water, you and I will take it and we will enter the state of wandering souls, a state in which we can break free of time and go to a future timeline. And this mirror can carry one's short-term memory. Observing the future won't be very long, about 10 minutes will be enough. When we wake up, I will connect the future memories to the mirror and show them on the mirror surface. At that time, Brother Little Flower and the others will be able to watch. After listening to Ren Xingxing's explanation, Wanzhou had already formed a plan in his mind, but his face showed his displeasure. Boss Xia, you guys didn't tell me that a few of you will be looking at my future as well nah. Boss Wan, don't get ahead of yourself, you wanted to verify the truth, we agreed. Do you think that the cost of communicating the future is small? Since we agreed to take you to observe the future, you have to pay something as well. It's just some fragments of the future. Boss Wan, is it possible that you've been living in too much comfort in the past few days? Don't forget that you're just a prisoner of ours right now. The ruthlessness on Xie Yuchen's face flickered, and his undisguised murderous aura caused Wanzhou to be stunned. Really dim, still think too highly of myself. Before revealing my bottom card, I'm nothing but an ordinary Wang clan senior. the mere news of the longevity pill won't impress them at all. Wanzhou suddenly felt that he seemed to have somewhat overestimated Xiaoyu Chen's tolerance of their own, because after Xiaoyu Chen's warning, Wuqi actually did not come out to round up the situation as usual, while the black blind man and Wang Fatty even also vaguely display their own body's baleful aura. As for Zhang Qiling, he is still with the same as before, did not say a word, and in the eyes of outsiders the sense of existence is extremely low, but Wanzhou is most wary of him. It seems that they had planned this for a long time, and today their own future was to be seen or not to be seen. Wanzhou quickly calmed down after his heart was shocked. If he was really just an ordinary Wang family senior, then it was indeed a tough battle today, but he was not some easy persimmon to pinch. Ren Xingqing, I can't keep you today. Heh, it's one who has overstepped the mark, go ahead. Xiaoyu Chen gestured to Xie De. Xie De carried a tray with a bowl of water and put it aside to Wanzhou, took the rope and tied it to Wanzhou, all over tying it up and said to Wanzhou, Mr. Wan, communicating about future events, the body may have a stress reaction to avoid hurting people, you need to restrict your movement. Wanzhou hadn't wanted to resist, on the contrary, he wanted to do so that if Ren Xingqing died in a while, he could still weasel his way out of it. However, Wanzhou was also clear that Wu Qi and the others would not believe his defense, and in the end it was inevitable that he would have to hand over his bottom card. Xie De tied up Wanzhou, the dagger toward Wanzhou's hand tied to the armrest of the chair, making a gesture to cut open. Wanzhou hurriedly made a sound to stop it. Wait. Shay gave a big beat. Let Miss Rin come, I would like to have. Aha. Little Rocco. He's really pitiful. He was really forced to join the Wang family. I'll save him from the quagmire. It's good that you're happy. 666's tired voice accompanied by the sound of exhaling smoke rings made Wanzhou laugh in his heart. Can the system also smoke? My system is really a personal machine. No, it was never a person in the first place, that machine. Machine? Ding. Malicious attack detected. One warning. Wanzhou's eyes lit up. Good guy, you dog finally showed up again. System. In a moment, the conversation between Ren Xingqing and I, can you block it for Wu Qi and the rest of them, especially Zhang Qiling, the black blind man and Xiaoyu Chen 3, their ears are too good. The system didn't answer back. It's also for the sake of completing the mission, you don't want to fail your first mission either. Ding, the system shield is on, the mission time is reduced by 48 hours, 10 hours of mission time left. It was a good thing that he was planning to kill Ren Xingqing right now, or else he would have been punked to death by the system. Chapter 12 The Future. Chapter 12. The Future. Ren Xingqing couldn't wait to come in front of Wanzhou, her face blushing. She didn't even notice Xiaoyu Chen and Wu Qi making eyes at her. It was also true that a piece of her heart had long been hanging on Wanzhou's face by now. It was just that Xiaoyu Chen and Wu Qi did not make a sound to stop Ren Xingqing from approaching him, making Wanzhou a little surprised, but on second thought he understood. After all, he was now tied up and had no hidden weapons on his body, so naturally he was relieved that Ren Xingqing was in contact with him. But they would never have guessed that Wanzhou had a system. One wants to tell me something. You stay close to me, some things are not good to say in public. The smile on Wanzhou's face grew gentler and gentler, and his eyes faintly revealed a ghostly purple color. Ren Xingqing and Wanzhou looked at each other with four eyes. Her mind was suddenly a little chaotic, her thinking was like a veil, she could only see Wanzhou's mouth opening and closing, and her voice was like an echo coming from far away, hazy and real into her ears. Phantom pupil can hypnotize and control the person who looks directly at the phantom pupil for about a quarter of an hour. With the strength of willpower of the controlled person, reduce or extend, the eyes become inky purple when in use. System note, please note that this function depletes mental energy. Please explore the side effects on your own. Ren Xingqing, the moment we observe the future waking up, don't tell them what you saw, just use the dagger in your hand and cut your own throat. Wanzhou had used the efficacy of his illusionary pupils to the maximum, and the entire color of his pupils had taken on a completely purple hue. Host. What's wrong with you? Don't listen to the system, do what I tell you, keep everything else to normal behavior and don't let them see the cracks. Get back to me if it's clear. Little girl, it's the lotus flower that comes out of the mud. I can't be a good person if I can survive in the Wang family. If you can escape the judgment, you must remember to hide away when you see people like me. Yes, master. One boat? What's that? After using the phantom pupil, Wanzhou's eyes were a little black and his face turned a little pale. He couldn't think about what the hell Ren Xingqing had replied to him. Wanzhou is now drilling pain in the brain. This time the strength of the use of phantom pupil is a little beyond the range of Wanzhou, but in order to successfully kill Ren Qingqing, Wanzhou does not regret. Miss this time, there will be no opportunity, just the feeling of spiritual power almost being drained is really bad. In order to not let Wu Qi and the others see the cracks, Wanzhou strengthened his spirit. In her ears, she could still hear that system of Ren Qingqing screaming in her mind all the time, but fortunately, the power of the phantom pupil was not to be underestimated, and the 660 CXS screaming was not of much use. In the eyes of outsiders, just now it was Ren Qingqing who stayed close to Wanzhou's mouth and listened to him speak, then she whispered back to Wanzhou as if she was thinking about something. As a result, after these words, Wanzhou's face turned a little white, and his face hid a slight look of pain. Wu Qi thought to himself, it can't be that the black blind man really got it right. Wanzhou confessed to Ren Qingqing, but Ren Qingqing rejected it, and then Wanzhou was devastated? No, Wanzhou and Ren Qingqing have only met a few times? And this is love? Didn't they say that people of the older generation are very subtle in love? Is this right? Wu Xie's mind was traveling to the sky, and everything was ready on Wanzhou's side. Before Wanzhou had a chance to taste the flavor of the talismanic water, he lost consciousness in the next moment. It was pitch black, there was no time, no space, you couldn't see anything, you couldn't even touch your own body. Wanzhou was pulled forward by a force, some points of light gradually appeared in the periphery, then faster and faster, faster and faster, the points of light turned into rays of light, a burst of dizziness attacked Wanzhou's brain, and the ringing in his ears became louder and louder. Wanzhou heard cries of pain, roars of anger, screams, laughter, and the whistling of the wind, the rain falling to the ground, the snowflakes rustling, and the morning birds crying. A variety of sounds wrapped around a million boats, dancing in unison with the surrounding light and surging to the top along with the tinnitus. A picture floated in front of Wanzhou's eyes. Wu Qi collapsed in a sample bed, the body wrapped only a thin layer of quilt, twitching, nose blood gushing out, wet bedding, stained a dark red mark. Even so, Wu Qi's face smile has not changed, as if seeing their own lifelong faith, the godless eyes suddenly burst into light. Fatty Wang sat on a bus, enthusiastically talking to the surrounding people. The bus rattled all the way into the depths of the mountains, that is the hometown of the clouds, but also the place where this short-lived but beautiful girl like a shooting star is buried. Fatty Wang stood in front of the short grave, holding a silver hairpin in his hand, squatted down and put the hairpin in front of the grave, and once again got up. The figure appeared to be hunched over for a few minutes. Xie Yuchen was drenched in blood, his originally clean shirt was full of rips, blood stained through his shirt, the rough rope tightened his wrists, his suspended body was full of wounds, blood flowed out from everywhere, converging to the neckline in a strand and dripping down. This was probably the most lousy moment in his life. The black blind man rested his arms back on the railing, his upper body lazily leaning against the railing. He tilted his head back to look at the stars in the sky. It seemed as if someone was calling to him from the front. The black blind man looking forward was not wearing sunglasses, his eyes were all gray. I seem to have really lost my sight. Zhang Qiling was dressed in Tibetan clothes, standing in a Lama temple. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, in the cold wind and winter snow. Zhang Qiling lifted his hand and reached out to that stone sculpture in front of him, but he withdrew it the moment before he touched it. His face was the indifference that had never changed, but his eyes looked as if they were crying silently. Wanbo's eyes resided over every image until the last one. In the cold snowy mountain hinterland, on top of a cliff, two men were entangled in a fight, and the fight ended with one man taking a dagger and wiping the other's neck, and the man who couldn't stop bleeding from his wounds rolled off the cliff. The one who rolled off the cliff was Wu Qi, and the one with the dagger was Wanzhou. Suddenly, all the images in front of him disappeared, and a mouthful of blood spurted out as Wanzhou's chest tightened. Wu Qi's few people were shocked, then Ren Qingqing also spat out a mouthful of blood. The two woke up at the same time. Wu Qi and Fatty Wang wanted to go forward to check, but Ren Qingqing pushed away Sieta, who was holding her up, like a demon, and rushed straight to Wanzhou. Wanzhou, who was still in a daze, realized the moment he came to his senses that there was a person kneeling at his feet. Ren Qingqing had a demented smile on her face as she carefully pressed herself against Wanzhou's knee. Brother Wan, Master, I will dedicate everything I have to you, including my life. Raising the dagger, without hesitation, he stabbed through the throat. Chapter 13 Phantom Pupil Exposed. Chapter 13 Phantom Pupil Exposed. Blood spurted out from Ren Qingqing's neck, and the fishy red liquid splattered on Wanzhou's body, face, and neck. Wanzhou? Nuts! If you die, you have to die in front of me. If I shout now that I didn't do it, even Wu Qi here won't believe it. Ding! The mission Kill the Traveler Ren Qingqing has been completed, now issuing mission rewards, open system mall, points increased by 1,000, and a 50% discount coupon. When the last trace of Ren Qingqing's breath disappeared, Wanzhou only heard a 666 scream and then no more sound, presumably being ejected from the world. Everyone present was stunned by Ren Qingqing's insane actions, and the only sound left in Wanzhou's ears was the sound of his own system handing out rewards. Wanzhou saw a flash of surprise in Zhang Qiling's eyes and laughed in his heart. I guess Zhang the Patriarch didn't expect Ren Qingqing to die in such a dry manner. Also, normal people wouldn't be able to understand a psychopath's thought pattern. There was some bloating in Wanzhou's heart, but Zhang Qiling's eyes looked straight at Wanzhou. Wu Qi had already put Ren Qingqing flat to the side and examined the woman's wounds, while Fatty Wang and Xie Yuchen both gathered around Wu Qi and watched. Zhang Qiling and the Black Blind Man, however, came in front of Wanzhou. Black Blind Man, Boss Wan, what did you just say to Ren Qingqing? Why did she have to die in front of you? The Black Blind Man's tone was light, as if he was chatting with Wanzhou, but his face grimaced, and his right hand pressed on the pistol at his waist. Wanzhou's face and body were covered in Ren Qingqing's blood, and the strong smell of blood caused Wanzhou's face to turn a few more points white. Master Black's eyes are not working well anymore. Are his ears deaf too? I didn't avoid you guys when I was chatting with Ren Qingqing, right? I don't have the ability to hear it myself, so why should I tell you? Wanzhou is now in a bad mood. Wanzhou's silence caused Zhang Qiling's killing intent to grow stronger as, I can't, but Wanzhou is an orphan, so maybe it's just that his parents are foreigners, or maybe it's a genetic mutation, so he was abandoned by his parents. The more Wu Qi said, the more he felt very right, and quickly stopped Zhang Qiling and told him and the Black Blind Man about this speculation. Xie Yuchen wanted to roll his eyes as he looked at Wu Qi's foolishness, but stopped because of his own upbringing. Fatty, keep an eye on Wu Qi and don't let him get close to Wanzhou. After explaining to Fatty Wang, Xie Yuchen looked at Wanzhou again. Wanzhou, Ren Qingqing worshipped you as his master before he died, and Wang Qi had no other thoughts about you. What about Wu Qi? What did you do to Wu Qi? Xie Yuchen was able to take charge of the Xie family, relying on his iron fist and thoughtful mind, and with a little thought about the words of the Black Blind Man, he knew why Zhang Qiling was so nervous. He was afraid of Wu Qi, afraid that Wu Qi would die for Wanzhou. When it came down to it, Wanzhou also understood the origin of Zhang Qiling's killing intent. It really scares the little two to death. Don't worry, Ren Qingqing was just an accident, Wu Qi will be fine. But obviously this explanation Xie Yuchen several people did not buy it, because the Black Blind Man's pistol was already pressed against Wanzhou's forehead, the corner of his mouth hooked up, but his voice revealed a chilling atmosphere. Boss Wan, if you don't explain, Blindy will show no mercy with this gun, said the man, turning on the pistol's safety. Wanzhou smiled back. He hates it when someone puts a gun to his head. If you shoot, Wu Qi will really die. Oh. Wu Xia. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, A Dagger in the Eye of the Beast. Wanzhou let out a bellowing cry. Wu Qi subconsciously looked at him, and Wanzhou's eyes once again turned purple, an incomparably pure purple color. The moment Wu Qi met Wanzhou's eyes, his brain seemed to have been hit hard, and his entire body lost its vigor, staring blankly at Wanzhou. The Black Blind Man was furious and punched Wanzhou in the small of his stomach. After a few days of tossing and turning, Wanzhou's body was already a bit poor, and he spat out a mouthful of blood under this blow, and his body physiologically wanted to curl up, but the ropes on his body that were binding him were restraining. The body trembled more than a few times, the rope strangled on Wanzhou's wrists and ankles, and the white skin was strangled with red marks. The Black Blind Man grabbed Wanzhou's hair and made Wanzhou's whole body lean back on the back of the chair. The other hand pressed the muzzle of the gun against Wanzhou's chin, and the small of the abdomen that was once again pulled made Wanzhou suck in another breath of cold air. Wanzhou coughed a few times, but he couldn't contain his excitement. Ha ha, Wu Qi, are you willing to die with me? The taste of blood in his mouth made Wanzhou's entire body excited, and he let out a nervous laugh from his throat, which made the blood-stained face look even more crazy. Wu Qi's unfocused eyes looked at Wanzhou. Good. Ha 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 ha, Master Black, shoot me, kill me, ha 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 ha. Manzhou is sick. The Black Blind Man frowned as he let go of Wanzhou to retreat back to Zhang Qiling and the others. Fatty Wang hugged Wu Qi tightly and didn't let Wu Qi go to Wanzhou. Looking at Wanzhou grinning like a madman, half of his face was still stained with Ren Qingqing's blood. At this moment Wanzhou was a demon in Fatty Wang's eyes. Wanzhou laughed out tears. Overusing his phantom pupil gave him a splitting headache, but he didn't care. The Black Blind Man leaned on Zhang Qiling and said softly, "Mute, he's not in the right state." Ding. Abnormal Taskmaster mental threshold detected, system protection on. A clear stream swept through Wanzhou's brain, and Wanzhou, who had been somewhat unable to control himself, finally returned to normal under this clear stream. Wanzhou hung his head and took a big gulp of air. Thank you, system. The system didn't reply to Wanzhou. Wanzhou looked up at the alert few people in front of him and revealed a helpless smile. I'm sorry, I just got sick and didn't control myself. I'm really sorry about Wu Wei. After saying this, Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi again, his pupils once again slightly purple. Wu Qi, sleep, after you wake up, you won't remember the memories of yesterday and today. Wanzhou didn't know how to release Wu Qi's control, but he felt that as long as he made Wu Qi forget about him being controlled, everything would be normal. Wu Qi collapsed into Fatty Wang's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Fatty Wang nodded to Xie Yuchen and the others, and Xieda left the place with the fainted bodies of Wu Qi and Ren Qingqing. Now there were only Wanzhou and Zhang Qiling, the black blind man, and Xie Yuchen standing in front of him. There was no need for the black blind man and the others to ask. Wanzhou spoke first this time. I got this ability by accident. I call it phantom pupil, and when I use it, I can hypnotize the person I'm looking at. I've hardly ever used it before. The first person I used it on was Wang Qi, and just now I used it on Ren Qingqing to make her commit suicide after she drank the talismanic water and woke up again. Just to be sure, I used 10% of my strength, not realizing that this ability would cause the hypnotized person to feel special emotions towards me. Don't worry, I've already erased the memories of being hypnotized on Wu Qi. He won't be the same as Ren Qingqing. How can we trust you? After all, not a word of truth comes out of your mouth. Xie Yuchen's face did not show a single sign of improvement. Wu Qi was important, not only because of the plan, but also because he was his brother. I know, you guys don't believe me, but I really can't give evidence right now. Maybe when Wu Qi wakes up, he'll be normal. What if he can't be normal? Xie Yuchen could no longer contain his anger and questioned Wanzhou in a cold voice. Wanzhou smiled. I'm in your hands, my life and death are in your hands, although the current me can't fully master the illusory pupil, but I may not be able to do so in the future. Besides, I don't want Wu Xie to obsess over me like a psychopath, and for my own sake, I'll make sure to make Wu Xie normal too. Was this also part of your plan to save your life? Connecting your life to Wu Qi's life, was that part of your plan? Xie Yuchen's questioning caused Wanzhou to freeze and just smile. Of course not, his bottom line is certainly not the life of Wu Qi. Wanzhou never wanted to kill Wu Qi, not in the past, not in the present, not in the future. Even after watching that clip from the future, he would not hurt Wu Qi. In other words, he couldn't kill Wu Qi, he couldn't even kill Xie Yuchen's few people. As long as he still wanted to live, Wu Qi and the others had to live in peace. But these could not be explained to Xie Yuchen and the others either. They would not believe it. No, Wu Wei will live well, that's the promise I give you, on my life. These words Wanzhou was looking at Zhang Qiling and said, even though Zhang Qiling had moved to kill him, Wanzhou still believed that Zhang Qiling would believe in his promise. Zhang Qiling stared at Wanzhou and did not say anything as the two of them just looked at each other. Zhang Qiling put the black gold away and sat back down. Xie Yuchen didn't say whether he believed or disbelieved, but Wanzhou could see both the black blind man and Xie Yuchen relaxing their tense bodies slightly after Zhang Qiling made his indication. Xie Yuchen changed the topic. Why did you kill Ren Qingqing? Wanzhou snorted. I'm kind of removing a big problem for you guys, right? Wasn't the timing of Ren Qingqing's appearance by your side coincidental? Either of you didn't have much of an impression of her before that, did you? As soon as she appeared, she solved your unknown dangers, was endowed with such singular powers, and was curt with you. This man has a bad heart. That's the consensus of a few of you, isn't it? Don't rush to deny it. Wanzhou stopped the words that Xie Yuchen had yet to say. The first time I killed Ren Qingqing, none of you wanted to kill me to avenge Ren Qingqing's death. If it were the other way around, if I had killed any of the five of you, I would have guessed that it would have been an extravagance for me to even think about dying. Which means that you didn't approve of Ren Qingqing, and her attempts to blend in with you guys were too abrupt, causing you to have suspicions about her. And I killed her, of course, because her powers were so terrifying that I wouldn't leave behind this threat to the Wang family. So it would be better for both you and me if I killed her. Xie Yuchen, the picture is endless, so now you've decided to remain a traitor to the Wang family. Wanzhou, don't say it so harshly. Haven't I always been a member of the Wang family? After all, I eat, drink and enjoy myself because the Wang family spends money for me, without benefits. How could I possibly favor you nine sex? What do you think? Wait. Xie Yuchen's sharp stop only caused the black blind man to lurch, but he acted as if he hadn't heard it, and his hands increased in strength. The sharp pain coming from his shoulder caused Wanzhou to bite his lips tightly, and a fresh sweet fishy taste welled up in his mouth once again. Zhang Qiling dodged to the side of the black blind man, his right hand stretched out and clutched the black blind man's wrist tightly, slightly exerting force, pulling out the tip of the knife that had already stabbed into Wanzhou's shoulder for a few minutes. Zhang Qiling looked at the black blind man, disapproval revealed in his eyes as he reached out his other hand to take away the black blind man's dagger. Blind man, can't you hear me? Don't you want your eyes? Xie Yuchen's exasperated voice sounded behind the duo. The black blind man loosened his hand that was clutching the dagger tightly and grinned at Zhang Qiling, mute, quite strong. Turning to look at a face of anger Xiaoyu-chen, the black blind man pretended to be a relaxed posture to tease him. Egu my big boss, blind this is not did not react to it do not gassen on. Xiaoyu-chen only left him with a sentence of wait for a while, and then he no longer cared about the black blind man, turning his head to look at Wanzhou whose shoulder was dyed with blood. Boss Wan, what do you mean by that? Ahem, naturally I have a way to cure the black blind man's eyes, don't forget that I can join the Wang family on the basis of my good medical skills. Since I can develop a longevity medicine, I have my own solution for a mere eye disease. After saying that, Wanzhou leaned on the back of the chair and closed his eyes, refusing to communicate with a few more people. He revealed that these were enough to save his life. Now he was in pain all over his body, and he was a little surprised to be able to hold on for so long that he was somewhat amazed at the unlimited potential of his body. A dungeon in the Xieclan was dark and damp, filled with the smell of rotting mold and the stench of blood. This place might have held people from the Wang family because Wanzhou found the universal markings among the Wang family in this cell. Wanzhou couldn't quite remember how he got here, probably dragged all the way in by the black blind man. This dungeon was too cold, there was only a folding bed with only wooden planks left and a somewhat moldy quilt. The injuries on Man Boat's body had only been treated hastily, and it was still the same clothes that had been repeatedly sprayed with blood, which had dried and rubbed hard against his skin. Alas, how many days will it take to live in a cell like this? In a daze, Wanzhou lost consciousness and his body gradually warmed up, getting hotter and hotter, but he still subconsciously wrapped the blanket and shrunk into a ball. Xiaoyu-chen sat quietly in his study, holding a document in his hands, but had not turned a page for a long time. Squeak! The sound of a wooden door being pushed came and a clatter of feet walked in. And you know to come to me. Hey, the boss is still mad? The person who came was none other than the black blind man who had just returned from the dungeon. He had an indebted smile on his face as he curtly came behind Xiaoyu-chen, his hands resting on his shoulders, his movements not too light and not too heavy as he pinched Xiaoyu-chen's shoulders. Been waiting for me long? Xiaoyu-chen turned a deaf ear to the black blind man's words and turned a page of the document in his hand. As soon as the black blind man pressed the document that Xiaoyu-chen was flipping through in his hands, his large face with sunglasses came up to Xiaoyu-chen's eyes and grinned. Master Xia, take a look at blind me. Xiaoyu-chen's face was expressionless as he pushed away the haphazard black blind man. Get out of the way. After saying that, he got up and went to the side of the tea table to brew a pot of tea, sipping the tea one mouthful at a time. The black blind man is not relentless, also followed leaning on the side of the tea table, special self-consciousness to take over the teapot to himself also poured a cup. Xiaoyu-chen looked at the black blind man. You clearly heard that Wanzhou had a way to cure your eye disease. Why didn't you stop? Don't give me sophistry, I want to hear the truth. The black blind man gave a lurch, really didn't react. Xiaoyu-chen knocked the tea light in his hand heavily on the tabletop. I only know that Nan blind on the road seems to have an eye disease. I haven't heard of any problems with the ears as well. You know how worried we are about you. You're always like this. Do you have to wait for the day you go blind? Xiaoyu-chen's words were only half spoken. He really didn't want to think about that possibility. Xiaoyu-chen was all tired and rarely removed his usual toughness. His eyes revealed a hint of sadness as he looked at the black blind man. Maybe that day will actually come, and you still won't take it to heart. The black blind man sighed. He hadn't seen Xiaoyu-chen like this for a long time. Alas, I know that you are all worried that blind me won't be able to survive that thing, but Wanzhou said it at a time like this. It must have been planned long ago. He might have expected that there would be a day when his identity would be discovered, and he waited for the chance to gain the initiative with this undercard. If we go along with him, we'll have to be held back by him in the future. Wu Qi's life is still in his hands, and blind me can't be a burden to you guys. Xiaoyu-chen pulled over the black blind man, grabbed him by the collar, staring straight at the black blind man, sharp eyes under the care that could not be concealed. He stared dead on, as if to see through the black blind man hidden under the sunglasses. What a liability! What a tiredness! Are your eyes your life, nothing in your heart? Blind man! Don't forget, you still owe me 100 sheep. I'm your proprietor, now you have to listen to me. I'll agree to all of Wanzhou's conditions. You follow him and give me a good eye treatment. Off! After saying that, he pushed the black blind man away. He was afraid that if he said any more he would not be able to resist punching this lifeless asshole. Listening to the black blind man gently close the door to his room, Xiaoyu-chen still couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 16, High Fever. Chapter 16, High Fever. How could Xiaoyu-chen not know that Wanzhou wanted to use the black blind man's eyes to clamp down on them? He also hesitated to trust Wanzhou, but over the years, he had sent quite a few squads to look for a cure for the black blind man's eye disease, and in the end, it was either a rumor or a failure. It's true that Man Boat is at least good at healing. What if he can actually heal this time? If we miss this opportunity, will the blind man have a chance to return to normal in the future? Xia Yuchen's heart sank as he thought again of those images Ren Xingqing presented in the mirror. The blind man's eyes can't be delayed any longer. Xia Yuchen decided to go to Wanzhou tomorrow to have a good talk. In fact, he wanted to go to see Wanzhou immediately, but the black blind man stopped him. The black blind man said, "First off, Wanzhou one night, to kill his sharpness." Xia Yuchen knew that this was an excuse. The blind man was afraid that he would fall into Wanzhou's trap because he was in a hurry. He also did lose some sense of proportion. Since Zhang Qiling did not stop the black blind man, he also let the black blind man go. I wonder how Wu Qi is doing. Thinking that he had arranged for Xie De to get a doctor to come and check him out, and hadn't heard the results by now, Xia Yuchen couldn't do any more in the study, and it would be fine to put off dealing with these documents for another day. Thinking of this, Xia Yuchen got up, grabbed his jacket and headed out of his room, all the way to the guest room. Wu Qi's room was crowded with people. The doctor carrying the medicine box was saying something to Fatty Wang and several others. When he saw Xia Yuchen come in, Xie De hurriedly went to his side to report the results of the doctor's examination to him. Dongjia, the youngest third master's body is not in any serious trouble. The doctor said that the youngest third master has some heart fire, and that he may have some anxiety and less sleep recently, so let's rest more. After Xie De finished his sentence, he carefully scanned the surroundings. Seeing that the doctor didn't pay attention to them, he ambled back to Xia Yuchen's ear and whispered, "I didn't tell the doctor about the matter of Junior Master Junior being hypnotized." The doctor diagnosed that Junior Master Junior fainting might be a brain problem, and suggested that he go to the hospital for a more detailed examination. Xia De finished retreating to the side, quietly waiting for Xia Yuchen's order. "You take the doctor to the dungeon to see Wanzhou." The black blind man's hand did not receive the force. "You let the doctor give him a treatment." Xia De led the way and was about to go up to greet the doctor and leave with him. "Wait." Xia Yuchen suddenly thought of Ren Xingqing's corpse and asked in passing, "What did you do with Ren Xingqing's corpse?" Placed in an empty house, should the family be notified immediately and arrangements made for cremation and burial? Where does she still have any family member? Her parents died early, supported by the family to go to school, an orphan. Xia Yuchen thought carefully about Ren Xingqing's family history and life experience, and thought of what Wanzhou said. First, put Ren Xingqing's body sealed, you as soon as possible to arrange for someone to exhaustively probe all of Ren Xingqing's experiences in these 20. He didn't light it, just held the cigarette to the tip of his nose and sniffed it gently. "Little brother, what do you think of Wanzhou's words?" Xia Yuchen, although the black blind man put harsh words, but he still wanted to listen to the thoughts of this northern mute. The black blind man recognition is not much, in front of this one counts as one, since he still has concerns in his heart, but also may wish to listen to the insights of the blind man, a good friend for many years. Zhang Qiling, credible. The two simple words caused Xia Yuchen's undulating mind to suddenly settle down. Zhang Qiling, the blind man has a number, there's no need to be too hasty. How can I not be in a hurry? I don't know how many people I've searched for over the years, how many tombs I've searched. I've tried all kinds of methods, but the blind man's eyes are still getting worse by the day. Now that it was so hard to find someone who said he could be cured, he was looking over his shoulder and even wanted to slice the person up. Little brother, tell me how there's no hurry. Xia Yuchen rubbed the cigarette fiercely in his hand, with a force that looked like he wanted to rub the black blind man into a ball as well. Zhang Qiling didn't say anything, and Xia Yuchen actually didn't want Zhang Qiling to relieve him of anything, come to think of it. He's just been holding it inside for too long and needs to find someone to let it out. Xia Yuchen approached Zhang Qiling, probably not only because he's a friend of the blind man, but also partly because of the empathy of the same disease. In some ways, how could Zhang Qiling not be just like him? Xia Yuchen slipped the cigarette ball into his pocket. Little brother, I will have a good talk with Zhou tomorrow and try my best to get him to treat the blind man. I know that you still have your own matters to deal with, and that you were able to spend so many days here also because of. Please. Zhang Qiling nodded gently. Xia Yuchen breathed a light sigh of relief. With Zhang Qiling's promise, the black blind man would at least agree to accept Wanzhou's treatment. Zhang Qiling, the doctor said that Wu Qi needs to go to the hospital. Xia Yuchen nodded. I heard Xie De say that the equipment here is too rudimentary to find out anything deeper, whether Wanzhou's hypnosis poses any threat to Wu Qi's brain or not. We still need to go to the hospital to check again. I just asked Xie De to take the doctor to the dungeon to treat the wounds on Wanzhou's body, and he woke up and vomited blood, so I guess there is some kind of change in the future, which I observed like a kind of backlash. He's been injured for the past few days, and the dungeon is cold, so don't die in the cell without anyone noticing. It's just that Ren Xingqing is dead, and what the two of them saw, no one knows anymore except Wanzhou himself. Xia Yuchen already didn't know how many times he had sighed. Ever since he captured Wanzhou back, things came one after another. Wanzhou was really a collection of troubles. I've already arranged for a vehicle, and when Sieta comes back with the doctor, I'll arrange for Wu Qi to go to Sie's hospital for a checkup. If you're not in a hurry, ask the blind man to go with you, just so the blind man's eyes can be double-checked. Zhang Qiling nodded his head in agreement, and seeing that Xie Yuchen didn't have anything more to say, he was about to turn around and go find the black blind man. Suddenly Sieta rushed out at a fast run, seeing Xie Yuchen's eyes light up, anxiously coming up to Xie Yuchen. Donger. It's not good. Mr. Wan has a high fever and is somewhat delirious. The doctor says he needs to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Zhang Qiling immediately said to Xie Yuchen, I'll go find the blind man. Then a black shadow flashed and the entire person disappeared before the eyes of the duo. Xie Yuchen, arrange for a car as soon as you can, and Wu Qi will go to the hospital together. Yes. Chapter 17, Awakening. Chapter 17, Awakening. Is he still awake? Wu Qi drank the black chicken soup that Fatty Wang had boiled all morning, although he didn't understand why he needed to drink black chicken soup to replenish his brain, but he drank it when Fatty told him to. He finished drinking and wiped a handful of greasy froth, looking towards Xie Yuchen, who was sitting on the side dealing with documents, and asked the question he didn't know how many times he had asked. Xie Yuchen put down the contract in his hand. He pinched his brows. Not yet. Wu Qi was puzzled. Didn't the doctor say that he should have woken up today? He's been sleeping for 2 days now. It's not like he had a fever that day and damaged his brain, right? I'm not sure, but there's always someone in his hospital room, and if he woke up he wouldn't have gone unnoticed. Xie Yuchen gently turned his neck in a stretching and relaxing motion. He had shifted his office to Wu Qi's hospital room. That night Wu Qi and Wan Zhou were admitted to the hospital under the name of the Xie family together, and Wu Qi was fine and sobered up the next day. It's just that Wan Zhou is not in a good state, and after examination, the high fever has been the best solution for the illness in him. At that time, Xie Yuchen got Wan Zhou's examination report for a long time without speaking: internal bleeding, multiple inflammation, bone fracture, multiple soft tissue contusions. Did the black blind man hit so hard? Nope. I was really collecting my strength when I grabbed him. It's that he's too delicate. The black blind man on the side felt Xie Yuchen's condemning sight and immediately assured himself that he definitely did not lay a hand on him. Xie Yuchen still believed in the black blind man's explanation, although he was not very reliable in many cases, but it was not like Wan Zhou and him had any personal grudges, and the black blind man was not the kind of person who was ruthless. If you let the people on the road know Xie Yuchen's evaluation of the black blind man, it is estimated that many people die will be angry to come to life. Even if they become corpses, they swindle to return to their souls, crawl to Xie Yuchen shouting, "Are you blind?" However, these injuries on the body of Wan Zhou is indeed not a black blind man intentionally messed up. Wan Zhou itself in the Wang family is not a combat sequence of personnel. He can be under the black blind man over a few strokes has been able to call quite impressive. After all, who cannot expect a doctor can rub a nuclear bomb with his bare hands? That's right, in Wan Zhou's eyes, it would be better to let him be able to do what it takes to break bread with the black blind man than to let him rub a nuclear bomb. Of course these words were unknown to Wan Zhou, who had already been pushed into the emergency room. Doctors will be Wan Zhou. Body internal and external injuries are carefully handled. Was pushed out of the emergency room. Wan Zhou, almost the entire upper body is wrapped in gauze. The right hand is still hung with a bottle infusion. As a result, Wan Zhou slept for 2 days. During this period, Wu Qi didn't know how many times he had heard Fatty Wang recite, "Wan Zhou is dangerous, don't go near him," but the more he said it, the more itchy he became. He had long known what Wan Zhou had done to him, and had also learned the contents of those memories he had lost from several people. Just one thing: what the hell are phantom pupils? Maybe it's a more advanced form of hypnosis? Or maybe it's the man-boat gene mutation? Wu Qi repeatedly recalled the bits and pieces of the past few years that he and Wan Zhou had spent together over the past few days, and in the end, he was adamant that Wan Zhou was a normal person, so he couldn't wait to meet Wan Zhou and see what that phantom pupil was. Wan Zhou ward. Zhang Qiling was sitting on the sofa in the VIP ward. He was holding his precious black gold in his hand, and in his other hand, he was holding the knife oil for maintaining swords and applying it on his sword. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling gave a start and looked up at the hospital bed not far away. The person on the bed's breathing changed. After Wan Zhou fell into a deep sleep, he had many light and strange dreams about many familiar people, both living and dead. That dead perverted instructor also appeared in Wan Zhou's dream. He was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his face was hideous. He shouted miserably for Wan Zhou to pay for his life. His rough palms gripped Wan Zhou's hand in death, dragging Wan Zhou towards the depths of the darkness with all his might. Wan Zhou fought to struggle, but more and more of the wronged souls who died at his hands or because of him appeared, crying his name in unison, countless pairs of bloody hands reaching out from the soles of his feet, the top of his head, front and back, left and right, and on all sides there were evil spirits who wanted him dead. They pulled on Wan Zhou's body, and the huge force that could not be resisted pulled Wan Zhou down towards the depths. Wan Zhou's strength to resist was getting weaker and weaker, and his brain was getting more and more chaotic. Wan Zhou didn't know how long had passed, and the moment he became conscious, all that was left in his ears was the echo of an old man, "Brat, live well." "Master." Wan Zhou opened his eyes, and what was reflected in his eyes was not the ceiling but a human face. A few minutes ago. Zhang Qiling heard Wan Zhou's breathing getting faster and faster and mumbling something in his mouth. He put down the black gold and walked to Wan Zhou's hospital bed. Wan Zhou on the bed had cold sweat coming out of his forehead, and his eyebrows were wrinkled together. His demeanor was very unsettled, and his mouth was slurring something. Zhang Qiling leaned over, his ear slightly close to Wan Zhou as he tried to listen to Wan Zhou's ravings. "Master, master." A hint of gloom flashed in Zhang Qiling's eyes as he was about to get up, only to see the man on the bed suddenly open his eyes. "Grass." Wan Zhou opened his eyes to see a human face almost close to him. He instantly sweated, blood rushed to his brain at once, adrenaline surged, and he quickly reacted by backing away. Boom. Hiss. Wan Zhou rubbed the back of his head. He had just subconsciously backed up and his head hit the wooden boards of the bed hard. The unspeakable pain made Wan Zhou wake up for a few moments, and he recognized this human face. "Zhang Qiling. You're sick." "Doctor, boss, everything is normal in this gentleman's data, he's out of danger." Xie Yuchen, his head. "Doctor, please don't worry, there is no major damage to his head, a common bump, there may be a slight concussion, a few days of recuperation and he'll be fine." Xie Yuchen nodded his head. The doctors of the Xie family were all very self-conscious. He saw that his boss did not have any more orders. He immediately excused himself and left. The person standing in this hospital room did not look like a good person. People like him should never meddle in other people's business, and should never be curious about what they should not know. This was the first thing to do when working in the Xie family hospital. With the doctor's departure, the only people left in the ward were Wan Zhou, who had slightly red eyes and lowered his head to study the handcuffs, Zhang Qiling, who stood at the side with an innocent face, as well as Xie Yuchen, Wu Xia, Wang Fatty, and the black blind man, who heard the sound and rushed here together with the doctor. Familiar recipes, familiar personnel. Tired of it, what's the main character group doing all right? Why don't the Wang family arrest me? Why are they surrounding me every day? Wan Zhou heard indignation, but he may have forgotten. Wuqi they can catch the Wang family, relying on the opening of Renqingqing, and now Renqingqing died. Wuqi several people do not surround the Wan Zhou, there is no one who can be surrounded. After all, they caught the number of people with the highest status of the Wan Zhou, in order to catch the tail of the Wang family, but not with the Wan Zhou a person to glean it. Chapter 18 Bad Nature. Chapter 18 A Bad Temperament. Sorry. Zhang Qiling watched as Wan Zhou kept refusing to look up at them, thinking that he was angry because he had just hit him so hard that it hurt too much. Zhang Qiling thought that it was not his fault and was just a coincidence, but after thinking about it for the sake of the black blind man's eyes, he still apologized to Wan Zhou. Wan Zhou clasped the shackles on his left wrist and returned Zhang Qiling's sentence that it was fine. He was still thinking about that dream. When he followed his master before, his master told him that this kind of dream that gets deeper and deeper the more he sleeps is actually the last struggle of the brain before death. So was he able to wake up because of his master? He seemed to hear his master's voice at the end of the day. The little old man had died a year before he crossed over to this world. Xie Yuchen looked at a bunch of people, did not say a word. Either he looked at him or he looked at him. How every time he has to break the silence off, Fatty Wang it. Xie Yuchen slanted a glance to the side, solved the case. Fatty Wang, this guy may really be scared by Wan Zhou. He is now covering Wuqi's mouth to death, resolutely not allowing Wuqi to talk to Wan Zhou. What about the black blind man? Usually he's a jerk, but today he's as quiet as a quail. Xie Yuchen slanted another glance to the other side and realized that the black blind man was holding the eye examination report and breaking his fingers to count the money. He reviewed his eyes in the past few days. The doctor gave him a change on the basis of the previous prescription, added a few expensive herbs. Originally the black blind man earned most of the money spent on this prescription, and now to spend some more money, he is counting the bank card in his hand, but also be able to drink a few times the medicine. Xie Yuchen was helpless. Getting the mute to talk was impossible, so he could only go on his own. Boss Wan, during the 2 days you were unconscious, many forces outside were not honest. Wan Zhou looked up, reflected in the eyes of a few people with different postures. Wuqi and Wang Fatty are twisted and hugged together, the black blind man shrinking in the corner to draw circles. Xie Yuchen under the eyes of the black eyes can cost national treasures. See, you guys do have a lot to lose, and everyone else is out of sorts except you. Xie Yuchen. Boss Wan, guess who's behind these forces? Wanzhou suddenly realized that his brain wasn't at home just now. He understood what Xie Yuchen meant. The Wang family, well, if they can give you guys this much of a headache, they must be the ones who are behind it. Boss Xie, just say what you have to say. I don't see you guys have much energy to beat around the bush with me. Just do it. It's not like I'm someone who needs to be on the defensive. We're in a cooperative relationship now. Wanzhou adjusted his posture so that he could lean comfortably on the bed and raised an eyebrow at Xie Yuchen. He probably guessed what Xie Yuchen was going to say. It's rare that little Nine has something for him. Xie Yuchen was exasperated by Wanzhou. How can this person's nature be so shameless? And there is no need to be on guard. And there is also a partnership, yuck. This man is not pretending at all now that he is facing them, and he dares to say anything shameless. Looking at the black blind man who was still in the corner emo, Xie Yuchen is even more furious. Who is he doing this for, this asshole? He took a few deep breaths, and Xie Yuchen felt like his old injuries were coming back, and the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't swallow the breath. Lifting his leg, he kicked the black blind man with not too much force, enough to let him know what he meant. The black blind man patted the dust on his calf and turned to Wanzhou with a big brilliant white tooth. Boss won. Wanzhou winced and scared Silver. Stop. Wanzhou immediately made a backward gesture. Xie Yuchen, you're so uncouth. If you have a favor to ask of me, just say it directly. You have to put out this big black rat to diaphragm me. The corners of the black blind man's mouth trembled. He is still here, directly to the face of people to say bad things. This is good? In the end, who is not speaking Xie Yuchen pushed the black blind man aside. Wanzhou, open up the window and say the truth. The Wang family is very aggressive about wanting your life. I didn't bail you out just to pull the wool over your eyes. It was your own promise. We protect you. You heal the black blind man's eyes. Wanzhou smiled. Master Xiaojiu, this was the condition 2 days ago. Now I'm not asking for this. Holy, elder brother Wan, how come I just realized that you were such a person? How are you so shameless? Fatty Wang, who did not allow Wu Qi to communicate with Wanzhou, did not hold back from disliking Wanzhou. Wanzhou didn't care at all. I've always been this kind of person. Before that was in order to get close to you guys and gain your trust. It was not easy for me to pretend for so long. Now since my identity has been exposed, of course I don't want to pretend anymore. Fatty Wang's jaw dropped in shock. You weren't this nasty when we first got you back. You were in a coma for 2 days and suddenly had a life lesson and then let yourself go and decided to walk around but naked? Damn fatso, you're the one walking around but naked. You're walking around but naked with Wu Qi. Zhang Qiling? Wanzhou let out a disdainful sneer as he looked at Wu Qi, who was covered by Fatty Wang to prevent him from speaking. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll mercifully explain to you that after my identity is exposed, if I pretend to defect, I can still use my persona to trick you into believing that I still have a chance to escape back to the Wang family. Now, I killed Ren Qingqing, but also used the phantom pupil to control Wu Qi, in order to save his life. I also admitted that I can save the life of the black blind man. This persona how to set up, you cannot let me free, and then pretend to go on is indeed meaning. I am of great value to you, more than you can imagine, and as I can be provided for in the Wang family, I am bound to have the means to make you provide for me as well. So, I won't pretend anymore. You won't kill me no matter how bad I am. On the contrary, you'll have to feed me well. Wanzhou seemed to be in a really good mood. His tone was full of confidence, making Xie Yuchen frown straight away. You're so sure you can cure the blind man's eyes, you may not realize that we're not really powerless over them. It's just a little more convenient to have you do it. Being able to cure an eye disease doesn't really keep you from dying, and you even had the audacity to make demands of us. What gave you the confidence? It's Fish Leon, no, crosstalk. Wanzhou hastily yanked back his runaway thoughts, pondering more than once that he might have more than just mania. It's time for the psychiatrist to make arrangements. But now is not the time to consider this. Xie Yuchen wanted to know his value, then he let the protagonist group know that he, Wanzhou, can survive in this world until now, relying on real hard skills. He let out a soft chuckle. The life of the black blind man is not enough. What about adding Zhang Qiling? Chapter 19, Branch Line Tasks. Chapter 19. Branch Quests. Shocked by Wanzhou's words, Fatty Wang subconsciously let go of his hand, and Wu Qi saw the opportunity to break free from Fatty Wang's hands. Wu Qi rushed to Wanzhou in a few steps and questioned Wanzhou in a stern voice. What do you mean by that? Zhang Qiling reached out and stopped Wu Qi, not letting him rush straight to Wanzhou. Wu Qi hugged Zhang Qiling to stop his arm, his mouth chattering. Wanzhou, you give me a clear explanation. What exactly do you mean, little brother? Don't stop me. Fat man, don't pull me, fat man. Looking at Fatty Wang pulling on the hem of Wu Qi's blouse, struggling to tug Wu Qi back, with a look of caution revealed to him in his eyes, Wanzhou rolled his eyes. There's no need to be so wary of me. When I say that Wu Qi is normal, he's normal. Look at him now. How can he have any special feelings for me? I guess there's someone else who has feelings, don't you think so? Great Patriarch Shang. Wan Zhou passed a look to Zhang Qiling. Seeing that Zhang Qiling ignored him, Wan Zhou skimmed his lips, secretly saying that it was really a mute and the other one was also a log. Don't you talk about things, just get it straight. What's wrong with little brother? Is there something wrong with his body? You know, medicine. Are you seeing something? Wu Qi's heart is now filled with worry about Zhang Qiling. Is there an old injury on his little brother? Or is it poisoned? Is it hard for Wan Zhou to see little brother in danger in the future? Wu Xia couldn't control his rambling thoughts. In his life, the best friends he really had a lifelong friendship with were little brother and Fatty. Little brother had always been synonymous with power in his mind, and Wu Qi simply couldn't figure out what would threaten little brother's life. Wan Zhou looked at Wu Qi's thoughts drifting around and knew that he should be thinking wrongly, but just in time. Strike while the iron is hot and get the benefits first. I say this for no other reason than to let you know that I hold a lot more than you think, and whether or not you can get it from me depends on how much you can give. No wonder Wang Sui is willing to be the Riddler. This is so cool. Wan Zhou suddenly understood at this moment why Wang Sui, that dog, was so willing to say something ambiguous, so it turned out that it was really fun to watch others scratch their ears. Wan Zhou, you. Wu Xia. Wu Qi looked like he was infuriated by Wan Zhou, but was stopped by Xia Yuchen, who stopped Wu Qi from saying what he hadn't said yet. Xia Yuchen saw that Wan Zhou was trying to make demands after going around in circles with them. Wan Zhou, state your conditions. Wan Zhou straightened up, finally getting to the point, and his expression became a bit more serious. If you want me to cure the black blind man, firstly, you have to run my tea house for me. I still have a lot of unfinished orders. It's better to let me go back. A lot of my medicinal herbs and tools are in the Cloud Chamberlain. They are indispensable in order to cure the eye disease. Second, release Winky. Third, you have to keep me safe. The Wang family won't give up looking for me. For the sake of our cooperation, my life depends. Wu Qi stared at Zhang Qiling, who was standing aside cozying up to the mushrooms, with a pair of doggy eyes that were watery. Little brother. Zhang Qiling was also a bit overwhelmed. He seemed to have hidden many things from Wu Qi. Which one was Wan Zhou talking about? Fatty Wang hastened to come out to round off the scene. This friendship boat cannot let Wan Zhou 3 words to overturn Ah. AI, Wu Qi, we still don't know what kind of person little brother is. He is a sawed-off gourd with a bad memory. What do you expect him to explain? Besides, what we both don't know, do you think Wan Zhou? And just now, the system came back with another quest, so Wan Zhou took the opportunity to let Wu Qi and the others leave, giving him time to check the quest requirements. Ding, side quest released. Please ask the taskmaster to stop Zhang Qiling from guarding the door for 10 years. Failure of the mission deducts 10,000 points. Note that if the points are negative, the system will wipe out the missioner. Wan Zhou? What? What did the system say? It's like he just went blind and deaf. He remembered that it seemed like Zhang Qiling was going to go to jail in August this year, right? That's about 6 months away, which is plenty of time. But the question was, could he stop Zhang Qiling from going to the Bronze Gate? Where did he get such a big face? 1,000 words in Wan Zhou's mind finally coalesced into a heartfelt spit. System. You're sick. Chapter 20, The Origins of the Affair. Chapter 20, The Origin of the Matter. The few people who left Wan Zhou's hospital room, Xia Yuchen, gathered back to Wu Qi's hospital room. They were either sitting or standing, but their eyes were more or less wandering between the two, Zhang Qiling and Wu Qi. Because the atmosphere between the two was too weird, Wu Qi huffed and puffed and stared at Zhang Qiling, but Zhang Qiling kept his head down and fumed. Wu Qi made the first move. Little brother, what did Wan Zhou mean by that? There's something you didn't tell me. Wu Xia aggrieved, Wu Xia angry, Wu Xia nesting questioned. He said you want to go to Changbai Mountain. Go to Changbai Mountain for what? This season Changbai Mountain is so cold, and the snow closed the mountain. The road is not good, it is too dangerous. Little brother, you are what urgent things, must go now. I'll ask the doctor later, wait a few days and I'll pack up and go with you. Zhang Qiling pursed his lips. He was pondering whether to tell Wu Xia now. His plan was completely disrupted by Wan Zhou, in his prediction, at least until the day he was going to tell Wu Xia. Wu Qi looked at Zhang Qiling's hesitation and secretly pondered in his heart whether he needed to add another fire. In fact, Wu Qi had guessed something approximately when he heard Wan Zhou say the words Changbai Mountain because he had seen Zhang Qiling go to Changbai Mountain in the future. WU Evil Recollections. A month ago, Wu Qi had just found out the basement of Wu San Province's house and figured out the plans of Wu Xia's 2 families over the years and his mission in the plan. He was still wearing the mask of Wu San Province at that time, taking care of the business under Uncle San, at least until Uncle San returned. He couldn't lose all the stores left by his grandfather. That afternoon, he returned to Washanju early on a rare occasion and was thinking of taking a good rest after all. He had been working back-to-back for 3 days prior to that. Wu Shanju's door but suddenly knocked. Wang Meng was downstairs watching the store. Wu Qi did not take care of it, but not a moment later his own house door was knocked. Wang Meng's voice rang out, "Third master, there are 2 people outside who said that they were introduced by an acquaintance, and asked you if you accept old objects." Wu Qi frowned. "What object?" "Wang Meng, those 2 people insisted that you look at it yourself, see if you have time, I've asked them to wait downstairs." Wu Qi was very impatient. It was not easy for him to take a break and rest. These 2 people really know how to find time. He originally wanted to let Wang Meng dismiss them, but thinking that it was an acquaintance of Uncle San's who introduced them, he finally decided to go down and take a look. Wu Qi went downstairs and saw 2 strange men were sitting on a stool with 2 cups of white boiled water in front of them. Wu Qi was embarrassed in his heart. Wu Shanju was operating in a slump, and he hadn't gone to Wanzhou's place to buy tea for a long time. "Ha ha ha, where are you 2 from? I heard the clerk say that you have some aged objects in your hands. Can you let me take a look at them?" Wu Qi put a warm smile on his face and reached out to shake hands with the 2 men. One of the thinner men got up and shook Wu Qi's hand, also approaching Wu Qi affectionately. The distance between the 2 was a little too close. Wu Qi frowned slightly and was about to retreat and pull away when a familiar voice came to his ears. "Wu Qi, this is Xie Yuchen. I have something important to discuss." Wu Qi's heart was startled. "Little Flower? How did Little Flower find us? Still wearing a human skin mask?" "Ha, Wu boss, we 2 northern people, I heard that this side of the collection of high prices, but also acquaintances introduced, this is looking for over, just this object is precious, to not go upstairs to see." Xia Yuchen's eyes signaled, it's not convenient to talk downstairs, and Wu Qi understood. "Wang Meng, why don't you get off work for today and close the store, we won't be welcoming customers today." Wang Meng was cheerful, "Okay third master." Wu Qi led the 2 upstairs to the study. Closing the door, Wu Qi turned around and was about to ask Xie Yuchen, but was interrupted by a gesture from Xie Yuchen, signaling Wu Qi to keep quiet. Wu Qi swallowed his words of inquiry and watched the 2 men first draw the curtains and then carefully felt all over the study. Wu Qi looked shocked. They were looking for a listening device. My identity exposed? Being targeted? Wu Qi was still pondering in his mind where he had revealed himself, when he saw Xie Yuchen and another man finish their search, signaling that it was safe to do so, and then removing their human skin masks. The other person is clearly a black blind man who has not been seen since the 4 Girls Mountains. "Little Flower, Master Black, what's the situation, why are you 2 here undressed?" Wu Qi was even more puzzled. What was there to be so covered up? Xie Yuchen also didn't wait for Wu Qi to ask. He told Wu Qi in detail what had happened to him in the past few days. It turned out that after Xie Yuchen left the Zhang family's ancient building, because he was seriously injured, he recuperated in a foreign hospital for a long time, and was later transferred back to China. A few days ago, Xie suddenly came to the hospital to find him, saying that a distant relative of the Xie family who had returned from studying abroad was coming to visit him. Xie Yuchen looked at Xie and gestured for him to continue, as he knew that Xie understood his character, and that if it was not necessary, it was just a foreign relative who would definitely not come to disturb his recuperation. Xieda's face showed hesitation, but he still weighed his words. "Dongjia, I checked her file, the woman's name is Ren Qingqing, her mother is your 4th uncle's sister, the couple died when Ren Qingqing was very young, and was later supported by the Xie family for school, and only recently returned from abroad. A few days ago, I met her when I went to take care of business at the store at the end of East Lane Street, and she told me that the Xie family was in great trouble, and of course I wouldn't believe such words, but she told me many more things that day that outsiders don't know. Even what color I was wearing in my underwear that day." Xie said here, ears are red, let a little girl say the color of their panties, Xie no matter how fierce and steady cannot top ah. Xie Yuchen gave Xie a strange look, and then you believed it? Xie hurriedly assured, of course not, even if she counted me as much as I wouldn't believe, and then she may also feel that this can't persuade me. She turned around the store a few times, and then pointed to the store that has been working for 7 years. Xiao Zhao said that this person is a spy. I definitely won't believe it either, but it turned out that she directly said that Xiao Zhao is not Xiao Zhao, but is called Wang Xiaojiao, and then said a bunch of inexplicable words, mentioned something about the Wang family, and poured a bottle of strange potion on his face, and then ripped off a layer of human skin mask from Xiao Zhao's face. Xiao Zhao, also known as Wang Ziyajutsu, tried to run, but I pressed him down, and I interrogated him urgently, but his mouth was too hard, and I didn't ask him anything. Ren Qingqing says she has a solution, and she gives Wang Xiaojiao something to drink before both of them pass out. When Ren Qingqing woke up, Wang Ziyajutsu looked like she had figured something out and answered whatever Ren Qingqing asked. The more Xiaoyu listened, the more his brows frowned. He looked at Xiede a few more times. It didn't look like he was out of sorts. Then what he said was true. In that case, this person really did have a need to meet. This Rin Xingqing is quite weird. Make arrangements. I'll be discharged from the hospital today, and have her meet me at Xie's house tomorrow. Hearing this, Wu Qi also looked surprised. Is this Rin Xingqing really so evil? Is he a Taoist priest? He can calculate everything? Xiaoyu shook his head. This is not the most peculiar. The next day Rin Xingqing came to the Xie family. Chapter 21. The two discuss Rin Xingqing. Xiaoyu, the next day, that Rin Xingqing followed Xiede in, looking a bit older and more lively than the photo on the file. She has a simple air about her, not like someone who hangs out in our circles. After I was discharged from the hospital that day, I asked someone to check this Wang family, did not find out much information, only to inquire. In the old generation of the 9 doors has been vaguely circulating a statement. It is said that outside of the 9 doors there is also a 10th door that has been hidden behind the scenes. In my early years, when I was studying with my master, I once happened to overhear him talking to Vice Admiral Zhang, and I think he mentioned this 10th gate. This Wang family is so mysterious that even we in the 9th sect don't know much about it, but this orphan girl studying abroad knows a lot about the Wang family. Suspicious. Xiaoyu, she said that Xie Laoshi was her uncle, and that she had just returned home after getting a degree in psychology from abroad. Moreover, I could sense that this Rin Xingqing had known me for a long time, but I had no impression of her. I talked to her and she had little defense of herself, to the point where she may not have even realized I was setting her up. Xiaoyu recalled this and saw that Wu Qi seemed to be thinking about something, so he stopped and waited for Wu Qi to speak. Wu Qi interjected, this Rin Xingqing is too simple, this is very wrong. Isn't that 4th uncle of yours always making small moves behind your back? Rin Xingqing is your 4th uncle's niece, yet she's not defending herself against you at all, even though she stayed away from the Xie family's fights long ago. There hasn't been any socialization between the two of you, so how is it that she's so friendly to you? Xiaoyu took a sip of the tea brewed by the black blind man, and Wu Qi rolled his eyes at the tea he took from his own desk, but didn't brew it for him first. Xiaoyu, I initially wondered if she had ulterior motives, but then I realized that she should be really stupid. She said that she admired us, had heard of your Iron Triangle's reputation, and also admired the skills of the black blind man and me, and had long wanted to get to know a few of us. Ren Xingqing said that she learned this skill of being able to recognize undercover agents from following a descendant of the Qi family from abroad, saying that it's just some simple people reading techniques, plus she majored in psychology, and she can tell if a person is harboring evil intentions with a few glances. Wu Qi, Qi family descendant? Isn't there only one Qi left in the Qi family, and he's still missing? How did this Rin Xingqing meet a Qi family descendant? Xiaoyu, her explanation is that she met by chance, and that person is actually just a house servant that Qi Baji once collected abroad, and was fortunate enough to follow Baji to learn some skin, Ren Xingqing, and that person's friendship is good, and was known by it that she is a member of the Xie family, so she made a good karma, and followed that person to learn the Qimen Bagua for a period of time. Wu Qi nodded. The logic of this reason made sense, it was just a bit too coincidental. Xiaoyu, that Xiao Zhao who was arrested, has also been a long-time laborer in the Xie family for many years. The store in trance I arranged for him to go to was an important channel of information. When I first took him in I also carefully checked his background, he's an ordinary person. In that Wang Xiajutsu's account, he was assigned by the Wang family, and as early as 4 years ago, he found an opportunity to replace Xiao Zhao's identity, and has been hiding in the Xie family, passing on a lot of information. Ren Xingqing told me that there are quite a few more people like Wang Xiaojiu in the 9 gates, which is why she suddenly approached me. It seems that this Xie family of mine has attracted a lot of pests. Xiaoyu looked puzzled, and Wu Qi knew that with Xiaoyu's nature, he was bound to have conducted a major screening when he knew that there was an internal problem, and the fact that he came to find himself today meant that the results were not satisfactory. Wu Qi, what kind of existence is that Wang family? Xiaoyu shook his head. Ren Xingqing said that she didn't know much, she only knew that the Wang family was founded by Wang Zhanghai and had been hiding behind the scenes, and that both the 9 sect and the Zhang family's decline had their handiwork. Wu Qi's expression was grave. He knew why Xiaoyu and the black blind man came to see him today in this outfit. The Wang family could be said to have their hands full. That means I'm being watched too. Xiaoyu nodded. Although I haven't found those rats yet, it's certain that a few of us are being watched. Wu Qi, so you guys came to me today for this Wang family, right? Xiaoyu nodded. That's right, Wu Qi, you need to restore your identity ahead of time. I'm not sure who all the watchers are around you, but Ren Xingqing has a way to find out, so I need you to restore your identity and go to Kyoto to find me as Wu Qi, and I'll help you to take care of all the business in Wusan province first. Wu Qi was a bit puzzled. Why do you want me to go to Kyoto? If it's to rely on Ren Xingqing to find out the trace of the Wang family members, then secretly letting Ren Xingqing come to Hangzhou would be it. Xiaoyu-chen, this is a bit hard to explain. You remember I said that Wang Xiaojutsu wasn't cooperative at first, but after Rin Xingqing gave him a strange water to drink, when he woke up, he answered Rin Xingqing's questions. Wu Qi, I remember, but that only means that Rin Xingqing has some special techniques in interrogation. Xiaoyu-chen continued, don't you think carefully about how special this means is? Wu Wei guessed, hearing water? Truth-telling agent? Xiaoyu-chen shook his head, I checked, none of them are, that's why I want you to go to Kyoto. Ren Qingqing's tactics are too weird, with her naive nature and clean background she shouldn't be so with the Wang family's affairs, and she said that the Xie family is in trouble, and the Nine sect is in trouble, but the specifics need to be met with me, Blindy in your iron triangle before we can talk. Of course, at that time, Wu Qi didn't even know about Wanzhou's identity, and before he went to the cloud room guest, he went to a few other stores to buy some Hangzhou specialties, and he also talked to those shopkeepers about his itinerary. Getting on a plane to Beijing, Wu Qi doesn't yet know that once again, back in Hangzhou, he discovers another deception in his life that he can't accept. Chapter 22, The Gathering of the Five. Wu Qi got off the plane and went straight to Xie's hospital, doing a full set of drama. Xiaoyu-chen arranged for his double to go to the hospital to pretend that he had been recuperating in the hospital after meeting Rin Xingqing. Wu Xia and Xiaoyu-chen meet at the hospital. Xiaoyu-chen, I've asked the black blind man to keep an eye on Rin Xingqing, now I need you to contact Fatty Wang and ask him to come to the capital to look for us as well. Wu Qi was a bit embarrassed, little flower, you know Wang Fatty's situation, ever since Yun Kai disappeared, Wang Fatty has been searching for her whereabouts in Benai, and I heard that he has lost a few loses of weight. I'm afraid it would be a bad reason to call him back now. Xiaoyu-chen was speechless, this hairy little man of his really made him laugh sometimes. Wu Qi, I sometimes really want to know if you're really missing a string, do you think there's any Wang family's handiwork behind these tombs you've been laying these past few years? Wu Xie's heart was shocked, he thought back to these years since the 7-star Lu Wang Palace, it seems that they cannot be separated from Wang Zhanghai this person, and Wang Zhanghai is the one who founded the Wang family, or in the world there are so many coincidences. What you mean is that there is also the Wang family in the Guangxi Benai matter, maybe Yun Kai's disappearance is also related to the Wang family, but in case Yun Kai is a member of the Wang family, will it be hard for Fatty to accept it if he knows about it? Wu Qi suddenly worried about Fatty Wang, this brother of his is not easy to have a girl on the heart, originally his unknown disappearance, he can still comfort Fatty there is a chance to be able to find people, now if you say that Yun Kai may be the 9 sex rivals the Wang family, he is really afraid that Fatty Wang cannot accept it. Xiaoyu-chen cast a sidelong glance at Wu Qi, are you stupid, if Yun Kai was a member of the Wang family, she definitely wouldn't have disappeared, on the contrary, she would definitely be with Fatty, it's not easy for them to have a chance to penetrate our inner circle, how could they let it go? Now instead it's likely that Yun Kai was taken by the Wang family, you need to tell Fatty Wang about this, we need to focus on smashing the Wang family, maybe there will be news of Yun Kai. Wu Qi listened to Xiaoyu-chen's analysis and slapped his thighs, he was really out of his mind, he couldn't think of such a simple thing, and immediately said that he would immediately call Fatty Wang. Xiaoyu-chen looked at Wu Qi's excited back, smiled and shook his head, Wu Qi is not a stupid person, he is more perceptive than many people, it is just easy to be emotionally washed out of his mind. Once he encountered the fat man and that black-faced little brother, his brain is easy to turn the corner. After Wu Qi finished the call, he looked at Xiaoyu-chen with a sad face again, little flower, Fatty will probably arrive tonight, but how can I contact little brother, since the farewell of the Zheng family's ancient building, I haven't heard from little brother anymore. Xiaoyu-chen, don't worry, Ren Xingqing said that she has a way to contact little brother, and this is also an opportunity for us to observe her abilities. In the evening, Fatty Wang rushed to the hospital, he also made a disguise, dusty, his face is exhausted, his beard is emerging, like a long time without taking care of it. Benai left behind the double that Xiaoyu-chen had arranged for Fatty Wang, and was still proceeding to search for the clouds in order to prevent the Wang family from discovering anything unusual. The black blind man also received a call from Xiaoyu-chen, and led Ren Xingqing to avoid many eyes in a row, and tumbled into the hospital from a hidden place. Seeing that Zhang Qiling was the only one missing, Ren Xingqing performed a 1,000-mile transmission in front of the four without saying a word. To be precise, it was she who, with the help of the bandage stained with Zhang Qiling's blood given by Fatty Wang, utilized the system to figure out Zhang Qiling's exact location, and then kept tracking it, waiting until Zhang Qiling passed by a person, she found out the person's phone number and called, and when the person picked it up, she heard Ren Xingqing's unimaginative shouting in the earpiece, little brother. Something has happened to Wu Tianjin. Quickly come to the hospital of the Hua family in Jingdu. Ren Xingqing, who hung up the phone, was still showing off her caution, shouting all the pronouns she used. Of course it was impossible for Zhang Qiling to have someone following him around, but she was still just in case. This hand not only shocked the four Wu Qi, but also silenced Zhang Qiling. Of course, do not ask why Fatty Wang will have Zhang Qiling's things. Ask is Fatty think that the bandages on the little brother thrown away is also a waste, might as well give him to use. This stayed until now. When the bandage was taken by Rin Qingqing, Fatty Wang was still very reluctant to part with it. After all, this bandage accompanied him through the lonely days and nights, and he had gotten used to hugging it to sleep at night. Listening to Fatty Wang's pretentious explanation, Wu Qi rolled his eyes countless times, ruthlessly snatched Rin Qingqing's already used up bandage, and despite Fatty Wang's obstruction, threw the bandage into the trash can outside. Zhang Qiling, who was far away in a small town in the west, pondered for a long time, but still put down the matter at hand and rushed towards Kyoto overnight. He didn't know what method Zhang Qiling had used, and while Wu Qi and the others were still indulging in stickers, he was already standing at the entrance of the ward watching Wu Qi and the others. Fatty Wang lifted his head, which was rooted into a poker, up and looked at Zhang Qiling in the doorway, and the paper strips plastered all over his face rustled down a few as he did so. Wu Qi hastily took off the white strips on his face, and next time he will never fight the black blind man with the landlord again. He and the fat man together cannot beat him, and his pocket lost more than his face is clean. Fatty Wang, little brother, you're really fast. You called the night before last and arrived this morning. The black blind man knew that this card could not be played, and also packed up, and greeted Zhang Qiling, who was standing at the door. Mute, come in and talk, I'm going to look for Xie Yuchen. Zhang Qiling walked into the hospital room and came in front of Wu Qi, carefully sizing him up. You're fine. What Wu Qi and the others didn't know was that Zhang Qiling had actually gone to Hangzhou first to explore Wu Shanju, and only after realizing that Wu Qi really wasn't there did he rush to Kyoto again. Wu Qi saw Zhang Qiling's coat and hat was a bit messy, knew that he had gotten the news and then came without stopping for a moment, and immediately sighed. This brother of his really did not pay in vain. He tidied up Zhang Qiling's coat and hat, pulled the man aside to sit down, and gave Zhang Qiling a detailed account of what had happened in the past few days. Zhang Qiling's eyes hidden under the bottle cap flashed when he heard the Wang family. Knowing that the last person had arrived, Xie Yuchen brought Rin Qingqing to the ward where several people were resting as well. The aftermath would be simple. Rin Qingqing's purpose of wanting to meet a few people had been achieved, and her raider quest could be opened smoothly, so naturally, she would do her best to help the 5 people in order to gain their goodwill. Except she forgot one thing: too much enthusiasm is going to make people more wary. Rin Qingqing busy, with the power of the system, to Xie Yuchen uncovered a lot of hidden in the Xie family Wang family, but several people in the good sense value has not risen much. The highest are Fatty Wang. She also had in 666 spit out, a few other people iron-hearted, on the fat mother of the most warm-hearted. Only what she didn't know was that Fatty Wang had a crush on her simply because her presence represented the prospect of finding the clouds. This predicament of Rin Qingqing was broken after that system upgrade. After another system update, 666 got the props for peering into the future from the immortal system, and the heaven-peeping mirror that is only available in the immortal world, which also laid a solid foundation for Rin Qingqing to fool Wu Qi several people later. Chapter 23, False Confessions. A ward in the deepest part of the top floor of the hospital. At the request of Rin Qingqing, the ward was temporarily converted into a secret room, with most of the original instruments retained. Only a few extra chairs were added, and the windows were sealed, and a layer of soundproofing cotton was added. The reason that could make Xie Yuchen so cooperative with Rin Qingqing's request was still because of a system update from 666 that day. That day happened to be the day after the call to Zhang Qiling, and it was also when Zhang Qiling had just arrived in Hangzhou. Before the update, 666 told Rin Qingqing that their collective system training this time lasted for 5 days, and they went to the immortal cultivation session where an extraordinarily bullish system Big Brother is located. 666 has some friendship with that Big Brother, and Rin Qingqing can tell it if there is anything he wants, and it will try to bring it back to Rin Qingqing. Rin Qingqing thought about it. Her biggest difficulty right now was that the 5 people in the protagonist group were very detached from her, probably still harboring a sense of defensiveness towards her. If only there was a way to get Wu Qi and the others to trust her. 666, is there any magic weapon in the immortal cultivation world that can make people fall in love with someone straight away? Please don't think about getting something for nothing. This kind of speculative props will be detected by the main system to give punishment. Rin Qingqing heard 666 say so, and also rested his mind, completely without an opening to drill. So, little Rocco, can you bring back a magic weapon that can allow me to see the future with the protagonist group? It's okay, but what's the point? Of course it's useful, and it might even be a top scoring tool. Think about it, I came to this world to raid them, so I'm sure I won't betray them, and I'll still be good to them out of my heart, just like I'm helping them hustle to catch the Wangs right now. But it takes me a long time to impress them when I do that. But if there is a magic weapon that can see into the future, they will definitely see me consistently accompanying them in the future, being the only pure white jasmine flower in the world of pirated pens, and just based on the fact that I have always been their licking dog, they will definitely let down their guard against me, and will at least be willing to try and accept me, which is better than the current situation where I can't even see their faces. With a magic weapon that can see into the future, I'll be taking another big step forward in my rating endeavors. 666 was incredibly moved, oh my god. Host. You actually have such a level-headed day. You wait. I'll definitely bring back the magic treasure you asked for in this training. Ren Xingqing, who was assured by 666, approached Xie Yuchen, who was about to start perfecting her persona. Ren Xingqing, cousin Xie, these days I have measured the future trends again, and the Xie family's crisis has not been lifted. As you know, I studied psychology. I can tell that you and Wu Qi and the others still don't trust me that much, and I know that the timing of my appearance is a bit of a coincidence. But I have been able to grow up safely all these years, and to study abroad, all because of the Xie family's financial support, and to be a man, you have to know how to repay your kindness, and originally I didn't want to say too much. What I wanted was to see people's hearts as the day goes by, and when we get along for a little while longer, you'll let your guard down against me. However, my divination in the past few days is really not optimistic, Xie family. Because of this, I've always been afraid of dreaming since I was a kid, and sometimes I can't tell if I'm really dreaming about the future or if it's just a figment of my imagination because I'm so grieving the loss of my parents, so I majored in psychology abroad in the hopes of figuring out what's so special about me. Until I had another dream where I would be at an intersection where a black man snatched my backpack, and it was a kind passerby who took me to the J Bureau to report the incident, and that man became my. After all, Xie Yuchen had to rely on the tomb to earn the status of the Xie family in earlier years. He had long experienced a lot of phenomena that could not be explained by science, and even many of the Xie family's store locations and residential decoration had invited Mr. Feng Shui to do the guidance. Ren Xingqing's words were not so difficult to accept. Xie Yuchen, so, you asked me to bring Wu Qi and the four of them here the other day because you wanted to choose someone from the five of us to enter your dream? Ren Xingqing hurriedly nodded. Yes, I've seen several of you in my future dreams, and you've always been the main force in the fight against the Wang clan, so observing the future of several of you is the easiest way to know the future direction of the Wang clan and the 9 sects. Xie Yuchen pondered for a long time. I can't make a good decision on this matter. You go back first. I'll let you know when I've conferred with a few of them. Ren Xingqing nodded her head with an excited face. Okay, cousin, you can believe me, I'm already very happy. I will immediately follow big brother Xie-san in these few days. You guys must come and find me when you decide. Ren Xingqing rode in the car that left Xie's house, her heart cheering. The next step was to look at 666. During these 5 days of waiting for 666 to return, Xie Yuchen relayed Ren Xingqing's words to Wu Qi several people, and Zhang Qiling traveled all the way to Kyoto, where Ren Xingqing had still been following Xie-san to interrogate those Wang family spies. After Zhang Qiling arrived in Kyoto, Xie Yuchen brought Ren Xingqing to the hospital to sort of let Zhang Qiling get acquainted. A few more of Xie Yuchen listened to Ren Xingqing explain his special ability, and Xie Yuchen asked Ren Xingqing when the latest he could start observing the future. Ren Xingqing thought that 666 would have to wait a few more days before she could come back, so she excused herself and said that she needed to divine the auspicious date and prepare some things, so she would probably have to wait for a week or so. Xie Yuchen, a few people expressed understanding. After sending Ren Xingqing away, Wu Qi, a few people held a small meeting to discuss whether or not to agree to follow Ren Xingqing to observe the future of this matter. Of course, only 4 people really in the speech, and only 2 people to make the final decision. Wu Qi and Xie Yuchen fully discussed, plus Fatty Wang and the black blind man from time to time to add, supplemented by Zhang Qiling as a mascot to accompany the conversation. The meeting Fatty Wang summarized as follows. All parties have fully exchanged views and reached a profound consensus, and have decided to agree to observe the future through Ren Xingqing, while judging whether or not Ren Xingqing is reliable. Hereby, salute. Ha, Fatty, that's an unorthodox summary. You've read too many newspapers. Hearing Wu Qi's flirtation, Fatty Wan was not ashamed but honored. I say, naive little comrade, you this do not understand it. Fat master, this is called learning a lot, on all sides of the cultural integration. Xie Yuchen watched the two begin to bull again, helplessly smiled, and in a low voice instructed the black blind man to continue to keep an eye on Ren Xingqing, and to immediately take control if there were any abnormalities. Wu Qi, I'm guessing that Ren Xingqing will let you join her in the dream. Wu Qi looked at Xie Yuchen in puzzlement. Little flower, how do you know that it must be me? Logically speaking, with the affinity between the Wang family and the Zheng family, wouldn't it be better to look at little brother's future? No, it won't. You're the key to the whole plan. The 5 of us can come together against the Wang family, all because you're the only link between us. And you may not have been able to realize that Ren Xingqing is more able to let go when facing you. On the contrary, she has an expression of wanting to get closer but not daring to do so when she sees little brother. So she'll definitely pick you. Wu Qi nodded and thought of another thing. Ren Qingqing said that he needs to prepare some materials, so what are we going to do in the next few days? Still hiding in the hospital? Xia Yuchen nodded. This is the only way. I sent someone to disguise himself at Master Fatty's place, and no one will follow little brother, so the two of them need to hide in the hospital. I remain hospitalized and recuperating, while you need to visit the Xie family's halls in Kyoto with Xieda from time to time. That day, Ren Qingqing went to the East Lane store to catch Wang Xiaojiu. In fact, a little easy to leak the wind. Good thing that Xiedai did a good job, and immediately sealed the store. And then Ren Qingqing also saw, the store on this one spy, the others are Xie's old hands. I then put out the wind, saying that there are antiques lost in the store, need to close the store to review some. See the effect of these days, the Wang family should not have reacted. Just give you a reason to stay in Kyoto. I will let Xiedi inform the people under me. The recent period of time by you instead of me to go to the store to inspect, black blind man to monitor Ren Qingqing, really cannot be separated. But you don't need to feel pressured, you're just a front on the surface, doing it for the others. In actuality, it's Xia-san who will bring Ren Qingqing disguised as a customer to scout for spies. Wu Xia looked embarrassed, but if I keep making a show and can't get any results, will others find out? Xia Yuchen, of course I will, but what I want is for others to find out. Even if you investigate more carefully, those people won't believe that you're my only arrangement. It just so happens that since I was injured, some of the Xie family have become dishonest again. All you need to do is to become my bright side and knock some of these dishonest rats for me, and I'll make my own arrangements for the rest. Wu Xia instantly assured, come on, I'm a toolman chant, you guys win the boss, too much thought, a checking spy can play out the flowers, then I can take the chicken feather as a sword in these days and on. Once the 5-day period had passed, 660's voice rang out punctually in Ren Qingqing's mind. The updated 666 told Ren Qingqing that it had gotten a magic treasure from the immortal cultivation world that could observe the future, and Ren Qingqing's plan could be implemented smoothly. It's just that there are very few opportunities to observe the future, only 5, and they are extremely limited. Big Brother told me that because our mission world doesn't have a world consciousness as powerful as the immortal cultivation world, the power of the magic treasures can't be fully used. For example, it is not possible to fully see a person's future, but only allows the person to see partial fragments of the future, and the way the person observes the future is that they will briefly possess their future selves, so when they are out of the future, they will be sexually unstable for a period of time. There's also the fact that observed futures are not stable. It's possible that today you see one future, and after a while or if you change a major event, the next observed future may change. It was true that the side effects were very difficult for people, but Ren Qingqing was still very excited because wearing a human skin mask all day long and following Xie-san to various stores to check on people really made her incredibly tired. She's obviously here for a sweet relationship. Not to work here. If she didn't have any more fresh tactics, she was afraid that she would be treated as a tool person by Xia Yuchen for the rest of her life. Poor her, she hadn't seen the raiders for days, and at this rate, she was afraid that little brother would go to guard the gate and she wouldn't be able to say 2 words to him. It's okay Rocco, you've surprised me with what you've brought, it's up to me to perfect my persona next. Good. The host is very powerful. By the way host, in order to make it easier for the protagonists to feel good about you, I also got a halo from the Big Brother, called People Love Halo. If you put it on, it will make people feel that you are very friendly, and then ignore some of your subtle irrationalities. However, this aura has also been weakened, and the more chi is sufficient, the less affected it is, so the host should still be careful to maintain his own persona when facing the sons of chi several people. Chapter 25 Memories and Gift Plus. The 2 props brought by the system were 5 talismans and a mirror. The talismans were fine. Ren Qingqing asked Xie-san to buy some talisman paper and vermilion sand to disguise it, but such a big mirror, how is she going to take it out in a reasonable manner? Ren Qingqing was a bit distressed, so he asked 666 if he had any good ideas. Simple host, I can drop the mirror to a designated location. When the time comes you just pretend to count on your fingers and pick it back up. Ren Qingqing's eyes lit up. Worthy of you, Xiao Lu Zi, you're so smart. After some maneuvering, Ren Qingqing called Xie Yuchen, indicating that the materials were ready and that the future could be observed tonight. Inside that ward that was sealed on all sides and not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate, Wu Qi's few people watched as Ren Qingqing and Xie struggled to carry in a large mirror. Although Ren Qingqing had already explained to them the magic of this mirror, but they looked at it horizontally and vertically and didn't find anything peculiar about it. It was ordinary and a bit dirty, like it had just been picked up from the garbage. If Xie-san knew what they were thinking, he would have nodded his head with incomparable devotion. Yes, it was picked up from the garbage heap. This missy didn't know what kind of disease she was committing. She had to ask him to pick up this mirror from the garbage heap. Xie-san, I'm dirty. As Xiaoyu Chen guessed, Ren Qingqing really chose Wu Qi, but Ren Qingqing's reason was not only because she was closer to Wu Qi, but also because Wu Qi was the protagonist with the most qi, and by raiding him, Ren Qingqing gained more qi. Ren Qingqing took out the black talisman that Wan Zhou suspected its use for, followed the steps that 666 had said, tied Wu Qi to a chair, took a drop of Wu Qi's in his own blood and put it on the talisman, mixing the bird ashes into the water and drinking it. In the next moment, both of them fell asleep. Egu. When Wu Qi realized where he was, Fatty Wang was already in a hurry to wipe his tears. Ego, my naive little comrade, how do you cry? This is to see what. Ego, don't cry, cry your fat master heart and liver pain. Wu Qi's voice hissed, Fatty. I see a lot of pieces of the future where you don't show up, so you've been away from me and Fatty for years. Aren't you? It's almost time. The scenes Wu Qi saw in the future were numerous but brief, like many dreams spliced together, and often what was a sad scene one moment turned into an exciting situation the next. This caused Wu Qi's emotions to ebb and flow, and answered Ren Qingqing's words that he couldn't digest those emotions for a long time after he woke up, often switching back and forth between the reality and the future Wu Qi. Later, before formulating a plan to capture Wan Zhou, Wu Qi once again observed the future and his personality, which had stabilized, floated once again. It wasn't until Wan Zhou hypnotized him and shuffled some of his memories away that Wu Qi actually had the time to sort out and digest the information contained in those fragments. After waking up, he pondered and analyzed those futures and judged that Zhang Qiling would go to Changbai Mountain once at a special time and would stay there for a while, which would be long, so long that he had turned into Wu Xiaofu, so long that the Wang family had been destroyed. But Zhang Qiling still didn't show up. He had always speculated on the exact date of Zhang Qiling's departure. So it's now. Chapter 26. Tired of keeping the door. In Zhang Qiling's calm and wave-free eyes, the wind and waves were finally set off by Wu Qi's words. The words he hesitated for a long time still came out under Wu Qi's praying eyes. In 6 months, I'm going to Changbai Mountain. How long? Decade. What? What 10 years? How many 10 years do you have? Who goes into the mountains and stays for 10 years at a time? Little brother, when I say you're a missing person, you can't really go missing. Hearing Zhang Qiling's words, the first one to explode was Fatty Wang. Xiaoyu Chen hurriedly touched Fatty Wang with his arm, signaling him to shut up for a moment, as the others, Wu Qi, hadn't said anything yet. Fatty Wang turned to stare at Wu Qi, wanting Wu Qi to persuade little brother properly. Wu Qi, okay, I know. Fatty Wang's eyes were round. Tianjin, why are you so calm? That's 10 years, 10 years. Wu Qi's brewing emotions were all interrupted by Fatty. He said to Fatty with some amusement, I say Fatty, you only remember little brother saying that he's going to go for 10 years, then do you remember what Wan Zhou said? Fatty Wang suddenly got stuck. What's the word? Wu Qi, Wan Zhou at that time, in order to get more privileges from us, in addition to having said that he could cure the black blind man's eyes, didn't he also say that he had a way to solve the dilemma on Xiao Xiao, and that dilemma should be referring to this matter? So, I don't think little brother might have to go 10 years as a savage. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhang Qiling's face. He wanted to tell Wu Qi that he wasn't going to be a savage, but then he thought about the environment behind the door, which was actually similar to a savage. Fatty Wang suddenly realized, right, Wan Zhou is mentioned over here. Fat master me, this brain does not remember things, or Tianjin you remember well. Wu Qi, so the most important thing we need to do now is to get from Wan Zhou how we can keep little brother from going to Changbai Mountain for 10 years. Xiaoyu Chen, one of the most crucial things is that the information we have is not as much as Wan Zhou's, so if we rashly negotiate with him, we will easily be led by the nose. Wu Qi looked at Zhang Qiling, thus, it will be necessary for little brother to explain to us why we must go to Changbai Mountain. Zhang Qiling was silent again. Watching Zhang Qiling trying to refuse to talk again, which he finally couldn't help himself, he jumped up from the chair and grabbed Zhang Qiling's collar fiercely with both hands. The aura on his body was incomparably similar to that of Guan Zhen 10 years later. Zhang Qiling, you can't hide your intentions anymore, you know. You're willing to look for me before you go to Changbai Mountain. That's treating me as a brother, and I recognize you as a brother. I don't know what compelled you to have to go to that Tai Hill for 10 years, but now that there's a way for you not to have to go, you're going to have to cooperate with us and tell us everything you can. Wan Zhou said that there is a way, there must be a way. You do not want to be stubborn with me. I do not care if it is the Zhang family or the 9 doors. No one can force you to do things. I do not allow, the fat man will not allow. I'll put it here, if you leave for 10 years, I'll still fight to the death to destroy the Wang family as I will do in the future, and then I'll go looking for you, because the Iron Triangle can't work without anyone. Think for yourself. Wu Qi glared viciously at Zhang Qiling, ruthlessly loosening the collar that he had clutched and crumpled, and sat back down again. He rubbed his fingers in annoyance, secretly thinking in his heart that if this stuffy man still didn't give a fart, he would tie him up and let him go with Wanzhou as a companion. He didn't believe it. Half a year's time he still couldn't impress Wanzhou, anyway, since he knew that in the future, Zhang Qiling would definitely not go to be a savage for 10 years. Half a year later, I want to go to the bronze door of the cloud-top heavenly palace on Changbai Mountain. Wu Xie's heart was relieved. Fortunately Zhang Qiling loosened his lips. Really wait until it is necessary to tie up the time. He was really afraid that Xiao Xiao kicked him on the wall and pulled it off. Zhang Qiling saw that Wu Qi still didn't look at him and pursed his lips slightly. The ultimate behind that bronze door is a secret guarded by the Zhang family for generations, and every now and then someone needs to guard the door. Wu Ji, then why must you be the one to go? Zhang Qiling, because I'm the only one left in the Zhang family. Wu Qi once again deeply felt the heaviness of the name Zhang Qiling, the patriarch of the Zhang family, the last Zhang family Qiling, not only the head of a family, but also the one who rushed to the forefront in times of crisis. Wu Qi, I remember Ren Qingqing said that the Zhang family died out a long time ago, so were you the one who went to guard the door last time too? Zhang Qiling, perhaps this guarding is not the end, but the beginning of Zhang Qiling's 10,000-year flood like an exhausting guarding. Zhang Qiling probably didn't want to come out of the bronze door alive. Chapter 27, Brother on the Line. Wu Xie suddenly choked and couldn't speak for a long time. He swallowed over and over again to soak his hoarse throat, finally barely finding his voice. If Wanzhou refuses to tell us the way, I will fulfill my promise, and for these 10 years, I don't need little brother to keep it for me. Wu Xie. Zhang Qiling spoke out, his eyes vaguely revealing disapproval. Wu Qi's stubbornness also came up. He looked at Zhang Qiling's eyes with incomparable firmness. Little brother, this is what the 9 sect owes you, and what I, Wu Qi, owe you. It should have been me who should have gone. Zhang Qiling, but you'll die, it's dangerous behind the door, you won't live more than 10 years. Wu Xia was so angry that his eyes turned red. What about you, aren't you in danger? If the 9 sect never fulfills its promise, are you going to keep guarding it until you die there? Fatty Wang looked at the two men's quarrelsome dumbfounded. No child, what is the situation? I just 2 brothers, how are going to guard that broken door? Xie Yuchen had seen enough of the action, and at this time, he also spoke out to interrupt Wu Qi and Zhang Qiling's quarrel, which was, of course, Wu Qi's one-sided quarrel. I say the 2 of you, the black blind man so obvious arching fire you cannot see. Black blind man? Do you have to point it out? Today this beating I have to take it? I now say wrong cannot beat me dumb? Zhang Qiling, it's normal for a mute to not be able to see other people's eye color. Wu Qi looked at Xie Yuchen. What do you mean? The blind man lied. Xie Yuchen, what the blind man said is indeed true, and these are not secrets with the older generation of the 9 sect, but the point now is not for the 2 of you to argue about who is going to guard that bronze door. Now that we know about the gatekeeping, the next step is to figure out how to get Wanzhou to tell us the solution to the problem. The argument between the 2 of you is completely unnecessary, since neither of you want the other to guard the gate, then be united and find a way to get Wanzhou to I won't ask him about it, seeing as he's going to jail. The most important thing for him now is to eat and drink well, and he won't have such a good life for a long time to come. Pfft, the original not camouflaged Wan boss, mouth so poisonous. The 5 of us came to be a little more diligent, under your mouth to count us one by one. Blind man, I kindly advise you, you people can be in our hands, do not be too arrogant, Joe. Wanzhou was not afraid in the slightest. Then it seems like you guys have decided to let Zhang Qiling guard the door. Wu Qi, Wanzhou, do you really have a way to guard the bronze gate instead of little brother? Wanzhou, of course. Wu Qi asked anxiously, what is it? Wanzhou, it's simple, just go and guard it. Wu Qi glared angrily at Wanzhou, the way to say this with him. Xie Yuchen saw that Wanzhou was making fun of Wu Qi and stepped forward to block Wu Qi behind him. Boss Wan, we are sincere in cooperating with you, and we also hope that you can set the right attitude. You can mention the requirements and we will try our best to fulfill them. Please also elaborate on how to avoid Zhang Xiao and Wu Qi from going to guard the door. As soon as Wanzhou saw that Xie Yuchen had snapped, he knew that he couldn't tease Wu Qi and shrugged indifferently. Well, it's no fun. It's not difficult, it's just that you need someone to replace Zhang Qiling or Wu Qi. I think you guys have thought about this kind of solution, but there are problems, such as whether this person is reliable, whether he or she has the ability to keep it for 10 years, and so on, and I don't have any reliable candidates. So I'd say it's the other way around. Wanzhou paused. What is it? Wanzhou gave Wu Qi a nod in his heart. What a good croupier, soothing. I have a senior brother who has many heavenly means, one of which is that he can create stand-in dolls that can carry a person's consciousness and act in their place. After listening to Wanzhou's advice, Fatty Wang was in a bit of a trance and muttered, what? Fat Master, am I hitting an evil spell this year? How come 1 or 2 of them have such bizarre means? Wu Qi and Xiaoyu Chen were also in disbelief, and only the black blind man looked like he was thinking about something. The black blind man fumbled with his chin. To shield him from Zhang Qiling and the black blind man, Wanzhou realized that this system of his was not thoughtless, it was just that for some reason, the system had not been talking to him. Wanzhou tried many times and could only come to the conclusion that insulting the system would make it reply to him, and the bad thing was that there would be a penalty for harassing more. But so what, really to the last resort, is to go under the knife to call out the system. Just Wanzhou did not expect that this third warning will come so quickly. Wanzhou threw his consciousness into the system store. He wanted to see if he could buy any useful magic treasures in the system store with his 1000 points, plus a 50% discount coupon. 10 minutes later, Wanzhou angrily rolled over, his movements were sharp and heavy, the hospital bed underneath him made a creaking sound, causing the Xie family's henchmen who were watching him in the room to instantly wake up, wanting to see what this golden lord had ordered, only to see Wanzhou change his direction and turn his back to them, not saying a word. In a place they couldn't see, Wanzhou had a scowl on his face. Dog system. What's the point of opening this crap store of yours? That one in there is something I can afford, even if I add that 50% off coupon, the things I can buy aren't very useful for the mission, aren't you forcing me to die? System. Okay, you're not talking are you, system you really are a hashtag. Ding, malicious attack detected, accumulated 3 times, random punishment selected high fever buff. As the system's mechanically cold words fell, Wanzhou felt his brain get a little dizzy and his body temperature slowly began to rise. System, the side quests are too difficult, I can't even finish them in half a year, I'm one with you and you need me to complete the quests as well, so it's good for you and me if you properly let me off the hook, open a backdoor or something. I just looked at them all, there is a double doll, 3 prices 3 levels, expensive I do not have the luxury of thinking about it, its primary version of the function is that it can have the attributes of the designated person, the price is 5000 points, I use a 50% discount coupon is 2500 points, I pay you 1000 points. The remaining 1,500 points counted as I owe you okay. You let me redeem the substitute doll first, tomorrow Wu Qi and the others will definitely look for me to ask about this, I'll ask for more freedom with them then, go out and find a few more travelers to kill to give you points, you'll consider it as an investment for me, I can give you interest. The system still didn't make a sound, Wanzhou was already sure that the system was listening to him all the time, otherwise it couldn't have been caught cursing it 3 times. So you're not impressed? Wanzhou had felt the breath coming out of his nose getting hotter and hotter, and his forehead was starting to break out in a cold sweat, and knew that he couldn't put it off any longer. System, don't think that you're not in a hurry because there's still half a year left. When I just negotiated with them, I deliberately told them that I had a solution to Zhang Qiling's predicament just so that I could gain more freedom on them, after all, not every traveler would be like that cutie Rin Qingqing. The same as voluntarily coming up to me. I absolutely cannot escape the control of the 9 gates by myself in these 6 months. And even if the Wang family rescues me, it will be nothing more than a different place for me to be imprisoned. I can't complete any more travelers' quests, we won't even earn a penny. You first give me the substitute doll on credit, I'll take it to fool Wu Qi, and when I have enough freedom, I can kill more travelers and earn more points to buy that advanced version for Zhang Qiling, and won't our side quest be completed successfully? Ding, the system is detected to have the conditions for updating, the taskmaster spends 1000 points, and after 30 seconds, the system can be upgraded to the 2nd level, unlocking new functions. Wanzhou's spirit was shaken, the system was loosening up? Spend 1000 points. Ding, the system began to update, 29, 28, 27, 3, 2, 1. Ding, update complete, system upgraded to level 2, unlocking new function time and space travel. Time travel, this function allows you to accept more quests, and the quest giver can travel through past timelines at will to complete system quests. In order to ensure the stability of the timeline, the taskmaster may not use his own body to travel through time and space, and the system may provide a vest card for the taskmaster to complete the task. Ding, please ask the tasker to go to the system page to draw a vest. Wanzhou's heart was relieved, although the system didn't directly give him free points, but after opening the new function, he could accept more tasks and wasn't afraid of not being able to get any replacement dolls. The dog system still can't be forced without it, and Wanzhou revealed a sinister smile. His reasoning was so grand that it would fool this human-machine system, and not even Puppy Wu would be fooled. The system also didn't think about it, he was able to fool the protagonist group that they believed he had a way to keep Zhang Qiling from guarding the door, so how could he not be able to gain enough freedom in half a year's time? Half a year's time, the big deal is that he used his phantom pupil to hypnotize a Wang family member to guard the door, even if he can't guard the door for 10 years, it's a long time if he can hold out for as long as he can. If this one was used up, he'd hypnotize the next one, and since it wasn't his own life anyway, it wouldn't hurt him at all to use it. Only this man-machine system would believe that he would be locked up for half a year by the protagonist group or the Wang family. If he is really so wasted, the Wang family all these years he is considered to have stayed in vain. Wanzhou's face has become red because of the fever. In a trance he struggled to raise his hand to greet the two Xia family members. Wanzhou felt that this dog system has definitely increased the punishment. If he doesn't look for a doctor he may burn to death in his bed and no one will notice. Just one chapter tonight. I'm going to start a new storyline, outline it first, and tomorrow I'll make up the chapter one didn't do today. Chapter 29, Vests. The high fever of Wan Boat, the chicken, and the dog in the hospital. Ever since those two Xia family fellows discovered Wanzhou's fever and informed the doctor, Wanzhou's hospital room was flooded with one group of doctors and nurses after another. The sweat from Wanzhou's attending doctor's forehead was sliding down his cheeks and onto his white coat, but he couldn't even be bothered to wipe it off. This man on the hospital bed, who could be seen as an extraordinary-looking man even when he was sleeping, was an important person that the head of the family had specially explained. He had obviously taken care of it with 12% of his spirit, and it was reasonable to say that as long as he was able to wake up, there would not be any more danger. And how did it repeat itself again this into the night? The doctor used a variety of instruments to Wanzhou a check or no discovery, and finally can only first prescribe some medicine, let the nurse to Wanzhou on the fluids. They come to the ward from time to time to see Wanzhou. In the early morning, Wanzhou finally retreated from his fever and came to his senses, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched his attending doctor breathe a long sigh of relief. Mr. Doctor, you've been busy all night, and it's almost dawn, so go back and rest. I still have those two brothers here to take care of it, so you don't have to worry. The doctor glanced at the two fierce-looking Xia family fellows who were pestle and mortar, and then looked at Wanzhou whose face was still a little white on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and wondered how all such polite children could offend the boss. He nodded to Wanzhou and left the ward. Before closing the door to the room he saw Wanzhou looking down and organizing the chains on his wrists. He remembered those nurses discussing this child again and shook his head again. The boss's decision they had no right to question at all. The doctors would never have guessed that this man, who looked like he was in his early 20s to them, could be their grandfather in actual age. After drifting off to sleep all night, Wanzhou didn't want to sleep back now. He looked at the system page after the system update, and next to the icon of the system store at the bottom, there was a new time travel icon, but Wanzhou still needed to extract a vest card if he wanted to use this function. The four big words, "click to draw card," flashed in the center of the system page, seemingly urging Wanzhou to hurry up and click on it. Wanzhou ignored the strange gazes of the two people next to him and recalled a Taoist gesture he had once learned from his master that could invoke good luck, reciting the incantation in his mind and quickly changing it in his hands. After doing this, Wanzhou prayed in his heart that his non-common physique would not affect his card draw. Start drawing cards. The four big blinking words on the page disappeared and were replaced by a constantly changing card cover, with the pointer in the center finally coming to a slow stop on a pure white card. Is this good luck or bad luck? Ding, the background setting is successful and cannot be changed subsequently. Detected that the vest persona is too simple, the system automatically completes it. Important reminder, in order to prevent this side of the world from being unstable, when the tasker plays a vestigial persona, the system will seal the emotions in the body's memory, so as to facilitate the tasker's immersive play of the persona. Name, Nagawa. Sex, male. Age, 200? Unknown. Height, 185 centimeters. Weapon, peachwood sword. Personality, gentle, kind. Status, Taoist priest, Wanzhou's eldest brother. Background, Wanzhou's eldest senior brother, appeared everywhere from time to time to deal with unusual events, then separated from his senior brother Wanzhou, has been looking for his senior brother. He has a better relationship with his junior brother Wanzhou, except that Wanzhou has lost his memory and only remembers his master alone. Wanzhou? Is this dog system messing with him? System. Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Also, what the hell did you add? What amnesia? The system of course will not answer Wanzhou's question, Wanzhou, and then turn to think, right roar, what if you run into the main body when you cross over? Elder brother, such a relationship, can let himself in the daily life did not mention at all, that can only be amnesia. System, what if I travel back in time and space and meet up with the main body? Won't what I do with my vest change the world line? Ding, please explore on your own, host. Wanzhou felt that he definitely had a grudge against this dog system, and the moment he heard this ding 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 sound right now, his heart would be filled with a nameless rage. System, you're such a $#. Phew, that's comforting. Ding, malicious attack detected, 1 warning. Wanzhou did not care about the system's warning, anyway, 3 times before the punishment, first cursed as a respect. He returned his attention to the time travel icon and checked the instructions. New map. This biography, unlocked. Current quest map, 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Ding, branch quest released, ask the tasker to perform a time travel within 15 days to hit the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. Successful mission rewards 800 points, no penalty for mission failure. System, I'm a bit uncomfortable with you suddenly being so nice to me. Wanzhou looked at the words no punishment with a bit of awkwardness, because this mission was a bit too good. System, it's okay if I don't go to punch in, right? Ding, all subsequent mission triggers are centered around the 7-star Lu Wang Palace. I see, no wonder it's not mandatory. If he doesn't go he won't earn any points, and without points he won't be able to exchange for a substitute doll, and that's about as close to death as you can get. There are so many dog system sets. End of last night's recollections by Wan Boat, picking up where chapter 27 left off. Black Blind Man, is there anything special about this senior brother of yours? Wanzhou thought of the card that only had a back, the corner of his mouth twitched, but in order not to show his cowardice, or hard concave force, this riddler he had to do. Only Wanzhou smiled mysteriously, there's no rush, when it's time, senior brother will naturally come. Chapter 30 No use for stunt dolls. Xia Yuchen's eyes narrowed, so you don't know your senior brother is there? Wanzhou, you can't say that, I can tell he's around me, but I also know he won't show up right now. Xia Yuchen. Several people were silent, they were pondering what Wanzhou meant by this sentence. Was he saying that he, his senior brother, had been lurking around the hospital? Was he unwilling to come out now because they had imprisoned Wanzhou? Wanzhou didn't know what Xia Yuchen and the others were thinking, instead he was satisfied with his riddler's operation. I am my elder brother and my elder brother is me, so it makes sense for him to be around me all the time. It's perfect for when it shows up, and to see how the best experience feels, so I don't know when it's going to show up. Wu Qi was the first to let go of this question. He was now more interested in knowing what was the situation of the stand-in doll that Wanzhou had mentioned. Brother Boat, what is that substitute doll? How could he go to guard the door in place of little brother? Wu Qi made his doggy eyes open wide, trying to play the role of a clear college student. He remembered that Wanzhou had once complimented him on these eyes, and this was also how he looked at Wanzhou when he went to Wanzhou's place to rub tea before, and Wanzhou would be soft enough not to charge him money. Wanzhou, damn puppy Wu, what a little bastard, something Boat brother, nothing Wanzhou, snobbish puppy. I won't care about him even if he pretends to be innocent. Wu Xie tried to look at Wanzhou's eyes, the dry air made Wu Xie's eyes gradually well up with physiological tears, and those doggy eyes were slightly moist, looking even more innocent and moving. Wanzhou coughed twice to clear his throat. Seeing as we are working together, I can tell you a little bit about this substitute doll. WUWT, yikes. It is still Wu Tianjin's identity that works well. Wanzhou just eats softness and refuses hardness. It is better for him to give up the extravagant hope of becoming an evil emperor first. The black blind man watched Wu Qi's series of operations, could not hold back his giggles, and then hurriedly hid behind Xia Yuchen, hoping that no one else could see him. But he did not think about it. He wore shoes almost 1.9 big tall man, Xia Yuchen that slim figure and how to block. Wanzhou didn't care what the black blind man was doing again. It's not like he had a bad brain for a day or two. The stand-in doll is an evolution of the witchcraft doll, which, like the witchcraft doll, originated from the ancient art of witchcraft, but the difference is that the stand-in doll doesn't have all those evil features of the witchcraft doll. A double doll is not used to curse or harm a person, and while it is of the same origin as a voodoo doll, it is only a doll used to possess certain characteristics of the user. That double doll of my senior brother's is the most advanced type, and Zhang Qiling can establish a connection with the double doll with the help of my senior brother and I. With time to warm up the double doll can possess Zhang Qiling's qualities. When the time comes, we can send the completed version of the stand-in doll through the bronze door. Although it is a human doll, you guys don't have to worry. When the time comes, little brother can put part of his consciousness into the stand-in doll and operate the doll to carry out his activities. In reality, Zhang Qiling would only appear to be sleeping and could wake up at any time. How about this? I'm good at this. I'm not going to use it. Wanzhou looked towards Zhang Qiling who spoke. He had been lowering his presence since he scared Wanzhou, but now he spoke out to reject Wanzhou's offer. Interestingly, Wu Qi and Fatty Wang did not come to persuade Zhang Qiling as Xie Yuchen had persuaded the black blind man. Wu Qi, Boat, it's not that we don't believe, it's just that. The latter words were not said by Wu Qi, but with a little thought, Wanzhou knew what Wu Qi was hesitating about. I know that you guys are worried that this stand-in doll will have an effect on Zhang Qiling. You guys can rest assured that there are ways for me to kill Zhang Qiling. I won't use this method, it's too troublesome, and I have certain reasons that I won't hurt you guys, whether you believe it or not. Fatty Wang was a bit disdainful. I say Wan Lao Di, you less bragging, just that you even Wu Chi cannot beat the body, you still want to do to little brother. It's really not that fat master is laughing at you, little brother just uses one finger and you'll have to kneel down and cry out for your father. Wan Zhou's forehead veins jumped, he really wanted to block Fatty Wang's mouth, he opened his mouth and made him angry. Wan Zhou looked at Fatty Wang with a sneer and gritted his teeth, dead fatty, not to mention Wu Chi, it's you, I can kick you so hard that you won't be able to tell the difference between east and west. Don't you come messing with me or I'll hypnotize you with my phantom pupil and let you taste what it's like to run naked on the street. Fatty Wang was shocked by Wan Zhou's words, this mouth of mine, how come I keep forgetting that this little devil can hypnotize, slipped away. Fatty Wang shut up, Fatty Wang turned around, Fatty Wang hid behind Wu Chi as did the black blind man. The scene is incomparably weird, because no matter whether it is Xie Yuchen or Wu Chi, cannot block that big pile of people behind them, it is really worthy of being a small hare, making friends as much as the shortcomings of what? Although Wan Zhou spat, he was satisfied with Fatty Wang's knowledge of the times. I know Zhang Qiling is very powerful, but people have weaknesses, and his Qilin blood isn't omnipotent, there are always openings to exploit. Wan Zhou paused, he didn't want to reveal the information that he was also very good with poison right now and turned to look at Zhang Qiling. Patriarch Shang, can you tell me why you don't want to use my method? Wan Zhou wanted to hear if Zhang Qiling was also worried that he would take advantage of the opportunity to turn against him. The bronze gates isolate any flow of spiritual consciousness. Wan Zhou froze, he did not expect it to be for this reason, nor did he expect Zhang Qiling to believe that he would not harm him. This is indeed a bit difficult. Wan Zhou rubbed his knuckles. The other few people also did not expect that Zhang Qiling's reason for refusing was actually this. Wu Chi, that means that Boat's method is useless. Zhang Qiling nodded. Wan Zhou was very upset, he had spared himself to be punished by the system to get the method, but in the end, it was rejected just after it was proposed. Not necessarily, there's 6 months left, let me think about it. Why must you keep me from guarding the bronze gate? Zhang Qiling was a bit puzzled by Wan Zhou's stubborn attitude, in his memory, the two had never crossed paths before except for a few meetings on the way to find the tomb, so why did Zhou have to? Wan Zhou looked at Wu Chi with that look, as if he had gone back to those years of gagging with Wu Chi. He was also a little soft-hearted, but Wan Zhou always felt that something wasn't right. Wan Zhou frowned and suddenly seemed to remember something, the aftereffects of the phantom pupil wouldn't be unhealed, right? You stay aside for a moment. The more Wan Zhou looked at Wu Chi, the more he felt that his attitude towards himself was different from the attitude of his previous interrogation, or rather, from the time Wu Chi was purged of his own memories, Wu Chi's words and actions rarely had the shadow of Sha Custom's roots, but instead, it was closer to the feeling of the naive and innocent little third master back then. Don't really give a about the brain. Wan Zhou stayed in his heart and waited until he had time to ask the system. Zhang Qiling was still waiting for Wan Zhou's explanation. Patriarch Zhang's identity alone is valuable, not to mention this skill, as I said, I didn't join the Wang family voluntarily, and I actually don't have any good feelings towards the Wang family. I like the original peaceful life, since you were the ones who broke it, I naturally want to rely on you, and if Patriarch Zhang doesn't go to guard the bronze gate, then the Wang family won't dare to make too much of a fuss, and my safety is more secure. Xie Yuchen, just because it's safe? Wan Zhou didn't know if the perceptive Xie Yuchen had discovered something, but right now he could only help Zhang Qiling for one reason, firmly replying to Xie Yuchen, it's because of safety. Xie Yuchen nodded, not knowing what he was thinking. Wan Zhou asked Zhang Qiling, Patriarch Zhang, are you leaving this place? Zhang Qiling nodded hesitantly, and Wu Chi snapped his eyes to him. Then I suggest you come to me or Wu Chi and the others more often. Zhang Qiling was puzzled, and Wan Zhou went on to explain. I can't be sure if the stand-in doll can be improved right now, but I can ask my senior brother, only he's unpredictable, so you'll need to wait to hear from me from time to time as well. Seeing that Zhang Qiling seemed to be about to reject Wan Zhou's offer, Wan Zhou directly did not give him a chance to speak. Also, Rin Qingqing must have shown you guys the future before, I guess that experiencer was Wu Chi, in fact, no matter who it was, you all must have seen those scenes in the future. Patriarch Zhang, because of your departure, the future Wu Chi and Fatty have suffered a lot, and the Wang family is acting more and more wildly without your constraints. Are you really comfortable putting these two men with little fighting ability under the control of the Wang family? After all, you still have half a year, and wait, come back more often and wait for news, in case there is a way out. Wan Zhou just don't believe it, he has moved Wu Chi and Wang Fatty out, this mute can't still be a stick in the mud to guard the door. This time, we must work through his mind, or else this person will be gone for half a year, and when we meet again, the person will go to Changbai Mountain, and it will be useless for him to earn points. Zhang Qiling didn't say yes or no, but turned around and left Wanzhou's hospital room. Wu Qi and the others chased out as well, and Wanzhou called out to Xie Yuchen, who was the last to leave. "Boss Xie, arrange what I want as soon as possible, and also let me know when little brother makes his decision." Xie Yuchen looked deeply at Wanzhou before nodding. Wu Qi chased after Zhang Qiling and stopped him at the corner of the corridor. "Little brother, do you agree with Wanzhou's suggestion or not?" Fatty Wang also followed up and said anxiously, "Little brother, our iron triangle can't be missing anyone. Besides, you don't want to see Wu Qi finally become that Sanxi widow." "Fatty, what are you babbling about?" Wu Qi was anxious and gave Fatty a kick. Zhang Qiling watched the two elementary school chickens pecking at each other, but still nodded. "I'll be back more often in the next 6 months." "No, you can't just come back often. I'll buy you a cell phone, you learn how to use it, this cell phone you carry with you, if there's something we'll send a message." Wu Xie got an inch, and Fatty followed close behind. Yeah, that's a good idea Tianjin, you can't be some missing person anymore, and Master Fatty is contributing a share of the money. Zhang Qiling showed hesitation. Wu Qi and Wang Fatty looked at each other, one pulled Zhang Qiling's arm, and the other hugged Zhang. Wu Qi looked at Zhang Qiling once again walking away in front of him and got used to it, about to continue walking forward. Zhang Qiling returned to his senses and looked at Wu Qi's figure. What he said has a lot of information. Wu Qi nodded his head, agreeing with Zhang Qiling's statement. He also felt that Wanzhou's speech intentionally or unintentionally would appear a lot of new things that they did not know, just that Wu Qi did not hear the other layer of meaning of Zhang Qiling's words. It wasn't until Wu Qi was lying on his bed at night that he suddenly reacted to the fact that this stuffed oil bottle was disliking him for talking unnutritious and nonsense. Wu Qi, little brother, is so subtle in his speech. Chapter 32 Discharge from Hospital. The injuries on Wanzhou's body hadn't even healed properly, so he was packed and sent to Kyoto by Wu Qi and the others overnight. The second before he sat in the car, Wanzhou was still thinking about why several people from the protagonist group didn't come to him in the past few days. He expected a curious puppy like Wu Wei to chase him down and ask him questions that he had hidden or deliberately avoided. As a result, one second he was sleeping, and the next second he was dragged up by two big men, hooded and set up to run. Kyoto Shijia Private Hospital. Wanzhou looked at his new attending doctor who was changing the medicine on his wounds while the black blind man was nibbling on an apple. After the doctor explained the precautions to Wanzhou, he nodded with the black blind man and retreated. Wanzhou shook the chain in his hand and it rang crisply. The black blind man kept his eyes on Wanzhou's movements. "Boss Wan, if you like it, I can give you another one." Wanzhou was silent. He did not want to look at the big white teeth of the black blind man, in the way. But the black blind man looked like he couldn't feel Wanzhou's dislike at all. Seeing that Wanzhou didn't say anything, he put aside the half-chewed apple and got up to come to Wanzhou's front. "Boss Wan, why don't you say something? Blind man, I'm bored, let's have a chat." Wanzhou still didn't say anything, just lowered his head and closed his eyes. The black blind man is not relentless, more noisy than the summer flower mosquitoes, self-centered in the side of the Wanzhou talking about the east and west. One will say that there is a boy downstairs named Ko who loves to follow his ass and call him cool brother whenever he sees him. A moment and said he ate a breakfast today. The breakfast store owner's craftsmanship is general, not compared to the chef of the Xie family. The price is also expensive as hell. He will never go to eat again. Wanzhou was about to be annoyed by the black blind man. Why did he have to have the black blind man watching him? Even if Wu Qi, Fatty Wang, and Zhang Qiling had all gone to busy themselves, it wasn't like they had to leave this big black rat with him. Missing those two Shay fellows on day 3. The black blind man alone chatting out of the village entrance of the Big Mother to hold a conference, and now has talked about his stall last month by the city police chased 3 streets. Wanzhou snapped his eyes open and glared viciously at the black blind man. "Just be direct about what you really want to say, don't make such a big detour. I don't want to know what color shoes that Townie wore to chase you." The black blind man gave a wide smile and moved towards Wanzhou again. "Boss Wan, these days Xie Yuchen asked me to arrange a compound for you, and all the things from Yunmake have been shipped to you, so when do you think you'll be free to go and have a seat?" Wanzhou sneered. "Going to sit is false. Want him to grasp the medicine to cure the eye disease is true, right? The injuries on my body here are not yet healed. I'm afraid I won't have the strength to grind the medicine, so it's better to wait a few more days. Let this dead blind man beat me. This injury can all be attributed to him. What's wrong with me dragging it out for 2 days? It deserves it." The black blind man also thought about how Wanzhou's all-over injuries came about, touched his nose and revealed a pleasing smile. "Boss Wan, the doctor said that the injuries on your body pretty much don't affect your actions. Almost and not quite well, I do feel a pain in my body." Wanzhou rolled his eyes and picked up the newspaper on the side and flipped through it. It had been the black blind man who had been spying on him for the past few days. Wanzhou knows that this is Xiaoyu wants to let the black blind man to make amends to him. Xiaoyu is worried that he remembers the black blind man's revenge, and does not do his best to give him a cure for his eye disease. Xiaoyu guessed correctly that he was holding a grudge. These days Wanzhou toss and turn to toss the black blind man, not want to eat what the Crescent Moon Hotel, let the black blind man to buy still do not give money, is shouting leg pain, pointing to the black blind man to give him a massage. Go peel me an apple. The black blind man made a commanding gesture, took the fruit knife and began to whack and whack and whack and whack and whack and whack. Black blind man heart also bitter if not Xiaoyu on his ear, he is simply not willing to Wanzhou to the front, he previously beat Wanzhou beat so hard, not to be looking for blame only strange. The black blind man handed the peeled apple to Wanzhou, who glanced at it. Tisk, it's ugly, don't eat it. Black blind man, he just knows. Several previous apple Wanzhou said the same thing, and the result of peeling the apple went to the black blind man. The black blind man thought that the half-chewed apple sitting on the table was the last one, and now there was one more. The black blind man looked at Wanzhou's old and relaxed look and topped his cheeks. He didn't socialize much with this boss Wan, and had only heard Xiaoyu say a few words before. The black blind man was the one who had the least filter on Wanzhou, and he was now very skeptical if Wanzhou was lying to them. Boss Wan, I've also transported that squad leader under you to that other compound in Kyoto. I don't know if it's because he's not in good health, he's been very weak since he came to Kyoto, it seems like he's dying. Wanzhou's hand that was turning the pages gave a start. Wang Qi? He's not well? If he's that sick, why would I deliberately approach him? Wanzhou put down the newspaper, he knew what the black blind man meant, urging him to leave the hospital. I guess Wang Qi is dying because of 9 gates severe torture. Discharge me today. The black blind man grinned, okay. Wanzhou was wrapped in a thick cotton coat, the scarf around his neck covered half of Wanzhou's face, and the eyes that were exposed looked at the somewhat dilapidated nameless plaque at the head in front of him. The black blind man pulled out the car keys and stood behind Wanzhou. Boss Wan, don't look at it, this is the big villa that Blindy and I chose by the 1,000. Don't look at him as shabby on the outside, but the furniture and decoration on the inside are all newly replaced, so please stay in peace. Said the black blind man, went up and pushed open the door and walked in. Wanzhou looked around, there are many buildings and factories, but there are few people. Wanzhou guessed that this place is estimated to be one of the Xie family's warehouse area for storing auction items. Wanzhou followed the black blind man inside. The layout of the compound and the cloud interloper is very similar, are 2-story buildings, there is a front and backyard, and there are several compartments for storage. The black blind man walked all the way to the introduction of Wanzhou, if he changed into a suit and then hang a sign, with the gold medal agent to have a spell. The east and west compartments are storage, there's an ice cellar in the basement, bedrooms upstairs, and a guest room and parlor downstairs, as you toss and turn. Wanzhou was satisfied that he had exchanged the condition of curing the black blind man's eyes for 3 not-so-light requests, and it was only right for Xiaoyu and the others to provide a good place to stay. However, he did say that he could cure the blind black man, but when to cure cannot be certain, is also a different kind of empty glove. The first thing Wanzhou did when he took off his jacket was to go to the washroom to prepare hot water. He wanted to wash his hair and take a shower. These days in the hospital were going to stink, he just couldn't stand it anymore. This is the real purpose of Wanzhou's agreement to be discharged from the hospital. Wang Qi's life is just incidental, a dog, he has more than enough. You can't touch the water with the injuries you have, and don't blame me for not warning you if your wounds hurt. The black blind man did not want Wanzhou to find a reason to continue to delay, his time is also very valuable. There is accompanied by Wanzhou tossed the effort, his massage stall do not know how many orders. Wanzhou ignored the black blind man, took a change of clothes from the closet and took a comfortable shower. Chapter 33 Visiting Wang Qi. Wanzhou changed into new clothes and stood in front of the mirror, he reached out and wiped the water spray on the mirror. He saw a pair of purple eyes. Just as the black blind man guessed, the wounds on Wanzhou's body were bleeding a little, especially on his shoulder where he was stabbed by the dagger. As soon as Wanzhou came out, he saw the black blind man waiting on the sofa holding the wound medicine and bandages. Come on, Master Black, I'll be merciful and take care of your little captive myself. Trouble Master Black. Wanzhou flashed a smile at the black blind man, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He had been wary of Wanzhou making small moves when he bandaged him up, but it turned out that until the end, Wanzhou had meekly cooperated with him. Black blind man? Wanzhou wiped his hair that was still dripping a little, he injured his shoulder and only had one hand to lift it up, it was inconvenient to blow dry his hair, so he simply didn't do it. Anyway, the houses in Kyoto had floor heating and warmth, so he didn't have to worry about getting a headache even if his hair was wet. Where are my herbs and tools? The black blind man was a bit surprised. Now you're going to dispense the medicine? I'll see if there's anything you guys have left behind first. Your eye condition isn't ready for direct dispensing right now. I'll need to find tools to check you out first. The black blind man saw a doorway, upside down to find a hairdryer, took the initiative to blow the hair of Wanzhou, but also said that it is cold outside, the hair should be blown dry. Wanzhou quietly waited for the black blind man to finish blowing, making the black blind man even more somewhat confused. Entering the west room, Wanzhou looked at the familiar bags of medicinal herbs, and the depressed mood of these days was finally somewhat better. By the time he got to the east wing looking at the large pile of tools and equipment packed and shipped, his body didn't hurt as much, and he walked up and gently stroked the boxes with the tools in them. The black blind man just leaned against the wall and watched Wanzhou tossing around with an inexplicable look in his eyes. Wanzhou also noticed the leisurely black blind man on the side. He turned around and showed a smile to the black blind man. Master Black, I can't do heavy work with this injury, so I'll trouble Master Black with this tidying up chore. The black blind man smiled, didn't say anything, and listened to Wanzhou's arrangement to put those tools for handling herbs and tea into place one by one. Phew, that was tiring. Wanzhou relaxed his neck a bit and uttered words that the black blind man who wiped his sweat on the side. Boss Wan will get tired even if he stands there commanding like a big man. Wanzhou touched his tea set that he had used for many years and replied carelessly, of course, I'm tired after talking so much. Just Master Black is not a little weak. This only moved a few boxes and sweating. Need I prescribe you some medicine to make up for it? Wanzhou whispered softly the words that stabbed the black blind man. The black blind man was really exasperated this time and laughed out loud. Blind man, I'm good, sweating because the heating is too much, but like Boss Wan does not feel hot at all is really should make up for it. Wanzhou laughed softly, really, no man can hear the word false. I'm going to check on Winky. The black blind man snorted, I thought that Boss Wan was going to forget that there was still the existence of Wang Qi. It seems that Wang Qi is not in a very high position in your heart, even these medicinal herbs and tea utensils of yours can't be compared to it. Winky was suspended by a chain, her legs dangling helplessly from the ground. There wasn't a piece of good flesh on him, those hands holding the gun were twisted unnaturally, and his head was hanging, seemingly unconscious. Wanzhou staggered a few quick steps and came to Wang Qi. He trembled and reached out his hands to probe the tip of Wang Qi's nose, as if he was very afraid of getting any bad news. The trembling fingertips were just about to touch the tip of his nose when the seemingly unconscious man suddenly snapped and bit down on Wanzhou's right index finger. Hiss! Wanzhou cried out in pain and subconsciously drew back his hand. Wang Qi, he was too weak, otherwise with his strength, Wanzhou's finger would not have just broken a little skin. The familiar voice cleared Winky's foggy brain, and he struggled to open his eyes to see the person he'd been thinking about day and night right in front of him. First born. Wanzhou's eyes are full of tears, seemingly falling, his face is full of the color of pain, his outstretched hand trembling, wanting to touch the wounds on Wang Qi's body, but as if afraid of hurting Wang Qi, and trembling retracted. Aki, how are you? Wanzhou sniffled, his voice trembling, seemingly frightened by Wang Qi's appearance. Really, it's really you, mister? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Wang Qi had thought that the man was another hallucination, and it was not until Wanzhou made another sound that he believed that it was real, and that his husband had really come to see him. It's like he's upset about me, I've never seen him so worried about me. Under the light, Wanzhou's eyes appeared to be crying, but on closer inspection no tears fell. Wang Qi knew that Mr. had been insisting on not letting his tears fall so that he wouldn't worry. I'm fine, don't worry, I'll find a way to get you out, just wait for me. Wanzhou's warm comforting voice caused Wang Qi's cold body to heat up slightly. Okay, I'll be waiting sir, take care sir. When Wanzhou heard Wang Qi's assurance, he revealed a smile, only in Wang Qi's eyes, it was a look of Wanzhou bracing himself in order to not let him worry. Chapter 34, The Two of Us Pit Each Other. The black blind man held up his sunglasses, I thought someone like you wouldn't put anyone at ease, at least not this Wang Qi. You're a good judge of character, Wang Qi is indeed unworthy. You've only known me a few days. Wanzhou bypassed the black blind man who was in the way, why did he have to explain himself to this person? The black blind man looked at Wanzhou's back, the smile on his face unchanged, interesting. Wanzhou returned to the first floor, went to the compartment to get his own tea set, sat in the living room and started to make tea. He hadn't drunk tea for some days. Most of the medicinal teas he dispensed were teas that strengthened the body and prolonged life, but the only one he brewed today was this tea, which added many types of herbs that inhibited emotions and soothed relaxation. According to the potency of the medicine, Wanzhou should drink a pot half a month, but he remembered that the last time he drank it had been almost a month ago. No wonder Ren Xingqing made me sick with so little blood. He drained the pot of tea in a series of cups as if it were medicine, leaving the black blind man sitting across the table holding up his own empty cup in disbelief. He hasn't had a sip yet. Wanzhou looked at the black blind man's dumbfounded appearance and smiled shyly. Master Black, I've added some herbs to this pot of tea, you can drink something else. What can a black blind man do? He can only drink plain water. The living room was filled with the aroma of tea, one person sipping his tea cozily while the other sipped his plain water with a sly look in his eyes. The black blind man has been waiting for Wanzhou to open his mouth. He was outside the cell but he heard it clearly. Wanzhou promised Wang Qi to take him out of the dungeon. He would like to see how Wanzhou opens his mouth to beg him. But he waited and waited, but Wanzhou just didn't open his mouth. You have nothing to tell me? Wanzhou was curious. What? The black blind man couldn't tell if the man really didn't remember or was just playing dumb. What you promised Winky? Wanzhou face in a trance, he is really just remembered. He seems to fool Wang Qi that he will take him out. Just Wanzhou see Wang Qi can still hold out for a while, did not want to directly mention with the black blind man, and so out busy drinking tea, early will be the matter thrown into the back of the mind. Now that the black blind man mentioned it, he remembered. Wanzhou's face was bland. Since Master He has heard it, Wan Mao has also said it bluntly. Master Xia only promised me the right to visit, and was not allowed to set Wang Qi free. It's not good for me to break my promise when I think about it, it'll just have to be me visiting and caring more. The black blind man more and more felt that Wanzhou changed in before different, obviously has exposed the nature, how is now pretending again, but also had more than ever. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind and he decided to implement it. It's okay, I'll be the first to make the call, I'll bring Wang Qi up in a while, just that guest room inside the first floor, and all of your friendship. A crack appeared on Wanzhou's warm mask. Damn blind man, what kind of good guy are you blindly pretending to be? It's not good, Boss Xia doesn't know about this, it's not good for us to cross him to make a decision, right? Wanzhou hopes that the black blind man will not give him trouble, Wang Qi in the basement to stay honestly, if he lives up, he is not 24 hours a day to maintain the persona. The black blind man laughed even more happily, feeling the sweetness of the white water in his hand, not worse than the tea of Wanzhou. It's okay, I'll tell him. I also see that you and Wang Qi rarely see each other a few times, and he's so loyal to you. The blind man, I'm soft-hearted. Nah, you don't need to say anything, I'll bring him up here. The black blind man happily went to the basement, leaving Wanzhou to gnaw his back teeth in vain. What an asshole. What else can Wanzhou not see? The black blind man must be able to see that he is acting, he is doing this on purpose, just want to see himself collapse his persona. Before Wanzhou could think of a response, the black blind man came thumping up. Wanzhou hastily converged his grim expression and was about to go forward to care for Wang Qi, only to find that Wang Qi was dragged all the way up by the black blind man. Passed out? Wanzhou watched as the black blind man dragged Wang Qi all the way to the guest bedroom, threw Wang Qi casually onto the bed, and attached the chain that was originally hanging Wang Qi to his wrist now. Isn't it true that everyone from the Nine Gates loves to leash people like this? Wanzhou went forward and gently called Wang Qi a few times, to see the person did not respond, which drew a piece of toilet paper on Wang Qi's wrist to give him a pulse. The black blind man was a little amused when he saw Wanzhou's brightly disgusted and incomparable movements. You've cried over him, why do you still think people are dirty? Wanzhou just as did not hear the black blind man's flirting, of course he disliked it. Wang Qi body is full of stinky blood odor, but he just took a shower in the dungeon to play the poor boss when he did not touch Wang Qi, and now he is in a coma, of course, he is even more will not touch. And when did he cry? A blind man is blind. Balling up the toilet paper into a ball and throwing it away, Wanzhou got up and left the guest room. The black blind man also followed Wanzhou out. You don't save that little wretch. Wanzhou really annoyed this blind man, can't his mouth stop for a while? If Master Black is idle, go and grind herbs for me after all, I'm still too injured to do so. Wanzhou coldly looked at the black blind man, the two came to the pharmacy, Wanzhou opened the list to find medicinal herbs, the black blind man on the side of the bitter grinding powder. The black blind man did not know what these drugs were for, he only knew that he had only ground half of them from day to night. The black blind man wiped a handful of sweat from his head, he'd long since changed out of the padded leather jacket and was now wearing an undershirt, the muscles in his shoulders and arms more pronounced as he moved. Wanzhou, on the other hand, was flipping through a book and drinking boiled tea. Whenever the black blind man wanted to protest, Wanzhou would always gag him with "This is the medicine for your eyes." The casserole for cooking medicine on the side was hot and tumbling. Wanzhou put down the book and picked up the linen pad on the side to pour out a bowl of medicine. He got up and mixed a small portion of the ground powder, put it into a small vial, and took some bandages and pieces of wood and put them in a tray, so he carried the tray to Wang Qi's room. Wanzhou entered the door and turned on the light in the room. Sir. How dare you take the initiative to talk to him now? Is it because of the phantom pupil? No, I've teamed up with them, and we'll both stay alive for a while. Wang Chi was full of self-blame. It's my fault, I didn't discover Wu Chi's and their plot that day, I didn't manage to send you out safely, and I even dragged Mr. to save me. It's good to know, what a waste, so many Wang family members froze and none of them realized that the protagonist group had deviated from the plot, causing me to be so passive. Next time give him more Huanglian. Wan Zhou inwardly echoed Wang Chi's words, but on his face he remained in a gentle and introverted demeanor. He also wet a towel from the washroom and wiped Wang Chi's hands, sprinkling his hands with wound medicine and wrapping them with wooden strips and bandages to fix them. I don't blame you, the chieftain's layout in Kyoto was significantly damaged and none of those squads found out about it. I'm guessing something unforeseen happened within the Wang family, and invariably, the two of us can't do much about it now that we're incarcerated. Wan Zhou concealed Rin Qingqing's peculiarities. He didn't want the Wang family to know that another group of special people existed in this world within the Wang family. It was best to suspect the Wang family's inner circle and weaken the Wang family's strength a little more. Don't worry, sir, the Wang family won't forget us. Wang Chi had an affirmative look on his face and Wan Zhou returned a stiff smile to him. Winky, don't move, get well, and don't lift anything heavy with your hands. Wan Zhou hoped that Wang Chi wouldn't give him any trouble. He didn't really want to go back to the Wang family just yet. Who knew that Wang Chi was as bad as her brain, suddenly blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Wan Zhou. Why don't you call me sir, call me. What? What is this little brat muttering, stuttering? Waiting to go back to the Wang family will definitely make him go back to his old school. Why don't you call me Archie anymore? Wan Boat? Wan Zhou raised an eyebrow. He seemed to know what Wang Chi was thinking. This illusory pupil is really a good thing. I thought you didn't want me to call you that before, and since you don't, I won't. Wan Zhou wanted to tackle a brat. He didn't have to tease much to take the bait. As soon as Wang Chi heard Wan Zhou's words, she quickly looked up with an anxious tone. No, I'm willing to be called whatever you want to be called, sir. Wan Zhou was amused, but he wouldn't be so quick to give the puppy a bone. Okay, that's what we'll call it from now on. Not now, we're in the wrong house. Best not to get too close. Don't worry, someone will be bringing food for the next few days, and I'll bring you your medicine on time. Wang Chi understood what Wan Zhou meant. He was a little lost, but his heartbeat sped up a few more points when he thought of seeing Wan Zhou every day. Closing the bedroom door, Wan Zhou looked toward the black blind man who was leaning against the wall and smiling at him. Enough listening? Master Black, have you finished with your medication? You've got a lot of time on your hands. No, take a break. I'm afraid you'll be hungry. Here's your food. Have some? I'll send it to the one inside in a while, no need to bother you, Boss Wan. Wan Zhou was satisfied with the black blind man's sense of humor. Even if the black blind man did not bring up, he would not do these things. After all, which master serves the dog? The black blind man's position in Wan Zhou's heart had successfully changed from a wild and untamable evil dog to a superficially obsequious evil dog. I won't be spending time alone with Wang Chi, so I'll trouble Master Black with this matter of delivering food and medicine from now on. Wan Zhou lived a leisurely life of teasing the black blind man and fooling Wang Chi in this other house, and had time to treat the eyes of the black blind man. It was less than a week, and the injuries on Wan Zhou's body, with his specially formulated medicine, were almost as good. As New Year's Eve approached, the New Year's Eve atmosphere grew thicker and thicker, and even this suburban compound where Wan Zhou was located had Spring Festival couplets pasted on and lanterns hung up. Of course, Wan Zhou was still sitting in his chair as a grandpa, watching the black blind man and a few Shijia fellows go about their business. Xiao Chang, I'm all alone, why hang lanterns, just put up a few lucky words. The man who was standing on the ladder hanging the lantern was Xiao Chang, one of the people responsible for picking up the necessary supplies for Wan Zhou. Mr. Wan, this is what our proprietor requested, saying that we need to be more festive for the new year. What's the matter, you old man feeling lonely? Do you want the blind man to stay and keep you company? The black blind man thievishly came to Wan Zhou and poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. These days together, the black blind man and Wan Zhou seems to have reached a tacit understanding between the black blind man and Wan Zhou. The black blind man no longer pursued Wan Zhou's changeable temperament. Wan Zhou also gave the black blind man prescribed a few pairs of medicines to relieve eye disease. Even though the two were no longer in tit for tat, Wan Zhou wouldn't believe the blind man's words. He could hear it. Xia Yuchen called with the black blind man and asked him to go to Xia's house to celebrate the new year. The black blind man now said these words, but also just deride him a few times, cannot be taken seriously. Who's watching me and Winky tonight? Don't talk so harshly, what surveillance? Xia Yuchen arranged for Xiao Chang and the others to accompany you. Wanzhou thought yes, he couldn't really leave him alone. In that case, he could proceed with the plan without worry. In the evening, after the New Year's Eve dinner, Wanzhou checked Wang Qi's recovery again, while greeting Xiao Cheng downstairs, and went upstairs to rest. It was said to be a rest, but in reality, Wan Bo planned to make the first crossing tonight. He closed the doors and windows and lay down on the bed, his consciousness entering the system page and looking at the function time travel, which was still flashing and counting down at the bottom. System, start time travel. Ding, time travel is open. Enable identity cards Taoist Nagawa, enabled successfully. Landing site selection in progress. Selection successful. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the system countdown ended, Wanzhou's body fell into a coma, his consciousness was attached to his vest, and his body's emotions were blocked. 7-star Ruang Palace replica launched. The sun was high in the sky, but man boat in the oxcart, oh no, now it should be called Nagawa. Riding in the oxcart, Nagawa wore a bucket hat on his head, leaned his whole body against the oxcart's cargo, and listened to the driver singing a country ditty. The location where Wanzhou had traveled to was at a street corner of Hafeng Street, and Wanzhou, who had just experienced time travel, was still adjusting to this body when he heard a man's voice not far away. Wang Meng, I have something to go out, you keep an eye on the store. Wanzhou raised his eyes and looked, just to see a man not far ahead drilled into a gold cup car, ignited and started, and rushed out with a lifting step. Wanzhou immediately remembered what time it was, and as he looked around, he saw a familiar figure appear at the front door of Yunmake. Chapter 36, Going to the 7-star Ruang Palace. That person was clearly Wanzhou himself, to be precise, it was the 3-year-old Wanzhou himself. Wanzhou remembers that at that time, Wu Sancheng wanted to lure Wu Qi into the game, and designed Jinya to go to Wu Qi to mention the matter of the dog fifth master's palindrome of the warring states, and the Wang family also inserted a foot in it. He, as the one who spied on Wu Shanju, pretended to post an advertisement outside Yunmake that day, but in fact, he was secretly observing Wu Qi's reaction. As Wusan province and the Wang family expected, Wu Qi really became interested in the copy that Jinya intentionally left behind, and later fell into Wusan province's calculations step by step. Nagawa didn't let Wanzhou discover himself, he didn't feel that it was easy to get disoriented when he had to identify with his main body in the first crossing. It was also this time traveling that Nagawa suddenly had some more subtle rules of time travel in his mind. One of them is to preserve the original plot and not create butterflies. Nagawa had asked the system if there were any remedies after actually making changes to what had already happened if it was really unavoidable. But this dog system is really irresponsible, only leaving a sentence, please explore on your own by the tasker, and then patting your ass and walking away. To be on the safe side, Nagawa avoided meeting with his own body as long as he could, it was always the first time, and seeking stability was the best policy. Nagawa's thoughts were interrupted by the stopping of the ox cart. He lifted the bucket hat covering his face and inquired in a loud voice, Master, are we there yet? The old man who drove the cart came down, tied up the oxen, and said back to Changchuan, there is still some way to the village you want to go to, but you can't use the ox cart back there, you can only ride a mule. Nagawa rolled over and jumped down from the cart, helping the oldest man carry down the goods from the ox cart, bag by bag. Why the mule ride? The old man wiped the sweat on his head, that village has actually long been open to the road, only some years ago the mountain collapse, buried the road, until now the road has not been repaired, can only go around from the mountain. The road up the mountain is too narrow and too steep for the ox cart to cross, so you have to ride a mule. Nagawa's heart thumped, he felt his pockets, there were less than $300, originally he planned to use this money for the village's guest house, the one Wu Qi and his party used to go to. Now when he heard that the ox cart could not go straight, he was also a little guilty. The money was hard to come by, and he hadn't had a dime on him since he'd crossed over, except for a system-concocted ID card. In order to get enough money for the road, Changchuan first gave himself to take their own mahogany sword to the pawn shop as a mortgage, got some money, and then swept around the major lottery stores, while pinching while scratching, managed to earn more than 20,000, in addition to the redemption of the money of the mahogany sword, Changchuan still have almost 20,000 for the road. In order to be one step ahead of Wu Qi and the others, Nagawa gritted his teeth and bought the nearest plane, flying to Shandong of time, and when he didn't have enough money along the way behind him he raided the lottery. Nagawa was relieved, so the family did all the work of a dark master. The two sat in a shady spot on the side of the road and made small talk. Alas, my son and daughter-in-law have been married for more than 2 years, but this grandson of mine has not been settled, the hospital has also seen, the prescription has also drank, but there has been no movement. Changchuan heard, this own can do immediately asked the old man to ask for his son and daughter-in-law's birthdate in 8 words, fortune-telling. Grandpa, don't worry, you'll be able to hold this grandson this year. The old man's face was delighted and he hurriedly asked Changchuan, "Really, lad? This year my old Chen too can also have a big grandson?" Nagawa was sure of himself, and pointed to the mahogany sword behind himself with a mildly understated smile. "Naturally, Moncler, look at me, this peachwood sword. It is an enlightened magic weapon. The ancestral home is in Longhu Mountain. The founding ancestor of the school is Zhang Daoling. I'm an authentic Jingyi school of Taoist priests. My fortune-telling is guaranteed." It also told some trivia about his son and daughter-in-law not known to outsiders, much to the old man's amazement. "It's me, old Chen, who was blind to the fact that you, young man, are a man of great ability. Well, by your good advice, I'm going to think about what to name my oldest grandson from now on." Nagawa smiled as he discussed the name of his eldest unborn grandson with the old man. Almost to noon, the old man's son and daughter-in-law led a pair of mules from the depths of the mountains. The old man and the two have explained, Changchuan and those goods together on the mule. This way the mountain forest is lush, the mountain wind is a little cold, although Changchuan is a masculine body, but also cannot help but shiver. The daughter-in-law who followed Nagawa to break the back saw it and called out to Nagawa, who was thrown a thick robe as soon as he turned around. "Sir, it's cool in the mountains and you're wearing little, take this robe and wrap it up first. After you've gone over this hill, you'll be there after a short walk." Nagawa smiled kindly at the woman and accepted her kindness. Wandering around, I finally arrived at the entrance of that village from the original episode. The couple tethered the mule team, and the man called for the village men to unload the goods one by one and hand them over to the village chief. Nagawa returned the robe to the woman and pulled out a yellow talisman folded into a triangle from his pocket and handed it to the woman. "Sister, you and your husband will get what you want this year and have a big fat baby. This charm is a little token of my appreciation. Put it under the baby's pillow. Bless him with a lifetime of peace and prosperity from evil spirits." Changchuan gave is actually a ghost-repellent talisman, but used to keep the peace is also only strong. Since the undertaking of a robe of grace, this bond is made. The daughter-in-law obviously also knew Nagawa's identity from her own father-in-law, and hurriedly accepted it with an arch of her hand, thanking Nagawa repeatedly. The man bowed and thanked Nagawa even after he had finished with the village and heard his wife finish what she had just said. "Sir, the conditions in the village are simple. There is no inn, there is only a guest house. I have just spoken to the village chief and he will have someone take you there." "Thank you for your kind words, sir." Nagawa waved his hand. "It's just fate." Chapter 37, Fake Boss Real Scum. Nagawa watched the two leave and followed a child to the village guest house. The child jumped into the door of the guest house, shouted at the inside sister, which came out a waitress, enthusiastically went up to ask Nagawa what he needed. Changchuan wasn't sure when Wuqi and the others would come, so in order not to spoil the plot, Changchuan decided to stay at the guest house first, and wait until Wuqi and the others arrived, then he would sneak out. Changchuan is a Taoist priest, geomancy and feng shui is also some experience. He looked at these mountains, probably can calculate where the tomb door is. He just need to go down one step ahead of Wuqi and their step, complete the punch card, the system task will also be completed. Changchuan disguised as a traveler Taoist priest, and the waitress exchanged revealed that he night observation of the stars, know that the emergence of a large tomb here, fear of ghosts are difficult to rest, specially come to eliminate the souls of the dead. Gave that waitress a bluff, even the address has become a master, and also gave Changchuan a 50% discount on the room rate. Nagawa is a little embarrassed, he had to make up some reasons to cajole the little girl, but also let people give a reduction in fees. He always felt that his conscience is not easy. In the end, he drew a peace talisman for the waitress, as a kind of compensation for his deceptive behavior. The waitress took the talisman and slept through the night, and the next day was even more thankful to Nagawa, saying that she had never had such a solid and good sleep. The gazes of worship and admiration made it even more difficult for Nagawa to resist, so he simply stayed in his room and didn't come out. It was the third day of Nagawa's stay here, and he was meditating on his bed, recuperating his energy, when he suddenly heard a male voice in the lobby calling out to the waiter in an extra loud voice. Nagawa snapped his eyes open. This voice he was familiar with. It was Fatty Wang. Changchuan pinpointed the time, Aining and the others had entered the mountain long ago at this time now. Fatty Wang probably entered the mountain some time before Wuqi and the others. In that case, he could wait for Fatty Wang to set off and follow him. Nagawa stood behind the door, listening to the various voices in the lobby, and boom, it was the sound of Fatty Wang closing the door to his room. He pulled open the door of the room, found the waitress, told her that he did not go to the lobby to eat in the past few days, troubled her to serve to the door of the room. If the normal people, the waitress is sure to spit on the mouth, but Changchuan is not the same. Changchuan is a master, masters do things are justified. Nagawa also did this considering that since he didn't want to get involved in the plot the first time around, it would be best if he didn't deal with any of the main group. Not surprisingly, Changchuan expected, Fat Wang really did not stay long in this place. The next day early in the morning to leave, Changchuan slightly waited until the noon meal, and that waitress said goodbye. Before leaving to thank her for her care, Changchuan gave her another bag of blessings, saying that it can keep the portal safe. This waitress, unfortunately so powerful and so handsome, Taoist little brother, this is going to go. Before leaving, also stuffed Changchuan a lot of food. Changchuan followed Fatty Wang's trail halfway to realize that he was some distance away from the door of the tomb, like he was going to make a direct burglary hole straight through the chamber. Changchuan thought that if he followed Fatty Wang to drill the robber's hole, he would inevitably collide with the protagonist group, and now he couldn't go to the tomb door or the robber's hole, but he didn't want to wait for all these people to go down to the tomb, and then he went down again. Suddenly Changchuan had a bright idea. Hydra Cypress, that big crack can be straight to the interior of the tomb, must be able to successfully beat the card, and in this place camped Ning and his entourage must be in the tomb at this time. The approach is feasible. What Nagawa didn't expect was for things to develop completely out of his control and out of his expectation. Counselor Han, what do you mean by that? We've been camping here for how many days and you've been dragging your feet on letting us go down. Can you afford it if the boss blames us? A cold and sharp female voice rang out in this mountain forest, causing Nagawa, who had arrived at this place, to hurriedly lurk. Through the gap of the leaves, Changchuan saw not far away, like the main tent, came out a man. This man Changchuan first glanced to see a few words popped up in his mind: domineering president. This man meets all the conditions of those ancient morning hegemonic general text heroes that Changchuan read in his previous life, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, long legs, like a knife-like jawline, contemptuous eyes, and exuding the aura of the sky-cool king breaking. Nagawa looked at the man and then at himself, suddenly feeling that this body wasn't that manly anymore. A woman followed the man out of the tent, looks gorgeous, tall, between the eyebrows of a heroic dilute some of the femininity, but more appear to be this person is not extraordinary. It was this woman who had just uttered that questioning voice. The man simply ignored the woman's inquiries, instead giving orders to his men who were organizing supplies on the sidelines. Send another team to search the northwest all over again. The woman could no longer suppress the anger in her heart as she watched the man ignore her. Han Shen, I'm asking you a question. Why didn't you carry out your boss's orders? If you don't give me a reasonable reason, I can go to the board of directors and sue you. The man turned back, a look of disdain on his face. Woman, you are in no position to question my orders. The woman also glared fiercely at Han Shen, her aura not weakening in the slightest. Counselor Han, you have to be clear. I, Aining, am the leader of the team, and you're just an advisor sent down by the board of directors. You're not qualified to instruct my team members. Changchuan looked at the two people at the bottom of the vaguely antagonistic trend, and was about to sigh. A mountain cannot be two tigers. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding, the main mission is released. Ask the taskmaster to kill the traveler Han Shen. The mission lasts for 3 days. The failure penalty is obliteration. Ding, the presence of the traveler is detected, opening a special locking mode. In this mode, the tasker can listen to the traveler's mind. Well, here comes another big mountain. 3 big mountains on Nagawa's back weighing him down. The mission duration is 3 days, which means I'm allowed to take out Han Shen right in the tomb, so maybe one of the purposes of traveling through time and space is to take out those alien travelers. Nagawa stared and held his breath, concentrating on the man's heart. This inning really doesn't know what's good for her, or else I'll finish her off in the tomb this time, but this girl is so good looking, it's a bit of a pity not to have a good time. I remember in this 7-star Ruan Palace, Jude Cao and all these people are dead, right, leaving only Inning still half dead. If I can't wait until she's injured and has no strength to resist, I'll give her a good taste of my big baby, and I'll make her want to die. It's not like I have to get her killed if she's sensible and willing to be a bed-warming contraption for me. If she doesn't know better, those tactics of mine are guaranteed to make this great beauty beg for her life. The nasty thoughts in Han Shen's mind made Changchuan's stomach churn. This humanoid, disgusting thing. Chapter 38, Murder. Han Shen sat on a military mat on the side, his posture casual. Captain? Ha! Captain, so what? This crack is below the green-eyed fox corpse is located in the stone platform, that is the main chamber. Will we eat that unicorn exhausted in the body of that green-eyed fox corpse? If there is no me, this squad is still estimated to be stationed thousands of miles away like the original it. I've helped Jude Cao so much and he just gave me the title of advisor. What a dog's eye view. When I successfully complete my mission this time, it won't be difficult to find 10 or 8 women like Aining. A mere captain dares to clamor in front of me, Han Shen. Changchuan listened to Han Shen's broken thoughts, and his heart sank. This Han Shen was prepared for the 7-star Ruan Palace. This time the system mission is afraid of changes. Changchuan gave himself a fortune and saw that the trigram showed that there was no danger, and only then did he feel slightly relieved. After all, he already had several failed and wiped out missions on him, and even he now had no points. There really was no Taoist who was worse off than he was. In the end, neither Ning nor Han Shen could help anyone. Annan retrieved the computer and yelled out to the outside of the tent, Organize your gear immediately and go down to the tomb in 10 minutes. Nagawa shrunk himself again in the tree as he watched the camp ahead of him crowded with people. One by one these foreigners were quick to carry out Annan's orders, and the variety of advanced equipment and firearms was an eye-opener. Two thoughts intertwined and collided in Nagawa's mind, and in the end, the good side was at the top because the instant emotions were blocked out too much. As the sun gradually moved to the west, Changchuan planned to wait until nightfall and sneak down through the gap. Since Han Shen coveted Aining, he was naturally going to go down. Although Changchuan couldn't do it himself, it wasn't impossible to use some means to let Han Shen make his own death in the tomb in order for the main body not to be obliterated. In the camp, Han Shen once again appeared in Nagawa's field of vision, a state of full armor. One of the remaining team members went up to Han Shen and asked him about it, and Han Shen talked to him fairly gently, but Nagawa sensed a hint of something wrong. Suddenly, Han Shen, who was still communicating harmoniously, pulled out a pistol from behind his back and fired a shot right at this team member's chest, and the sound of the gunshot not only made Nagawa's body tense up, but also made the few remaining members of the team who stayed behind on guard and were about to check out what was going on. Han Shen's hand speed was a step faster than those people, raising his hand and firing a few shots to kill all of these team members who were defenseless against him with headshots. For the sake of my honor and glory, you cannon fodder will have to go offline. Han Shen even had the leisure to dust his pistol after cleaning up the campsite. Immediately afterward, Changchuan saw Han Shen put on his protective gear, walk to the edge of the crack, and slowly paddle down the rope that Aining and the others had gone down earlier. Seeing the people disappear, Nagawa hurriedly rushed out of the shadows and into Annan's camp, examining each of those who had fallen to the ground. None alive. This Han Shen is not to be underestimated, he's so hard on his own people. Seeing that there was no possibility for these people to give salvation, Nagawa recited a passage of the Taishang Sutra of saving suffering for them, hoping that these people would soon leave the evil path and be reborn in a good place. Nagawa searched out some weapons and equipment from the tent. He didn't take much. He picked a pistol and a few magazines. After all, 7 paces away the gun is fast, 7 paces away, the gun is fast and accurate. Changchuan also came to that fissure, and probed downward to see that the bottom was so deep that only layers of tree barriers could be seen, and the ropes that Aining and the others had dangled had skillfully avoided those treetops of the Hydra cypress. It seems that Han Shen has revealed a lot of information to Jude Cao. Chapter 39 The Loss of the Kirin. Changchuan took out a concealment talisman and stuck it on his body. He wasn't going to use the rope left behind by Aining. Although it is a disposable charm, it is very effective. Sticking it on his body can hide his breath. As long as Nagawa moves a little less, Hydra cypress will not find him. A figure jumped down the crack, tapping his toes and landing steadily on one of the branches of the 9-headed serpentine cypress. Nagawa moved briskly, scurrying downward a few more meters and a few jumps. He dodged the dry bodies that were hanging from the branches and vines while cautiously looking down, trying to find Han Shen's figure. Ding, plot deviation detected. The unicorn exhausts itself away from its original location. Please repair the plot in time for the taskmaster. Temporary mission issued. Please make sure that the tasker ensures that the protagonist, Wu Qi, takes Kirin exhaustion. The mission rewards the opening of the carry-on storage space, and there is no penalty for failure of the mission. The sudden appearance of the system's voice caused Nagawa's downward climbing movement to lurch. What does it mean? Changchuan remembered Han Shen's heartfelt words that Jude Cao had sent people down to this warring state's tomb, surely running towards the law of eternal life. He couldn't remember much of the original plot, but the unicorn exhaustion thing Changchuan still had some impression. After all, it was one of the few golden fingers that Wu Qi had in his tomb raiding career. It both gives Wu Qi a portion of Xiao Zhao's unicorn blood's insect-repelling properties, and continues a period of Wu Qi's life after his 10 years in the Sanxi. I remember that Ning and the others were supposed to return without any success this time, and they've all been down there for so long. The system's beep is just now going off at this time. It must be Han Shen. It seems that Han Shen didn't tell Ning where the Qilin exhaustion is, and he wants to take the credit for it all by himself. No wonder he's so confident that he'll definitely get credit this time. Nagawa quickly analyzed the situation at hand in his mind. Originally he had planned to find Han Shen as fast as he could after completing the Ru Wang Palace punch card and find a way to trap him. Then hide around and make sure that Wu Wei and his party go through the plot so he can finish the mission beautifully and return to his body. Now that Han Shen had taken the Qilin exhaustion, he would need to snatch the item back and find a way to make Wu Qi swallow it, making things a few more troublesome. Nagawa hadn't even thought about giving up on the mission, not to mention for the sake of the subsequent plot. Just for a carry-on storage space, Nagawa would absolutely complete the mission. His mind was full of motivation, and he climbed downward a few moments faster. At the bottom of the crack there was a circular stone platform, on top of which was placed a jade bed, on which lay 2 corpses side by side, a young female corpse clad in a white veil, and a male corpse wearing a bronze mask in the style of a fox. As Chang Chuan expected, there was no longer any Han Shen underneath the Hydra cypress, but it was Wan Zhou who saw the corpses of several foreigners. Nagawa jumped off the branches of the Hydra cypress in 3 tries. The landing sound was very light, and it was obvious that he had kung fu in his body. He looked around warily to see that nothing strange had been attracted, so Nagawa walked over to the bodies and crouched down, examining the men's deaths. The fatal wounds on the bodies were almost all gunshot or bludgeoning wounds, and Nagawa guessed that the men had died in an infighting. He took another look at the 2 bodies on the jade bed, showing signs of having been turned over. In the tree Nagawa could not see clearly, and now at such a close distance, Nagawa clearly saw that the mask of the green-eyed fox corpse was askew, and the upper half of its face seemed to be exposed. The cause of the gringo infighting is found to be a vision of a green-eyed fox corpse. Chang Chuan got up and walked towards the jade bed on the stone platform. He wanted to properly inspect the 2 corpses on the jade bed. The original body had not come to the 7-star Luoyang Palace. Chang Chuan could only try to restore the original appearance of these 2 corpses based on the original depiction. After all, this location is a crucial plot point for the entire crypt, so don't get butterflies. Chang Chuan silently recited the mantra of clearing the heart, not to look at the eyes of the green-eyed fox corpse, flew to right the bronze mask, and then organized the clothes of the female corpse. Looking at the female corpse's face fresh and bright, Chang Chuan knew that they did not move the key in the mouth of the female corpse. The purple and gold box held in the hands of the green-eyed fox corpse was gone, and so was the bronze belt. Obviously, the purple and gold box also disappeared into thin air, so why did the system only notify the disappearance of the Qilin exhaustion? Chang Chuan was puzzled in his mind, but it was not the time to think about this. He entered the mountain a day earlier, and his footsteps were still a few points faster than Fatty Wang. According to the footsteps of Fatty Wang and Wu Qi's calculations, Fatty Wang will have to find the place early tomorrow morning at the earliest, and Wu Qi and the others will even have to come in the afternoon tomorrow, and when they meet and come to Hydra Cypress here, it will be. It's now around 7 or 8 in the evening. I still have one more night to recover the purple gold box and the Qilin exhaustion. Chang Chuan took some of the heavenly heart rock powder to keep as a spare. He tore off the hidden trace talisman on his body and intentionally attracted the Hydra cypress. A few lime green branches and vines flew towards him in a vain attempt to suspend Chang Chuan like those dry corpses. Nagawa darted and dodged, leading the branches to the bodies, and as he tossed and turned, the bodies on the ground were hung up by the Hydra cypress. Seeing that the ground had already been cleaned up, Nagawa sprinkled Tianqin rock powder on his body, and the Hydra cypress was momentarily afraid, its green branches and vines wriggling around Nagawa as if looking for a time to strike a fatal blow. Nagawa sprinkled a handful of Tianqin rock powder at the branches and vines before the Hydra cypress honestly retreated. Looking at the densely packed corpses hanging on the Hydra cypress, Chang Chuan couldn't bear it and took out a soul-restoring talisman and recited the incantation 3 times to overpower the dead souls on the Hydra cypress. Nagawa could clearly feel the warmth on his body. This was the reward given to him by the unjust souls trapped in this place, the power of merit. In Taoism and Buddhism, as well as in quite a few other sects, merit has always been the supreme treasure sought by all monks. There are a wide range of sources of merit, and merit can be accumulated by doing more good deeds, becoming enlightened by virtue, and cultivating one's inner self, as well as by overtaking the dead souls as done by Nagawa. These accumulated merits can attract divine blessings, improve one's cultivation and realm, or one can attain ascension. For most cultivators, merit was only a theoretical and spiritual existence. Only those cultivators with a deep Tao could truly feel merit, and there were very few cultivators who could use it. Chang Chuan was exactly the kind of cultivator who could use merit, and the reason why those talismans he drew were so powerful was because he had applied the power of merit in his brush and ink. Merit was not only a treasure for cultivation to Nagawa, but also a weapon to get rid of demons and defend the way. Chang Chuan wasn't sure if this world could withstand the thunderbolt he had induced with the power of merit. It mainly depended on whether the world consciousness of a side of the world was strong or not. Therefore, he did not dare to be too reckless. These merits try to use as much as possible cannot be used, the most daily at most to draw charms. There is another reason for Chang Chuan to save the merits. He thought that one day if he could meet the body, he would give all these merits to him. The body has killed too many sins over the years, and it is better to eliminate some of them. He reluctantly looked at the 2 corpses here that had not yet been superseded plus a walker, and in his heart he cried out for pity. If it had not been for the fact that all 3 had quite a lot of scenes in the original plot, Nagawa would have definitely superseded them. After all, if these 3 people were to be transcended, there would definitely be a lot of merit, and the body's killing sins could be reduced by a lot more. Someday in the future. Nagakawa, dear principal, please accept my merit. Wu Qi, are you willing to accept Chang Chuan's merits, so that no matter whether he is rich or poor, healthy or sick in the future, you will always support him, trust him, and share his sorrows and sufferings until eternity? Wan Zhou? Chapter 40, Stalking Han Chan and Encountering a Corpse Turtle. Changchuan looked around at the large and small stone caves on the cliff wall, pulled out 3 copper coins from his pocket, threw them out casually, and pinched them in his heart. The copper money stalled in mid-air for a split second, spinning rapidly for a few revolutions before landing on the ground, splattering a faint dust. Nagawa glanced at the directions of the 3 coins, calculated in his mind, removed the mahogany sword and held it in his hand, collected the coins, and walked towards a great cave on his right. The first group of Aining's squad to go down left quite a few traces on the ground, with messy footprints on the periphery of several holes. But Changchuan's target wasn't them. That Qilin exhaustion must have been taken by Han Chen, and he must have deceived Ning in order to claim credit for the path that Changchuan traced. The cave was pitch black, and the deeper you went, the less light came through the cracks. Nagawa didn't use a flashlight. He was afraid of exposing his trail. He burned another talisman and sprinkled the ashes in his eyes to be able to see in the dark. Holding his breath, he looked carefully at the marks on the floor and cautiously and quickly made his way deeper into the cave. Walking around a corner, Nagawa paused, for further on was the tomb passage paved with masonry, from which he entered that artificially constructed Western Zhou tomb. The stone and brick tomb passage caused Nagawa to lose track of Han Chen, and he took a few steps forward to a fork in the road. Changchuan took out the 3 copper coins again and threw them again to pinch the trigrams, then walked towards the left side of the tomb passage. The stone tomb passage made Changchuan not dare to go too fast, and in order to keep the soles of his shoes from knocking against the stone surface, Changchuan only had to raise his internal energy and utilize his light power to catch up with Han Chen. After traveling about 10 more meters, Nagawa vaguely heard what appeared to be a sound in front of him. He slowed his pace and approached slowly. A stone door stood slightly open, the light of a flashlight dangling from time to time inside, and Nagawa, who was close enough to hear the voices inside clearly. English version Counselor Han, it doesn't look like there's an organ in this chamber. Let's go find Captain Annan first. A gringo's voice reached Nagawa's ears, and Nagawa, who could understand English, caught the point keenly. Found it. Nagawa looked through the doorway to the inside of the chamber. The chamber was an ear room where burial goods were placed, and several 1-meter-long wooden boxes were placed in it, several of which had been opened. The 2 gringos were shining a flashlight around the chamber, and every now and then they even went up and pressed it, while Han Chen, whom Nagawa was looking for, was standing in front of a wooden box. The flashlight in his hand seemed to be searching for an organ as well, but Changchuan saw Han Chen sneak several pieces of jade into his pocket. English version: my judgment will not be wrong, you have no right to question me, keep looking. Really 2 fools, so big an organ froze did not see, forget it, they are slower to find it is fine, I take a few more. And so out of the exchange of money first in the country to get away with it. It's not easy to find Asian chicks when you're abroad, especially not domestic chicks. I can't get my mouth around those foreign chicks, they smell bad. Han Chen was still thinking about the good life ahead when a gringo finally discovered the organ and shouted excitedly, and I found it. I found it. After shouting, he pressed down with one hand, making Nagawa secretly sigh, these foreigners are really a stupid big man, can the organs in the chamber be pressed casually? As expected, the next moment, the chamber made a clicking sound of the mechanism turning, and the 3 people in the chamber looked around. The 2 gringos thought that the secret door was about to open, while Han Chen was on guard. Doesn't sound like a door opening. He didn't get the name of advisor for nothing. Naturally he had to know the dangers of the chamber better than the 2 white men, and he wanted to withdraw from the chamber right away. But just as he was about to make a move, several rows of small holes were revealed in the surrounding walls, and countless bronze arrows bubbling with green light shot towards the center of the chamber. The 2 gringos had no idea that they would be greeted not with open doors, but with sharp arrows that would take their lives. The 2 of them were filled with arrows in front and back, and they had already collapsed without even sending out a cry for help, their wide eyes full of disbelief. Han Chen reacted faster than these 2. Changchuan decided that Han Chen had to die before the last hidden trace talisman ran out. Han Chen walked cautiously through the tomb passage. He couldn't see in the dark, so he took every step carefully. The 2 of them turned around in the tomb passage and walked for almost an hour, passing by a few chambers. Han Chen took a cursory glance at them and left to continue walking, as if he was searching for something. Suddenly, Han Chen paused, and Nagawa hurriedly hid his figure. Ahead of the duo's grave path came the sound of several rapid footsteps, accompanied by the sound of intense gunfire. Han Chen and Nagawa hid at the same time. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Nagawa finally heard the person's voice. It was Annan. Go! Nagawa acutely sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Han Chen was still considering whether or not to take the opportunity to rendezvous with Annan. Just a few lights from the front of the tomb passage swayed and rushed this way, and Annan vaguely saw what looked like a person on the tomb passage in front of her. She hastily signaled the team to stop and defend themselves against the wall, and as the team members all raised their guns on guard, Aining yelled, "Ing, who's there?" Han Chen knew that if he didn't hurry up and make a sound, with Ning's demeanor, the next thing that would face him would be a gun. "It's me, Han Chen." Aining wondered how this person had come down here as well instead of staying honestly up there, but now was not the time to think about that. Those bugs were catching up behind them again. Aining greeted the few team members and quickly rushed towards Han Chen. "There are bugs behind us, hurry." Han Chen didn't react for a moment. "Bugs? Grass, it's a corpse turtle." Chapter 41, Almost Discovered. Han Chen turned around, not caring about his domineering image. Wolves fleeing for their lives. The swarm of corpse turtles was attracted by the fresh blood of a few people and pursued them. Aining's footsteps were disorganized, and bullets continued to shoot out of his pistol to hit the swarm of corpse turtles. But there were too many corpse turtles, and these bullets were like rain falling into the sea, not able to set off the slightest wind or wave. Although Nagawa had sensed something was wrong a step earlier, his retreat was crisp and clear. But Anin and the others weren't slow in escaping, and the distance between the two parties continued to shorten. It was also the case that the tomb passage was dim, and Changchuan did not turn on the flashlight otherwise. With only a concealment charm, Changchuan would inevitably be discovered by Aining. The sound of footsteps behind him was rapidly approaching, and Nagawa couldn't think fast enough, dodging into one of the burial chambers that he had passed by when he was following Han Chen earlier. Nagawa had observed early on that this chamber was a hiding place, with a number of stone bookshelves that were perfectly suited for him to hide in. He wasn't worried about the corpse turtles. The hidden trace talisman would mask his scent, and the corpse turtles wouldn't be able to smell him. Anin and the others were different. The hidden trace talisman couldn't make Changchuan invisible, so it was best for him to hide for a while in order not to be discovered. Who knew that not only did this chamber catch Nagawa's eye, but Han Chen also knew it was a good place to hide inside. "There's a chamber up ahead with a stone door so closed that the corpse turtle can't get in." Han Chen brought a few people with him, Aining, and drilled straight into this chamber. The incoming crew combined their efforts to push on the stone door, shutting most of the corpse turtles out. The handful of corpse turtles that followed them and were also killed one by the bullets of Anin's men. Nagawa hunkered down behind a bookshelf, doing his best to calm his breathing and try to shrink in size, hoping they'd catch a break and leave. Aining's team was scattered and fragmented after experiencing the illusions of the green-eyed fox corpses, and then encountered a few more organs in the chamber, with a lot of lost and casualties, and now there were still 14 members who were still following her. They all carried injuries on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent, and now that they had a hard time to rest, they were wary of the corpse turtle behind the stone door while tying up each other's wounds. Instead, Aining kept his gun pointed at Han Chen in front of him. "Han Chen, what are you doing down here?" Han Chen's body looked quite a bit tidier than Aining's several people, except for his slightly disheveled collar from running. He straightened his big back and pressed back some of his deformed hair, taking on that contemptuous attitude in his tone again. "You're in no position to question my decisions." Anin's eyes glazed over and her fingers slowly pulled the safety. Click. The sound of bullets being loaded was especially noticeable in the silent chamber, and the foreign team members sensed the stony atmosphere between their two superiors. Changchuan observed the situation on the field through the slits in the bamboo slips, and Han Chen's heartbeat in his ears kept ringing. "This woman is so vicious, she tried to kill me. A woman dares to climb on my head and make a scene. I really don't know what Jude Cao sees in this woman. After all the information I've given him, I can't believe he's only given me a little counselor, but he's made this woman the captain. What adoptive father? I think it's the Gold Master. This woman is probably all played up by her boss. Heh, pretending to be a chaste woman in front of me. Privately I guess I accompanied a lot of old men to climb to this position." Changchuan was so exasperated by these explosive heartbeats of Han Chen that his brain ached, and he suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible for him to personally send this scum on his way, and that it might not increase his sins without increasing his merits. Han Chen saw that Ning really meant to kill him, and his posture slowed down a bit. "Ms. Anin, after all, I'm the team's advisor. I know more about what the boss wants to get to, and I came down here to help you guys hurry up and finish your mission. After all, you said I'd be held accountable when I got back if I couldn't take credit for this operation, and I can't take credit for staying up here all the time." Aining still hadn't lowered the gun in her hand, and her team members rushed forward as they watched the two sides vaguely make a move. He came to Aining's side and whispered persuasively. He was a veteran team member and knew that Aining was angry because Han Chen didn't listen to orders, especially not his boss's orders. But right now, the tomb is in crisis, and the thing the boss wants hasn't been found yet, so he can't implode now. Aining knew that now was not the time to comment on right or wrong. She just wanted to let Han Chen know that she was the first commander of the team, and that he, Han Chen, should not be insensitive. The situation eases and Aining and the others sit down to rest, with only Han Shan leaning against the bookshelf to pose for the sake of his domineering demeanor. But there's no comfort in Chief Bully's look, and in just a few minutes, Han Shan changed several positions. Eventually he gave up on the standing form and instead walked around this chamber. He had come in to take a look at this chamber when he passed by before. When he saw that it was full of ancient books and nothing valuable jade, he swept it and left. Now to ease the pause of his tired feet from standing, he flipped through the ancient books. What is written here? I can't read it. Egu my feet. It's all because of this dead woman. When I get my hands on her, I will make her lick my feet. Nagawa tried to lower his presence. This traveler is disgusting. He pulled the pistol from his waist and held it in his hand, his heart beating a little faster and feeling his palms getting sweaty. If I'm found out, I'll send him on his way myself. English Captain, the corpse turtle outside seems to. This sudden sound caused Han Shan, who was gradually approaching the bookshelf where Nagawa was hiding, to give a start and turn around to return to Annen's group. Nagawa relaxed his tense body, his grip on the pistol slightly deflated. Annen cautiously peered through the doorway and had his men gently pull open the stone door, and there was indeed no sign of the corpse turtle outside. She greeted the team and continued on her way. Ms. Annen, where are we going now? Han Shen followed behind Aining and voiced his inquiry, and when he saw that Aining was ignoring him, he added another sentence. I know a bit about this tomb. I might be able to offer some advice on the route you've chosen. It's all about the boss after all. It was probably the last half of Han Shen's words that impressed on Ning, and she answered Han Shen's query. This tomb is considered to have 3 layers, the Hydra Cypress is the lowest layer, and this Western Zhou tomb is the middle layer, and I've searched both layers and haven't found that thing. There's one last floor left, above the Western Zhou tomb. We just found a mechanism, but it just triggered it and attracted a wave of corpse turtles. Now we have to get to that mechanism and get to the top. Annen finished her explanation and glanced at Han Shen. Former counselor, what's the high point? Han Shen didn't show it on his face, but just replied, it's okay. The mind was in a bit of disbelief. This woman can find the dark passage for a short period of time. She also has some ability. It's fine. When I lead them to that bloody corpse, naturally none of them will survive. It's just a pity that such a beautiful chick, it seems that she won't be able to enjoy it. Aining naturally knew that this Han Shen couldn't hold back any words, and she was doing it on purpose. She had grown up following her boss around to talk business and had seen all kinds of people, and Han Shen's undisguised contempt for her was clear to Aining. I really don't know what this person is looking down on. He really thinks he's so powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss sees that you're still a bit useful, this time when you go down to the grave, I'll let you have no return. Chapter 42. The group came to that dark room, and it was here that Annen's squad encountered a swarm of corpse turtles. There was still the body of one of the team members in the dark room. The bare skin had been gnawed away by the corpse turtle, and in many places the white bones were already exposed. Annen stepped forward and straightened his clothes, saying softly, wait, I'll take you back. Thumbs up, Juan will do some pulling. Han Shan looked at Aining's behavior with disdain. In his eyes Aining's this was just a sympathetic tactic to pull in those team members. Nagawa thought otherwise, hiding his figure and hiding outside the dark room. He saw the sadness revealed in Annen's eyes. She was really sad about that teammate's departure and really wanted to bring him home. Aining's ability to take on the role of captain as a woman and manage a group of big men under her command not only relies on her strong hands, but also the fact that she always treats her team members as family. Watching a few gringos build a human ladder, Aining and the rest of the group climbed one by one into the upper level of the chamber, and those who went up lowered the rope and pulled the 2 members of the group who were used as a human ladder up. Nagawa watched as everyone in the dark room disappeared. That rope was put away by Aining, and the mechanism leading to the upper floor was closed, before he slowly came out. He wasn't in a hurry to follow them this time. He was going to keep watch this time. That traveler wants to lure Ning and the others to the blood corpses, so I can go ahead and wait, and with the hidden trace talisman, the blood corpses won't attack me. Thinking of this, Changchuan took out the 3 copper coins, threw them into the air, supplemented by the 8 trigrams of chi men, and figured out that the place with the most fury in the tomb of the warring states above was where the bloody corpse was located. Nagawa pulled out his compass and followed the guide in one direction. The layout of the tomb was bizarre, and Nagawa corrected his bearings several times to find a staircase leading to an upper level that ended in a stone door. Pushing open the stone door, he went to the top floor of the Warring States tomb and quickly found the tomb passage that Wu Qi had walked through. Nagawa could already vaguely hear the noises that Aining and the others were making, and he headed that way to the main chamber with the 7-star suspicious coffin. He didn't go in. The layout of the Warring States tomb was simple, except for a few secret passages leading to the Western Zhou tomb. There was only one main path in total. The secret passage that Aining and the others had found led straight to one of the ear chambers of the main tomb, and the secret passage that Nagawa had taken was one of the burial chambers on the main tomb passage. Changchuan knew that Aining would definitely want to head for the exit after searching the main chamber, so he took a step ahead and went to the door first to take a look at the sarcophagus that housed the bloody corpse. The last section of the tomb passage was a gentle slope, and as Nagawa walked up, he saw the sarcophagus that faced the entrance of the tomb passage. Nagawa walked around the sarcophagus and saw the four-legged square tripod that Pansy had climbed into in the original episode. There are 8 long lamps around the chamber, but of course the long lamps are not lit. Nagawa picked out a smooth one and went to cat behind the lamp base. After waiting for about an hour or so, Nagawa vaguely heard footsteps coming this way. He held his breath and touched the hidden trace charm on his body. It wasn't the same one he had originally had, that one had failed and he had put another one on after he had gone up to the warlord's tomb. It's heartbreaking, so Han Chen must die. A good-tempered person like Nagawa was somewhat unable to endure Han Chen. Now his killing intent was even greater as he heard Han Chen's heart again. This damned woman, she definitely won't get away this time. As long as she goes to open the coffin, everyone here will die. I'll have to hurry back. I'll run as soon as the coffin is opened. English captain, there's a sarcophagus up ahead. A gringo who was driving ahead saw the sarcophagus and hurriedly reported it to Aining at the back. Aining had already looked through all the chambers of this tomb, and had never found the unicorn exhausted that Han Chen had told the boss about. She had brought few people left this time, and now she and her crew were a little exhausted. If this coffin didn't have what she wanted again, when she went back, she would definitely clean up Han Chen. English go, open. The 4 of them gently moved their bodies backward, away from the unusual sarcophagus. Boom, boom. 2 shots rang out in the chamber, and Nagawa shuddered as he saw the 2 gringos near the side of the tomb passage go down. The shooter was Han Chen. Ning and the only remaining member of the team reacted quickly and ducked behind the sarcophagus. Han Chen's limit was 2 bullets to kill. Annan and the gringo quickly backpedaled for cover. Nagawa bellowed. You 2 back off. Chapter 43 Seal, Pure Gift Plus. The bizarre chamber and the blood corpse that was about to break through the seal all made Annan's spirit tighten. The sudden sound of a human voice made Aining tremble, and the gringo even cried out. The red rope strangled on the blood corpse's body flashed with a hint of golden light, ruthlessly strangling into the blood corpse's flesh and blood until it clung to the white bones. The yellow talisman on the forehead of the blood corpse burned without fire, and the burnt-out ashes drilled into the 7 orifices of the blood corpse. Thus, the inner and outer double formation was accomplished. Nagawa gave a gentle push with his mahogany sword and the bloody corpse lay back in the coffin. Gently wiping the sweat from his forehead, Changchuan turned to Aining and said to the 2 of them, "Come and lend a hand and close the lid of this sarcophagus for him." The gringo was still out of the situation. He had just been stunned by this miraculous means of Nagawa's, and he was still judging whether he had died or was dreaming. Aining was the first to react. She called out to the gringo, and the 2 of them went up and joined Wanzhou in lifting the lid of the coffin on one side, and laboriously moved it to the sarcophagus to restore it to its original state. Nagawa took out his own copper coins and placed one at each of the 4 corners of the coffin, made several gestures with his hands, and softly recited an incantation in his mouth. The ceremony was completed, and he put the "Why are you here?" This one is a long story. Long story short, then. Aining's voice was cold, but Nagawa saw that the gun in her hand didn't have the safety on. Also understanding that Annan just needed an explanation, Nagawa compiled the origins of the past few days. Traveling around and passing through this place, I heard the villagers say that some years ago the mountain collapsed and more than 100 heads appeared, so I guessed that there was a martyrdom pit here. I'm a Taoist priest and need to accumulate merit to cultivate, so I wanted to come here to transcend the souls of the dead. I found your camp. The man named Han Chen killed the man guarding the camp. I suspected he was an evil practitioner and followed him down. Later, when I lost him, I realized that there was an extremely strong aura in this place, so I wanted to come and solve the source, otherwise it would become a problem in the future. Before I could do anything, you guys came, and I hid for fear of not being able to speak clearly, and you'll see later. Annan thought for a moment and slowly asked, "Is there any evidence for what you're saying?" Nagawa thought briefly and pointed to the pistol pinned to his waist and said, "Does this pistol count?" The gringo received a signal from Aining to remove the pistol from Nagawa's waist and handed it to Aining's eyes for her to scrutinize. "I took this pistol from your camp. The man hit so hard that all your men were killed in one blow. I was too late to save them, but I overtook them. Took the gun for defense as well. After all, the man was too ruthless and I didn't want to put myself in harm's way." Annan could tell at a glance that it was a firearm equipped by his own company, and the gun he was holding up was slowly lowered. barely believe you. Nagawa also smiled slightly, sort of answering Annen's words. Ms. Annen, I heard that man call you Annen, so I took it upon myself to call you that. Annen nodded. It didn't matter what the name calling was. Nagawa saw that Annen was willing to communicate with him and hurriedly said, Ms. Annen, shouldn't we go after that man now as soon as possible? He killed so many of you. Annen dragged the two. It was only then that he remembered that he had walked all over the 7-star Ruwang Palace. How come the system hadn't prompted a successful punch card yet? Chapter 44, Failure to Clock In. It was all because there were so many system quests that Nagawa had forgotten the details of what those quests entailed. Nagawa threw his consciousness into the system panel, he found his quest page, and there were 5 red dots at the unfinished quests. He clicked on it and saw those mission details. Main quest, kill Han Chen, the traveler unfinished, mission failure. System, why did the punch card fail? System, may I ask why the 7-star Ruwang Palace punching quest failed? Nagawa thought that the system hadn't triggered the keyword, so he thoughtfully went over the mission again, but what answered him was still silence. System? System? Nagawa wondered, hadn't the system just been there? He pondered what the being had done to come in such a situation before. The memories of the exchange between the main body and the system were turned over from the depths of Nagawa's mind, and the Nagawa who read it was also silent. The way the being acted sometimes really opened his eyes. But Chanchuan has no other way, 800 points or even less, the mosquito leg is also meat. He came all the way here, and it doesn't hurt him to lose 800 points for nothing, it hurts the instance. Nagawa glanced at Annen and the gringo who were resting on the other side of the room and adjusted his posture slightly, turning his body sideways with his back to the duo. System, you machine. Machine. This had been the only thing he could say that Nagawa could pick out from the words of his essence cursing the system. Ding, malicious attack detected, 1 warning, if accumulated 3 times, system discipline will be triggered. System, why did I fail to punch in the 7-star Ruwang Palace? Ding, the reason for not clocking in successfully is because the system has detected that not all of the temporary quests for this map have been completed. In Time Warp, if the temporary quests in the map are not completed, this map cannot be clocked successfully. Nagawa frowned, he suddenly understood why the instance cursed the system's expletives never repeated. This system was really retarded to the point of being outrageous. If I complete these 2 temporary tasks, can I clock in successfully? Ding, temporary missions may still be triggered in the future. How many untriggered temporary quests are left? Ding, ask the taskmaster to explore on his own. After a few questions were asked, Nagawa suddenly realized that it seemed that his previous plan was completely unworkable. He had planned to leave after restoring the tomb to its original state to avoid contact with Wu Qi and his group. Now that the system said that there might be another temporary quest being triggered subsequently, he would have to stay here for the next few days until he made sure that Wu Qi and the others finished the plot before he could clock in successfully. While Nagawa was still thinking about what he was going to do, there were other movements outside. Chanchuan followed Han Shen around the tomb this time, and the time had already come to the early morning of the next day. The slit above the Hydra cypress revealed the slightest bit of light, although it wasn't very bright, it still allowed Nagawa to clearly observe the situation outside the cave entrance with just his naked eyes. Nagawa beckoned to the 2 Annen, who instantly gathered around the entrance to the cave. All 3 looked toward the opening of one of the pit's tomb passages, where the sound had come from. The sound was becoming more pronounced, the sound of a man's footsteps and the scraping of a drag. Nagawa was still thinking that it was hard to believe that Han Shen had dragged out the corpses of those gringos. This idea popped up and he was all absolutely ludicrous. With Han Shen's villainous mentality, it was impossible for him to drag out the corpses of his teammates even if he was dragging out the gold. Annen eased his hand to his waist, where there was a pistol, the one Nagawa had fished out of the human camp. A silhouette gradually appeared from the entrance of the tomb passage, and it was indeed Han Shen. Han Shen was carrying a large backpack and dragging 2 more backpacks in his hands, which seemed to weigh quite a bit. Just as he exited the tomb passage, he unloaded the backpack he was carrying and rubbed his shoulders, which seemed to be straining him with the backpack on his back. The gringo racked his gun up with the barrel pointed at Han Shen, looking like he wanted to give him a shot. Aining stopped him. She wanted to wait for Han Shen to walk further, to wait until he was farther away from that tomb entrance before she shot him. She was afraid that if the first shot didn't hit Han Shen, it would be a bit troublesome to catch him again if he withdrew into the tomb passage. Nagawa thought the same as Annen, but he thought a little more. Han Shen had a gun, so did Ning and the gringo, but not him. In a fight, the 2 sides against the gun, he can have to dodge back, the bullet is not long-eyed, do not give him a shot away. Nagawa was silent, slowly hiding behind the 2 Annen. Anan noticed and glanced at Nagawa, who immediately flashed a smile. Aining gave him a blank look and took out his pistol and aimed it at Han Chen, who was dragging his backpack outside. Han Chen dragged the 3 backpacks one by one to the stone platform as he was about to sit down and rest. Aining looked at the right time. Now Han Chen's position was exactly with his back to them. He would never be able to dodge this shot. Boom! The bullet came out of the chamber, and the harsh cracking sound spread throughout the bottom of the pit, the bullet carrying Anan's killing intent and rushing straight towards the back of Han Chen's head. In Aining's vision, the bullet would dryly penetrate Han Chen's brain, and his brain matter would spray out along with his blood. Who knew that as the bullet was fired, the man who had long ago been labeled dead turned his head slightly sideways and the bullet grazed his ear on the stone wall. Han Chen quickly rolled over and hid under the stone platform. His left hand subconsciously touched his ear and felt a handful of wet, fishy red liquid. He instantly drew his pistol in his right hand and fired several shots at the hole where Anan and the others were hiding. Damn, who is it? Luckily I have a golden finger, or I'd really be in trouble this time. My ears are bleeding. Whoever it is, I'll kill him. Chapter 45. Aining was a bit shocked to see that Han Chen was able to dodge the fatal blow, but he quickly reacted and greeted the gringo to join him in the fire output. Han Chen couldn't lift his head for a moment from the firepower of the Anan duo. Surprisingly, it's this stinky Aining, she's not even dead, she's really lucky that she managed to escape from the blood corpses. Oh, I'm a man with a 100% dodge fatal attack, this pussy will die for sure. When I kill her, I'll be sure to chop off her head and feed it to the dogs. Chanchuan's heart sank slightly when he heard Han Chen's heartfelt words, 100% avoidance of lethal attacks, this traveler's golden finger is too tortoise-shelled, can Aning kill him? Nagawa drew his own mahogany sword. He had calculated the bullets of both sides as he had consumed a lot of them in the tomb. They would soon turn into a close combat. He was ready to join Anan and the others to surround Han Chen. The gringo had finished shooting a barrage and was about to replace it with a new clip when Han Chen suddenly came in with. He didn't know how to give first aid, but the being had experience, and although he couldn't do it very skillfully, referring to the memory of the being, it was possible to ensure that the gringo didn't die now. Knowing that her bullets wouldn't hold out for long, Anan dodged and quickly rolled to hide behind cover. Han Chen also closed in on Anan with his golden finger that was 100% capable of dodging deadly attacks. Both men wanted to kill each other as quickly as possible, with bullets blocking each other's routes from time to time. The distance between Ning and Han Chen approached 7 or 8 meters when the two of them successively ran out of bullets for their guns. As soon as Aining threw away the useless pistol, he pulled out his military dagger, rolled out of cover, and quickly closed in on Han Chen. Han Chen wasn't a mercenary, he didn't have Aining's sense of carrying a weapon with him, so he had to use his unloaded pistol as a weapon to fend off the blade that Aining was slashing at him. When Nagawa took care of the gringo's injuries and came out with his mahogany sword, he saw 2 people fighting. Aining's moves were harsh, and it looked like she had received strict military training, and the dagger in her hand specialized in picking out Han Chen's fatal stabs. Han Chen didn't show any signs of training, but the man's golden fingers allowed him to fend off Anan's attacks every time. The two balanced in an eerie state. Nagawa took a deep breath and rushed forward with his mahogany sword. This sword of his chopped evil spirits on the top and demons on the bottom, but he just hadn't killed anyone, so it seemed that he would have to see blood today. In Nagawa's conception, his own joining in would put Han Chen in a passive position, and under the combined attack of the two of them, he and Aining, Han Chen definitely wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Nagawa's addition did shock. But seeing that Chanchuan was helping Ning, Han Chen didn't care so much, just kill them all. Who cares who he is, I'm the real protagonist, not even a name, but a cannon fodder, kill it is, with the golden finger in hand, they simply cannot break my defense. Nagawa once again blocks Han Chen's chopping pistol, and Aining takes the opportunity to kick the gun out of Han Chen's hand. Well done, the traveler is unarmed, Anan will be able to kill him, my mission is going to be accomplished. Nagawa saw that the victory was assured. Aining made a horizontal leap, his dagger reversed its grip, and slashed straight down towards Han Chen's forehead. The mutation is sudden. Only to see Han Chen, who was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly dodge Anan's surefire move in a bizarre position. The level of distortion made Nagawa look at the corner of his eye. Then Han Chen did a backflip, his right foot hooked onto Aining's right wrist that was holding the knife in a smooth manner, lifting her dagger into mid-air and dropping it once again, and it was in Han Chen's hands. Damn, it's a good thing Goldfinger activated the protection status, or else I would have really died at the hands of this. The knife-wielding Han Chen looked like a different person, once he looked like a dominant general, but he still defied quite a lot in some small actions. The current Han Chen, on the other hand, seemed to be one with his persona, and his body truly exuded the aura of a strong man, or at least Annan looked more serious. She drew two small curved knives from her calves, all the muscles in her body tensed and the backs of her hands bruised. Aining's speed once again increased by a notch, darting in front of Han Shen, the curved sword in his hand traveling unpredictably, making even Changchuan somewhat unable to feel where the blade would be in the next moment. But all of these were resisted by Han Shen one by one. Ha 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 ha. Just a woman also wants to kill me, Han Shen. When I pick your hamstring and leg tendon, I'll give you a good pain from your... Han Shen's move slowly turned from resisting at first to a tentative attack. Nagawa, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, knew that Annan wouldn't be able to last long in this state, and he had just been thinking about how to deal with this almost invincible defense. After being knocked back by Han Shen once again, Nagawa supported Aining and murmured softly in her ear. You create the opportunity and I'll use the charm to hold him in place. Aining bellowed and closed in on Han Shen once more, his curved sword blazing in his hand. The two fought to the present body more or less with some injuries. Changchuan drill is this hole, the golden finger can 100% resist fatal injuries, but his charm is not fatal. Nagawa stepped forward and interfered with Han Shen's offense with his mahogany sword, and finally, when Aining delivered a flying kick, Han Shen was hit hard in the chest and took a few steps back. There's a chance. Nagawa took advantage of the opportunity, and as soon as he did, he pressed the talisman to the back of his neck while shouting, Annan! This talisman paper is the only top-quality fixation talisman Nagawa has ever had, and against a traveler with a golden finger, Nagawa has used all of his crushing talismans. Unfortunately, it only fixed Han Shen for a second. But when masters fight for their lives, 1 second can determine life and death. With both knives, Aining hooked his wrist and snapped the tendon of one of Han Shen's hands that was extended to fend off the attack. With a straight punch, the protruding knuckles struck Han Shen's throat hard, and with a forceful right hand, he chopped off Han Shen's other intact hand flush. Then a side kick, sweeping off one of Han Shen's legs. Han Shen couldn't utter a single scream at all due to the heavy blow to his throat, and he straightened up and knelt on one knee. Aining flew up and stepped on Han Shen's knee and leapt up, supporting her hands on Han Shen's shoulders in an inverted flip. The twin blades spun smoothly and a head fell to the ground. Annan landed lightly, not a single drop of blood stuck to her body, her movements were dry, and the person died dry. Ding, mission kill traveler Han Shen, completed. Chapter 46 Snubbing Aining. Now issuing system rewards, Han Shen's golden finger, please refer to the manual for specific use, points increased by 1000. Nagawa didn't react to the system's voice, his eyes were now filled with Han Shen's miserable death. Master is right, never make a woman angry. Aining used Han Shen's clothes to wipe the blood off the two scimitars and hid the weapons close to his body. Taoist, when we have the chance to meet again, you should not help me fight. Nagawa had a puzzled look on his face, he didn't understand what Annan meant. Did he piss her off there? Because you're a man who only puts in work and doesn't even dare to kill a human being, I don't take bodhisattvas on my team. Annan gave Nagawa a slightly teasing low look. Nagawa was embarrassed, his face reddened and he touched his nose in embarrassment. Didn't I provide a fixation charm here, which is, well, pretty useful. Annan and Nagawa looked at each other and both laughed out loud. Nagawa stepped forward and handed Annan the medical kit from his backpack. There's not much medicine or bandages left in here, so you take care of that a little now while I go help your teammate out. Annan nodded and borrowed the medical kit and sat down on her, but on the edge of the stone platform. She had just fought that battle, almost desperately, and now a wave of exhaustion surged towards the waves, and she struggled to lift her hand. Nagawa stepped around Han Shen's hideous head to the mouth of the cave, picked up the gringo who was leaning against the wall, and leaned him to one side of Annan. I took care of your teammate's wound, I took out the bullet, it didn't hurt his internal organs, he'll be fine when he goes back to recuperate for a while. Watching Aining struggling to bandage a wound on her shoulder, several attempts, and the bandage could not cover it accurately, Nagawa took the bandage and lowered his head to treat it for her. Get on good terms with Big Sister and get her to provide me with some funding sometime. Nagawa think about the future. Aining handed him a bank card, told him that the card has $1 million in the scene, his heart is beautiful. When he had bandaged Aining up, Changchuan also sat aside, he had just been circling Han Shen for so long, he was also tired. Annan tried to move her shoulders, seeing that it didn't really affect her movements, and made a move to stand up. Nagawa hurriedly tugged on her coat to hold her down, and Annan swept Nagawa's hand away and gave him a glance at the knife. What you do? Nagawa covered his fingertips that were slapped red. I should ask you this sentence, this wound of yours has just been tied up, don't move around, this is something I worked hard to bandage. Take a break, something will be done later. Aining resumed his seat, and Nagawa breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. He could clearly see just now that Aining was trying to check out Han Shen's body. The Kirin exhaustion can be there, and that's supposed to be what Jude Kao wants, and the goal of Aining's mission on this trip, but this one's for Wu Ji. We can't let Ning examine Han Shen's body, we have to find a way to detach her. Miss Aining, this teammate of yours has a wound that can easily get infected, he needs to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible, let me help you send him up together in a while. Nagawa looked as if he was concerned about the gringo's wounds and casually made a suggestion to Anin. Aining's face showed hesitation, I haven't completed my mission this time, and the things the boss wants haven't been found yet. Nagawa got up and walked over to the 3 backpacks Han Shen had dragged out, inspecting them as he did so. Your team is down to 2 men plus you, and 1 is still seriously injured, so what are you relying on to find something? And when I followed this man, I heard your fallen teammate call him a counselor. To be able to get you guys to take him on and give him the name of a consultant, I'm guessing this guy gave you the info on that thing your boss wants. But this man's intentions are not pure. Saying that, Nagawa unzipped his backpack, and a bunch of antique jades appeared in front of Aining's eyes. You see, he is a money grubber who came here for money. And how can you be sure that the information he provided to your boss was correct? Having said that, Nagawa did not continue, believing that these words would bring Anin to his senses. She had only gotten into it for a moment, and reacted when she heard Nagawa say that. I'm the one who didn't think it through, and since Han Shen betrayed his boss, his words can't be trusted. Nagawa struck while the iron was hot, looking at the time, it should be the next morning now, and it will take a long time to go down, so let's go up as soon as possible. You take your teammates to the hospital for treatment and come back here later when you have a chance to collect the bodies of those members of your team. Aining heard the implication of Nagawa's words and asked out loud. You're not coming with us? Changchuan shook his head, no, there are many dead souls in this place that have been here for a long time, I still need to stay for a while to transcend these dead souls. Don't worry about your teammates, I'll try to preserve their corpses, and I hope they're out of pain soon. I'm sorry, with Wu Qi around, this tomb is probably going to be scrapped, you won't be able to get the bodies of your teammates, I can only give them a few more times of overdose, don't blame me, don't blame me. Anin nodded her head, her team was so badly damaged that she couldn't accomplish a lot of things, so she could only go out first and make plans later. The gringo was still in good spirits after such a long rest, and he managed to get up with difficulty against Nagawa even as Aining got up to organize his backpack. Anin found those ropes that their squad had come down with, she would go up first, Nagawa would tie up the gringo below and Anin would drag him up. Daoist, I'll take enough supplies up there for the 2 of us to live on, and you do with the rest as you please. Changchuan face reserved, the heart is happy to open flowers, he will not have to freeze in a while to sleep. Sending Anin and the gringo away, the system beep popped up once more. Ding, temporary mission protecting Aining to safely leave the 7-star Ruwang Palace has been completed. We are now issuing a quest reward, a prescription for longevity. Consciousness entered the system panel and looked at the completion of several temporary tasks today. There were 2 instructions with explanations in the rewards for the completion of the mission, and Nagawa opened them as soon as he could. Han Shen's golden finger, when used, it can have the ability to dodge 100% of fatal damage for 15 minutes, and can be used 3 times. Longevity remedy, taking the pills made from this remedy can extend the lifespan of the person taking it to 150 years. Note that this remedy is only effective for ordinary people and not for those who are carrying special blood. The first reward needed no introduction, it was the equivalent of him having a temporary immortality 3 times, Nagawa was more concerned about the second reward. It can make an ordinary person live up to 150 years old, and although that age seems long, there are people in the world who can live up to it. Thought the system output would be a little more impressive. However, with this prescription in the main body, in the future, if we have no choice but to return to the Wang family, the embarrassment we'll receive will be a little smaller, right? Changchuan looked at the points balance column, there were a full 2,500 points, and in his heart, he suddenly felt as if points were not that hard to earn. He thought about the side quest that deducted 10,000 points for failure, if each map could have 2,500 points, he would only need to carry out 4 maps to earn enough. The future is promising. Chapter 47 Wu Qi's Great Crisis. Nagawa sighed as he looked at the headless body with a severed palm next to it. Aining only cared about venting her anger, but Nagawa, who was cleaning up the bodies, was suffering. Looking at the bloodied Han Shen, Nagawa struggled to rummage through the pockets on him. In the inside pocket of his jacket, Nagawa turned up a hard object wrapped in cloth. Changchuan hurriedly unveiled one layer at a time, and it was the very same Qilin exhausted that was engraved with Inchi Baori. He rummaged through the rest of the place and didn't find the green-eyed fox corpse's belt. Hurrying to the 3 backpacks containing the treasures, Nagawa rummaged through the backpacks and found the purple and gold box, but the green-eyed fox corpse's belt was still nowhere to be found. Chang Chuan guessed that after Han Shen took the belt, he removed the Qilin exhaustion to carry it with him, and that belt was casually thrown away by him. Things were really at their worst. Without that belt, Wu Qi wouldn't have used it to counterattack when he faced Fatty Wang's attack, he wouldn't have eaten the Kirin exhaustion, and the illusions wouldn't have disappeared due to the Kirin exhaustion's medicinal effects. Chang Chuan held his forehead, his face was sad. Is it hard for him to be exposed to the sight of this old fox, Wusan province, so early? Looking at the 3 parts of Han Shen, he suddenly wanted to give him a few more segments. Outside, the sun had risen above the mountains to the east, and the temperature outside was gradually rising, but Nagawa at the bottom of the pit couldn't feel it. He used the same method to hang Han Shen's body on the Hydra cypress and returned the purple and gold box to its rightful owner. This remaining Kirin exhaustion momentarily made Nagawa difficult. He put it in his hand and played with it, curiously close to smell it. There is a strange fragrance. If the body is there, surely can judge its value. Nagawa stretched as he transported all 3 of Han Shen's large bags of antique jades up. This was his loot. When he let Wu Qi eat the Qilin exhaustion, he would be able to obtain the carry-on space and pack all these treasures. The principal needed money, and he had to share some of it with the principal. Nagawa climbed out of the crack and saw the sunlight that had been missing for a long time. Annan had left him a lot of things. He hadn't rested for a long time. He found a random tent with a sleeping bag, zipped it up, and fell asleep. By the time Nagawa was awake again, it was already sunrise. Hastily fixing lunch, Nagawa gathered his things. Nagawa took out the last hidden trace talisman. The heartache in his eyes was hard to hide, but he still affixed it to his body. Temporary mission issued, mission reward 2,000 points, mission failure wiped out. Erase? It seems like it's really urgent this time, and there are penalties for temporary missions. Not caring about his nausea, Nagawa immediately ran towards the depths of the tomb passage. System, what's the situation? Shouldn't they have a scare? Ding, due to the traveler Han Shen affecting the timeline, causing Aining's team to delay going down to the tomb for a long time. In the original plot, Aining triggered the Necro Turtle swarm, and then the swarm of Necro Turtles went dormant again. However, due to the close proximity of the time when Aining and Wu Qi went down to the tomb now, the swarm of corpse turtles was triggered again before it went dormant, and the number of them far exceeded that of the original storyline. Nagawa sped up a few more points. The system was so good-natured to answer the question. Things really weren't small. There were so many butterfly effects from the travelers that Nagawa could already meet how much trouble would come in the future. Nagawa flung out a copper coin to strike the mechanism on one side of the tomb passage, and a tunnel instantly appeared by his feet. Without doing any thinking, he jumped down sharply, his knees bending to release the force the moment he landed. Chang Chuan had a hidden tracking talisman on him, so the corpse turtles couldn't detect him, but because there were too many of them on the ground, he still trampled quite a few of them to death when he landed. Wu Qi and the 3 of them were struggling to support themselves not far away holding fire folders. They were surrounded by corpse turtles. There were quite a few corpse turtles that had already started stacking up, and there were also some flying corpse turtles at the back that kept rushing towards the 3 of them. Pan Zi had been bitten by the corpse turtle several times on his body in order to protect Wu Qi, and blood was seeping out from many places. They saw another man fall from above, and straight into the swarm of corpse turtles. Wu Qi shouted urgently, "Run!" Chapter 48, Repelling the Corpse Turtle. Chang Chuan ignored Wu Qi's shouts as he drew out a few pieces of talisman paper and recited silently in his mouth. The talisman paper was windless and floated from Chang Chuan's hand to mid-air, and quickly floated to Wu Qi's 3 sides, surrounding the 3 in the center. Nagawa shouted, "Rise the formation!" The talisman paper emitted a light golden glow and settled straight on the ground, forming a circle to protect Wu Qi's 3 people. Those corpse turtles didn't dare to cross the yellow talisman, and as they watched this operation of Chang Chuan's, all 3 of Wu Qi's eyes widened. Chang Chuan couldn't care about the 3 of them. These corpse turtles couldn't attack Wu Qi in them, and turned to attack Chang Chuan. The concealment talisman also lost its effectiveness at such a close distance. The peachwood sword in Nagawa's hand flipped up and down, harvesting the lives of many corpse turtles. But the number of corpse turtles was just too many. Nagawa drew out a piece of talisman paper, he bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of tongue blood into the talisman paper. With that, he rose up in the air and threw the talisman paper hard at the soles of his feet. Burn! The talisman paper landed on the ground, and all of a sudden, it ignited a sky-high flame, wrapping the corpse turtle and Chang Chuan together. He set himself on fire. Wu Qi heard the fat man curse and was about to rush over to save him. He pulled back with a death grip, yelling, "What are you doing? Don't want to die, I'll join you when the fire is smaller." Fatty Wang also calmed down after being stopped by Wu Qi. Indeed, he was sending himself to death by rushing up now. Orange-red flames spread around the three of them. Wu Qi could feel a burst of heat waves coming, but the circle of yellow talismans all blocked it, and the three of them were unharmed in this sea of fire. In the heavy sea of fire, a foot stepped out and a figure slowly walked out from the blazing fire. Nagawa was dressed in a black punching bag, holding a mahogany sword, 2 strands of broken hair flowing with the waves of fire. The mahogany sword shook, and the waves of fire surrounding him receded in layers. That sea of fire lasted only a few short seconds before fading away. The ground ruffled by the flames left a trail of ash. Wu Qi looked at the unharmed man in front of him in shock, and he felt his worldview shaking to pieces. Afterglow glanced at the fat man next to him, and found that he was also stagnant. He suddenly felt really good, so everyone's 3 views are broken. Shangchuan's face was expressionless. He didn't want to talk right now. For the next trip to the tomb, he had run out of his hidden trace talisman, he had run out of the red thread that had been enlightened, and that formation that had protected Wu Qi and the rest of them was the only one that was available, and now the fire-repellent talisman made of the essence blood that he had inflicted was used as well. His heart ached. Shangchuan looked at Wu Qi and them, and was about to go forward, but the small holes in the stone walls around this cellar began to crawl out of the corpse turtles again. The corpse turtle looked like it had taken a stimulant and rushed towards the 4 people in the center at an extremely fast speed. Come on! Damn it, how did the corpse turtle react so quickly? It was only with Nagawa's shout that Wu Qi's 3 men seemed to wake up as if from a dream. Hurrying to the bottom of the passage where Pansy had jumped off earlier, Pansy was building a human ladder below. Junior Master San, go up quickly. Shangchuan used his mahogany sword to slash the corpse turtles that rushed up, and Fatty slapped the corpse turtles that flew around his head with his Luoyang shovel. Wu Qi climbed up 3 times. Shangchuan cut a corpse turtle in half with a sword and turned his head to Fatty Wang. You first. Fatty Wang didn't hesitate. This man looked like a capable one. He was dragged by Pansy and also climbed up the hole. Pansy's legs already had a number of corpse turtles tearing at him. He ignored them and turned his head to yell at Nagawa. Brother, come on. Nagawa didn't look back. Don't mind me, you go first. What did Zhang Qiling do? Why hasn't he come yet? Speak of the devil, and another organ rattled at the top of the cellar. A man jumped down from above, landing in a handsome posture, and even more handsome was that those originally ferocious corpse turtles madly turned away from that man, but in a few breaths, they dissipated. Shangchuan couldn't help but sigh. Qiling blood is indeed a supreme treasure. I wonder how powerful it is to draw talismans with it. Zhang Qiling got up and walked towards Shangchuan's group, and Shangchuan could hear Wu Qi's group greeting him. Nagawa surveyed Zhang Qiling up and down, not very messy, just a scratch on the back of his hand. He remembered that Zhang Qiling had gotten separated from Wu Qi and the others to deal with that blood corpse. Shangchuan wanted to ask how that blood corpse was doing, but Zhang Qiling spoke before him. Go up first, there are blood corpses back there. After saying that, he jumped up to the cave entrance, and Nagawa hurriedly followed. Ding, temporary mission rescue Wu Qi, Fatty Wang, and Pan Zi from the corpse turtle swarm attack, completed. Now issuing mission rewards, points increased by 2,000. Zhang Qiling led the way in the front, Wu Qi and Fatty held Pansy in the middle and chased after him, and Shangchuan ran after him at the end. After 7 turns, Zhang Qiling stopped and turned back to the people behind him. There's something odd about the stone path here, it won't be able to catch up in a short time. Wu Xia was the first to slacken off as he helped Pansy sit down and slumped his own butt to the side. It looked like it had been a thrilling escape, and it was really hard for the college student. Of the group, it was Pansy who was the most injured, but it was a lot better than the original episode. There were a lot of wounds, but they were superficial and did not hurt the inside. Wu Qi and Fatty were treating his wounds. Instead, Zhang Qiling kept looking at Nagawa, who was standing on the sidelines. Wu Qi wiped the sweat on his head and suddenly reacted, asking loudly to Fatty and Nagawa. By the way, who are you two, especially you, the fat one, pretending to be a ghost to scare people? Suddenly Zhang Qiling made a gesture, signaling everyone to keep quiet. Nagawa heard a cackling sound like a toad's call, and he immediately knew that it was that blood corpse coming after him. He thought of the original plot where, because of a fart from Fatty Wang, Wu Qi's few people were discovered by the blood corpses despite their best efforts to reduce their presence. It was then felt that it would be better to just be reckless. You guys take Pansy and go first, I'll take the top for a while with this knife-carrying little brother. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Qiling. Wu Qi was a bit hesitant, but when he saw Zhang Qiling nodding to him, he didn't hesitate anymore, and he and Fatty set up Pansy and ran. Shangchuan drew out his mahogany sword, Zhang Qiling stood aside with his black and gold ancient sword, and both of them held their breath. Wu Xia left them with a miner's lamp, and the duo's shadows hit the floor and walls of the stone passageway as they listened to the cackling sound come closer and closer. A twisted and shaking figure appeared at the other end of the stone path, and Nagawa gripped the sword in his hand hard. Although it was not the first time he dealt with a blood corpse, but before it was restricting its movement, this time it was solving it, Nagawa was still a little apprehensive in his heart. The blood corpses smelled the scent of the living and hissed in excitement, charging towards the duo in an eerie position. Changchuan was about to step forward when a silhouette was a step ahead of him, a blade that flashed with a cold aura flashed in Changchuan's eyes, and Zhang Qiling fought with the blood corpse with his black and gold ancient sword. Changchuan touched out another fixation talisman. This one was of low quality, but it was still enough to be used to create an opportunity to kill a blood corpse. The stone pathway was narrow, and both blood corpse and Zhang Qiling's movements were restricted. The red rope that was wrapped around the bloody corpse by Nagakawa was long gone, leaving only many dents and deep strangulation marks. It was just that the blood corpse had almost no sense of pain, and these strangulation marks had no effect on it, but instead somewhat affected Zhang Qiling. Because those wounds had been seeping blood out, the blood of the blood corpses was poisonous, ordinary people would die when they touched it, and although people like Zhang Qiling who carried special blood would not be killed, it would also weaken their bodies for a period of time. The blood corpse slapped out a palm fiercely, and Zhang Qiling blocked the black gold ancient sword in front of his chest. The force of the bloody palm was extremely heavy, and Zhang Qiling retreated a few steps back to release the force, retreating to Nagawa's side. Chapter 49 Double Kill. Changchuan looked at the somewhat spicy blood corpse in front of him, wrinkled his nose, and rushed up with Zhang Qiling. His mahogany sword may be slightly inferior to slashing people, but against the zombie category, it is still a professional counterpart. The mahogany sword stabbed at the blood corpse's various joints, hindering its attacks. The blood of the blood corpse contained the evil demonic gas, and once the mahogany sword was dipped into the blood of the blood corpse, electricity gradually surfaced on the body of the sword. This sword is made of 1,000-year-old peach wood that is hardened against 991 thunderbolts and does not die, and it is normally displayed in the form of an ordinary wooden sword, but when awakened, either actively or passively, the sword carries its own power of thunderbolts. Now that this mahogany sword only carried 1,000th of the power of the thunderbolt, it made the sword marks on the blood corpse's body that had been slashed appear charred and black. Although it was the first time the two had cooperated with each other, they still had some tacit understanding, and as Zhang Qiling kicked the bloody corpse into a stagger, Changchuan made a catapult, and a piece of talisman paper was pasted onto the forehead of the bloody corpse. Hurry! Accompanied by Changchuan's bellowing cry, Zhang Qiling dodged, and with a flash of cold light from his black and gold ancient sword, his hand rose up and fell down, and the bloody corpse's head was separated from its body. The entire stone passageway was spread with the unmistakable smell of a bloody corpse's body. Yo, second head! Zhang Qiling stepped forward and was about to pick up the head when Changchuan hurriedly stopped it. He rummaged through a cloth bag and handed it to Zhang Qiling, signaling for him to use this to contain it. Zhang Qilington lingered for a moment and reached out to take it. Ding, plot deviation detected. There is a great probability that Wu Qi and Fatty Wang will be deeply trapped in the illusion of the green-eyed fox corpses and unable to wake up. Please have the taskmaster have Wu Qi take Kirin exhaustion as soon as possible. The system's voice made Nagawa's heart startled. How could he have forgotten about the matter of the Qilin exhaustion? Not being able to care too much, Nagawa took out his compass. He had basically mapped out this tomb yesterday, and he had memorized the various important chambers' hair directions. This little brother, your teammate's life is in danger, let's go. Zhang Qiling was still polishing the black and gold ancient sword when he heard Changchuan say that Wu Qi was in danger. He looked up at Changchuan. Changchuan knew that Zhang Qiling was inquiring how he knew. I'm a Taoist priest, I just did a fortune-telling for that little brother, and the result wasn't very good, so we have to rush over there as soon as possible. Hearing Changchuan say that, Zhang Qiling's face also took on a bit of gravity. The two followed the compass's guidance and arrived at the bottom of the sacrificial pit where Hydra Cypress was located at a very fast speed. Unlike last night when everything was silent, today the place is extraordinarily lively. The Hydra Cypress was very excited, and many dark green branches and vines flew up and down around the stone platform in the center, as if he wanted to go up to it, but because of the existence of the heavenly heartstone powder, he didn't dare to step beyond it. The two people who were tangling together in the stone platform were none other than Wu Qi and Fatty Wang, and they were the ones who had attracted Hydra Cypress's attention. Zhang Qiling quickly rushed over, dodging Hydra Cypress's attack with a few dodging jumps. He jumped onto the stone platform, separated the two men with a few moves, and knocked out Fatty Wang, who was pressed against Wu Qi, with a knife handle. Changchuan followed closely behind, sprinkling the long-prepared heavenly heartstone powder in a moneyless shower, and the nine-headed serpent cypress quickly retracted its branches and vines. Just in case, he poured all the remaining heavenly heartstone powder against the roots of the nine-headed serpentine cypress, which completely wilted and honestly acted as his backdrop. He turned around to see Zhang Qiling's ferocious method of knocking out Fatty Wang, and hurriedly pressed down on the open-mouthed Wu Qi, pulling out the Qilin exhaustion and stuffing it into his mouth. Wu Qi, this small body cannot stand Zhang Qiling a knife handle. Poor fat. Ding, temporary mission ensure that the protagonist, Wu Qi, takes Kirin exhaustion, has been completed. Now issuing the quest reward, carry on storage space opened. Zhang Qiling placed the softly collapsed Fatty onto the stone platform and looked at Changchuan with a don't wow expression protecting Wu Qi, his eyes helpless. Not caring about the strange Taoist priest, he came to the body of the green-eyed fox corpse, raised the black and gold ancient knife, and simply fell. Another human head separated Louis XVI. Nagawa looked down, looked at the head with a fox face that grunted and rolled to his feet, his eyes twitched, and he kicked it far away. Wu Xia held his dizzy head and stood up with difficulty. This Taoist master, what did you just feed me? Changchuan was picking at Fatty Wang's eyes and casually replied back, good stuff, it can solve illusions. Wu Qi scratched his head, embarrassedly saying thank you. How much does this cost? My third uncle has money, I'll ask him to pay you back. Nagawa waved his hand, no need. Wu Sansheng, who had just rushed over, listened to the whole thing and ruthlessly gave Wu Qi a burst of chestnuts. Wu Qi covered his reddish brain, aggrieved and angry deflated. He suspected that Uncle San communicate a personal revenge. His head is definitely going to be a bag. This little brother is a character from which road? Can you give me the honor of getting to know him? Wu Sansheng had a professional fake smile on his face, but in his heart, he was wary of this unplanned person. After Changchuan checked that there was no major problem with Fatty Wang, he turned back to Wu Sansheng with a faint smile. The already quite handsome face was even more intimate and friendly because of this smile. Hello, my name is Nagawa and I'm a traveling Taoist priest. Wu Sanso sweeps over Nagawa's Taoist hair and the mahogany sword behind him, and judges that Nagawa could really be a Taoist priest. Still, he felt that Nagawa's appearance was too coincidental, and the fake smile on his face became sincere. Taoist Nagawa, I wonder, are you here in this tomb as part of the traveling party? Changchuan knew that Wu Sanso must have suspected his identity, and to deal with such an old fox who was full of hard eyes, sincerity was the best means. He nodded in embarrassment. The path is a monk, and should not have entered someone else's grave without permission. But I traveled here a few days ago, and there was a guest house in the village down the hill, and the waitress there mentioned to me that their village had a landslide some years ago, and there seemed to be burial pits on the hill. She said she had frequent nightmares after. Who knows, I realized that among those foreigners, there was one who was very strange, and I sensed the aura of an evil cultivator in him. I was afraid that this person was harboring evil intentions, so I followed him down to take a look. As a result, by the time I found them, they had suffered heavy casualties, with very few personnel left, and were being chased by a swarm of corpse turtles. I then wanted to catch up with them. A monk facing such a situation should give a helping hand. Later they encountered the blood corpse, which was quite powerful, but I took advantage of the fact that it was still in its weakened stage to suppress it and re-imprisoned it in the sarcophagus you saw as soon as you descended from the tomb. It's just that I came too late to save just 2 people. After sending them out of the tomb, they left some supplies for me, so I recuperated here, and in the meantime, I transcended the dead souls of this tomb. Until you went down into that chamber and destroyed the formation I put on the sarcophagus. I had a feeling, so I followed your trail all the way here, and then I met these 2 brothers. Changchuan smiled at Wu Qi and Pan Zi and nodded. Wu Qi moved closer to Wusan province and muttered in a low voice, while Pan Zi on the side nodded his head in agreement every now and then. Even though Wu Qi's voice was small, but with such a close distance, Changchuan was still able to listen to the general idea that this Wu puppy was talking about the scene of their encounter, portraying his act of dispelling the corpse turtle with the fire-repellent talisman as if he were a god of the heavens coming down from heaven, which made him laugh and cry a little. After listening to Wu Qi's account, Wu Sansheng looked at Changchuan with a hint of surprise in his eyes. How rude, thank you, Taoist master, for saving this nephew of mine. It turns out that the thing in that sarcophagus is a blood corpse. That's an extremely dangerous thing. It seems like we need to move faster. If the blood corpse comes after us, we'll be in trouble. Nagawa told Wu Sanso not to worry and pointed to the cloth bag Xiao was carrying. That blood corpse has already been taken care of by me and this little brother. Wu Sanso was even more amazed as he exclaimed in a loud voice that Changchuan and Zhang Qiling's stances were superior. Looking at Wu Sancho's immense gratitude to him, and also introduced him one by one to the people in the team to recognize, Changchuan responded one by one on his face, but in his heart, he was as clear as a mirror. Wu Sansheng, this is to know that he has some unconventional means on him, afraid of any accidents, see that he is still friendly to them, so the surface is respectful, but privately do not know what to think. But Nagawa was sure that Wusan province would scrutinize his identity when he got out of the tomb. Nagawa is just a vest. It would be nice to have an ID to fly on an airplane. There is definitely no background identity or anything. A quick check by Wu Sanso will reveal a blank identity for Nagawa. But if one were to look up these experiences he told, one would again find that pretty much all of them match up. Wu Sancheng must be even more skeptical in his mind, and he might even have to revise his plans because of himself. But none of this Nagawa cared about. What he cared about was how the protagonist group viewed him. As long as the protagonist group thought they were friendly, then when they used Nagawa's identity in the future, they wouldn't trip up at every turn, and their own mission would be better accomplished. Nagawa could already see that this system of his own was clearly oriented towards the protagonist group, releasing missions ostensibly under the banner of maintaining the plotline, but actually doing things that helped the protagonist group. Since this was the case, the original plan of the main body definitely had to change, and the goodwill of the protagonist group was something that had to be brushed up. This is something the body can't do, only the vest can. Nagawa stood aside with his arms wrapped around him, and several people from Wusan province had already begun to study the two corpses and that purple and gold box. The unconscious fatty Wang hissed and finally woke up. He touched the back of his aching neck and was about to start cursing when Wu Qi covered his mouth with an arrow step. Nonsense, the person who can chop up a blood corpse like a vegetable, packing a fat Wang is not simple. Seeing his fatty Wang and his short-lived revolutionary friendship, he reluctantly saved the day. Wu Qi pulled Wang Fatty and briefly told him what happened after he passed out, giving Wang Fatty a blank stare. Looking at Chang Chuan for a moment, and Zhang Qiling for a moment, his mouth was wide open enough to stuff an egg. Chang Chuan was a bit bored. He had long wanted to leave, but Zhang Qiling over there appeared to be wiping his sword, but in reality, he had been paying attention to Chang Chuan's movements. As long as Chang Chuan made a move, Zhang Qiling looked over to Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan really couldn't find a chance to bolt. He had to draw a formation on the side, took out a few yellow talismans and lit them, and softly recited the supernatural scriptures under his breath. One thing he hadn't lied to Aining and Wu Sancheng about was that overtaking the souls of the dead was really one of the reasons he had stayed behind. Chang Chuan, who closed his eyes to recite the sutra, could feel several lines of sight sweeping through and retracting, and Chang Chuan knew that it was Wu Sanso and Wu Qi's few people, and he could even guess what Wu Sanso and the others were thinking in their hearts. Look, feel free to look, but I'm telling the truth anyway, and I'm really going over the top. Chang Chuan no longer paid attention to those people. He closed his five senses and concentrated on feeling the power of merit. I don't know what Wu Sancheng and the others did. When Nagawa opened his eyes when he heard the sound of the organ rattling, he realized that a coffin had slid out of the hole in the tree of the Hydra cypress. Finally, we've reached this plot point. Just as he expected, the sound of breathing in the coffin made Wu Qi's few people panic, and although Wusan province stabilized the situation, he did not dare to open the coffin for a while. Dakue was so scared that he cowered tightly behind Wu Sanso and Pan Zi, trembling and poking his head out. Third master, why don't we let that Taoist priest take a look? He can suppress blood corpses. This won't be a problem either. Originally, when he saw Dakue's wimpy appearance, Wu Sancheng opened his mouth to curse, but when he heard Dakue's words, he swallowed his expletives again. Wusan province looked relieved. Dakue, it's rare that you used your brain this time. After saying that, he signaled the people around him to back off. With a warm smile on his face, Wu Sancheng came to Nagawa alone. Taoist Master Chang Chuan, this coffin seems to be haunted by ghosts. I hope you can come and have a look. I, Wusan province, will be grateful. Nagawa swept the ashes of the last yellow talisman away with a wave of his hand, reached out and pretended to pinch his fingers, and said to Wu Sancheng, open the coffin as much as you like. What's inside is not a threat. That little brother Zhang can handle it. Getting Chang Chuan's assertion, Wu Sancheng breathed a sigh of relief, made a salute to Chang Chuan, and turned around to lead Pansy and the others to. Yes, he was already planning on what he would sell it for when he stole it. Don't ask him how. The system had just rewarded him with storage space, which came in handy. While the crowd was still chattering and discussing how to remove this jade figurine, Zhang Qiling abruptly stepped out from the crowd and came to stand in front of the living corpse. Chapter 51, Exit the Tomb. Disgust flashed in Zhang Qiling's eyes. You've lived long enough to die. Saying that, he suddenly reached out, grabbed the neck of the vivisector by the neck, and twisted it with force. With a ka-boom sound, the living corpse's throat bone shattered, its body trembled, and the breath that had been hanging for an unknown number of years completely dissipated. That vivisector's originally blown-out skin looked like it had suddenly lost its nutrients, and in an instant, the vivisector's skin quickly turned blackish-purple and crumpled together, like a 1,000-year-old dry corpse. Nagawa raised an eyebrow as the famous scene clocked in. He rubbed his hands together with some excitement as the living corpse turned into a dead one, and now it was his turn. Chang Chuan ignored Wu Qi and Fatty Wang's continuous questioning of Zhang Qiling as he took a few steps forward and became the second person to walk up. A yellow talisman appeared in Changchuan's hand, igniting itself without fire. The green smoke that burned out split into several strands in mid-air and went straight into the 7 orifices of the living corpse. Nagawa's hand calmed those who were still arguing, and the scene was quiet for a moment, causing him to look back uncomfortably. Wu Qi, Wang Fatty and Pan Zi, who had seen his methods long ago, looked at Changchuan's hand. Their faces were full of excitement because they could see the magical methods again. Wu Sanzhou and Dakue, on the other hand, were shocked. Wu Sanzhou was fine, he was well informed and quickly regained his composure. But Daikyu did point at Nagawa as if he had seen a ghost, shivering. 3, 3, 3. A sentence was left unsaid, and Wu Sanzhou covered his mouth with a hand. Zhang Qiling still had a calm face, unable to see any thoughts. Nagawa, you guys just keep discussing, don't worry about me, I'll supersede him for a bit. Hearing the deliberate discussion behind him, Nagawa smiled. He reached out and drew a few strokes on the jade figurine, pulling the mahogany sword out and standing it in front of him with the hilt in his hand. A weird chanting sound came out from Nagawa's mouth. The sound wasn't very loud, but strangely enough everyone present could hear it clearly. The discussion came to a screeching halt once again, and all eyes gathered on Nagawa. Without realizing it, Nagawa pinched his left hand and finally compared it to a sword finger, sliding it lightly over the blade of the mahogany sword from end to end. The sharp blade of the sword cut through his index finger, and blood gushed out instantly. The blade of the mahogany sword was stained red with Nagawa's blood, and the red cord on the hilt was vaguely hot. Large and small caves on the surrounding rock walls, I do not know when, suddenly came a gentle breeze, blowing Nagawa's hair. With the cessation of the chanting, all the blood on the sword was absorbed by the mahogany sword. Nagawa's sword flower flung out, and the tip of the sword stabbed straight into the vivisector's throat. Perish! The clear voice echoed at the bottom of the pit, and the vivisector instantly chafed and dissipated into smoke, inch by inch, starting at the throat. Holy, Fatty Wang didn't hold back and cursed. Nagawa put away his sword and let out a light breath. Fatty Wang came to the front of the coffin, both eyes glowing, excitedly looking at the intact jade figurine, itching to kiss it. Taoist master is awesome. This jade figurine is surprisingly intact. Fatty Wang's roar awakened the dumbfounded crowd. Taoist master, is this how you overpower all the corpses in the tomb? Wu Sanzhou gulped and cautiously asked Nagawa. Of course not, this tactic is only used to overpower those evil-doers of the netherworld, ordinary people we chant scriptures to overpower. Nagawa smiled faintly at Wu Sanzhou, who smiled back and nodded, but in his mind he raised Nagawa's danger level again. This tactic was not commonly used by Changchuan, as the use of this Taoist technique was a very vicious punishment, as the soul and body of the person being used would be scattered and the corpse would not be preserved. Changchuan used such a troublesome means. One is because this living corpse did do a lot of evil, and by doing so himself, he was also avenging those wronged souls. As he expected, the heavenly Tao fed back a lot of his power of merit. The second is the deterrent to the 3 provinces of Wu. He showed up this time. Wu Xie family bureau he certainly cannot avoid will be pulled into. He always have to find an opportunity to show his hand in front of the 3 provinces of Wu, so that he counted on their own time carefully way. He is not a good pinch of soft persimmons Changchuan. Wu Qi's eyes were shining, looking curious about Nagawa's operation. But Nagawa had long ago walked to the side of the stone platform and found a clean spot to meditate with his eyes closed, making it clear that he didn't want to talk to anyone. Changchuan was now waiting for that corpse turtle to come out, and then he would take advantage of the chaos to pocket the jade figurine before leaving this place, and his mission this time would be successfully completed. Nagawa doesn't want to change Day Q's ending because he had his suspicions from the first time he met Day Q. There was something familiar about him. He guessed that Dakue might be a member of the Wang family, or a spy of other forces. In any case, Changchuan observed that Dakue's face did not look like a loyal person. Sure enough, just like the original plot, Wu Qi opened the box held by that green-eyed fox corpse and read out the information on the silk book inside. While they were discussing, the bloody corpse head that was in a cloth bag shook a bit, and a small blood-red corpse turtle bit through the bag and flew out. Wu Qi and the others dodged in a hurry, but Dakue didn't react and slapped the corpse turtle king to death. Ah! With a scream, Nagakawa opened his eyes as the blood-red color of Daikyu's right hand started from the palm of his hand and spread all the way up his entire arm. In just a few seconds of work, Daikyu's entire body turned blood-red, and he had turned into a bloody corpse. The cave, which was originally surrounded by the silence of the rock walls, suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. Countless creaking sounds rang out, and countless corpse turtles instantly surged out of those large and small caves. It was overwhelming, coming at the crowd like a wave. Run for the trees! Wu Sanqing shouted, assisted the leggy Pan Zi to take the lead, rushed to the Hydra cypress, and climbed quickly. Chang Chuan was the farthest away from the tree, and by the time he arrived at the tree, several of Wu Chi's people were climbing up the tree. Seeing that no one noticed him, Chang Chuan approached the coffin and with a wave of his hand, the jade figurine was taken into his space. The swarm of corpse turtles was already less than 2 meters away from him, but Nagawa wasn't in a hurry. With his internal power being redirected within his body, Nagawa jumped with force and instantly scurried up the thick branch. A few jumps in a row he had surpassed Wu Chi and Fatty Wang. Hearing Wu Sanzho from above yelling about explosives, Nagawa's pupils shrank. Lightness was instantly utilized to the extreme, his silhouette fleeting between the branches of the trees, and when he reappeared he was already above Wu Sanqing and Pan Zi. Boom! With a loud bang, a wave of air swept from the bottom of the pit, and Nagawa was shaken. He didn't dare to hesitate. Wu Chi and the others had a protagonist's aura, but he didn't. With a burst of energy, Nagawa quickly climbed upwards, and within a few breaths, he was on the top of the cliff. He turned to look at the bottom of the cliff, where Wu Chi and the others were still struggling to climb. Nagawa quickly came to the front of Annan's campsite and put all the things he had packed earlier into space. System, punch the 7-star Ru Wang Palace. Ding, the side quest punching the 7-star Ru Wang Palace has been completed. System reward is hereby issued, points increased by 800. Ding, this map has been successfully clocked, please ask the taskmaster if he wants to end this time travel. Chapter 52, Happy New Year. Nagawa pondered for a moment. He actually wanted to visit that water pirate cave. He remembered that there were a lot of corpses there as well. But then it occurred to me that the plumber was dead, and no one would dare to carry him in a boat. Nagawa was saddened. Since he couldn't go, he should go back. The end. A fresh wind whipped through the mountains and forests, the twilight was sinking, and the youth standing under the tree looked up and disappeared in the next moment. The vests revert to cards and the consciousness returns to the body. Wanzhou opened his eyes and struggled to get up, turning sideways towards the bed and dry heaving a few times. The return of consciousness caused Wanzhou to feel the sky spinning and subconsciously want to vomit. But Wanzhou's abdomen was empty and he didn't vomit anything out. He coughed a few times and physiological tears spilled out of his eyes. He took a long time to slow down before the vertigo faded. Wanzhou looked at the clock in the room, which was not far from the time before his shuttle. He relaxed and collapsed back into bed. It seemed that time in reality was almost stationary during the time warp. The interior was dim, and Wanzhou was lying on the bed, his eyes empty, staring at the ceiling in a daze. He frowned slightly as he recalled the feeling of Nagawa as a vest. Wanzhou recalled some of Nagawa's habits and personality, always feeling familiar, but carefully recalling the various people around him, he never found exactly who he resembled. It was also true that he had lived under the control of the Wolf family almost all his life. How could there be such a kind-hearted person in a place like that? Wanzhou thought of the people that Chang Chuan had helped to encounter several times, whether it was the couple seeking a child, or the waitress later, as well as that foreign teammate of Aining's. Ben was not someone who had to be saved. But as soon as he became Nagawa, his mind always subconsciously reached out to those in need in his neighborhood. The thought of Nagawa killing a traveler was so forward-looking and motherly that he was really angry. But then the thought of Nagawa being him made him squirm a little. That crosser called Han Shen was not a good person by nature. If he saw a target of such a mission in the present, Wanzhou wouldn't even blink. Even if he couldn't beat him, he would still use other means to screw him. If you can die tonight, never leave it till tomorrow. This vest is a lot better than his own hands. The result of the fight was ahead of the others, Han Shen and the Blood Corpse. These two heads are not Long Chuan to take down. Wanzhou really do not know what to say. Good, scolding too bar, this scolding and is their own, do not scold it, is really let him sulk panic. Wanzhou tossed and turned in bed, not even comfortable lying so. Solely getting straight up, he pulled on a coat, opened the bedroom door, and went downstairs to the living room. Xiao Chang sat on the sofa in the living room and looked at the newspaper. This other house did not have a TV or radio, probably because of the fear of Wanzhou to make small moves, usually only some newspapers and books to pass the time. Xiao Chang heard a sound on the stairs and turned his head to see that it was Wanzhou. He hurriedly put down the newspaper and got up. Mr. Wan, what brings you down here? Couldn't sleep to sneak out, feel free. Wanzhou casually returned as he poured himself a glass of water. The warm water went down his throat, easing the soreness that followed the dry heaves. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and unusual people are gathering to enjoy a rare reunion time of the year. But Wanzhou hadn't had a reunion year for a long time. In the Wang family, there is a gathering on New Year's Eve night, but it's really nothing more than a brainwashing session. After leaving the Wang family, Cloud Interloper was by himself, and every year he cooked a huge table, and in the end, he was the one who pinched a few chopsticks and then poured it all away. Later Wang Qi transferred to his side to protect him, and occasionally for a few years Wan Zhou let him come to spend the new year with him. Until this year, when the identity of the two of them was revealed, the annual dinner was even more hastily ended. Wan Zhou caged his coat and stood under the eaves of the house, quietly looking at the stars in the sky. The clear light sprinkled on Wan Zhou, giving him a thin veil. Naru, standing behind him, watched him silently. Wan Zhou's figure was thin, the breeze brushed the tips of his hair, and his white-side face was like fine suet. His eyebrows were tinged with a hint of sadness, and his eyes seemed to be looking at the stars in the sky, but Xiao Chang knew that it was not the stars he was looking at. A coat was gently draped over Wan Zhou. "Sir, the weather in Kyoto is still a bit chilly, you shouldn't catch a cold." Naru's voice revealed the slightest hint of concern as he gathered that coat together again. "Tonight is a good night." Wan Zhou did not turn around, and Xiao Chang stepped forward and stood to Wan Zhou's side, also looking up at the night sky. The two didn't speak again, just watched in silence. With the ringing of the New Year's bell, a few brilliant fireworks exploded in the distant sky. The gorgeous colored light reflected in Wan Zhou's eyes. "Happy New Year." Wan Zhou turned his head and smiled gently at Xiao Chang and turned around to go back to his room. Xiao Chang looked at Wan Zhou's back and murmured softly, "Happy New Year." The Xia family in Kyoto. "I heard Master Black went down to the tomb again." Wu Qi blew the floating foam on the teacup, gently took a sip, and casually asked. The man sitting on the other side of the table also took a sip of his tea and hummed softly. "Is he at peace these days?" "Peaceful over the top." Hearing Xie Yuchen's reply, Wu Qi was a bit curious. "From what you're saying, Wan Zhou is acting erratically these days?" Xie Yuchen put down his teacup, his face puzzled. "It's because he hasn't done anything that it's strange. He's been living in that alibi for over a month now, and he hasn't tried to escape during that time. The black blind man also went to spy on him a lot at first, and also happened to let Wan Zhou dispense medicine to him. I had those medicines checked by a specialist and there is nothing wrong with them, they are indeed a good cure for eye diseases." The black blind also said it worked after he. Wu Qi filled Xie Yuchen's teacup and looked at Xie Yuchen's furrowed brow with concern. "Maybe it's true that we're overthinking it. Outside the Wang family has been looking for him, and only in recent days has there been no sign of him. Regardless of the purpose, anyway, we have long since released the news that Wan Zhou has partnered with us, and the cloud interlopers have been handed over to us to take care of. In the Wang family's view, Wan Zhou has defected to us, and has even collaborated with us to develop the longevity medicine. Wan Zhou probably also understands that if he escapes now, the result of being caught by the Wang family won't be too good." Chapter 53, Teasing Dogs, 2+1. The tea mist rose, and the rhythm of the fragrant tea echoed in the study. The sunlight filtered through the carvings of the window pane, and the tea breath intertwined with the sunlight to form a hidden path of light and shadow. Under the lingering tea breath, time seems to slow down, quiet and peaceful. Wu Qi and Xie Yuchen sat on either side of the tea house, both silent. "My Wu Shanju side is all arranged, since the black blind man has something to be busy with, these days I'll go to that other place to live for a while." A male voice rang out in the silence of the study, ending with a hesitant nod from the other man. "There's freshly tanned chamomile in the southeast corner, fetch me 20 grams. That chasteberry and mimosa are quickly ground into powder, I need it urgently. Hey, that grain essence herb will soak for about 20 minutes, fish it out." Wu Qi had just arrived in the private courtyard on the outskirts of Kyoto when he heard the west wing bustling with activity. He took a few steps closer and stood in the doorway of the house looking inside. The few bright sentries that Xie Yuchen had sent to monitor Wan Zhou were basically all inside, and each one was busy. Wu Ji looked inside to the man who had voiced his command, who was simmering something in a casserole dish. The sleeves of both his hands were pulled up to his upper arms, exposing his small, white, glowing arms, and with a bushel fan in one hand and an insulating pad in the other, he was staring intently at the gurgling, steaming casserole. "Boat!" The sudden shout made the man turn around in surprise. Seeing Wu Qi, who was standing in the doorway smiling at him like a simpleton, Wan Zhou's eyes lit up. "Wu Xia!" Those Xia family fellows also just realized Wu Qi and hurriedly shouted hello to Junior Master San. Wu Qi was about to go forward when Wan Zhou's next sentence made him freeze in place. "There's some celosia in that black bag next to you, grab a handful and give it to Xing." "Wu Wei, me? Hurry up, what's the point of dawdling, Xiao Chang is waiting." Wu Qi subconsciously grabbed a handful of the things Wan Zhou wanted and stood in the pharmacy not knowing what to do. A man poked his head out of the pile of herbs and nodded to himself. "Hello Master Junior, I'm Sang." Wu Qi had just handed Xiao Chang the herbs when he turned his head and was handed an arbitrage scale, and before he could return to his senses, he was standing in front of a pile of large bags. Weigh out all 10 portions of these bags of herbs, wrap them in the paper on the tray over there and write the names with a pen. There are names on the bags, see for yourself. Wanzhou explained everything like a machine gun, turned around and went back over there to get a bushel to fan the fire. Wu Qi stood there dumbfounded, the top of the small scale in his hand shaking from side to side. The only heir of the Wu family of the Nine Gates, the future evil emperor of the Sanxi, the boss of Wu Shanju, the youngest third master of the Wu family Wu Qi, fell today in a separate house on the outskirts of the capital, lowered his noble head, and grabbed a day's worth of medicinal herbs for a suspected Wang family member. Wu Wei, tearful cat head. The fellows in charge of cooking today prepared 2 big tables full of dishes, 1 table for those Xie family fellows and 1 table for Wu Qi and Wanzhou. Wu Xia hugged a large bowl of white rice, chopsticks in his hands flashed static shadows on the dining table, a mouthful of vegetables and a mouthful of rice dried into 2 bowls of rice before he came to life. Wanzhou was not in a hurry, his movements were elegant and he chewed slowly until he watched Wu Qi finally slow down his movements before he spoke. What brings you here? Have you taken care of everything at Wushanju? The tone of familiarity was so familiar that it made Wu Qi feel like old times. Well, I'm okay and wanted to come see you. Wanzhou laughed. What are you looking at me for? Are you honest here? Have you made any small moves? Being spoken to by Wanzhou, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Wu Qi's face, but it was quickly concealed. No, I heard from the blind man that you were short of men here and came to help. Wanzhou's eyes twinkled, and with a smile on his face looked like a peach blossom as he stared at Wu Qi wistfully. Oh, that's really great. There's still a room full of herbs in the east room that haven't been dealt with, so it's a bother that you're here. Wu Qi choked on his rice and hastily filled a few mouthfuls of water, so Wanzhou smiled and watched Wu Qi's mood as he clearly didn't want to do it, but had to go next. Xie Yuchen sent a large batch of medicinal herbs and tea a few days ago, saying that Yunmake had taken a big order and asked him to make the medicinal tea as soon as possible. That black blind man took a few pairs of his medicine and disappeared without a trace, so busy that Wanzhou wanted to call Wang Qi out to work. Don't look at Wang Qi is chained, on that not-so-thick chain. Wang Qi and Wanzhou have a way to get out of the way, that is, to sell Xie Yuchen a face. They don't want to make more trouble. Fortunately, Xie Yuchen also felt that Wanzhou could not really complete the task by himself, and had Xiao Cheng lead some Xie family fellows to give Wanzhou a hand. This was what gave Wanzhou a chance to catch his breath and not die of exhaustion in the pharmacy. The cloud interloper was his many years of hard work, and he had always been honest in paying his bills. He could not afford to smash his own signboard. Wanzhou is just teasing Wu Qi. Those orders are almost ready, tomorrow can be delivered, the medicinal herbs in the east room are all in reserve, there is no need to use Wu Qi. Who let the abominable Xie Yuchen he couldn't see, he could only toss Wu Qi. Wanzhou put down his chopsticks and pointed to the west side of the second floor to Wu Qi. Let those fellows stay in the guest room on the first floor, you can stay on the second floor for the next few days. After saying that and not caring what Wu Qi's reaction was, he carried a cup of hot water and a small porcelain bottle to a bedroom on the first floor. Knock knock. Wanzhou knocked politely on the door and then pushed it straight open, saying it was only polite. The person sitting on the edge of the bed heard the voice, withdrew his eyes from looking out the window, and immediately turned back, his eyes sharp. After seeing the person coming, it immediately turned into dog eyes, and if it had a tail, Wanzhou estimated that the person could shake it into a propeller. Sir! Wang Qi scurried to Wanzhou's body. He took the porcelain bottle in Wanzhou's hand and poured out a pill on the water and took it. After Wang Qi was able to move around on the ground, Wanzhou had Xiao Cheng replace the chain with a longer one, which now hung on Wang Qi's wrist and jingled as he moved. Wanzhou had a gentle smile on his face and his voice was soft. You are recovering well from your injuries, just recuperate for a while and you will be able to normalize your activities, just. The sorrow in Wanzhou's eyes happened to fall into Wang Qi's eyes. It's just that, your hand, now that the medicinal herbs are limited, I have no way to cure it. Wang Qi's hand bones were broken as much as possible by the black blind man, and despite Wanzhou's best efforts to restore him, he was still left disabled. These hands are so scarred that they will never be able to do fine work again. Wang Qi watched Wanzhou staring at his hand with a sad face and he curled his fingers uncomfortably. It's okay, sir, I know you tried your best and I can protect sir even without these hands. Wanzhou looked at Wang Qi with a soft smile and reached out to touch the tips of Wang Qi's hair. The gesture made Winky blush and hide her face sideways. Good dog, so well behaved. Wanzhou left Wang Qi's room with a fake smile mask and Xiao Chang, who was guarding the outside, handed over a wet tissue. Wanzhou took it, wiped his hands, threw the wet paper towel back to Xiao Chang, and turned to walk out. Nera took the wet tissue and slowly raised her hand as if to sniff the scent on it. But the hand raised in mid-air and didn't continue, and Naru folded the tissue and casually placed it in his inside pocket. Chapter 54 Seizure. The black blind man, who was not seen for many days, suddenly appeared in front of Wanzhou on a windy and sunny day, and at that time Wanzhou was enslaving Wu Puppy to grind medicine. A dark shadow flashed in front of Man Boat's eyes, and with a snap, a bag was thrown onto the table in front of him. "The ghost Lingji you mentioned, I got it for you." The black blind man's voice was hoarse, and it sounded like he hadn't rested in a long time. Wanzhou raised his eyes to look at the black blind man and saw that he was covered in dust, as if he had just rushed here after leaving the tomb. He casually flicked open the pouch and peered inside. Then he laughed softly, with pity in his eyes. "I said why Master Black suddenly disappeared for so long. It turns out that he went looking for medicine." "Yes," one casual remark from Boss Wan, "and Blindy, I'm running all over the place." The black blind man is not polite, dragged a chair and sat down on his butt, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. The two of them just leisurely watched Wu Qi in the courtyard puffing and puffing as he ground the medicine. "It's really hard on Master Black. It's just a pity that this ghost Lingji isn't old enough to have much medicinal effect." Wanzhou sighed lightly with his mouth, but the black blind man clearly saw the gloating revealed in his eyes. The black blind man licked his back teeth and gave him an exasperated laugh. "Boss One, you're playing blind man's game." Wanzhou had an innocent look on his face. "Master He overthinks it, I just casually said it. Who knows that Master He didn't ask for a better understanding, he just flamed out and disappeared. How can this be blamed on me?" Wanzhou is intentional. He some days ago intentionally in front of the black blind man from time to time recited Ghost Lingji, said what as long as there is this medicine, black blind man in the back of the spirit will be suppressed. Read more. The black blind man naturally on the heart, and then slightly revealed a little bit of this medicine in the tomb of the majority, is long in the corpse of Ganoderma lucidum, the black blind man custodian Ichi, after all, so that a grave robber grave this is not hand to hand. Wanzhou paved so much, is deliberately to black blind man busy, he does not leave the other courtyard, how to engage in small actions themselves. "Why don't I talk to Master Black this time about how to judge the age of this ghost Lingji, and you suffer and look for it again?" "Don't bother, this is something that Boss Xia has taken care of. He is heartbroken that Boss Wan is too lonely in the Aliyah, and has specially asked the blind man me to keep you company more often." The black blind man smiled impishly. "Boss Wan, this time I'm going to live there a lot. Blind, I think that bedroom next door to you is very good. I'll pack up and move in." "That I can't decide." Wanzhou raised his eyebrows and raised his voice. "Wu Qi, someone wants to sleep in the same bed as you." Wu Qi, who was humming and grinding herbs, jerked back. "What?" Seeing the figure of the black blind man, Wu Qi froze. "Black blind man? When did you come?" He put down the grinder in his hand, patted the powder on his clothes, and came to sit at the table as well. A cup of water was pushed in front of Wu Qi, and Wanzhou smiled as he calmed Wu Puppy. "Hard work, try it, this tea is freshly fried, it smells great." Wu Qi glared at Wanzhou. "His hard work is not this person, pit him. Pick up the cup of tea and drink it." Wanzhou, on the other hand, said to the black blind man, "Here, the main man is here, so discuss among yourselves." He got up to leave. That thing in his heart had just gone rogue again and he needed to go upstairs to deal with it. It was just enough to leave room for the two to talk, and he was well aware that the black blind man had left shortly after Wu Xia had arrived, and that all of this had been discussed between them. Because he has phantom pupils, they are afraid that he will make small moves. Wu Qi and the black blind man do not say it with their mouths, but he knows it by looking at the behavior of those Xia family fellows who never look at him. Wanzhou's lips turned a little white as he slowly walked up the stairs, glancing at the stairway and the living room. These public areas were installed with cameras, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Thinking that a few cameras can keep an eye on me, how naive, the phantom pupil is already a clear card, how could I be stupid enough to use it? He went to his bedroom, closed the bedroom door, and placed a stool behind it. There was no lock on this door, so sometimes as a reminder, Wanzhou would always put a stool against the back of the door. He pulled his bathrobe out of the closet and stepped into the bathroom to turn on the shower, a fine jet of water gushing out, the water hitting the tiles with a crisp sound. As the water warmed up, the heat slowly rose and filled the entire bathroom. The mirror quickly fogged up and the walls condensed with small droplets of water that slid down the tiles. But Wanzhou did not have the intention to take a bath. He did this only to avoid the surveillance outside. The bedroom is not monitored, but one side of the floor-to-ceiling window is not installed curtains. Cutie. All know what they are going to do. Wanzhou propped his hands on the sink. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his fingers became a little white from the exertion. This is the second time. Aha! With a muffled grunt, Wanzhou clenched the clothes at his chest hard with one hand. A sharp pain hit, and it was like a grip on the heart. This pain instantly erupted from the heart like a tidal wave, traveling along the blood vessels and nerves and spreading throughout the body. Wonjo's limbs began to go numb and his fingertips trembled slightly as he huddled in a corner of the bathroom, every inch of his muscles twitching, and even breathing became difficult. I don't know how long it took, but Wonjo was confused and heard someone knocking on the door outside, and his spirit was shaken. "Boss Won, it's time to eat, don't come down yet." It's the black blind man. He can't be allowed to notice his abnormality. "Boss Won?" Man-boat got up with difficulty and rummaged through the tank behind the toilet and pulled out his stash of medicine, which he had secretly hidden after each pharmaceutical. A plastic bag contained many small paper packets, and with trembling fingertips he opened one and poured it into his mouth. "This medicine shouldn't be taken now, it's just that it's too urgent to care." Z. It was the scraping sound of the stool against the door being pushed aside, and the black blind man entered. The pain in his body eased a little. Wonjo hurriedly took off the clothes on his body and came under the hot water to soak his hair. The black blind man was already about to walk outside the washroom, and Wonjo saw a figure getting closer and closer through the frosted glass on the door. "Knock knock." "Boss Won, downstairs for dinner." Wonjo answered vaguely, "Immediately, I'm taking a shower." He turned the water up a little more. He wanted to make his miserable face a little rosy with the heat and hot water as soon as possible. The black blind man standing outside listened to the sound of rushing water inside, his face revealing an inexplicable meaning. He slowly raised his hand and held it on the doorknob, which was unlocked, as long as he pressed down. Click. What is Master Black doing? The bathroom door was pulled open. Wonjo was wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair was wet and still dripping. He stood in the bathroom and looked at the black blind man with his hand raised with bad eyes. Without embarrassment, the black blind man smoothly withdrew his hand and grinned a grin. "Seeing that Boss Won took this bath for too long, I'm afraid you'll faint from low blood sugar." "Hat, bull, just can't spy on me and want to catch me in the act." With an unpleasant look on his face, Wonjo reached out and pushed away the black blind man who was blocking the door and passed in front of him. The black blind man shrugged his nose as if he had smelled something, but upon further sniffing there was only a ghostly scent. He glanced sideways at the bathroom, which had a lot of water stains and signs that the toiletries had been used. He took a few more steps inside and smelled the inside, the faint scent of tea. "Interesting, like tea that much?" Wonjo took a towel and wiped his hair and rummaged through the closet for clothes. He turned around and realized that the black blind man hadn't left his bedroom, but instead had even entered the washroom, and hastened to make a sound. "Master Black, are you interested in me?" Wonjo pretended to be skeptical and looked the black blind man up and down. "Gee, you're acting like a pervert, you're such a..." Wonjo swept the black blind man up and down with a gaze that surveyed the merchandise. "I can't see it." Chapter 55 Angry, Escape Pads. The black blind man's face grimaced as he raised his feet and approached Wonjo. Obviously, he was still in the same jerky posture, but the aura emanating from his body made Wonjo feel the slightest bit of danger. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, sketching out a seemingly cold smile that didn't have the slightest bit of temperature in it, only chilling killing intent. The black blind man slightly lowered his head and came to Wonjo's ear, exhaling hot air that hit Wonjo's neck, causing him to involuntarily tremble. "Heh, I'm not Wang Chi or Wu Chi, I can't see those tactics, save them for coaxing that Wang family member." The black blind man gave a nasty low chuckle and turned to leave the room. Wonjo clenched his fists as he inhaled and exhaled, pressing down that killing intent in his heart. Walking into the bathroom, he rummaged through the pills and dumped them all down the toilet. Wonjo pressed the button and the pumping sound rang out as he personally cut off his retreat. The first compulsion attack was half a month ago, then the next one would never be more than 15 days, and these medicines would indeed delay it for. "If you really piss me off, I'll mess up all the protagonist groups you're defending, and none of them will survive." The system disappeared again, as if it had never existed. This time the system took the initiative to speak, allowing Wonjo to verify several conclusions and disprove some more guesses. He knew that the system favored the protagonist group, so he had always been tolerant of the protagonist group in every way, just like when he first crossed over to this world, carefully maintaining the plotline of this world. Because he needs to master the plot, and it's one of the few means he has to overpower the dog Wang Sui. Later, living in the Wang family and going on missions, encountering the protagonist group is also able to avoid, at best, to kill those who have no name, the wrong souls in his hands, not only the 9 sex people but also the Wang family's people. As long as those who had bullied him and stood in his way, no matter what their status was, none of them could live well. Except for the main group. This dog system can take him as not erasure, if not he cannot die now. This dog system really think he is good to talk Wanzhou changed his clothes and went downstairs again, looking at Wu Qi and the black blind man with a smile on his face. No one could see the malice in Wanzhou's heart. Damn blind man, when I escape, you'll have a good time. Boat, are you uncomfortable? Your lips are so white. Wanzhou subconsciously touched his lips and smiled slightly at Wu Qi. I think I froze while blow drying my hair. Eat quickly, you have half a bag of medicine to grind after dinner. Wu Qi instantly wilted. I'll never bet with you again. The black blind man grinned and teased Wu Qi for being stupid, but his eyes kept staring at Wanzhou, who was eating slowly. He also remembered the smell he vaguely smelled on Wanzhou, like the smell of medicine. Look at Wanzhou's face, is a little pale, really like the body has a problem. The black blind man decided to find an opportunity to go to Wanzhou's bedroom to check again. Are you sure you're not playing a trick on me this time? The black blind man looked at the paper that Wanzhou handed over. On it was drawn a grass that looked like the kind of worthless weeds on the side of the road. That paper had some descriptions and place names in addition to the drawings. Mission grass, grows in subtropical jungles in hot and humid climates, but prefers shade. Wanzhou nodded. That's right, this lawn grass is extremely special. Shade but not too cold, growing in hot and humid areas but not. He lowered his head again to look at the piece of paper in his hand. You'd better bring Lan Chao back within a month, or else in a month's time, your eyes will be infested with yin qi again, and the first course of treatment will be wasted, and you'll have to start from the beginning again. Wanzhou saw that the black blind man was hesitant to make a decision and added another fire to him. Okay, I'll get going as soon as I can. The black blind man pondered for a long time and said an answer that satisfied Wanzhou. Wu Qi will stay with you for the next few days, and Fatty Wang is back from Benai, he'll be coming over as well. Boss Wan, you'd better not make any small moves, like the last time you played blind man's game to indifferent. But if you have other plans, think about your situation before you make a decision. We're nice to talk to. The Wangs aren't. I heard from Xie Yuchen that the Wang family hasn't even stopped prying for news about you now. The black blind man's words are full of threats. Wanzhou face obedient, in fact, the left ear into the right ear out. If he was really just a technician and a small physician of the Wang family, he would naturally have nothing good to eat if he was caught by the Wang family. But he is not the entire Wang family. In addition to Wang Sui, there are not many who dare to blatantly go against him. Naturally, I've already cooperated with you, and I'm not going to do anything about it for the sake of my little life. Only weird. Chapter 56, Dog Training. After the black blind man left, the other courtyard did not clear a few points, because Fatty Wang carrying a big bag to replace the position of the black blind man, even more than the black blind man. The black blind man has a broken mouth, but at least he is still working with Wu Qi. Fatty Wang came, is not only broken mouth, but also bring bad Wu Qi together not work. This place can really be considered a chicken and dog, a Wu Qi, a fat man, the two of them together is simply not dare to think. Wanzhou sat on a chair in the corner of the living room, listening to the sound of Fatty Wang screaming and cursing from Wang Qi's room, both eyes closed in an attempt to close his ears along with him. 3 with 1. Ha ha. 3 sharpies with a 5. Don't even move. Can the fat master let you go? Wang Bomb. Come on, willing to bet and post a note. Fatty. You stinking landlord. I'm going to beat you in the next hand. Wang Qi, you're so trashy, you don't even have a 2, it's bad luck to be in your gang. Fatty Wang's voice alone can top the sky, plus also on the head of Wu Qi. Wanzhou felt his brain ache. And please, sir, don't bother to preserve Winky, I'm so good at disguise that I can replace him. Pa. Fang Cheng immediately knelt on one knee at Wanzhou's feet, his left cheek slightly flushed, but he no longer dared to continue. Wanzhou put his crossed legs down and sat up straight. He rubbed his somewhat sore right hand and his tone towards the person in front of him cooled down. Do what I tell you, and finish it well, otherwise, don't bother. Wanzhou's voice was gentle, seemingly coaxing the man, but his eyes were all ice cold. Yes, sir, I know it's wrong. But, mister. Wow. Wanzhou threw the water in the cup hard on Fang Cheng's face, and the water flow dampened the broken hair on his forehead and also soaked the shirt on his chest. Fang Cheng hurriedly took out a handkerchief from his pocket. He didn't care about himself, who was still dripping. Instead, he took a few steps on his knees and reached out to wipe man both slightly splattered pant leg. Don't be angry, sir, it was my fault. Wanzhou watched as Fang Cheng dried the water splashed on his pants legs one by one. He raised his foot and kicked the man away, turning to go to the pharmacy. Fang Cheng, who was kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, slowly got up after Wanzhou left. He neatly folded that handkerchief and tried to put it in his arms again, but seeing that his blouse was already wet, he turned to put it in his pocket. He silently cleaned up the place and came to the washroom. Fang Cheng turned the faucet on, the cold water rushed over his hands and he cupped the cool water and washed his face fiercely. His eyes in the mirror were fierce, and there was nothing of the composure he had at Xie's house. He still had some red marks on his face where Wan Zhou had hit him. Winky! A low growl filled with hate echoed through the washroom. Because of Wu Qi and Fatty Wang's playfulness, there were only 2 fellows left in the pharmacy to handle the herbs. When they saw Wan Zhou come in, they all slightly bowed their heads and respectfully saluted. Because of Xie Yuchen's order, none of them dared to lock eyes with Wan Zhou. Wan Zhou didn't care. He asked the 2 men how the herbs were handled, and those 2 Xie clan fellows hurriedly led Wan Zhou. The first grid he bought cost him 500 points, and the second grid directly doubled and cost him 1,000 points. Originally, after doing so many quests and accumulating 5,003 points, now after buying 2 grids, there were 3,008 left. But it would have to do. He had tried to leave the less rare herbs behind as much as he could. These 5 bags of herbs were never to be thrown away. Tianjin, you're really, fat master, I haven't had my fun yet. You people wouldn't be unable to afford to lose. Fatty Wang's loud voice carried into the pharmacy and was getting closer. Geez, you started playing after dinner. It's been almost an afternoon and there's a lot going on at the pharmacy. You really came here as if you were on vacation. Obviously you said to come here to find you to play, but the result is that day after day, net grinding medicine, you smell, fat master, I am almost pickled into. One old brother, I see the pharmacy this work, small 5 small 6 can also do. You see me in Tianjin up early in the morning and late at night to grind the medicine, my hands are almost rubbed out the blisters. Can you let us both rest? It is just that the Wang family, that boy is locked up alone in the house, how boring. The 2 of us can accompany him to have a chat. Fatty Wang smiled fawningly at Wan Zhou and gave Wu Qi a wink as he smiled. Wu Qi looked at the fat man's distorted features and instantly understood, and also looked at Wan Zhou pitifully. Wan Zhou smiled a warm smile that looked like he had promised the 2. Fatty Wang. Wu Qi was just about to celebrate when Wan Zhou coldly spat out 2 words. No. No. For what? Fatty Wang looked like he had been hit hard, covering his little heart and taking a few steps back, making a sheezy cupping his heart. In your defense, of course. Wan Zhou certainly did not believe that Fatty Wang pulled Wu Qi to Wang Qi's room to play poker on a whim. It must have been a test. Under the pretext of playing cards, he took the opportunity to observe if Wang Qi had any movement, and if he had any movement, it meant that he had any movement. These people really aren't easy to fool. It seems that my move of supporting the black blind man was too obvious, causing Xie Yuchen and the others to become suspicious. Ridiculous, letting Wu Qi look at people. It's good that he doesn't lose himself. 10 Fatty Wangs are useless. But now there's a load to be put on. He's so close to the last step of his plan, he can't afford to go out of his way. Because there is indeed a lot going on in the pharmacy, and a lot of Master Black's medicine for his next regimen has not been dealt with, and I am really short of people. Wu Ji, we had a deal. I'll cure Master Black's eyes, and you guys help me run Cloud Cuculander. Now it's just for you to grind some herbs. Wan Zhou also looked pitifully at the 2 men, who still wouldn't be able to sell their misery. Wu Qi, a warrior who has just left the novice village not long ago, meets the master-level chimera Wan Zhou and surrenders in a crushing defeat after only 1 round. Fatty Wang said he couldn't bring it, really couldn't bring it. Wan Zhou looked at the 2 people who were honestly grinding medicine and sneered disdainfully in his heart, you still can't be cured. He turned to leave the pharmacy, and on his way out he flicked his fingers, and a pile of powder was missing a little bit. Don't ask him why he didn't steal the loaded ones, ask as Xie Yuchen guarded against him. Bottles and medicinal paper these 2 working fellows check 3 times a day. If he steals the packaged ones, he'll be in the dungeon the minute he leaves. Wan Zhou leaned against the wall, and in front of him was Wang Qi's bedroom door, but he had no intention of going in. He's waiting for someone. Sir. Fang Chang, who had already cleaned up neatly, came to Wan Zhou's side and called out to Wan Zhou with his head lowered. Wan Zhou compassionately stretched out his fingertips and seemingly stroked over the left side of Fang Chang's face, causing Fang Chang's face to be a little hot but his heart to itch. Although the red marks had faded, Wan Zhou was still concerned and asked out loud. Does it still hurt? Fang Chang gently shook his head, it doesn't hurt, it's all my fault for making Sir angry. One boat traveler's finger moved to Fang Chang's chin and lifted his hand to hook it, allowing Fang Chang, who had his head lowered, to meet his eyes. His eyes revealed the slightest hint of heartache. Changer, you're the child I've watched grow up, and there are times when I inevitably have high hopes for you. You have to learn to be mature and to know the difference. You and I are truly family, so don't let other unrelated people affect the bond between you and I. These words caused Fang Chang's pupils to tremble slightly and his heartbeat to accelerate violently. His throat rolled as he took a step back and bowed. Yes, Chenger understands. Wanzhou touched his head. Good boy. Good dog. He turned and went into Wang Chi's room, but behind him Fong Cheng kept his bending motion for a long time before getting up again. Inside the house, Wang Chi was not on the bed and Wanzhou called out to him. A voice came from the washroom in some panic. Just a moment, sir, I'll be right with you. Wang Chi moved a chair for Wanzhou and the two sat down facing each other. Wanzhou touched Wang Chi's hands and it really looked like he was checking something. In fact, Wanzhou's fingertips were quietly transmitting the Wang family's unique code words. The three of them were lying on the rocking chair watching Fong Chung directing the cooks and fellows to be busy with their work, and the fat man voiced out a flirtation with Wanzhou. I'm not some weakly pickpocket, how can I just squeeze and not rest? Hearing this, Fatty Wang's face was clearly disbelieving, and Wanzhou didn't explain, letting him think what he wanted. However, Wanzhou paid extra attention to Wu Qi today because Wu Qi was out of shape all day today and he didn't respond when Fatty Wang spoke to him several times. Wanzhou instead sometimes always see Wu Qi staring at himself from time to time. Look, just, the eyes are always with guilt, give him a look all wrong. And if he wants to charm us, he won't even need to use drugs, he has that purple eye, once we look at each other, it'll be over, there's nothing to be afraid of. I want me to see that the wine is casual, but the eyes never meet, he only has one pair of eyes, and he can only look at one person at a time, so if either of us is hypnotized, the rest of us can just hurry up and yell. Wu Qi was silent, he knew that Fatty was right, but he was always anxious when he remembered that dream from last night. Wanzhou returned to the table with the washed cups, unwrapped the bottle of wine and poured it for Wu Qi and the others. The three of them mingled, and for a time the atmosphere in the arena made one forget the identity of the two parties. Bottles of wine empty bottle after bottle, Fatty Wang has long forgotten what the promise of a small drink, pulling Wu Qi and Wanzhou spelled out the wine. Wanzhou waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he really couldn't drink anymore. Fatty Wang and Wanzhou were not very drunk, just a little on the head, but Wu Qi on the side was a little dizzy. Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou's appearance as if he had just met him, and he suddenly had a brainwave. Boat, have you considered me a friend all these years? Once these words came out, even Fatty Wang, who had a bit of a lisp, stopped speaking out. Wanzhou's hand holding the wine glass froze, and before he could think of a reply, Wu Qi spoke to himself. Brother Boat, I didn't trust Rin Xingqing. Even though she showed us many clips of the future, and even though she tried her best to please us, I always felt in my heart that this person was strange. Inexplicably present and inexplicably kind to us. But for some reason, even though I think she's weird, I still subconsciously trust her in some ways. Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi, his cheeks were a little red, Wu Qi was drunk. You know, Boat, I saw you in the future, not Boss Wan, not Boat, you were surrounded by the Wang family. You and I are not friends in the future, you're holding a gun on me, and the fat man is missing alive or dead. Little Flower was poisoned by you and will not live long, the blind man's eyes are really blind, and even little brother was captured by you. Do you know how unbelievable it was for me to see that at the time? Wu Ste's eyes were red, and the corners of his eyes even held tears. Wanzhou was shocked by Wu Qi's words, was he so powerful in the future that the Zhang family patriarch said that he would arrest him? For a long time I couldn't control that murderous intent in my heart, I really thought of you as a friend, but even our meeting was with a lie. Count on me to beg Boat, stay here as you are now, I'll keep you safe, I'll fulfill whatever you need, don't go back to Wang's house, it's not a good place. Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou with a prayerful face, and Wanzhou suddenly felt a bit absurd that the thing he had been begging for 100 years turned out to be so readily available. Unfortunately, it's too late. Some things are just missed. Wu Qi, you've never really known me. Do you know how many people I've killed? I do everything with a purpose. That includes being friends with you. When these words left his mouth, Wanzhou was a bit regretful, he was about to say something to find a remedy, but Wu Qi's words left him a bit stunned. I guessed, but all I know is that you've saved my life many times, whether on purpose or as an act, and I remember all the good you've done for me over the years. I shouldn't have let the black blind man block you that day, I told him many times that you don't know Kung Fu and told him to go easy on you, but he still screwed everything up. And the day I lost consciousness, the black blind man he hit you too didn't he, and I saw your case later, and you were hurt so badly Wu Qi, what are you trying to say? Wanzhou's eyes were cold as he looked at Wu Qi who was somewhat tongue-tied. I want you to stay. Wanzhou laughed, am I not already in your hands here? No, I want to get you out of the Wu family. Why do you want to break away from the Wang family? Wu Qi, don't you think you're taking too much control? But you'll die, Boat. Fatty Wang was dumbfounded, and he had half sobered up, so he hurriedly pulled Wu Qi. Tianjin, you're drunk, What Wanzhou will die, that wasn't in the clip we saw. Wu Qi looked away from the two men. I'm the only one who knows about this matter. Wanzhou hastily called out to the system. System, come out, your protagonist seems to be a little off in his mood. Is it the aftereffects of the phantom pupil? Ding, you can consume 1000 points to upgrade your phantom pupil, and the upgrade will eliminate the side effects. You're robbing money. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful, side effects of phantom pupil turn controllable after upgrade. Chapter 59, Sprinting in the Rainy Night. Fatty Wang looked at Wanzhou, whose face was a little unsightly, and hurriedly tried to drag Wu Qi to rest. Tianjin, you're drunk, don't fool around here, come on, go upstairs with me and rest. Wu Xie struggled, his mouth spitting out the words he'd been holding back for so long. Boat, I've seen it all, you're not doing well in the Wang family, you're not happy at all, and there's an asshole who keeps bullying you. I know you're a good man, you were forced to kill, had to fight to stay alive in the Wang family. I don't want you to say anything this time, just don't leave today, just stay. Please, Boat. Fatty put Wu Qi down, I'll heal his brain. Fatty Wang had a horrified look on his face, and he was protecting Wu Qi to the death. Wan Laodi, calm down, Wu Xie is just drunk and talking nonsense, he is not guilty to death. Wanzhou frowned, what did this Fatty Wang take him for? Fong Chang. A silhouette appeared behind Fatty Wang, a hand knife went down and Fatty Wang fell limply to the ground. Wu Qi was taken aback and froze as he looked at the fat man on the ground and then at Wanzhou on the side. Fong Chang dryly counterlocked Wu Xie's wrist and lifted Wu Xie's collar and carried it to Wanzhou. Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi, who hadn't reacted yet. He reached out and clutched Wu Qi's chin. Wu Wei, look into my eyes. The ghostly purple color enlarged in Wu Qi's dark pupils. A voice in my dream told me that you had a bad time in the Wang family, that your personality wasn't like this before, that you didn't want to kill anyone, and that it was all the Wang family. Fong Chang had explored the surroundings, and the escape route this time had been planned in advance. Fong Chang led the way for Wanzhou in front, and Wang Qi dragged Wu Qi to follow behind. Wanzhou was holding a cell phone and his fingers were rapidly pressing something. Crossing the silent, deserted path, the men came to a wall where there was a large haystack covered with an awning. Fong Chang stepped forward and peeled back the outer covering, and a black automobile appeared in the eyes of several people. Without hesitation, the few people flew into the car. Fong Chang drove, Wanzhou sat in the co-pilot, and Wang Qi dragged Wu Qi to the back seat. Starting the car, Fong Chang kicked the gas and flew out of the alley, making a few turns to a road in the suburbs. The night is like ink, too thick to melt, the rain is getting heavier and heavier, the thin threads of rain are illuminated by the dim street lamps, and a black sedan speeds past. Increased rain made Fong Chang had to turn on the high beams. The road surface water is already a little too much. The vehicle drove through the splash layer of water curtains. Although everything went well, Wanzhou still felt uneasy in his heart and his right eyelid suddenly jumped a few times. Sir, there seems to be someone following us from behind. Fong Chang's face was grave. Occasionally vehicles would drive by on this road, but there was a car that had been following far behind. He had noticed it for some time. He tried to get rid of it, but the car couldn't get rid of it, and kept following far behind. Wanzhou frowned and looked in the rearview mirror. There was indeed a black car with some strange movements. Can't get rid of it? Fong Chang was embarrassed on his face. This person is skillful and has better car skills than me. Wanzhou's right eye kept jumping and the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger. Accelerate and try to shake him off again. The decision was a bit risky, as the tires inevitably slipped in this much rain. But Wanzhou couldn't care less. He always felt that this escape wouldn't be so smooth. Fong Chang nodded his head and pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, the car's speed instantly rising another notch. But the black car also accelerated right after, still following Wanzhou and the others. In the thickness and darkness of the night, on a suburban highway, two automobiles sped down the road, one behind the other. Not right. Chapter 60. Wanzhou observed the surroundings. Although it was already late at night, it was impossible that there were only so many cars on this road. On this stretch of road, Wanzhou hadn't seen a vehicle for a long time, not a single one, whether it was in the same direction or the opposite direction. Winky suddenly exclaimed, "Sir!" Front! The scene in front of him made Wanzhou's pupils shrink. Under the dim streetlights, a few cars were blocking the road sideways and sideways. The headlights were flashing, which was particularly blinding in this rainy night. Z! The tires rubbed violently against the ground, making a sharp sound that stung at night. Fong Chang reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes. The vehicle slid forward under the effect of inertia, although the water on the road made the vehicle tires slip a little, but Fong Chang was obviously experienced. The car stopped a few meters away from the vehicle blocking the road. and the car that had been following them caught up behind it, blocking the way back. "Sir, what to do?" Fang Cheng's face was grave. Now that there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind, the situation was not optimistic. But Wan Zhou felt okay. He had long felt that there was a problem, and now it was true. The big stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground, and he suddenly had a feeling of relief. "Fang Chang, did you prepare weapons in the car?" "Stand by, Winky, there are a couple pistols and daggers under the back seat." Winky reached underneath and presented a black bag, which he unzipped to retrieve the gun and dagger and handed to the two men in the front seat. "Wake up, Wu Wei." The hypnosis of the phantom pupil doesn't last long, and in order to keep Wu Qi honest, Wan Zhou let Wang Qi knock out Wu Qi as soon as he got on the car. Now is the time to use Wu Wei. The unconscious Wu Qi was shaken awake by Wang Qi. He opened his eyes a little confused. Wan Zhou, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, suddenly turned around and stared deathly into Wu Qi's eyes. "Wu Qi, look at me." Wu Qi subconsciously locked eyes with Wan Zhou. The purple color spread in Wan Zhou's eyes, and the phantom pupils were once again activated. "Be good and listen to me for a while." He touched the gun in his hand, his eyes fierce. "Take Wu Qi and get out of the car." "Wake up, Wu Wei." The hypnosis of the phantom pupil doesn't last long, and in order to keep Wu Qi honest, Wan Zhou let Wang Qi knock out Wu Qi as soon as he got on the car. Now is the time to use Wu Wei. The unconscious Wu Qi was shaken awake by Wang Qi. He opened his eyes a little confused. Wan Zhou, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, suddenly turned around and stared deathly into Wu Qi's eyes. "Wu Qi, look at me." Wu Qi subconsciously locked eyes with Wan Zhou. The purple color spread in Wan Zhou's eyes, and the phantom pupils were once again activated. "Be good and listen to me for a while." He touched the gun in his hand, his eyes fierce. "Take Wu Qi and get out of the car." At this time the rain has abated. In the fine rain curtain, the door of the besieged vehicle slowly opened. 4 people wearing raincoats got out and stood beside the vehicle. The car behind him that had been chasing also opened the driver's door, and a person who was both unexpected and reasonable appeared in Wan Zhou's line of sight. "Sir, it's the black blind man." Fang Cheng's face became another degree of ugly. "Yeah, it's the black blind man. Since the black blind man is here, Xia Yuchen and Zhang Qiling should also be there." Wan Zhou suddenly felt that it was just like that. At least it was much better than the last time they were isolated. At least this time they had a hostage in their hands. Another black car came speeding up from the rear and stopped beside the black blind man's car, and 2 men came down from it. The one who drove the car was Xia Yuchen, and on the co-pilot was Fatty Wang, and Wan Zhou knew at a glance that Xia Yuchen had received the news, went to the Baiyan first, found that several of his people had already run away, and called on the unconscious Fatty Wang, and hurriedly followed him here. Wan Zhou stepped forward and dragged Wu Qi, who was being escorted by Wang Qi, to his side, the bullet loaded and the muzzle of the gun pressed against Wu Qi's chin. Fang Cheng and Wang Qi also raised their guns to alert the Xie clan fellows blocking the road. "Wan Zhou, let go of Wu Qi." Xia Yuchen's voice was icy cold as he stood across from Wan Zhou, the black blind man beside him holding an umbrella for him. The black blind man clutched a pistol in his other hand, his appalling aura on display. "Elder brother Wan, have a word, have a word, have a word, for the sake of Wuxia knowing you for so many years, have mercy." Fatty Wan yelled at Wan Zhou, tearing his heart out. Wan Zhou hid behind Wu Qi, his eyes staring at the 4 people across the street. "If you want me to let him go, it's simple, you let a few of us go. When I get to a safe place, Wu Qi will naturally be safe." Xia Yuchen didn't say yes or no, but asked Wan Zhou to unhypnotize Wu Qi. "Wan Zhou, you unhypnotize Wu Qi, he serves as a hostage, we should let him join in our negotiations." Wan Zhou smiled disdainfully. "No way, I wouldn't be stupid enough to leave myself a hidden danger." "Xia Yuchen, I want one word from you, to release or not to release." Wan Zhou raised his pistol and fired a shot towards the sky. "I'm not joking with you, a bullet in Wu Qi can't be good." Xia Yuchen's face was so pale that Wan Zhou even felt that he was going to curse the next moment. However, he calmed down again, only the killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. "If I let you guys go, how can you guarantee that Wu Qi will be safe and sound?" Wan Zhou revealed a nasty smile as he patted Wu Qi's face with the barrel of his gun. "I am the kidnapper, the hostage is in my hands, the initiative is mine, you have no bargaining power. I'll count down to 3. After 3, if Mr. Xie doesn't make a decision, the next bullet will be in Wu Qi. 3, 2, I agree." Xia Yuchen agreed to Wan Zhou's request with an ugly face. Wan Zhou nodded in satisfaction. "You made the right decision." He softly greeted the 2 behind him. "Go, get in the car, I'll sit in the back with Wu Qi." Fang Cheng and Wang Qi moved quickly and after covering Wan Zhou's car, the two of them flew into the front and passenger seats. Fang Cheng started the car and tried to fire it, once, twice, until 5 or 6 times without success. With a grave expression, he inclined his head and reported to Wan Zhou. "Sir, maybe the car's engine got water in it and this car is now broken down and won't start." Wan Zhou frowned tightly. "How so unlucky today, the engine into the water, so small probability has happened. Try again. Tasker, I advise you to reconcile with the protagonists, Wu Qi, he still remembers his old feelings for you, he will save you if you surrender. Since he knows how much you suffered in the Wang family, and you sell your pity, he'll definitely be willing to accept you into the 9 sects. Off, did you do this car breaking down? Why is the taskmaster unwilling to accept the system's advice? Isn't your desire to cross over to join the 9 gates and have adventures with the protagonists group, and now is a great opportunity to do so? Did you mess with the engine? Tasker, you. Shut up, I'm asking you if the engine is something you messed up. If it is, restore it to me immediately, otherwise, I'll give Wu Qi a shot first. No, the Tasker's bad luck is because the black talisman paper channel used by the traveler Ren Qingqing has side effects. The user will be bad luck, commonly known as bad luck. Ren Qingqing's death is still too easy. Wan Zhou felt that the black talisman paper was strange at that time, so it turned out that it was waiting here to pit him. Fang Chang, who was in front, heard Wan Zhou suddenly curse out and hurriedly apologized to Wan Zhou. I'm sorry sir, it was my fault for not checking the vehicle ahead of time. I'm responsible for this incident and I'm willing to accept the punishment. Wan Zhou calmed his anger and slowly said to Fang Chang that it wasn't his fault. Since the car is useless, let's get another one. Go, get off. Chapter 61 Suicide Threats for 1,000 Paper Cranes QZH. Wan Zhou cupped Wu Qi's chin with his hand and made him look at his eyes. Pure purple pupils appeared. Wan Zhou had utilized the power of his phantom pupils to the extreme this time. Since the system had said he was unlucky, he would make things foolproof, and luck would have to give way in front of absolute strength. Wu Qi, from now on, my life is above everything you have. If I am in danger, you will protect me with your life. The Xie family vehicles blocking the road in front of them had already received a signal from their own boss, and one by one they moved out of the way for the car in the center to pass. But the besieged car in the center was slow to move, and those present were a little puzzled when they saw the door of that car opened again. Getting out of the car, Wan Zhou shouted loudly to Xie Yuchen, Master Xie, it's really not a coincidence that my car broke down. Please give me a car that can let Wu Xie leave comfortably, in case it's not good to tire out our youngest third master. Xie Yuchen glanced at Wu Qi, who had been hypnotized by Wan Zhou, still with that demented look, and he suddenly glanced to the side of the road. Under the cover of the night and the curtain of rain, Wan Zhou's few people did not notice Xie Yuchen's small movements. Master Xie, have you considered it? Wan Zhou was very dissatisfied with Xie Yuchen's procrastinating attitude. Xie Yuchen glanced at Wan Zhou and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Xie de, make a car out for Wan Zhou and pay attention to. Fang Cheng doesn't care about Wang Qi's get up, after all, it's a silly one. Whoever goes to check it this time is the one who's out of the way, and it's only this little cutie who's out of the way. Only then would he feel that this was instrumental. Wang Qi checked the car inside and out to make sure there were no locators, bombs, or other such things. He turned to Wan Zhou and waved his hand at them. No problem. Fang Cheng stood at Wan Zhou's side with his pistol raised, and the two of them were shoulder to shoulder, one facing forward and the other facing back. This is a very special form of combat. When the number of friends is too small, in order to be able to maximize the alert around, it will divide the 360-degree field of vision evenly to everyone. Now there were only 2 people, Wan Zhou and Fang Cheng, and one of them was responsible for 180 degrees to prevent anyone from sneaking in. Wan Zhou tugged Wu Qi and slowly backed towards Wang Qi. The rain weakened and only a few raindrops fell in the air. Wan Zhou and Fang Cheng's rain hats had been removed long ago in order not to block their vision. Wan Zhou's trio had left the cover of the car and slowly came to the center of the road. But only then did Wan Zhou notice that Wu Qi's rain hat was kind of blocking his view, and he reached out to take it off. A black shadow suddenly flashed by, and Wan Zhou quickly reacted by pointing his pistol at the black shadow. But the speed of the black shadow was obviously much faster than him. A powerful wind flashed by, and Wan Zhou's wrist holding the gun received a heavy blow. The pistol came off under the heavy blow and was kicked into the distance. Sensing that something was wrong, Fang Cheng also turned his gun to Wan Zhou's side and was about to pull the trigger in his hand. Bang bang. A few gunshots rang out. Fang Cheng had tried his best to dodge, his physical skills were very good, but under the extreme reaction, he could only manage to dodge the bullets that were shot at his fatal spot. The pistol was knocked away and a bright flower of blood exploded at his right hand, a deep red gash appearing on his palm. But Fang Cheng couldn't care less about his wounds as he was also entangled by a black shadow. Wanzhou saw the person who kicked his pistol away. It was that Zhang Qiling who had never shown his face. His black and gold ancient sword was not sheathed, and it flew up and down like a burning stick in his hand, but it was with this kind of mercy that Wanzhou was powerless, not to mention that he was dragging along a tired man. Wanzhou rolled over and dodged a few times before Wu Qi was out of his control, and Zhang Qiling pulled Wu Qi behind him, so he didn't attack Wanzhou anymore. On the side, Fang Cheng is fighting with the black blind man, but Wanzhou can see at a glance that the black blind man is playing this person to play. Fang Cheng was not weak, and he definitely had no problem against Xie Yuchen, but his opponent was the black blind man, and his hand was still injured. Wang Qi, not to mention, was suddenly attacked by Xie De, and the two of them are still rolling together to fight for the pistol, but looking at the surrounding stupid Xie clan fellows, I guess there is not much chance of resistance soon. Wanzhou's heart fluttered. Wu Qi, Zhang Qiling is going to kill me. Zhang Qiling, who had protected Wu Qi behind him, did not move as he looked at Wanzhou suspiciously. Fatty, Wang yelled, little brother be careful. Zhang Qiling quickly turned back as a cold light flashed by, and he quickly retreating a few meters away. Everyone present was stunned by the scene in front of them, and Zhang Qiling was also a bit dumbfounded. There was a rip at the waist and stomach of his top. Wu Qi, who was originally standing peacefully behind Zhang Qiling, was holding up a dagger that Fang Cheng had prepared for Wanzhou. This was the backhand that Wanzhou had prepared. He had given the dagger to Wu Qi and was waiting for this moment. What could be more execrable than the backstabbing of a good brother? Tenjin. You're crazy. Fatty Wang. Wanzhou stroked Wu Qi's head and gave a provocative smile to the black blind man. Several people. Chapter 62, Revenge. The corners of the black blind man's mouth were pursed tightly, and even with the sunglasses, Wanzhou could feel the icy sight. Not convinced? Fang Chang, this blind man also has a gun on him, don't forget to take it. Getting a sign from his own sir, Fang Chang came to the black blind man and snatched the gun from his hand. The black blind man looked at Fang Chang and gritted his teeth. Xie Chang, you hit it well. Fang Chang smiled at the black blind man and looked at Xie Yuchen, who was also blushing, and bowed respectfully to the two of them, following the pattern he had done earlier in the Xie family. I also have to thank Master Flower and Master Black for their cultivation. Blind. Xie Yuchen's pupils tightened as he rushed to the black blind man's side, holding his shaky body and covering the wounds on his body. The black blind man gently patted Xie Yuchen's arm, signaling that he was fine on his own. He wiped away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and gave a soft smile to Wanzhou, his tone a little weak. Boss Wan, are you comfortable now? The injuries that the blind man hit you with, you've returned them, you see what other grievances you have, just greet the blind man me. My mute brother can't speak, so I'll speak for him. Look at Wu Xia's stupid appearance, have mercy, and leave it for us, you're a real liability with him. As soon as Wanzhou dropped the empty pistol, Fang Cheng took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe Wanzhou's hands. The black blind man's debt is considered to be paid, but other people's is not the same. He looked at Xie Yuchen. This person is one of the masterminds behind the arrest of his own schema. But he thought another physical injury was a bit boring, and he thought of a more interesting way to retaliate. Wanzhou smiled faintly. Fang Cheng, let's go. Not much far from that prepared car, Wanzhou and Fang Cheng walked towards Wang Qi's side, and Wu Qi followed Wanzhou with his dagger raised dumbly. Looking at Wanzhou about to get on the car and leave, Fatty Wang called out to Wanzhou. Elder brother Wan. Wanzhou turned back and looked at Fatty Wang with a grim sight, making Fatty Wang's next sentence delayed. Say. Fatty Wang took a deep breath, hypnosis of Wu Wei. Wanzhou drifted off and looked at Wu Qi who was following behind him, purple color emerging in his eyes. Wu Qi, when I snap my fingers, you will return to normal and will not be affected by the side effects and develop strange feelings for me. Speaking of this, Wanzhou couldn't help but smile, his tone ambiguous, with a seductive touch. Wu Qi, don't fall in love with me. Wu Xia's eyes were confused, the dagger in his hand slowly lowered, and he stared blankly at Wanzhou. Wanzhou sat in the car and looked straight ahead as the window was lowered. He put his hand out and was about to snap his fingers. Wu Xia suddenly looked like he was having a convulsion, his lips trembled and he spat out two words with difficulty. Friends. Friends. Wanzhou's outstretched hand trembled as he jerked his eyes up to look at Wu Qi standing outside the car. A pair of clear but insistent eyes crashed into his, seeming to see into the deepest recesses of his being. Countless memories come to mind, painful, happy, one by one, but also like a cloud of smoke. Maybe, you really do resemble the man boat that was once there. If we could have met earlier. The rest of the words, Wanzhou didn't know, always this hypothesis was impossible to realize, he still had the But Wan Zhou knew Fong Cheng too well. He only looked through the rearview mirror of the car and knew that Fong Cheng was deliberately not answering his words. There seems to be some misbehavior in this puppy of his own. Fong Cheng. Stop the car. Fong Cheng subconsciously gripped the steering wheel with both hands, and the speed of the vehicle did not decrease at all. Fong Cheng's strange behavior was noticed even by Wang Qi on the co-pilot. He drew the pistol on his waist. The next moment Wan Zhou made a sound. Moving quickly, the pistol was loaded and the gun was pointed at Fong Cheng. Didn't you hear what the gentleman said? Wan Zhou sat up straight in the back row, his eyes unhappy and his tone cold. Stop the car. You know, I don't repeat the same thing a third time. Fong Cheng glanced at Wan Zhou in the rearview mirror and immediately lowered his head. His foot released the gas pedal, the brakes lightly stepped on, and the vehicle slowly stopped at the side of the road. The car just stopped and Wan Zhou immediately opened the door and got out, standing on the curb. There was a box of cigarettes in the back of this car, which must have been left behind by Shay's mate. He took one and held it in his mouth. He didn't smoke much and there was no lighter in the car, so he just held it in. The strong smell of tobacco reached Wan Zhou's nose and cleared his aching brain for a few moments. Wang Qi followed along and stood on the curb as early as when Wan Zhou got out of the car, while Fong Cheng was slow to move in the car. Wan Zhou's face increasingly impatient, he took a hand to take the cigarette in his mouth, fell hard on the ground, went up and lifted his foot to kick in the driver's door. Fong Cheng, get your ass down here. Chapter 63, Rebellion? Click. The driver's door was opened and Fong Cheng lowered his head, not daring to look at Wan Zhou. Wan Zhou became angry when he looked at Fong Cheng like this. Wang Qi pointed his loaded gun at Fong Cheng. He had long looked at this man with displeasure. Just a halfway decent defector to Mr. How can he compare to himself? Fong Cheng's lips were pursed and he didn't. Not bad, haven't lost any of my skills in the last few years. Wan Zhou gave Fong Cheng a careless compliment. He wasn't surprised at all, this was all expected. That gesture wasn't for Wang Qi either. Since the beginning, was Wang Qi that Wan Zhou and Fong Cheng were. Fong Cheng put his head down again, his lips mumbling, but he didn't say anything. Wan Zhou crouched down and raised his hand to support Fong Cheng's lowered head. With gentleness and tolerance in his eyes, he looked at the child who had put him at ease since childhood. Is that what your siblings think? Fong Cheng looked at Wan Zhou in a daze and nodded gently. Wan Zhou revealed a warm smile, just like Fong Cheng remembered. He hadn't seen it for a long time, and for a while he was in a bit of a trance, staring dumbly at Wan Zhou. You're all good kids, you've suffered a lot out there alone all these years, haven't you? Seeing you, I know that each of you has made it, and you're all able to do what you can to share my worries. But Sunja, the Wang family's revenge can't just be forgotten. I've paid a lot for the Wang family to develop into what it is now. That's mine, so naturally I'm going to take him over. Like I said, no one has ever been able to take what belongs to me, from me, Wan Zhou. Wan Zhou gently lifted Fong Cheng's right hand and heartily blew on the somewhat dry wound. The palm of his hand touched Fong Cheng's hair and gently stroked it a few times. Sun Il, the Wolf family, they bullied me, you will help me right? Wan Zhou's eyes were fragile with expectation as he looked at Fong Cheng. Fong Cheng was no longer able to think. The ethereal fragrance of Wan Zhou's body lingered in his nostrils, the touch on his head, the familiar eyes all made him feel as if he had returned to his childhood. At that time, Wan Zhou also looked at him like this, stroked his head, and said softly, Sunger will be my most obedient child in the future, right? He only remembered his answer then. I will. It's the same now. The corner of Wan Zhou's mouth hooked up, good boy. He got up and came over to Winky. About what time will he wake up? 2 hours or so. Wan Zhou nodded and took out his cell phone, tapping it a few times and tossing it to Fong Cheng behind him. I contacted Ru, she'll be here to pick you up. I'll tell Winky you betrayed me, and you'll make your own arrangements to follow up. Fong Cheng obediently agreed. Wang Qi was moved to the back seat by Fong Cheng, and Wan Zhou sat in the driver's seat, leaving the rest on his own. 1 foot on the gas. The car roared and sped off into the distance. Fong Cheng, who stayed where he was, kept looking at the rear of the car until he could no longer see it, and refused to retract his eyes. It was Fong Yun, who had arrived here, who tapped him on the arm to bring him back to his senses. Hey, Mr. Gone? Aha! Didn't stop it? No. I told you, how could Mr. give up the Wang family's power, just you and Fong Xiao, the two cuties? Think you can persuade Mr. back? Fong Cheng. Hey, why do you look like you're going to die? Did Mr. beat you up? No. Phew, it's a good thing I didn't, or it would have been really cheap for you kid. Fong Chang still had a look of unwillingness to take care of Fong Yun, making Fong Yun hate to beat him up. She pulled Fong Chang towards her own car on the roadside. Egu, don't look, I'm getting busy over there, and it just so happens that your identity has been exposed, so you don't have to go to Sia's house to work as a fellow anymore. It's just the right time to come over here and help me, and don't you dare refuse, it's arranged by the gentleman. The car started and headed in the other direction under the cover of night. Chapter 64. Blackness, like thick ink, wrapped around Winky's consciousness kept drifting. A white light gradually surfaced in front of Winky, and he struggled laboriously toward it, his consciousness rising and gradually waking up. Winky's eyelids felt like they were glued shut, and it took a lot of effort to barely hold them open a crack. His head felt like it had been hit with a heavy hammer, a dull pain gushing through it. Into the eye was a somewhat wobbly roof, and in the ear was the roar of the car's engine and the rustle of the wheels against the ground. He moved his stiff neck and tried to sit up, but found that his limbs were as soft as spaghetti and he couldn't make any effort. Wanzhou saw it when Wang Qi opened his eyes. He slowly pulled over and drove for 2 hours himself. On this journey he had been trying not to take the main road, just driving on some remote small roads. This car has a gun, it would not be good if he ran into a public official. 2 hours of travel he was highly tense, not dare to relax for a moment. It is time to take a break, fatigue driving is not desirable. Wang Qi had applied the limp body and he watched as Wanzhou stopped the car and looked back at himself. Winky, are you okay? Wang Qi nodded, sir, that Fong Chang. Wanzhou drew a cigarette from the cigarette case in the center console and placed him under his nose to inhale deeply for a few puffs, relieving his exhaustion. An imperceptible dark purple color surfaced in his eyes, and he locked eyes with Winky through the rearview mirror. Winky's already somewhat groggy brain got a few points worse, only he didn't realize it. The corner of Wanzhou's mouth hooked as he began to perform. Humph, it's true that those who betray their main family cannot be trusted. What? Wang Qi was a bit confused. His last memory was that he tried to tackle Fong Chang, but his reaction was so quick that he lost consciousness with a pain in his own neck, and he had no recollection of what happened in between. Looking at Wang Qi's unconscious appearance, Wanzhou knew it was stable. When I first convinced him to rebel against the Xie family and promised him many possessions, he readily accepted and told me his real name as a sort of determination to defect. Who knew that he was thinking what he shouldn't be thinking, and that he had designs on me? He was going to kill you and take me prisoner, but I reacted quickly and wounded him with my pistol. Then he saw his plan fall apart and quickly fled, so I took you with me and got out of there. Fong Chang is a two-bit bastard, he betrayed us. Wang Qi's eyes were blank as he dully repeated Wanzhou's words. Wanzhou stood quietly by the bedside, watching that young self cry red eyes and choke on his promise to the master's instructions. Wanzhou's throat rolled, trying to suppress the choking feeling that was gradually rising. Suddenly it was like he had realized something. He took a step forward and stared dead into his master's eyes. He had just seen what looked like a golden light flashing through his eyes. Looking more closely again, there was nothing. Wanzhou turned to his nearly collapsed self. His younger self didn't seem to see it, and everything seemed like his hallucination. Wanzhou had some doubts in his mind. Is it an illusion in a dream, or is there really a golden light? Mister. A voice in his ear grew clearer from far away. Sir. Wang Qi gently shook the sleeping Wanzhou on the passenger side. Wanzhou groaned and struggled to open his eyes, taking a few deep breaths. This dream just now was so real that he was a bit confused as to whether it had really happened or whether everything was a figment of his imagination. Sir, the contact point is here. Wanzhou returned to his senses and nodded. The two men had taken few things. The most important pistol was already on his waist. The place the two came to was a temporary contact point of the Wang family, which Wang Sui had specially prepared for Wanzhou and used to receive him. When Wanzhou had planned his escape at the Xie family's residence, he had taken advantage of Fong Chang's privilege of being able to enter and exit the residence freely and had him contact the Wang family on his behalf. It was just that the Wang family's power in Kyoto had been dealt too severe a blow by Xie Yuchen, and many of their contact points had been smashed or silenced. As a last resort, Wanzhou and Wang Qi could only run to this remote suburb to find a contact point. This is a piece of factory building to be demolished. The construction company has not started because of the problem of project payment, so it has become a good choice for the Wang family to lurk. The two came to a courtyard, and Wang Qi went up and cautiously looked around, before knocking on the door with the unique Wang family identification. Knock, bang. The crack in the hidden door was pulled open a little, and a pair of eyes glanced at the person outside the door, and seeing that it was indeed one of their own family, the person behind the door pulled the wooden door open and gestured for the two to enter. Wang Qi and Wanzhou entered this courtyard one after the other. that Wang family member cautiously closed the courtyard door and turned back to Wanzhou and arched his hand. Dr. Wan, someone is waiting for you inside. Chapter 65, Power Struggles. Wanzhou looked toward the somewhat dilapidated house. That Wang family invited him in with all the gestures. This is obviously a hongmen banquet. Wang Qi had a wary look on his face as he moved closer to Wanzhou and blocked him, and his hand slowly rested on his waist. Sir? Wanzhou pressed down Wang Qi's hand that wanted to draw his gun and gave him a wink, telling him not to act rashly. There couldn't be only one or two people at this contact point, and the others were slow to show up, so they must have been ambushed all around. With this capture, Wang Qi's and his own credibility and loyalty will surely be questioned. It seems that the people who picked them up this time are not coming from a good place nah. Wanzhou pacified Wang Qi and was about to enter that room. The wannabe who had led the way, however, reached out to stop him. I'm sorry, Dr. Wan, but the weapon you are carrying is to be left in my custody. Wanzhou frowned. Which character of the Wang family had come in here, such a big row? He handed the pistol to this Wang family and was about to go in when he saw that the Wang family looked at him and didn't move aside, obviously wanting to search him. Wanzhou was annoyed in his heart. That's giving me a hard time. Wanzhou's eyes were fierce and he directly raised his leg to give this Wang family member a kick. This kick Wanzhou didn't confiscate the force. That Wang family member was kicked back a few steps and almost fell. When he stabilized himself, the anger on his face showed as he was about to charge at Wanzhou in a rage. As soon as Wang Qi pulled out his pistol, he quickly loaded it and pointed it at the Wang family member. What do you want? Seeing that the Wang family member didn't dare to make a move, Wanzhou's eyes were contemptuous as he raised his feet and walked into that room. The room was simply furnished with a wooden table and a few wooden chairs. There were two men at the table, one standing and. The conflict between Wanzhou and Wang Yi is simple, a power struggle. It's a long story. When Wanzhou was traveling outside, the Wang family member he saved was the previous Wang family leader. At that time, the leader of the Wang family suffered a sudden turn of events during an operation, not only was seriously injured but also suffered from severe poisoning. He was in an almost 10-death situation, and he had thought he would never wake up after he fainted. Who knew that he was not only awake, but that the poison in his body had also been detoxified? The Wang family chief's injuries that severe were basically recovered as good as new in just 2 months under Wanzhou's treatment. He was overjoyed, knowing that he had stumbled upon an extremely valuable physician, so he strongly invited Wanzhou to join his family. But Wanzhou heard that he saved the chief of the Wang family, suddenly felt 5 thunderbolts, face gladly agreed to turn his head at night to carry his own small bag to run away all night. Unfortunately, it didn't take long to run away before a group of Wang family members caught them back. Since then, Wanzhou has become a physician in the Wang family. The previous leader of the Wang family didn't grab Wanzhou to return to the Wang family at all for the sake of repaying the favor, he just coveted Wanzhou's medical skills. Capture Wanzhou back and throw him towards the logistics department, and leave him to his own devices. When he first joined the Wang family, Wanzhou was indeed as he had told the Wuqi few people. It was a technician at the bottom of the Wang family, and had little say in the Wang family, not to mention the fact that Wanzhou had still joined the Wang family as a captive, so it was almost as if a member of the Wang family could step on him. Wanzhou did odd jobs in the medical department of the Wang family's logistics and watched those crazy people in the Wang family do some inhuman experiments all day long. In those days, Wanzhou did not sleep a good night, all day long thinking about escape. He planned for a long time, ready to mix into the material transportation truck to leave the Wang family. Unfortunately, without even going out of the base gate, Wanzhou was discovered and he was imprisoned. Of course the Wang family wouldn't keep a restless person, but the previous Wang family chief had kept Wanzhou alive for some reason, but hadn't let him go free either. Wanzhou was locked up in the experimental base and worked as an assistant to those researchers all day. He'd forgotten how many years he'd been locked up, until one day the man lying in the lab operating bed became himself. It was then that Wanzhou realized that the longevity he had been granted by the system seemed to have been discovered by the Wang family. He knew that if he couldn't come up with something of value, he would be imprisoned in this square inch for the rest of his life. So, when the leader of the Wang family came to see him searching, he told the man that he could develop a longevity drug, and that his unchanged appearance over the years was caused by taking a drug that he had accidentally developed. The leader of the Wang family was half convinced, but after Wanzhou developed the first generation of longevity medicine, he believed it and immediately made Wanzhou his guest, providing quite a lot of resources to support Wanzhou's development of the longevity medicine. Wanzhou, who had gained freedom, also began to eat away at the Wang family step by step. Until he met Wang Sui, the two of them hit it off immediately, and Wanzhou brought several departments to fully support Wang Sui as the new head of the Wang family, successfully competing over the previous head's direct candidate. also known as Wang Yi. Later, Wang Sui granted Wan Zhou the position of second in command, while Wang Yi and several other department heads became the third echelon of the Wang family's leadership. It was also strange that Wang Yi, the defeated man, was respectful to Wang Sui, but was difficult to Wan Zhou. Previously, when Wan Zhou had the need to go out and collect medicines, Wang Yi would always use various reasons not to deploy manpower and had to make Wan Zhou find Wang Sui. The latter is even more intensified. No matter what resolutions and actions he has, Wang Yi is always looking for an opportunity to add to his problems. This time he must have deliberately come to escort me himself, and I don't know how he's going to disgust me along the way. Wan Zhou and Wang Qi were both disarmed, each with an electronic shackle. This time, there are quite a lot of Wang family members who came to escort. Only 5 people on the surface, came 2 cars, just to separate Wan Zhou and Wang Qi. Wan Zhou sat on the front car, and Wang Yi and that little follower of his followed him in a car. It took several days to travel to the Wang family base, and along the way, Wan Zhou was getting into all sorts of trouble by Wang Yi. It is not necessary for Wan Zhou to say Wan Zhou is no match for Wang Yi before every meal. It's about giving Wan Zhou only one quilt to hit the floor at night and not letting him sleep on the bed. Of course, although Wan Zhou could not beat Wang Yi, but his mouth was not idle. These days Wang Yi's 8 generations of ancestors were cursed by Wan Zhou. None of these tactics counted as torture and torment in the Wang family, but they did make Wan Zhou look shriveled up and listless all day long. Every time he gets on the bus Wan Zhou can't help but drift off to sleep, and there are several times he wakes up and is leaning on Wang Yi, giving him even more reason to taunt him. These days, Wan Zhou is annoyed when he looks at Wang Yi, because Wang Yi is a toad on the surface of the foot he doesn't bite but diaphragms people. Chapter 66 Wang Sui's Interrogation. On the way north, when he was almost at the base of the Wang family, Wan Zhou was blindfolded and hooded. This was a necessary step for all personnel outside to return to their bases, especially those who were not from their own families like Wan Zhou. The vehicle did not know how many turns it had taken, and Wan Zhou could only feel that the car had been spinning around. When the car stopped, Wang Yi pulled Wan Zhou out of the car and the cold air made Wan Zhou shiver. Instead of removing his hood, Wang Yi led him into a building. Wan Zhou could only feel himself getting on the elevator and then being led to a room by Wang Yi. He was pinned to a chair with his wrists and ankles bound and restrained. Wan Zhou's hood was yanked off violently, and the sudden light made Wan Zhou squint. In front of him stood a man who wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had narrow eyes that were. Wan Zhou was annoyed in his heart, but his face was steady as a mountain. A man can lose his footing, a horse can lose its hooves. I haven't blamed your intelligence department for the lack of timely information. After all, my exposure this time was entirely due to the fact that Kyoto's intelligence team was discovered by Xie Yuchen, and I was completely implicated. Wang Sui didn't say anything, but the movements in his hands didn't stop. Wan Zhou knew that this dog hadn't been convinced yet, and he was still evaluating the truth or falsehood of his words. What, you think I'm lying to you? Heh, Winky's squad is just you spying on me on the surface, and you must have sent someone to spy on me in private. Those men of yours, besides Wang Qi, who else came back alive? I don't know where those people are hiding, and if I get caught on purpose, it's going to take quite a bit of time for me to convince the 9 sect to find your group. That's enough time for that squad to evacuate, right? But the fact that the squad that was spying on me and I were captured together means that Wu Qi and the others got the message a long time ago. You have time to doubt me now? There's a serious problem within your Wu family. There's a good chance there's a traitor. And both Winky and I were betrayed by this traitor. Wan Zhou repeated the same rhetoric that fooled Wang Qi to Wang Sui. After all, no one in their right mind would expect someone to be able to see into the future, and to be able to search for enemy personnel with precision right in the middle of a crowd. Then, he took this opportunity to direct the spearhead to the interior of the Wang family, and Wang Sui would inevitably have to conduct an internal review, and once chaos ensued, there would be more opportunities to maneuver. Wan Zhou's face was coldly talking as if he was really stating his judgment. Wang Sui withdrew his whip as he held his neck and swayed from side to side. Then why did the 9 sec leave you alive? As I recall, out of those 5 people, it was only Wu Xie and you who knew each other well. Zhang Qiling and Fatty Wang just know each other, and you were bumped into a few times when you disguised yourself to pick medicine to spy on them going down to the tomb. That's Xie family member and you only have business dealings. The South Blind on the road is even more so, and you've never had any dealings with him. Tell me, how did you manage to not only save Wang Qi's life, but even escape? Wang Sui's eyes were grim, his sight wrapped around Wan Zhou like a poisonous snake, as if as long as Wan Zhou's answer was unsatisfactory to him, his poisonous fangs would unfold and take away Wan Zhou's life. Wan Zhou didn't answer right away because just like Wang Sui said, the reason he was familiar with the main character group was solely because he knew the plot, while in reality he didn't have much socialization with a few others at all except for Wu Qi. Don't talk as if I'm in secret with them. In reality, if I didn't have a good medical skill and promised to cure the stubborn diseases on them, I wouldn't have been spared after just a couple of beatings. After all, Winky's state of being tortured to the point of dying is normal. Winky naturally bailed out in the same way. As for the escape, it is also interesting. See, a family fellows even there are harboring second thoughts. I just used the interests to tempt him a few times. He joined me, only later he wanted to go back to the water, by my detection to drive away. Wang Sui's eyes flashed. You were beaten by them? Wan Zhou nodded. There were bruises on the lower abdomen, left leg, and back at that time, and there was a stab in the shoulder. Wang Sui took a few steps forward and reached out to rip open Wan Zhou's collar. He yanked it downward, revealing his delicate collarbone. The skin was snow white as jade, and further down, a healing scar like a stained ink stain on white paper marred a few moments of beauty. Why don't you use medicine to remove the scar? Where are the conditions for being a captive? Wan Zhou said so, but in actuality he was doing it on purpose. I don't know if Wang Sui is sick or not. He has bumped around outside all these years and inevitably has scars on his body, but Wang Sui always makes him rub medicine to get rid of them whenever he sees them. Once he was penalized, Wang Sui saw that he had scars in many places under his clothes and called for a medical assistant, who was told to regularly supervise his application of medicine until the scars were completely removed. Scars are a man's badge of honor. Wan Zhou purposely kept it this time to diabolize Wang Sui. As long as Wang Sui was a little bit unhappy, he was happy. As expected, Wang Sui's brows furrowed and his tone was displeased. Have your assistant dispense the medicine and remove it. With that, he withdrew his hand. You'll be taken care of for a few days. Wang Sui put down a word and turned to leave the interrogation room. Wan Zhou's expression was unchanged. He was afraid that there was surveillance here, but in his heart, he was relieved. I don't know if Wang Sui believed him or not, but since he didn't expose him in the first place, he has passed this first hurdle. Now Wang Sui should be going to interrogate Wang Qi. With phantom pupils hypnosis, Wang Qi shouldn't have any problems. Chapter 67, An Old Man and a Young Man. The interrogation room was incredibly silent, and Wan Zhou could only hear his own breathing and heartbeat, and he was able to exhale some white mist with each breath. The Wang family base is in the north, close to high latitudes, and the temperature is still a bit low during this time of winter and spring. Although the base is paved with underfloor heating, but the interrogation room is meant to torture people, naturally the conditions are hard. Wan Zhou's exposed hands have frozen a little red, the cold air drilled down Wang Sui's ripped collar, the coolness spreading down his neck. Manboat did his best to move his fingers, trying to dispel the little bit of coldness. Squeak! The door to the interrogation room opened once more, and Wan Zhou raised his eyes, looking towards the door. Before he could see the visitor, a figure rushed to him, Uncle Boat. A girl wearing a training uniform draped her down jacket over Wan Zhou, her mouth still complaining. How can the chief be like this? Your body is already not good, he is still freezing you. I know you came back and immediately put down the training to find you, but the result is that the dead Wangy hard to stop and not let me see you. Wang Xiao unshackled Wan Zhou's limbs, and the broken words in her mouth kept going on and on, from spitting on Wangy to spitting on Wang Sui, and finally even started counting down on Wan Zhou. Uncle Zhou, when I first wanted to follow you out into the field, how could you not agree? If I followed you, how could you have been captured by the Ninth Sect? Do you know how worried I was when the news of your capture came back? I don't care, wherever you go in the future I'll go, no one will ever think of letting me take a step away from you. Wan Zhou was helpless. Are you following even when I go to the restroom? Wang Xiaoyao thought carefully and nodded firmly. That's right. I'll go wherever you go. Wan Zhou's eyes went black. How had he forgotten that this girl was a deadhead? But don't, men and women are different, you give me some privacy. Wang Xiaoyao agreed flatly. No problem, then I'll stand guard outside the door while you shower and sleep and use the restroom. She didn't hold back a smile on her face, and Wan Zhou suddenly reacted that he had been set up by this little girl? Did you just want to follow me in the first place, and were afraid that I wouldn't agree to it, so you came up with this outrageous request to go to the bathroom with me? Wang Xiaoyao's small face reddened, but she still said stiffly that she didn't, her eyes looking east and west just not looking at Wan Zhou. Humph, with your one-track mind you would never be able to come up with such a solution. Say, who was behind giving you the bad idea? Wan Zhou's tone was serious, but his eyes were full of love. Wan Zhou has no CP and doesn't like anyone. This girl had followed him as an odd job man when she was a child, and then Wan Zhou realized that she was born with godly strength and thought that she was a good seedling, and sent her to the black and white classes for a few years. Who knows that this little girl is really competitive? All the courses are basically A. The only deficiency is the piece of emotional intelligence, natural Uncle Boat, those bastards from the 9 gates. they actually knocked your leg disabled. Don't worry, we'll be in the medical room soon. Ooh, your leg will definitely be cured. Wang Xiaoyao cried out in a ghostly manner and picked up Wan Zhou as a dash. Along the way, I do not know how many people's attention, Wan Zhou stomached by Wang Xiaoyao's shoulders on top, coupled with the bumps of running, he could not say a complete sentence. Wait. Dead child. Can you listen to me for a second first? Wan Zhou gave up struggling, covering his face was his last stubbornness. The old doctor in the medical room examined Wan Zhou again and again with a serious face and finally concluded, there's no problem with the bones, it should just be numbness of the feet. He took off his glasses and turned around with a hateful face, counting Wang Xiaoyao who was facing the wall in the corner. Xiaoyao, after so many years, can you be a little more steady? Look at how the Wan kid is turned upside down by you, what's the matter with him? Wan Zhou's face was a little white, he drank several mouthfuls of water to suppress the feeling of wanting to vomit. Looking at Wang Xiaoyao being counted down, he also did not make a sound. This girl should also grow a little bit of memory, so many years and also do not change the fidgety nature. She used to be like this when I was in the Wang family, that's because I protected her, how come she hasn't grown at all since I left? Ahem, elder. The old man who counted Wang Xiaoyao immediately turned back and looked at Wan Zhou nervously. Wan kid, what's wrong, is the body uncomfortable there? Wan Zhou smiled and shook his head. Xiaoyao, did you memorize everything in Lao said? Wang Xiaoyao snapped her fingers and lowered her head to nod lightly. Alright, you go help me clean up the confinement room that Wang Sui has arranged, and you'll come pick me up from the medical room in a little while. Wang Xiaoyao obediently nodded her head and fled like she was flying away, closing the door for the two of them on her way out. Eldarin watched Wang Xiaoyao run away in a puff of smoke and turned his head to start counting down Wan Zhou again. You, just spoiled her. Wan Zhou laughed and comforted and Lao, Xiaoyao, this girl you were not unaware of, dead brain one. Before I went out to do the mission I knew this nature of her, I thought that after I left she could be honed, how now it seems that there is no growth at all. Once she heard Wan Zhou talk about this, and Lao looked like she finally had a chance to spit it out and pulled Wan Zhou into a spitting match. It's not even that Wang Chen. Wan Zhou's eyes flashed, it's really him. After you left, the computing department of that Wang Chen somehow, 3 days every now and then to the technical department to look for Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao simple-minded. One after another these two people have become friends. Wang Chen, that old fox's friend who dares to mess with, compared to you in the years, Xiaoyao is now even more lawless inertia, also on the chief and a few departments in charge of the can. The Wang family asked him to do horrible human experiments with a group of perverts in the lab, and he resolutely refused to comply, angering the lab executives. Originally, the head of the lab team wanted to turn him into experimental material after seeing how uncooperative he was, but Wan Zhou saved him. After that, he had been following Wan Zhou as an assistant, and then when Wan Zhou was on a mission, he would come and sit in the medical room. Wan Zhou was right, his position really didn't have a say in the Wang family. Looking at Lao's gloomy look, Wan Zhou was about to say something more to comfort him, before he could say anything, and Lao suddenly looked at Wan Zhou excitedly as if he had thought of something. Wan kid, I'm useless, I don't have much status in the Wang family, but you're different, apart from the chief, you're the one with the highest rank, why don't you give an order for Wang Chen to stay away from Xiaoyao? Wan Zhou was somewhat helpless, although I do have a higher rank than Wang Chen, I can't give such an outrageous order. How do you make the other several department heads of the Wang family look? Eldarin also reacted with a long sigh as he circled the medical department. In fact, there is another reason that Wan Zhou did not say. If Wang Chen is really interested in Wang Xiaoyao, it will be beneficial to him without any harm. Wang Chen is responsible for the size of the Wang family's arithmetic department, is Wang Sui's direct line, is very loyal to Wang Sui, this person is skilled in mind. Wan Zhou has used many means to pull him, but without exception all failed. If Wang Chen had an ounce of sincerity towards Xiaoyao, then he would have a few more points of certainty in taking down the Wang family. Just these words Wan Zhou Wan cannot say to Lao, he has been Wang Xiaoyao as a granddaughter, if he knows what is in his heart, I am afraid that. When did I become such an unscrupulous one? Wan Zhou didn't go to see the elderly, he was afraid that he couldn't be cruel. The sunlight outside the room is just right, warm and meltingly scattered on the body, giving Wan Zhou a layer of golden light. The man on the hospital bed has a picturesque brow, like an angel who fell into the mortal world. But elderly somehow, it was obviously a beautiful and peaceful scene, but he felt as if Wan Zhou was in mourning, and he didn't want to see Wan Zhou like this. Wan boy, old man, I don't have much ability, I can't help you much in this place of the Wang family. If you have anything you want to do, go ahead and do it, Xiaoyao and I will accompany you. Wan Zhou looked at Lao and pulled out a smile with difficulty, you don't need to worry about me. Sorry. Click. The door of the medical room was pushed open. The two people inside the room originally thought that it was Wang Xiaoyao who had returned, and Lao was just about to scold Wang Xiaoyao again for her adventurous nature. Xiaoyao, Why did you come in without even the door, chief? The person who came in was Wang Sui, who had finished interrogating Wang Qi, and when Lao saw that it was the chief himself, he immediately stood aside respectfully. Wang Sui didn't even give this Dr. Wang family a look, he didn't even remember what the man's name was. You go out first. Yes. Eldarin agreed and gave Wanzhou a worried look before leaving, and just like Wang Xiaoyao once did, he left the medical room and closed the door, giving Wang Sui and Wanzhou space to be alone. Wanzhou pretended not to see Wang Sui and turned his head out the window again. Wang Sui wasn't annoyed and was comfortable sitting by Wanzhou's hospital bed. He reached out and tucked the covers with Wanzhou, his voice soft. "Zhou, are you still angry with me?" Wanzhou frowned and turned back, looking at the suddenly jerky man in front of him, his tone cold. "What do you want again?" The two of them who still don't know who, so many years of entanglement, Wanzhou can be said to know some of Wang Sui's little habits like the back of his hand. Generally Wang Sui like this look now, obviously is suppressing anger. That's funny. He's not a sufferer. Who's spoiling him? Wang Sui didn't care about Wanzhou's cold attitude. He raised his hand to straighten Wanzhou's collar, his tone was coaxing. "I can see why it's only been a few years, how my own brother, who was sent to assist you, has become loyal to you." Wang Sui's tone was getting colder and colder, the hand that was touching his collar was also gradually touching Wanzhou's neck, and when the last sentence fell, his hand was already ruthlessly choking Wanzhou's throat. Aha! Wanzhou's cheeks reddened, it was a sign that the blood was unable to circulate, and the suffocating sensation brought about by the lack of oxygen caused Wanzhou to unconsciously open his lips slightly and spit out the tip of his tongue, wanting to draw more air. Wanzhou fought to break the palm of Wang Sui's hand on his neck. Wang Sui pulled the ties on the curtains and tried to wrap Wanzhou's dishonest hand, but it was just inconvenient to do it with one hand, so Wang Sui had to let go of his stranglehold on Wanzhou's hand. The feeling of suffocation suddenly disappeared. Wanzhou, crooked on the hospital bed, couldn't help but cough repeatedly, the corners of his eyes reddened, coughed up physiological tears, and his throat was even more fiery and painful. Wang Sui yanked Wanzhou up against the head of the bed, the viciousness in his eyes showing, a look of anger. "Answer me." Wanzhou breathed heavily, his voice hoarse and his eyes mocking. "How would I know?" "Hee, how do you know? If you didn't know anything, Wang Qi could have told me as soon as he came back that he wanted to pursue you, and even planned to go to Holland with you to get a license." What? Wanzhou was staggered by Wang Sui's words. "What's with this?" Wang Sui revealed a cold smile. "Wanzhou, you are really good at this. How many people have you messed with over the years to get back at me? What? Now even my own brother you want to go after?" Wang Sui's eyes were crimson as he pinched Wanzhou's chin with one hand and stared at him dead in the face. Wanzhou's pupils quake. What kind of did this asshole Wang Qi say? "Wang Sui, don't you dare put a hat on me, and don't put gold on your face. Wang Qi, who can't control his own feelings, has nothing to do with me. Don't you go crazy with me." Wang Sui's hand that was cupping Wanzhou's chin became harder and harder. The pain made Wanzhou frown. "You're hurting me." The force on his chin loosened, and Wang Sui looked puzzled at the red marks on Wanzhou's face from his own pinch as he violently let go. Wang Sui stood up and looked condescendingly at Wanzhou. "Your qualification to go out has been cancelled. In these few days you stay peacefully in the confinement room. No one can see you except Wang Xiaoyao and me." Wang Sui resumed that gentlemanly look as if the person who had just been violent and vicious wasn't him. He took one last look at Wanzhou and turned to leave. Eldarin nodded respectfully to Wang Sui outside the door, and when the man disappeared into the corridor, he hurried into the medical room and untied the straps on Wanzhou's hands with a pained face. "Egu, Wan boy, you really can't face up and give in to the chief, or at least don't get yourself scarred once you go up against the chief." Wanzhou didn't say anything, just turned his head to look at the clouds outside the window, and Lao took medicine and bandages to bandage Wanzhou's wrists and neck. Looking at Wanzhou like this, he also knew that he couldn't persuade him, he only sighed. Chapter 69, Suspicions Abound. A bonus for Find My Little Officer. Wanzhou was lying on the bed in the confinement room, counting his heartbeats. He had already stayed here for 3 days, and it was Wang Xiaoyao who had brought food and medicine for the past few days. "I heard from the little girl that a major review had begun within the Wang family in the past few days, and everyone's loyalty and trustworthiness had to be reassessed once more. Wang Qi was sent to the frontier by his brother, went to a very far place to carry out the mission. It is estimated that it will take a long time to come back. Wang Chen has been working overtime every day for the past few days, and the dark circles under his eyes have worsened a few points. One of the boot camp trainees mocked Xiaoyao for being a tiny little cutie. Was whacked into the medical room by her, and when Lao treated him, she intentionally laid a black hand on him, and the whole corridor was filled with the man's screams. Her training uniform was torn, and it was Elder who mended her clothes. This little girl is more than the pearl bird words. The moment you see the boat will crackle everything in detail to say everything. Wan Zhou also does not mind. This is what he taught Wang Xiaoyao. People stupid has the advantage of stupid. The Wang family knows that this girl's brain is missing. Many news will not be to avoided her. After Wan Zhou discovered this situation, whenever Wang Xiaoyao shared the interesting events of the day with him, he never interrupted and even had the intention of guiding her to say a little more. Wang Xiaoyao couldn't tell which information was useful and which wasn't, but Wan Zhou was able to grasp a lot of information about the Wang family from some of the minutiae he said. After listening for so many days, there is no more useful information other than the big assessment of the Department of Computing for everyone. Want to re-evaluate everyone in the Wang family? Not a month is not finished, not the most chaotic time, after all, he cannot get out now. Want to make a mess is not in a hurry. Wan Zhou called up the system panel. That function of time and space travel had been updated again. Not only had a new map been opened, but there was also an additional side mission. New map. This biography, unlocked. Current quest map, Qinling Divine Tree. The side quest was released, asking the taskmaster to perform a time travel and clock the bronze god tree within 15 days. Successful mission rewards 2,000 points, no penalty for mission failure. The points rewarded for this quest are quite generous, more than doubled from that time in the 7-star Ruwang Palace. System, come out and talk. You've already exposed the fact that you're not a standalone system, there's no need to hide it anymore. What the taskmaster wants to talk about. Why did you load a dead computer before, and why did you load a single computer when it suddenly appeared later? It's not pretending. The turbulence was encountered while taking the taskmaster across, and in order to ensure the taskmaster's safe entry into this world, the system ran out of energy until it detected that the traveler had triggered a reserve energy source, and the system woke up. The latter does not communicate with the taskmaster also because there is not enough energy to maintain a low energy consumption state, and the system's ability to communicate in this state is restricted. Then why can you communicate with me now? Is it because the energy is enough? Yes, the tasker completes the system's tasks and the system can be supplied with energy to run. So my previous quest points were so little, were they swallowed by you? Sorry, the system is also in order to be able to return to the normal state as soon as possible. The points in the future will not be too little. All of this is fine, but system, what exactly is your purpose for bringing me to this world? Why is it that you're obviously my system, but the various quests issued are nothing but eradicating travelers or circling around the main character group? Isn't that Rinxingxing more in line with your needs? You should have chosen her to be your taskmaster instead. You are the only taskmaster of the system. Please taskmaster, try to maintain the plot. What about the answers to the other two questions? Taskers are invited to explore on their own. Dog system, don't pretend you can't hear me. What's your purpose? What's so special about the protagonist group? Don't play dead. System, you ##% you %##. Ding, malicious attack detected, accumulated 3 times, random penalty selected blindness buff. There wasn't much light in the confinement room in the first place, and under the influence of the system's punishment buff, Wan Zhou's eyes were completely black. Wan Zhou's brows furrowed. His crossing was revealed to be strange at every turn. Not only the system gobbled up oddities, but the world as well. Just a few months let him meet 2 travelers, and just like that the system still had to make him main the plot, and the system kept pushing itself towards Wu Qi and Wan Zhou's experience after escaping was unclear to Wu Qi and the others, but some disagreements had arisen between the 5 of them in the past few days. Wu Qi, what the hell happened to you that day? How did you know when Wan Zhou escaped? Did you find out his little move? Xie Yuchen stood in the hospital room, looking at Wu Qi lying on the hospital bed, and asked his question. The chicken soup went into his stomach, and this warmth made Wu Xie feel alive. Jiang Qiling, Wu Qi, what's wrong with you? Wu Qi wiped his mouth with his sleeve, his voice a little hoarse from the days of lethargy. I see the future. What? How is that possible? Xie Yuchen subconsciously exclaimed softly, Ren Xingqing is dead. Without her, how could you see the future? Fatty Wang's face was cloudy and his voice lowered a few points. It can't be because Tianjin followed her to see the future twice before and got infected? The black blind man listened to laugh, but he was cut open. The cut is not yet healed, just a few laughs. The pain sucked in a series of breath. Ahem, fat master, you win the bird fluid, but also contagious. Why did not you say Wu Qi brain pumping? Obviously this is more convincing, right? Go, what do you know? The gags of the duo of the black blind man and Fatty Wang made Wu Xie show his first smile since waking up. I'm not exactly sure if I'm infected or not, but I'm certain that what I'm seeing is not a figment of my imagination, it's the real future. Wu Qi's words caused everyone in the ward to fall silent. Xie Yuchen looked at Wu Qi's serious expression and valued it as well. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before speaking before Wu Qi. There's one thing I didn't tell you guys before, it's about Rin Xingxing, something I've never had a clue about, but since it's somewhat related to her today, it's a good time to hear it together. What Xie Yuchen had to say was that after Rin Xingxing's death, he had asked Xie De to investigate Rin Xingxing's birth. The cause of this incident was just a sudden whim of mine. I'm not sure if you guys are the same as me. The next moment Rin Xingxing was killed by Wan Zhou, I suddenly felt strange to Rin Xingxing, and strange to myself. Because I wouldn't have believed at all before this that I would accept something like seeing the future so quickly in just a few weeks, and I had just met Rin Xingxing a few days before then, but sometimes I always felt as if she and I had known each other for a long time as old friends when I was in a trance. But this vague feeling completely disappeared after the death of Rin Xingxing. At that time I looked at the body of Rin Xingxing, did not get angry and sad. Wan Zhou's words woke me up. My heart has always been on the defense of Rin Xingxing. So when I look back on the times, Rin Xingxing's many wrong places are so obvious. That night I let Xie De go to re-investigate Rin Xingxing's identity and background once again, in. Fatty Wang weakly raised his hand. So what, Tianjin, I don't seem to have found anything. Wu Qi laughed lightly. It's fine, this matter needs to be analyzed in detail. There's something wrong with Rin Xingxing as a person, and it's not just reflected in the matter of there being a difference before and after leaving the country, but also in that strange feeling that Little Flower mentioned at the beginning. Fatty Wang thought back carefully and suddenly slapped his thigh. I remembered. When I first met Rin Xingxing I was skeptical of her, but because she was the most likely person to find Yun Kai, so my senses towards her were still okay. But then I don't know when I started. When I met Rin Xingxing I only felt that this sister was quite nice, and I completely forgot about Yun Kai. The black blind man also interjected. This I also felt, but not as obvious as you guys. I just felt that this person was slightly more pleasant to the eye. If it wasn't suddenly mentioned, I didn't even notice it. Fatty Wang looked at Zheng Qiling, curious if little brother felt the same way. Zheng Qiling lowered his eyes, and although he still had the same expression on his face, Wu Qi knew that Zheng Qiling was being hesitant. Seeing that Zheng Qiling was hesitant to speak, the fat man was a bit anxious. Little brother, quickly tell me if you have that strange feeling. Zheng Qiling shook his head, but then slowly nodded. I sense something odd about her, but it hardly affects me. Wu Qi nodded with some anticipation, indeed. Seeing Fatty Wang looking at himself with two puzzled eyes again, Wu Qi didn't need him to open his mouth and explained himself very consciously. This special affinity of Rin Xingxing has almost no effect on those with a firm heart, but it is extremely attractive to ordinary people. Then this can't suddenly start doubting the reality of the world, can it? After all, she can see the future, so it wouldn't be surprising if she had some other strange means, right? Fatty Wang's conclusion is interpreted as such, and Fatty Wang suddenly felt that the world was not real, not so scary. After all, his brother had crossed over from the tomb raiding line to the metaphysical line, and even if Wu Xie said that he was a domestic version of Truman he could accept it. Wu Qi didn't hold back and rolled his eyes. The fat man's jumpy thinking always left him speechless. He didn't pay attention to Fatty's flirting, but instead recounted the precognitive dream to Xie Yuchen's few people. So according to you, this precognitive dream is actually human manipulated. The probability is that the voice in your dream, the owner of the voice doesn't want Wan Zhou to go back to the Wang family because he said that if Wan Zhou goes back, the end result will be death, so this person should be Wan Zhou's friend side. Xie Yuchen analyzed the information in this dream, and, in order to be able to get us to accept Wan Zhou, he also showed you a lot of the torture that Wan Zhou went through in the Wang family. Wu Xie nodded. It's strange, according to your dream, Wan Zhou's status in the Wang family is not low. Even the current head of the Wang family can succeed in taking office, but also cannot be separated from Wan Zhou's help. He is a man under a man in the Wang family, and holding the longevity medicine, it is reasonable to say that there should not be the possibility of death. Do you know how Man Bo died in the future? Wu Qi shook his head. Wan Zhou will die, it was the voice that told me, he didn't show the picture. You believe it? Wu Qi nodded, but Xie Yuchen looked thoughtful. In the future that Rin Xingxing showed us, Wan Zhou and us were opposites. Isn't it possible that Wan Zhou escaped back to the Wang family and became our enemy, and he ended up dying in our hands, which explains why that voice didn't want Wan Zhou to escape, and as long as Wan Zhou stayed honestly in the alibi we wouldn't end up killing him. Fatty Wang, however, was the first to speak out. Since that Rin Xingxing is eccentric, the future she showed us cannot be trusted either. No, believable. Wu Qi countered Fatty's point. Both times I observed the future, I experienced it personally. That sense of reality cannot be faked. And the feeling of observing the future when I was unconscious was the same as the first two times, so the futures we saw before were real. It's just that those futures were unstable, and there's a high probability that there will be differences in the later developments. Wu Qi's words made Wang Fatty's CPU burn. It was too chaotic, he listened to it in a daze. And what did you see in the 3 days you were unconscious? There are a lot of things I can't say explicitly. I can only tell you that the current me is not the one from 3 days ago. In just 3 days, I experienced 10 years in the future. More accurately, I experienced 10 years without one boat. Wu Qi's words caused things to go up another notch in terms of weirdness, and this time, even Zhang Qiling frowned slightly. Naive, can you tell? Fatty Wang lowered his voice as if he was afraid of being heard by something and asked Wu Qi with incomparable caution. Wu Xia laughed a little. Part of it can be said. Xia Yuchen's demeanor was serious, his brows almost knitted together. Just tell me the parts you can. In the next 10 years, there was no one boat, and I didn't meet Rin Xingqing. That's why I didn't notice the Wang family's existence that early. Since the end of the Zhang family's ancient building, little brother left for a long time, and went to Changbai Mountain to guard the Bronze Gate during this year's autumn. Uncle Sam's disappearance suddenly left me without direction at that time, and after a few years of desolation, another layout against me began. I went to Murdoch, searching for my little brother's memories, and later discovered the existence of the Wang family, and decided to eradicate the Wang family, which I spent 5 years laying out, and brought down after 10 years. This is the next 10 years without one boat. Wu Evil said very succinctly. The tone of voice even did not have many ups and downs, but there was not a little cute in the room. All of them are the people who have been on the road. This 10 years will never be as easy as Wu Xie said. The Wang family is not a simple force. Wu Xie can go from Wu Tianjin into Rin Xingqing to show them the future of that evil emperor, how much suffering has been eaten in which only he himself knows. From the beginning, everyone noticed the transformation of Wu Qi. After waking up, Wu Qi is completely different from once. If once Wu Qi was a pool of clear spring at a glance, then after waking up, Wu Qi is a deep bottomless ocean. Xie Yuchen is a little distressed by this hairy little man of his, but he knows that at this time Wu Qi doesn't need to be consoled. 10 years of memories have made him more composed, and all he can do is to give all the support he can. Junior Master San, according to you, Wanzhou is a very special person, but he has already run away. What we urgently need at the moment is to find him again, said the black blind man thoughtfully. Wu Qi shook his head. Difficult. According to the time estimation, Wanzhou must have already returned to the Wang family. With his position in the Wang family, and the importance that the current head of the Wang family places on him, he won't appear outside in a short period of time. That's finished. Fatty Wang swung straight for the fences. Wanzhou is the breakthrough, but we can't see him, not to mention figuring out what's going on with those strange people, let's just say Master Black's eyes, and little brother going to guard the door. All these things won't be able to be straightened out. Xie Yuchen, the big deal about the blind man's eyes is that it's a bit more work. It's difficult for Zhang to go and guard the door, but the good thing is that there's still time to prepare for it. But it's hard to say if we'll encounter someone like Ren Xingqing again in the future. If there's another person who uses some strange tactics to make us trust him, it'll always be a bit of a problem. Compared to the several people who were somewhat unable to find a solution, Wu Qi looked like he had a plan. It doesn't have to be one boat. Before these strange people appeared, there was another person who also had strange means. All of this change started when this man showed up. Everyone looked at Wu Qi at the same time. Xie Yuchen's eyes sank slightly as he asked the hearts of those present. Wu Xie said word for word. Nagawa. Chapter 72 Entering the Clip Gully. Wanzhou was locked up in the confinement room with almost nothing to do, but he also didn't want to go to the new map right now. Who knew if this blindness buff that the system was punishing would affect the vest? The Qinling God Tree. This map is weird enough. If Changchuan becomes a blind man again, this heavenly collapse opening Wanzhou simply do not dare to think. Perhaps it was. But there was a not so good point, because Nagawa no longer had anything on him except for a mahogany sword that came with his vest, which meant he didn't have any supplies. The good thing is that last time he got a lot of field gear from Aining, food and sleep are guaranteed, but the most critical thing is that last time he used up almost all the talisman paper he prepared on his body. He is a Taoist priest, he doesn't have many means of attack. Without talisman paper he is very unprotected. But it's done, so you just have to lay back and take it. The breeze brushed through the leaves, the birds cried loudly, the insects murmured quietly. Changchuan walked in this sparsely populated primitive jungle. The surrounding trees are some years old sky-high trees, thick vines like a python, entangled between the trees. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves. A foot stepped on it, soft, and accompanied by a slight crunch sound. Changchuan didn't know where the system had teleported him to in Qinling, nor did he know what time it was. Things were getting a little tricky and he couldn't seem to find a point to cut into the plot at all. He could read a bit of feng shui, but there were just a bit too many tombs in Qinling for him to pinpoint the one that Wu Qi and the others were going to. Changchuan tried to walk around. Since the system transported him directly to the Qinling Mountains, the bronze tree must not be far away from him. He was like a headless fly scurrying through the mountains and forests, trying to get the favor of the Ancestor Master, but today the Ancestor Master may not be at home. Changchuan did not find the tomb, not to mention that, but also to turn himself dizzy. Nagawa held a compass in one hand and tossed a copper coin in the other. the magnetic field of this ground was very wrong. He had been circling here for a long time. After seeing the compass's needle spinning around uncontrollably and haphazardly again, Nagawa sighed and put the compass into his bag. It looks like unusual means can no longer find the way. He picked up a branch from the dead leaves, cleared an open space, and took the branch and drew a formation on the ground. The dirt that was covered in fallen leaves all year round was very moist, and on the bare ground, an intricate and incomparable circular formation diagram had already been painted with the last stroke. Changchuan threw away the branch, made a seal in his hand and recited the mnemonic under his breath. The 3 copper coins in his hand were vaguely hot, and as the last bite fell, Changchuan threw the coins into mid-air. The copper coins flipped in the air and fell straight to the center of the formation diagram. The 3 copper coins suddenly flashed a golden light, and Changchuan was satisfied that the enchantment. Changchuan stepped into it. The cliffs on both sides were extremely high and straight into the sky. Looking up, the sky was drastically compressed, a typical line of sky. He walked inside very cautious. This place is very heavy yin qi, like a perennial transit of yin qi, Changchuan pinpointed, and sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the underworld path that yin. He tapped his feet and with a few easy jumps, the man arrived at the entrance of the cave. The entrance of the cave was dark. Nagawa took out the flashlight and turned it on. The light from the flashlight hit straight into the depths of the cave. The column of light was swallowed up by the darkness, and the cave was so deep that it could not be seen. Ding, the plot has been seriously deviated. Please complete the temporary mission as soon as possible. The sudden sound of the system's mechanical voice caused Nagawa to tremble. System, do you know that people scaring people will scare them to death? Next time please give a hint in advance? Nagawa entered the cave, and once inside, his brow furrowed into a frown as he saw that it was full of stagnant water. He hated going into the water. The feeling of being soaked to the bone with his clothes cold and clinging to his body made him uncomfortable, and it also tended to destroy his rune paper. Nagawa packed his backpack into the space, leaving only the silence all around. Nagawa shone his flashlight on the surrounding water. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed under the water a few meters away from him. Nagawa was sure at a glance that it must be the Chero salmon. He shone his flashlight cautiously around him, but his body gradually swam backwards, and he could already faintly see the stone steps behind him. A watery sound rang out from Nagawa's right side, and he jerked his head around, only to see a tail going underwater. Nagawa's afterglow caught sight of a raised stone on the rock wall not far from him, and his mind made a calculation. The chum salmon has tested the size of its prey and its hunt is on. A ripple of water appeared from Nagawa's left side, and the sound of the current was keenly caught by Nagawa in the silence of the rocky pathway, and he immediately turned around and swam towards the bump. He untied the red cord from the mahogany sword and tied one end around his wrist. With a flash of golden light from the mahogany sword in his hand, Nagawa thrust the sword diagonally into the stone wall with extremely heavy force, and he exerted his feet, stepping on the hilt of the sword as he flew up, his arm probing the bulge. At the same time, that Jaluo salmon also rushed to the front. Changchuan wrist force, red rope taut, mahogany sword stress out, in the air traced an arc, fell into the hands of Changchuan. The Cherokee salmon breaks through the water, its hideous face charging straight at Nagawa. Changchuan arm veins rippled. Under the dexterity, he hung on the stone wall in an upside-down posture, the peachwood sword in his hand. Golden light from Changchuan's hand flew and threw out, straight into the open mouth of the Jaluo salmon, and stabbed directly into its brain. With a flick of his wrist, Nagawa's mahogany sword jerked out, and the Cherokee salmon unloaded its strength and crashed into the water, sending a splash of bright red liquid spreading in the center of the splash. Nagawa watched for a few minutes and was relieved to confirm that he saw that the Cherokee salmon had turned over its belly. He looked at the mahogany sword in his hand as if he had developed an unorthodox use for it. Nagawa looked at the Cherokee salmon floating on the water. He had an idea. His wrist was strong, his lightness was utilized to the extreme. He dropped down from the stone wall, using the body of the Cherokee salmon as a pedal. His toes tapped, and flew up. The mahogany sword in his hand flew out at the same time, and plunged straight into the stone wall in front of him. He gripped the red rope tightly in his hand, and with the aid of the Cherokee salmon, he succeeded in swinging up to the stone steps over there. Nagawa gave a tug in his hand and the mahogany sword returned to his hand. He explored a way to manipulate the mahogany sword without the use of merit. It was just a bit of a waste of hands. Nagawa looked at the wrists wrapped in red rope were strangled with a few bloody marks, and sighed. This trick should not be used more than once. The stone steps were clean, not dust-free clean, but there wasn't a Cherokee salmon carcass like in the original episode. This reinforces Nagawa's suspicion that there is a traveler in that group of grave robbers, who allowed the team to escape the attack of the Cherokee salmon, and also allowed Wu Qi to escape a bullet, while he himself became the unlucky one who was attacked. Remembering that Wu Qi seems to have been captured by this group of grave robbers, with the travelers around, Changchuan didn't dare to think about how far the plot would deviate, and carrying the mahogany sword, he entered the stone passage behind the stone steps. In a rush, Nagawa passed through the long stone pathway, and at the end there appeared a stone room with a coffin in its center, which had been pushed out of position, and there was a tunnel on the coffin bed underneath. Nagawa quickly came to the coffin. There are a lot of footprints, look at the traces like they just went down not long ago. He wrapped the flashlight with a little bit of fabric so that the light is not so obvious. Ready, Nagawa drilled down head first. Nagawa knew that there was no organ inside, and his speed picked up. Ding, asked the taskmaster to explore on his own. Nagawa was speechless. Sometimes he could very well understand the instance, as he sometimes wanted to blow up the system as well. Chapter 74, Judging the Traveler. The dark path was not long, and the tracking of Nagawa's hidden form did not last long, when the young man in the group ahead of him suddenly shouted, "Quick look! Bottoms up!" Nagawa had already heard the loud sound of water flowing and knew that this was to the underground dark river. He watched a few people in front of him pick up the pace, and picked up speed slightly as well, keeping a constant distance from those people. Not being able to hear the heartbeat, Nagawa couldn't tell which of the figures ahead was the one who had traveled through, but now that he had arranged to look for, he wasn't in a hurry. Those people have left the dark tunnel. Changchuan waited for a while, also slowly came to the exit of the dark tunnel. The sound of water outside the raging, an underground river about the width of a basketball court appeared in front of Changchuan's eyes. The cave here is vast, a glance cannot see the end. The group of grave robbers are dumbfounded at the spectacle before them. The staggering young man shouted and rushed into the underground river, his feet and legs into the water, turned back to the people behind him in amazement and shouted, "The water is hot." A somewhat slim man wearing glasses marveled at the ghostly sight before him, while several others stood on the riverbank with their hands in power and surveyed the surroundings, though one of them seemed out of place. The man kept his eyes on the young man who had retreated back to the river, even though he also had his flashlight on. Nagawa remembers that in the original plot, this underground river was hot, and the young man in the group of grave robbers would immediately be scalded to death by the sudden burst of hot water. So, is this man who has been watching the people who are bound to die in the plot the crosser Zhu Bojian he's looking for? Nagawa intended to observe and watch again. He shifted his line of sight to the other direction. Wuchi had no equipment on him and was standing on the river bank with only a flashlight. Nagawa keenly saw Wuchi and a man on the other side of the river browbeating each other. He glanced at the man and remembered his appearance. It looks like that's old Ichi. Uncle Tai's group was listening to the Cantonese accented middle-aged man talk about the markings on his map, and as if they had gotten some kind of message, they all shone their flashlights light into the water in unison. Nagawa saw in the light of the light, there is a thin black iron chain in the water is hidden. The young man saw the face of delight, the flashlight to the side of the bag a hang to go into the water. "Ermac, come back." The man who had been highlighted by Nagawa suddenly spoke up, and Ermac, who had been shouted at, looked back in some confusion. "What's wrong, Boss Lee?" The man known as Boss Lee came next to the leader, Uncle Tai, and whispered something, only to see Uncle Tai's face show a thoughtful look, and then nodded. "Ermac, you come back first." That young man heard Uncle Tai give the word and immediately retreated to Uncle Tai's side. Changchuan only saw Uncle Tai ordering something to the young man, then that young man took out ropes from his backpack and tied Wuchi's wrists and that Boss Lee's wrists together, while old Ichi was directly tied up. This action made Wuchi and old Ichi wary, and it also added another layer to Nagawa's suspicion of Boss Lee. Only to see that those people looked like they were waiting for something, all of them moved away from the underground river surroundings and retreated to the inner side of the river bank. Nagawa was shocked and hurriedly retreated towards the depths of the dark passageway. He was too close to these people. In case they planned to retreat into the dark passageway, he would definitely be discovered. The underground river roared with the sound of water, and everyone waited in silence for something. Suddenly, there was a bang, followed by the sound of falling water, and Nagawa only vaguely saw a column of water rise to the sky, and the water surface of the underground river rose up in a gust of white mist. "Gosh, Boss Lee, it's really like you said, there's a hot fountain here." The cool master with glasses gave a thumbs up to Boss Lee, and several other people also looked at Boss Lee with different expressions. Nagawa could now be sure that this Boss Lee was the person he was looking for. This person knew the plot well and had already begun to change the plot. That Boss Lee accepted the sight of the crowd openly, his voice flat, "Don't worry, there's more." As his words fell, the water lifted another column of water, bigger and louder than the previous one. As if pulling back the curtain, the column of water spewing out from the river grew bigger and bigger, the hot water bubbling up like a small rainfall, clattering and spilling onto the water, even splashing onto the river bank. The closest young man supposedly splashed, screaming miserably as he took a few. Hiss. Wuchi instantly retracted his hand, his fingertips were already a little red. Turning back to the team, Wuchi shook his head at those people. "No, the water is very hot, you'll get burned if you go down there now." Afraid that they wouldn't believe him, Wuchi even put his hot red fingertips in front of those people's eyes and waved them around. Uncle Tai took one look and decided to let the crowd rest and wait for the heat to dissipate before they crossed the river. The river wasn't very slow, and it didn't take long to wait for the cold water from the upstream source to wash the hot water spewing from the fountain downstream, and the heat on the surface of the water to dissipate. After trying the temperature of the water for the third time, Ermac shouted to the resting crowd, "It's okay, the water isn't that hot anymore." When the crowd heard this, they all got up and came to the river, and Boss Wong reached out and hissed, "This water is still a bit hot, yo." Uncle Tai is a person who understands, this water temperature is hot, but it's not scalding. If we wait until it's the same temperature as when we came here, I'm afraid that the fountain is going to spray the next round. Boss Wang suddenly realized, and praised Uncle Tai for his experience. Uncle Tai did not have too much expression on his face, and did not respond to Boss Wang's praise, but let Erma Zi open the way, and several people lined up to start touching the black iron chain to cross the river. Changchuan watched those people heading towards the water. His heart was a little anxious. The plot deviated. Wu Qi and Old Ichi were firmly controlled by the travelers. He was single-handed, but those people had guns. How was he going to save them? Seeing the lights of those people fading away, Nagawa's heart crossed. No matter what first follow. He left the cul-de-sac and groped his way to the river, stepping into the water with one foot, a little hot, but bearable. He touched the chain after a few steps in the water, grasping it in his hand. It was a little hot, but he didn't dare to let go, diving into the water with a jerk and following far behind Wu Qi and the others. Chapter 75, Discovered and Injured. Nagawa's spirit was tense, tracking in such a wide water surface. Even he didn't have a clue in his mind. He almost just showed his head on the surface of the water. The water was dim. He couldn't see his surroundings. He could only tightly grip the underwater chains to move forward, and from time to time, he glanced at the flashlight light of those people in front of him, just in case he came to the chain link fence, where the current was so strong that he was almost crushed against it. That rope is a professional climbing rope. The material is tough. Those people should fall down the rope. But Nagawa does not have professional equipment. If it is in the flat ground, he can still go down the rope with one hand, but now it is in the water. The impact of the current is a very big obstacle. System, is there any way for me to get down there? The system suggests that the taskmaster jump directly down. The water pool underneath is deep enough to be an effective buffer, and as long as the posture is correct there will be no danger to life. Nagawa's expression twisted with an unspeakable look on his face. Why did this suggestion sound so implausible? If the taskmaster is willing to give the system 1000 points, the system can open a protective shield for the taskmaster to ensure that the taskmaster will not be injured. System, tell me the truth, have you been thinking about these points of mine for a long time? You're pretending you can't hear me again. Nagawa looked at the bottom of the waterfall. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all. He'd better not get hurt now. There was still a lot of effort behind him. If he was incapacitated, that traverser he really wasn't sure that he could kill. Nagawa clenched his teeth and took out 1000 points from his deflated small treasury and exchanged it for the system's protective shield. Ding, the protective shield is on, time limit half a minute. A transparent circular membrane suddenly surfaced around Nagawa, wrapping his entire body. Half a minute should be enough. Nagawa took a deep breath, loosened the chain, and fell straight down the waterfall's current. The strong feeling of falling made Nagawa's heart beat faster, and with a fluttering sound, the impact caused by the impact with the water surface was consumed by the protective shield for most of. With great difficulty he pushed down the discomfort in his body and unfolded his arms and swam laboriously toward the surface of the pool. With a crash, a figure broke through the water. Changchuan struggled to swim toward the shore. When he exposed the surface of the water did not see the figure of Wu Qi and those tomb robbers, he panicked in his heart. It could not be lost, right? He only had a rough idea of the original plot of this map. He only vaguely remembered that the next plot point after passing through the underground river was a piece of coffin formation, but he really had no memory of exactly how to enter it. If he lost them, then he could only go straight to the bronze tree and wait for them. Nagawa dragged his wet body to the shore. He took out his flashlight, still cautiously wrapping the head of the light with a cloth. He intended to find if there were any traces left by those people here. But as soon as he opened it, a creeping sense of crisis swept through his body, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. Boom! A gunshot was barely audible over the sound of the waterfall, but the sparks from the discharged bullet were unmistakable at the bottom of the dark cave. Even though Nagawa dodged in advance, the speed of the bullet was still too fast, and his right arm was cut by the bullet with a bloody gash. A strong burning sensation was sensed along with the pain by Nagawa, who couldn't care less about his wounds and threw the flashlight that had exposed his position towards another spot and rolled on the ground. Boom! A second shot rang out immediately afterward. The sound of breaking air came. The bullet rushed out of the chamber. The direction was straight towards Nagawa. The gunman was not confused by Nagawa's misleading tactics, and even counter-propagated Nagawa's direction based on the position of the flashlight. The bullet shot at Nagawa with unerring precision, piercing straight into his waist and abdomen, instantly bringing out a shower of blood. In an instant, Nagawa only felt an unspeakable sharp pain, as if there were millions of red-hot steel needles simultaneously piercing into his flesh and blood. His body uncontrollably trembled violently, and his knees went weak, and his whole body planted towards the ground. He subconsciously covered the wound with both hands, and hot blood gurgled out from between his fingers, flowing down the back of his hands onto his sleeves, dripping onto the cold ground, blotting out a shocking crimson red. I should have known not to put my pistol in my backpack. In order to save space storage compartments, Nagawa loaded the pistol he got from aiming last time into his backpack. He didn't expect to suffer such a big loss. If he had a gun in his hand, he would never be so passive. Fortunately, the gun is not powerful. It should be a homemade clay gun. The bullet range and strength is limited, and did not penetrate the waist and abdomen, and even the internal organs were not injured, can only be regarded as flesh wounds. A few pillars of light appeared behind a patch of stalactites not far from Nagawa. Nagawa tried to pull out the peachwood sword behind his back, but a few rays of light had already shone on him, and in the distance a slightly older male voice shouted loudly, "Don't move! Hands in the air!" Nagawa's right hand had already touched the hilt of the mahogany sword, but it was clear that even pulling the sword out would not help in his current state. The blinding light made it impossible for Nagawa to see the face of the visitor, but he could hear that it was the voice of Uncle Tai from that tomb raiding team. Chapter 76, The Crossers Meet. Nagawa raised his hands slowly, and because of the injury to his lower back and abdomen, it was extraordinarily difficult for him to get up from the ground. Ermac approached him with his flashlight raised, and warned Nagawa under his breath, "Unload all the weapons you have on you and throw them to the ground." Nagawa did as he was told, his weapons being nothing but the mahogany sword behind him, as he was shot in the waist and stomach. The movement of Nagawa raising his arm pulled on the wound, causing Nagawa to hiss without holding back. Ermac was a little impatient. "Hurry up." Nagawa removed his sword and tossed it toward the man's feet. Ermazi stepped forward, glanced cautiously at the ground, realized it was a wooden sword, didn't hold back a snort, and yelled at the man behind him, "Uncle Tai, clear. Tie him up." Ermazi led the order, put away the flashlight, took off the rope and came to Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan cooperated and stretched out his hands. Just in a few breaths he thought of a way. After all, this place is still quite a distance away from the bronze tree. It is not a good thing for him to follow all the time, so it would be better to pair up with them first. When he got to the bronze tree, he could control his subconscious mind to create some talisman paper out of it. As a Taoist priest who practiced for many years, he was still very good at fabricating a talisman paper. He was not sure about anything else, but the talisman paper was enough to deal with these grave robbers. Nagawa was in a sorry state. The wounds on his body had soaked his tunic, the dots of red not obvious on the black fabric. "Hurry up!" Erpaki pushed Nagawa's shoulder behind him. His hands were tied in front of his body. Being pushed this way made him stagger, barely able to stabilize himself. Nagawa's voice was helpless as he said to Erpaki, "This little brother, I have injuries on my body, I can't walk fast." Stumbling over a distance of less than 40 meters, the duo quickly arrived at the place where the group of grave robbers were resting. It was a rocky beach hidden behind many stone pillars from which bullets were fired. Nagawa was escorted to that Uncle Tai by Erpaki, and with a force, Nagawa's wound was pulled and he half kneeled on the ground. Taking this opportunity, Nagawa looked around. Old Ichi is still tied up tightly sitting in the corner. Next to him is Wu Chi. This little unlucky guy fell on the ground. It looks like he is unconscious, but those grave robbers are not so good, wearing glasses. Master Liang is also lying on the side. The one who just fired the gun should be Uncle Tai and that bossly, because it is just the two of them who have their guns on the outside. Now in this situation, he had gone head-to-head with this traveler. He would definitely pay immense attention to himself as a character that was not in the plot. This traveler named Zhu Bojian should not be underestimated. To be the invisible leader of this team, and even have good marksmanship, it seemed that he was not a simple character before. After analyzing the situation in front of him, Nagawa pretended that his wounds were painful, and with great difficulty, he propped up his body with his bound hands, and looked at Uncle Tai, who was sitting in front of him, with clear eyes and great courtesy. "This friend, there is no animosity between us, is there? Why do we have to shoot right off the bat?" Uncle Tai sized up the man in front of him, all in black punchy clothes, pulling up a Taoist hair bun. His face was very green, and his eyes were dull, looking like a student child, somewhat out of his expectation. "Why are you following us?" Nagawa looked over at Oldich with a hesitant face, and this action fell into the eyes of everyone present as Uncle Tai raised his arm and aimed his gun at Nagawa. "You know them?" Nagawa's demeanor flashed with a hint of fear, and he nodded somewhat hesitantly. "I know the fainted one, he's my friend, but I'm not here with them." A flicker of thought flashed across Boss Lee's face, but the vigilance in his eyes didn't diminish at all, and he and Uncle Tai looked at each other as if they had passed on some kind of message, and Uncle Tai lowered his gun. "Tell us carefully where you're from and why you're here and why you're following us." I am a traveling Taoist priest, called Chang Chuan, has been traveling around to cultivate, passing through this place noticed that the yin qi in the mountains and forests is very heavy, so I divined a divination, followed the divination to come here, want to dispel the yin qi to overtake the dead souls. But accidentally collided with you guys. Originally I wanted to leave, but I saw the people I know in your hands, and wanted to follow up to have a look. As a result, you went down to the underground river, and I had no choice but to go down too, but I'm not very good at water, and I was washed down the waterfall, but fortunately the infinite heavenly blessing blessed me, and I got to the shore safely, and then I met you guys. Chang Chuan again moved his own old rhetoric. Anyway, his Taoist priest head and mahogany sword is a good proof, as for siding with Ming and Wu Qi to know, but also out of helplessness, in case Wu Qi did not hide well, expose the two know each other, then he does not say now, it will be easy for them to suspect that he is harboring evil, he still want to follow the team into the tomb. Taoist priest? Uncle Tai sized up Chang Chuan's costume, and Air Pocky duly presented Chang Chuan's mahogany sword, which Uncle Tai took, placed it under the lamp for a moment to survey it, and tapped it with his upper hand, realizing that it was indeed a wooden sword. You say you're a Taoist priest, what else is there to prove but this sword? Uncle Tai's voice was gloomy and stabilizing, like Chang Chuan was going to kill him on the spot if he couldn't produce any evidence. Chang Chuan looked embarrassed. I still have some tools in my backpack for invoking souls and driving away ghosts, but they were all washed away by the water. Looking at Uncle Tai with murderous eyes, Chang Chuan changed his words, but I can read feng shui, this tomb is what I found by counting little by little. Hearing that Chang Chuan has the ability to read feng shui, the side of the Wang boss face a happy. Here there are many divergent paths, the surrounding surface alone there are many caves, they actually came down for a period of time, but have not known to choose that direction, and now there is a Chang Chuan, this problem may be able to be solved. He eagerly looked at Uncle Tai, apparently Uncle Tai also thought. Seeing that Chang Chuan's black tunic was indeed torn, with blood still seeping from it, that bossly spoke up first. Uncle Tai, I know a little bit of medical knowledge, so I'll treat him first, you guys can rest for a while, wait for Master Liang to wake up. Uncle Tai glanced at the unconscious two over there and nodded his head in agreement with Boss Li's suggestion. That Li boss came to the side of Nagawa, reached out to help up half-kneeling Nagawa, this way they caved him, although there are lights but mostly focused on lighting the road, this Li boss hidden in the backlight, Nagawa did not see the face of this person. But now that Boss Li was exposed to the light, Nagawa was a little surprised in his mind. Chapter 77, Being discovered to be a traveler too. This Boss Li's face was very young, probably around 20 years old, a hard-type handsome man. Nagawa glanced at him and then hurriedly lowered his head. He always felt that this traveler was strange. Someone outside the plot. Suddenly, a male voice rang in Chang Chuan's ears, causing Chang Chuan's body to involuntarily tremble, and when he saw Zhu Bojian, who was holding him up, look at him, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile. The wound hurts a little. System. Is this his heart? Yes, the system is always on special locking mode. Why has it taken so long to hear a word from this traveler? Taskers are invited to explore on their own. This sentence Nagawa was already tired of hearing. He looked at Zhu Bojian, who was bandaging the wound of the protagonist. His mind was full of thoughts. Perhaps the heart can only be heard by touching? No, he bandaged me and touched too, but other than that one sentence, he never had another heartbeat, so there's only one explanation. This traveler has little mental activity within him, or this person can control his own mind. When Chang Chuan thought of this, he looked at Zhu Bojian with a wary look in his eyes. There are very few people who can achieve this. This person is not easy to deal with. Zhu Bojian was skillful, first treating the gunshot wound on Chang Chuan's right arm, taking out a lighter to decontaminate the dagger, and then with a word of endurance, he lifted the hem of Chang Chuan's shirt and stabbed the tip of the knife into the wound in his abdomen. Nagawa let out a cry of pain and clenched his teeth in death, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead as his face turned another shade of pale. Zhu Bojian's hand was very steady, just a few strokes, that bullet was picked out by him. He immediately sprinkled medicine on the wound and bandaged up Chang Chuan. The two did not talk during this time, and even this traveler did not even have a single heartfelt word, making Nagawa even more certain that this person was absolutely extraordinary. Everything is over. Zhu Bojian got up, turned around and looked deeply at Chang Chuan, the eyes strange, see Chang Chuan uncomfortable, but Zhu Bojian did not speak. There is no heart voice to reveal to Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan just cautiously watched this person went to the side of Uncle Tai, as if they were talking about something. Chang Chuan was placed on Wu Qi's side, and Old Ich had long been observing Chang Chuan for a long time, especially after hearing that Chang Chuan and Wu Qi knew each other. He had a strange look on his face. Brother, I heard that, you and Wu Qi know each other. Old Ichi lowered his voice and opened his mouth first to test out Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan looked at Old Ichi, who wore a soft smile. Yes, I also met Wu Qi by chance, and I saved him a few times. How about you? Are you and Wu Qi friends? Old Ichi looked at this man who claimed to be a Taoist priest, and there was indeed no earthy odor on him, and believed those words of Nagawa. A few more points. but even if he really didn't know anything, he couldn't let this man stay by Wu Qi's side. Although Changchuan couldn't hear old Ichi's heart, he could completely guess what old Ichi was thinking. He definitely wants to find a chance to slip away with Wu Qi, and I will be dumped by him. After all, his goal this time is Wu Qi. He definitely can't let me follow Wu Qi. Old Ichi flashed a smile as well. I'm Wu Qi's hairdresser. He still wanted to say something, but Zhu Bojian over there had already finished talking with Uncle Tai and turned around to walk towards this side again. The two of them were silenced, and Changchuan had a premonition that this person was definitely here to find himself. Sure enough, Zhu Bojian stood in front of Changchuan and said to him, Uncle Tai asked you to find out the entrance to the tomb, and I'll accompany you. Also do not wait for Changchuan answer or not, bend down a hand will be Changchuan lifted up from the ground. Changchuan, a meter 85 big man, in the hands of Zhu Bojian followed the same as a small chicken. Wait, I'll walk by myself. Nagawa covered his injured abdomen and sucked in several breaths of cool air. What was this man's hurry? His wound still hurt. He walked in front with his hands tied, Zhu Bojian followed behind. The two came outside. Those grave robbers were also paying attention to the two, mainly focusing on Changchuan. They wanted to see if this man was a real Taoist priest or a fake Taoist priest. Nagawa touched his hand to his chest and unzipped the zipper to pull out the 3 copper coins in his inner pocket. Luckily he had kept the coins in a safe place and didn't let the water wash them away, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. That traveler stood aside, not reacting much, but keeping his eyes on Nagawa's every move. Changchuan walked to a fairly central location, holding his wound and slowly squatting on the ground, wanting to draw a formation on the ground, but just as he stretched his hand out, he realized that the ropes tying him up were too much of a hindrance to his play, and turned his head to Zhu Bojian on the side to shout. Bossly, can you untie the ropes from my hands first? I need to set up a formation and pinch, I have no way to maneuver while tied up. Zhu Bojian looked back at Uncle Tai. Although the waterfall aside was loud, Changchuan's voice wasn't too small, so Uncle Tai could hear him and nodded to Zhu Bojian. Zhu Bojian came to Nagawa and squatted down in front of him, his hand on the rope of Nagawa's wrist. In the eyes of Uncle Tai and those people, he was just studying how to untie the tied rope, but in fact he suddenly talked to Nagawa. You're a Wang? Nagawa froze, his face visibly frozen for a split second. He immediately responded, what are you talking about? My name is Nagawa. When the formation was completed, he placed the 3 copper coins in his hands on the corresponding directions, strangling in his hands and chanting in his mind. This formation can determine which of the surrounding directions has the heaviest yin qi, and since we are looking for the tomb, the place with the heaviest yin qi is the entrance to. Yeah, found it. Hearing Changchuan say this, Boss Wang and Master Liang rushed to his formation at once, almost lying on the ground to study it, but they both looked at it for half a day and didn't see anything, so they had to ask Changchuan sardonically. I put 3 coins in this formation, he will guide which place is the heaviest yin qi centered on this place, and the place with the heaviest yin qi is the entrance of the tomb passage we are looking for. There are 3 scratches in this formation, and the place where the scratches point to is the entrance. When everyone heard Nagawa's explanation, they all looked at that formation diagram, and sure enough, they saw 3 scratches, and they looked in the direction of the scratches and saw the waterfall where they fell down. Taoist master, did you miscalculate? There is a waterfall there. Boss Wang had a Cantonese accent and looked at Changchuan with a puzzled expression. Even Uncle Tai was a bit displeased as he looked at Nagawa with a slightly dark murderous gaze, as if Nagawa would immediately die here if he couldn't say 1, 2, 3. Changchuan also do not know how to explain, the copper coin guide is that side, this is the metaphysical level, he cannot give these grave robbers to preach Taoism. Yes, that's where it is. A clear male voice rang out, it was Wu Qi, and everyone looked at him again. Wu Qi took a few steps forward and locked eyes with Nagawa, smiling at him and turning to explain to these people. When I fell into the pool of water, I hit my head on something and passed out, but before I passed out I saw a chain at the bottom of the pool of water, straight through the waterfall, and didn't you guys say that by following the chain you could enter the tomb? And I've asked around before, and there's always been a legend here that somewhere in the mountains there's the existence of the Yellow Spring Waterfall, which is a bridge between the realms of Yin and Yang. The water from the hot geyser in the underground river just above was yellow, and as it flowed down past this waterfall it improperly formed the Yellow Spring Falls. Where we are now is the Yang world, and that Yin world is the tomb, so we cross the waterfall to enter the tomb. Wu Qi's analysis puts the gang of grave robbers into thought, and finally Uncle Tai claps his hands and decides to give it a try. The people were organizing their supplies, and the two of them, Nagawa and Wu Qi, were warming up, but even though they were warming up, all 3 of them were tied up and could do little. Wu Qi lowered his voice, Taoist, how did you end up here and get caught by them? Changchuan told Wu Qi the excuse again, also pointed to the body injury. Wu Qi heard Changchuan is for their own sake to follow the captured, the heart is immediately filled with guilt and touched. Taoist, you are truly a good person, it is my uselessness that has dragged you down. Ha, no, we're friends. It's not good to leave you and your hairy little one in the hands of those bad guys. It's just that I was a little unlucky to get caught. Chang Chuan revealed an awkward yet polite smile. Although he did kind of consider Wu Qi as a friend, it was more because the main body wanted to get himself on good terms with the protagonist group. The more times I save the protagonist group, the more merit I will accumulate. I hope that in the future, this merit of mine will be able to save the main body from death. They arrive at the waterhole and Zhu Bojian unties Wu Qi, but ignores the ropes on old Ichi and Chang Chuan. Wu Qi was a bit at a loss for words. He looked at his two companions, one with his hands tied and one with his whole body tied up. He hurriedly tugged at Zhu Bojian to inquire, "Bossly, these two friends of mine are still tied up. How can they go into the water without untying the ropes?" Zhu Bojian avoided Wu Qi's hand that was pulling him and glanced at Chang Chuan. "I'm good at water, so I can carry this Taoist master. Your companion will be carried by you and Erma Zi." After saying that, he reached out and pulled Nagawa toward the water, and Nagawa gave Wu Qi a reassuring smile so that he didn't have to worry. It was good that he was bound to the traveler. At least it was convenient for him to stop this person from changing the plot. The people fell into the water out also not long. The clothes on the body are almost all wet, so there is no need to take off the clothes. Directly in the back of the good supplies package, one by one into the water. Chang Chuan was also Zhu Bojian led into the water. The water pool cold, did not swim a few times on the body of the heat is almost all dissipated, swimming for about 7 or 8 minutes, the crowd close to the roaring waterfalls. The waterfall was flowing fast, and everyone sped up, trying to make a dash for it, but they were beaten back by the current. Old Ichi yelled at this point, "We can't get through like this, dive down and swim alongside." He signaled Wu Qi, the two of them and Erma Zi, who was on the side, took the lead to take a deep breath and dive into the water, followed by Uncle Tai, who also disappeared into the water. Zhu Bojian pulled Chang Chuan and said, "Suck in your breath," and the two of them also dived into the bottom of the pool. The water pool was devoid of any living creatures, and Nagawa saw through the light of those flashlights that the bottom of the pool was covered with the stone figurines he had seen above. Most of the white skulls had fallen around, giving it an eerie appearance. Zhu Bojian also saw those stone figurines, but he stopped paying attention to them after judging that there was no threat. He pulled Nagawa's bound wrists with one hand, and the whole person rushed forward in the water like a fish. Before Nagawa could feel the suffocation, the duo had already surfaced, a few moments faster than even old Ichi and the others, who were the first to dive. Chapter 79 Artificially bound by Zhu Bojian. Zhu Bojian did not pay attention to the state of those people, but pulled Chang Chuan forward to swim a few more meters. A stone step appeared under the water in front of them, and the two of them picked up the steps from the water and stepped on them to leave the water. The others were slower than the two Nagawa men and were still struggling in the water. The two sat on the steps. Zhu Bojian took out a small stainless steel jug from his backpack, opened it and took a sip, handing it to Chang Chuan, who took it, put it under his nose and sniffed it, realizing that it was white wine inside, and hastily poured a mouthful of it as well, and the pungency of the white wine dispersed the coldness of the two's bodies. "How's your wound?" Chang Chuan was surprised to look at Zhu Bojian. He didn't expect this person would care about himself. Chang Chuan carefully felt it. His body was frozen almost stiff by the pool of water, and he couldn't feel the pain of that wound, but he took a look at the bandaged place. There was no blood oozing out, so it should be unharmed. He shook his head at Zhu Bojian. "It's fine." Zhu Bojian nodded like it was really just a casual question, and the two of them sat down on the stone steps in silence to rest, and when Wu Qi helped old Ichi to the shore, Chang Chuan kindly reached out to support the two of them. With the last Master Liang and Boss Wang helping each other up the steps, everyone passed through the waterfall, and the crowd lay down on the stone steps panting heavily. Master Liang even vomited several mouthfuls of water. Once everyone was rested, the flashlight's beams swept the surroundings one by one. Zhu Bojian a hand Chang Chuan gathers up, although already ashore, but he will still catch Chang Chuan in his side. Chang Chuan quietly want to pull the distance between the two, but the result is Zhu Bojian pulled even tighter. He looked around. The crowd was observing the surroundings. No one was paying attention to them. He took the opportunity to get closer to Zhu Bojian and whispered, "No brother, you don't have to look at me like that." Zhu Bojian only glanced at Chang Chuan and turned his head to survey the surroundings again. Chang Chuan had thought that this man would not make a sound, but who knew that he suddenly spoke, "Follow closely." Nagawa wanted to roll his eyes. Why couldn't this person understand good and bad words? He was forced to bind with Zhu Bojian and followed the crowd to the stone platform on top of the steps. There were 4 stone pillars erected around the platform. Chang Chuan could see the patterns of birds and beasts carved on them when he looked closely, and in the center of the platform there was a tall bronze vessel that looked like a gourd, with a similar pattern on it. Master Liang and Wu Qi, the two people who knew quite a bit about Toon culture, came close to these patterns to observe them carefully, while those Toon robbers who were only here for the money saw that there was no valuable treasure that could be taken away here, and immediately lost interest. Uncle Tai walked past this bronze container and saw that another step downward had appeared behind the stone platform, and immediately greeted the crowd. Chang Chuan and Zhu Bojian came together in the crowd. He saw that behind the stone platform there was a stone staircase about a dozen people wide, winding down deep. The flashlight in the hands of the crowd could not shine at all to the end. No matter which direction it shone, it was all pitch black. Uncle Tai pushed Air Pocky and pointed at him to Old Ichi, who instantly understood, and as he yanked Old Ichi over, he pressed the muzzle of his gun against his waist, signaling for him to open the way. Although Wu Qi is a little angry, but he knows that he is single and weak, the three people have fallen into the hands of these grave robbers. There is no power of refusal, can only watch his hair as threatened to enter the dark tomb passage. This stone steps are very long, about 100 or so. The people walk on the steps one by one. At first Chang Chuan was worried about whether there would be a mechanism here, but after walking for such a long time without any abnormalities occurring, he let go of his heart and walked at the end of the group with Zhu Bojian. But the further down he went, the more uncomfortable he felt. His cultivation talent was extremely high, and he himself was also sensitive to yin qi. He could feel that the front of the ladder had a large amount of fury and resentment, and it's much more than he had ever seen before, which meant that there were bound to be a large number of grievous souls in front of him. Chang Chuan, face a little white, can be in the cultivation. The steps were not long, but the people still walked cautiously for a long time. The flashlight illuminated that the steps disappeared in front of them, and flat ground appeared. Nagawa and Zhu Bojian were the two people in the group who were at the back of the group. When they both came to the flat ground, the others had already gone to the front, and it seemed that they were discussing something. Waiting for Nagawa to go over, with a bang sound, white light flashed, a flare was shot into the air by Air Mazi. The surrounding darkness was dispersed by the white light. The scene in front of them all surprised, even if Nagawa knows the plot, but the scene in front of him still makes him a little stunned. This platform is a protruding cliff, with a huge cave in front of it, the boundaries of which are barely discernible, and the cliff sits about 2 or 3 stories above the bottom of the cave. At the bottom of the cave, layers and layers of dead bones piled up recklessly, interlocking with each other without any regularity. Looking along, one after another, the bones were stacked together. It was impossible to tell which piece belonged to whom, and emitted a morose coldness in the light. In the darkness, from time to time, there were eerie sounds, seemingly whimpering, like the cries of those wronged souls. The fury rushed straight to the clouds, standing on the edge of the Chang Chuan like a shock, staring blankly at this sea of corpses. A hand touched Chang Chuan's cheek. He suddenly came back to his senses, only to see Zhu Bojian was putting his hand in front of his eyes to look at it, looked up and said to Chang Chuan, "How come you're crying?" Nagawa subconsciously raised his bound hand, and sure enough, he touched a wet patch, and only now did he realize that he was being pulled into empathy by these unjust spirits. Chapter 80. Nagawa wiped away the tear tracks on his face with his bound hands as he silently chanted the fixed heart sutra to keep himself anchored to his heart and unaffected by those wronged souls. Zhu Bojian's brow furrowed as he watched this kindred spirit only remain silent as he took out a small knife and reached out to cut the ropes from Nagawa's wrists. Chang Chuan was baffled by Zhu Bojian's actions. "Why are you willing to untie me?" Zhu Bojian didn't answer. He walked to the team. Those people were building a fire. They were planning to rest for a while, wait for their clothes to dry before going down. Zhu Bojian approached the team's supplies bag side. Boss Wang was guarding the supplies. The two of them talked for a few minutes, and Boss Wang passed Chang Chuan's mahogany sword to Zhu Bojian. Chang Chuan stood in the corner and watched silently. His wrists were rubbed with red marks from the rough rope, and the wounds from the previous strangulation seeped a little more blood. He watched as Zhu Bojian walked up to him with the mahogany sword and handed it to him. "Take your sword." Nagawa looked at the traveler warily. This person's attitude towards himself was too strange for nothing. Zhu Bojian see Chang Chuan did not reach out to take. He did not talk too much, the sword to his backpack a plug, pulling Chang Chuan to sit by the campfire. Chang Chuan was going to refuse, which is when the treatment of the captive so good, did not see the side of the Wu Wei and the old is still tied up, and then again, let Uncle tie those people how to look at it. Who knew that they just acted as if they didn't see it, turning a blind eye to Zhu Bojian's behavior, while Wu Qi and Old Ichi on the side had their eyes glazed over. Seeing that no one had an opinion, Chang Chuan was puzzled in his mind, but he still sat there honestly. Zhu Bojian, just like those grave robbers, took off his coat and pants and put them by the fire to dry, turned his head to see that Chang Chuan was still wearing those wet clothes, and lifted his feet to walk towards Chang Chuan. Nagawa from the beginning to see those began to take off their clothes is a little hard to sit still, is a normal person cannot stand a group of all ages of big men in front of you almost naked it. The presence of either old or fat, especially that Wang boss, I'll look as a pampered big boss, look at that stomach do not know thought pregnant it. Only this traveler looks not bad, the muscles on his body are traces of constant exercise, not big but strong, but looking at the person also stripped down to only a four-cornered underpants, he awkwardly averted his eyes, and was not sure which way to glance at it, when the rest of the light found this person is walking towards him. Nagawa took one look at other people's muscles, then thought about his own, shedding tears of envy. He would definitely work out when he had the chance. Zhu Bojian stood in front of Nagawa. What clothes should be taken off? They dry quickly. Nagawa didn't listen at all. He could already fantasize about his heroic performance later on when he stripped off his clothes and had meat. and hammered the blood corpse's head with one punch. Zhu Bojian frowned inside as he watched Changchuan wander off. This little Taoist wouldn't be bewitched again. Being gazed at by Zhu Bojian's eyes that looked at him like he was a little pitiful, Changchuan instantly returned to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "No need, I'm not too used to undressing outside." Hearing Changchuan say this, Zhu Bojian no longer cared. He brought the medical bag and threw it to Changchuan. "You're not tied up now, change the medicine yourself." Changchuan in the corner of the fire to deal with the body's wounds. See, those tomb robbers are closed eyes rest, responsible for vigilance. Zhu Bojian also did not care about their own. He quietly came to the two Wuqi body, also some abrasions and bumps. He, by the way, also give Wuqi treatment. Take this opportunity to get close to Wuqi. Zhu Bojian was sitting on a rock and was stuffing compressed cookies into his mouth. He looked at Changchuan over there with a thoughtful look on his face. This Taoist priest is simple and very easy to fool. Nagawa's heart missed a beat. What do you mean? What did he lie to me about? He raised the danger level of this traveler back up. This traveler is scary. Being so frightened, Nagawa also lost interest in chatting with Wuqi, and he found a corner to squint for a while as well. The rope was tied to a rock and a section was lowered down the cliff. Paki pointed his gun at Wuqi, and this time it was Wuqi's turn to scout the way again. Just now Uncle Tai and the others were discussing the next route. Master Liang mentioned that he had just seen that there seemed to be an altar in the center of this mass grave, and that there might be a passageway there, and Uncle Tai and the others accepted Master Liang's suggestion after a little thought. Now the crowd was about to go down this cliff to that altar in the center of the corpse pit. Wuqi stuck the carabiner on his waist to the rope. He carefully grasped the rope, his feet stepped on the uneven cliff face, followed the guidance of the light, and landed safely without any danger. He stepped on the bones below. Those human bones are some years old, the hardness is greatly reduced. Wuqi landed on the ground when he stepped on several skulls. He took the flashlight and cautiously scanned the surroundings, to see and there is no abnormality. With the flashlight light on the people above the circle, see Wuqi's signal. Those grave robbers also pack up their equipment, one after another to climb down. Changchuan is the penultimate, the one before him is Uncle Tai, the one after him is that traveler. Zhu Bojian has always acted as a padded role in this team, and even the night watch does not fall. In Changchuan's experience, usually only the highest force value in the team can do this. He thought back to the two shots shot at him, so accurate, there must be some of them shot by him, as well as Zhu Bojian's sturdy body, and he was very worried about his mainline mission was worried. Stepping on the cliff wall, Changchuan realized that this cliff is just looking steep. In fact, it is not difficult to climb. As long as there is enough time, it is an adult can climb down smoothly. He didn't use his light power. As a captive he could keep a low profile, and surprise was the only way to win. Seeing that Changchuan had already left the bottom of the rope, Zhu Bojian wrapped a bandage around his hand, reached out and grabbed the rope, and with a dry movement, he leapt off the cliff, pausing slightly at a few bumps on the cliff face, and in just a few minutes' work he landed gently at the bottom of the cliff. Nagawa assessed his own and this traveler's lightness and came to a conclusion that put his mind at ease. This traveler's lightness was not as good as his own. Zhu Bojian turned on his flashlight and also blended into the group to look around at the environment, not even giving a single glance as he passed by Nagawa. Dull. A heartfelt voice awakened the dazed Nagawa, looking at the back of this traveler full of incredulity. How dare he call himself dull? Changchuan's face was unperturbed, and he returned a gentle smile when Wuqi secretly poked attention at him, but mentally he had already begun to ponder what kind of image he had in the eyes of this traveler. Can't figure it out. System, so he untied me because he thought I was too stupid to escape? System. Chapter 81, Ghosts. The system didn't answer Changchuan, and Changchuan didn't care. He hadn't wanted the system to answer, he simply wanted to say something. But it's good, the more the traveler feels that way, the less wary he is of me. The bottom of the cliff is pitch black, all the people step on the corpse bones to make a crunching sound, around the corpse bones piled up into a mountain, not far in front of them there is a path, straight to the center of the corpse. See, look at the direction of the altar is exactly the side of the altar. Uncle Tai see all the people are all here, took the gun and pointed at Wuqi, signaling that he is in the front of the head. Changchuan was screaming in the back, letting Wuqi, a person who was evil to the core, take the lead. This is surely going to be an accident. He hurriedly looked at Zhu Bojian, hoping that this traveler who knew about Wuqi's evil ways would put a stop to this death-seeking behavior. Zhu Bojian received Changchuan eyes, some do not know the meaning, looking at this little Taoist look at him and look at Wuqi, has been winking at him, he seems to understand what. Uncle Tai. Zhu Bojian shouted out to stop Uncle Tai. Uncle Tai turned back in surprise. Zhu Bojian walked to Uncle Tai's side and said in a low voice, "This person is just like Master Liang, he has something in his head, it's a waste of time to let him explore the road." Zhu Bojian nodded to the point, and Uncle Tai thought about it and thought it made sense, turning to point his gun at old Ichi and letting him scout the way, while Wuqi was pulled back by Zhu Bojian and pushed it to Ermatsi, who was on the sidelines, and told him to keep an eye on it. In the face of the black hole of the gun, the old itch only took the flashlight to the front of the team. The crowd followed the old itch along the path to the depths of the pile of corpses. On both sides of the trail are stacks and stacks of corpses. Changchuan can see that there are still many stone figurines among these corpses that have been seen before. He walked on this road. Under his feet was dark soil. One foot felt soft. Nagawa looked closely. It looked like the kind of creatures formed after years of fermentation. And then look at the surroundings. Its specific fermented material is also self-evident. The crowd stepped on this path paved with blood and flesh. All of them were silent and voiceless. Only Changchuan alone was muttering scriptures in his mouth, overcoming the wrong souls around him. A large amount of merit surged into Changchuan's body. His face gradually became rosy, and the wounds on his body accelerated healing. The crowd walked down the path for a long time, so long that all of them were muttering in their minds. "No, we've been walking for half an hour. This area isn't that big." Uncle Tai signaled the crowd to stop. Master Liang has long been tired and gasping for breath. He held his waist, also responded, "Yes, the altar we saw above is only 200 to 300 meters away from the cliff. It's impossible to take such a long time and we didn't see any forks along the way. It's not possible to take the wrong road." Tu Hemsun took the flashlight, shone the front about, either it is dark or piles of bones, cannot see anything else. He trembled his voice, "Uncle Tai, this place so much bones, we will not be ghosts blinded, right? It should be hit." Master Raya caught his breath and shone his flashlight at the surrounding corpses. "Uncle Tai, what do you mean?" Master Liang pointed to a corpse on the ground. "I should have seen this skull several times." Following Master Liang's outstretched hand, everyone looked at the bone, a somewhat broken skull. Boss Wang breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought what, this kind of bone is abundant here, Master Teacher, you are afraid to look at the wrong. Originally I also thought that I had misread it." Master Liang carefully surveyed the skull with a grave expression. "But this bone has a break under the left eye. This break is not natural weathering, but caused in life. Look at the shape. It looks like it was killed by an arrow shot through the skull with a single blow. On this journey, this is the only skull that looks like this." "It's Chi Men." Shu Bojian didn't want to listen to these people babbling any longer. He was in a hurry. The piles of corpses and bones on both sides are aligned with a slight offset, which will lead us into a maze. Yeah. That's the reason." Master Liang agreed with Shu Bojian's words repeatedly, but Uncle Tai's inquiry made him dumbfounded. "Then how to get out?" This. Looking at Master Liang's worried face, Uncle Tai looked at the others in the group. None of them had any good solutions. "Little Taoist, you can find directions, can't you?" Shu Bojian stared at Changchuan from the moment he finished speaking. He saw that this little Taoist priest was chanting with words in his mouth and playing with a few copper coins in his hands. Seeing that Master Liang and the others were unable to do anything about it, he immediately raised his voice to inquire about Changchuan. The gazes of the crowd were drawn to Nagawa by Shu Bojian's words, and Nagawa, who had been acting as a transparent person to dispense with the dead souls, paused and gave a benign smile to the crowd. "This place is very cloudy, and it might mess up my judgment, but it's something to try." Uncle Tai stiffly pulled out a smile, then let the Taoist master give it a try. Changchuan picked a bone from the side, and in his mind, he said "do not blame," and drew a formation on the ground, and with his right hand, he pinched and threw the copper coins, and he repeated it 3 times, and finally came up with a more accurate answer. He quasi-headedly said to those of Uncle Tai, "Take the direction ahead of the road here, at 3 points clockwise." Hearing Nagawa's conclusion, everyone looked at the pile of bones on the right. "Is it hard to step over?" Ermac's trembling voice was especially noticeable in the group. Nagawa nodded. "That's what it looks like from the trigrams. It'll hit a ghost." Old Ichi really didn't hold back and said the words that were on everyone's mind. Changchuan spread his hands. "This he cannot guarantee, this place is so heavy in chi, maybe you can really see ghosts." "The Taoist master doesn't have a method to exorcise ghosts?" Boss Wang's voice with hopefulness brightened the crowd's eyes, and they all looked at Nagawa with anticipation. "If I had talisman paper, I could barely guarantee it, but unfortunately my bag was washed away by the water, and even if I retrieve it, the talisman paper soaked in water will be useless." Everyone's faces were ashen. Shu Bojian threw the peachwood sword on his body to Nagawa while he pulled out a military dagger. "We can't be trapped to death here after all, so we might as well give it a try." Uncle Tai's face glowed fiercely. "Bosley is right, we don't have to cower, these corpses have become bones, and we're still afraid of necrophilia, Ermazi, go." Seeing that the 2 leaders of the group had spoken, even if they were timid, the crowd took out their weapons and one by one climbed up the pile of corpses on the right side. Changchuan became the second person because he was a Taoist priest who had to show the way, and Shu Bojian no longer broke the back this time. He followed Changchuan and became the third person to climb up the pile of corpses. The crowd climbed over 2 piles of corpses, to see there is no abnormality, but also gradually put down their hearts. just when they want to climb the third pile of corpses, suddenly in the middle of the Team Wang boss shouted, "There are ghosts!" Everyone was shocked, some were scared, some were simply frightened by Boss Wang. "Where's the ghost? Where are the ghosts?" Master Liang shook his hands and raised his flashlight and flailed around, as if he too saw something. He shouted, "There's a ghost, there's really a ghost." The entire team was instantly in disarray. Chapter 82 Wall of Fire. Thanks to Find My Little Officer's gift. The light of several flashlights swept around, and occasionally swept into the eyes of his teammates. Nagawa was swept by no one in particular, and he subconsciously blocked his eyes, but who knew that he was suddenly hit hard on his raised arm, with a force so great that it made the unsuspecting Nagawa stagger for a moment. He was instantly alert, pulling the peachwood sword out of his hand and looking around cautiously. Shu Bojian, who was on the side, noticed Changchuan's alert stance, and he inquired of Changchuan, "Are there really ghosts?" Nagawa took a few steps closer to him. "I don't know, something just hit me, but I didn't see it clearly." A serious look flickered in Zhu Bojian's eyes, and he raised his dagger to his chest, looking around warily as well. "Ah, something hit my leg. There's a ghost, my flashlight was knocked out by a ghost." Various cries of panic rose. Boom! A gunshot rang out, echoing throughout the cave, silencing those present for a moment. Uncle Tai's voice was sinister, his venomous sight swept over the people present one by one. "Shut up, if there's a ghost, find the ghost, and whoever's shouting blindly, the next bullet will go to that person." Boss Wang and Master Liang, who shouted the loudest, covered their mouths and shivered. One of their flashlights was knocked off and one of their legs was crippled, but when they saw that Uncle Tai was angry, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Ermac, flare. It's Uncle Tai. Nagawa vaguely feel not quite right. Suddenly he remembered. It's a rat. A black shadow scurried out in front of Paki's eyes, almost hitting him, and the black shadow was exposed to the light, clearly a Wu Chi, who was running at the front, shouted, "There's a robber's hole up ahead." Hope was right in front of them. Everyone was like chicken blood. Their already tired bodies suddenly got a few points faster, and finally ran to that robber's hole before the wall of fire caught up with them. Wu Chi was the first to drill in. Behind the old itchy wanna go in when was Uncle Tai yanked away. The hole is very small, only one person in and out of the hole. Those rats also found that there is a way out of here. One by one, with the same as the life of the rushing to here, did not have a turn to take their respective weapons to try to drive away the rats. Changchuan's mahogany sword has the effect of driving away evil spirits. These rats that grew up eating dead people's flesh are also considered evil, and they shun Changchuan, and one by one, all of them burrowed into the robber's hole, and in the end, only two people remained, Changchuan and Zhu Bojian. "You go in first, they don't dare to get close to me." Changchuan kicked away one of the rats that didn't want to die and shouted to Zhu Bojian without looking back. Zhu Bojian looked deeply at Changchuan and killed one of the rats with a single slash, bracing himself on the ground with one hand and moving quickly into the hole. The golden light of the mahogany sword in Changchuan's hand flashed, and all the rats around were subdued by the chi of merit, and Changchuan took the opportunity to drill into the hole. He rolled twice and stabilized himself smoothly, and when he looked back, the mouth of the hole had already been blocked by Wu Xie and Zhu Bojian with a mess of things. The rats outside hissed desperately, but the hole was blocked and they couldn't get in any way. Everyone was relieved to see that the crisis was over, and as the adrenaline wore off, the crowd collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Chapter 83. It was a stone room with colorful murals all around the walls, though there was a lot of mold in this room, probably due to the environment. The stone room is very small, barely able to accommodate a few people lying down to rest. Around the corner of the wall placed some bronze utensils. Just now Wu Chi and Zhu Bojian is to use these bronze to block the hole. Nagawa is covering the small abdomen, fleeing for his life, felt some pain in the wound, and just now tangled with those rats, and came down with a yank. This wound is afraid that it is not cracked. He lowered his head to check the wound on his waist, but with a glance of his remaining light he saw Wu Chi beside him staring around with round eyes and a look of sadness on his face. He touched Wu Chi and inquired in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" "There's no exit from this stone room. The fire outside is so big that it will cook us in a while." Nagawa nodded his head. It made sense. He also stretched out his hand and began to pinch at the direction of the stone room. Just as Wu Chi still wanted to take a closer look at this stone room, a brick smashed on his head. The two looked upward. The stone brick next to the cave entrance unexpectedly broke a mouse head drilled in. It turned out that the mouse could not bite the bronze, so it began to bite the stone brick of the cave entrance. Wu Chi was so anxious that he hurriedly picked up the bronze from the side and knocked on the head of the rat, giving it the top out. The movement on this side attracted the attention of other people in the chamber, and the crowd took a look and started to take things to block the hole. Nagawa didn't block with them, but walked slowly along the wall in the stone room. Suddenly he stopped under a corner where there was a mouse hole. Nagawa reached out and knocked on that wall. It didn't sound too solid. He turned back to the men and yelled, "Behind this wall is empty." At the sound of Changchuan's words, Zhu Bojian lifted up a bronze weapon and smashed it towards that wall, and with just one click, there was a big hole in that wall, and when he looked through the crack, there was another stone room inside. Changchuan is also not ambiguous, find a handy tool to smash with Zhu Bojian, only did not smash a few times, the waste of the injury is painful, this was an ancient drain, and Changchuan and Zhu Bojian kept running after Wu Qi, the pain in their backs becoming more and more obvious, rubbing against their wounds with every step. Changchuan slowed down slightly. Anyway, already here, how can he find Wu Qi? Think about this reasoning. Changchuan also do not force himself. He covered the wound slowly. Want to slowly walk over. Changchuan leaned against the wall and looked down at the blood on his hands. As a result, the sound of distant footsteps quickly approached him again. Changchuan looked up and saw Zhu Bojian standing in front of him. Changchuan smiled and asked him, "Why did you come back? Quickly follow Wu Qi, don't lose him." "I still have your mahogany sword." Nagawa seemed to have just remembered as he reached out. "Then give me the sword quickly, you won't be able to catch up with Wu Qi if you're any slower." "Silly." Changchuan frowned and looked at Zhu Bojian in disbelief. "What's wrong with this person? Why is he cricketing people behind his back?" "Your wound is cracked, I have medicine here." Zhu Bojian looked at Changchuan's hand covering the wound. He put his backpack down, found medicine and bandages from it, approached Changchuan, reached out and tried to lift Changchuan's tunic. Changchuan immediately raised his hand to block it. "No need to bother, I can do it myself." Taking the medication from Zhu Bojian, Nagawa himself leaned against the wall to deal with the gunshot wound on his waist. Zhu Bojian stood on the opposite side, not saying a word, just looking at Changchuan and not going after Wu Qi. Changchuan casually threw the bandage that he had changed, picked up the peachwood sword that Zhu Bojian had given him to stand by the wall, and the power of merit in his body was invoked to cover the wound to avoid it from splitting open again. He looked at Zhu Bojian, who was motionless across the room, and put up a serious look on his face. My name is Zhu Bojian, Boss Li is just my alias." Zhu Bojian suddenly opened his mouth, causing Nagawa to swallow his words of inquiry. "Nagawa is my real name, and the identity of the Taoist priest is real." Zhu Bojian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the man to say his real name. "No defense against strangers." "Nagawa, no, he's old and powerful, okay? He doesn't have to be afraid of strangers at all. This time it was purely dragged down by circumstances. If I had runes, 10 of you and I would have fought. The wound in your lower back was from my bullet, and I'm sorry that I thought I was the only traveler at the time, and assumed you had malicious intent, so I showed no mercy." Nagawa smiled helplessly. "Luckily it's only a minor injury. For the sake of you helping me so much, I won't call the police to arrest you." Zhu Bojian was amused by Changchuan's words, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. He extended his right hand to Changchuan. Changchuan understood and the two of them shook hands. The two of them walked through the pipes and chased after Wu Qi in their direction, and on the way Zhu Bojian suddenly asked, "Why did you come to this tomb?" "Didn't I say that before, in order to transcend the dead souls here and dispel the Yin Qi?" Zhu Bojian was again surprised. "That reason is even true?" "Of course, what else would a Taoist priest like me be doing in a tomb?" "Then how did you meet Wu Wei?" Changchuan then explained that he has long been wearing two. He has no relatives and friends in the original world, both to come to the peace. It traveled around to accumulate merit. Coincidentally in the 7 Stars Lu Wang Palace met Wu Qi, which found that it is the world of tomb raiding. The back has been concerned about the protagonist movements, this time it is also secretly followed to long knowledge. After Nagawa finished these reasons, he himself felt that he was too good to open his mouth. Chapter 84 Bronze Tree, Dead Man, Monkeys. Being asked by Zhu Bojian, Changchuan also became curious as to why this traveler had come to Qinling. "What about you, and why are you here under the alias of Boss Li?" Zhu Bojian was silent. Changchuan saw that he didn't say anything and thought that this person hadn't trusted himself yet. He was very understanding and changed the topic. "Wu Qi and the others are walking quite fast, let's hurry up, we'll be in trouble if they go far away." Zhu Bojian was still silent, just following Nagawa as he picked up the pace. The two of them turned several corners. Nagawa with a flashlight was surveying the surrounding walls. Suddenly his feet were empty, his entire body was about to lunge forward. He subconsciously had to run the light power to stabilize his body. A pair of hands suddenly pulled him from behind. Zhu Bojian pulled back Changchuan, who had stepped out of the air, and Changchuan followed Zhu Bojian backward, although he would have been fine without Zhu Bojian's pulling him, but he was also doing a good deed, and Changchuan thanked him in a loud voice. The one that made Nagakawa step in the air was a large hole, probably more than half a meter long. That is, Nagakawa was too concerned about whether or not there was a dark passage around, otherwise a little bit of attention he would definitely be able to see it. Zhu Bojian took the lead and jumped down. Changchuan followed suit. Underneath was the bottom of a circular straight well. It was very wide. The kind of stone figurines of human heads that they had seen before were scattered around the perimeter. The duo didn't pay attention to these. They were both attracted to the thick pillar in the center that drew all their attention. At the bottom of the pit, there was a strange sound, and the source was that very pillar. The duo headed straight for that spot, the light from their flashlights cutting through the darkness at the bottom of the pit, illuminating the pillar that was the very bronze god tree they were looking for. The roots of the bronze god tree were inserted straight into the bottom of the pit, like it was really growing out of the earth, and there were many relatively tiny bronze pillars of different sizes stretching outward from the column, and looking from underneath, it really looked like a heavenly tree, with flourishing branches and branches that shot up into the sky, and it was still vaguely trembling. Changchuan was about to go forward when he was suddenly pulled by Zhu Bojian. Wait, there seems to be a sound up there. The sound of gunfire and people shouting from above was constant. The appearance of Changchuan and Zhu Bojian was first noticed by those monkeys, and a few of them turned their direction and rushed towards the two of them. Zhu Bojian took out a pistol, toward those monkeys. One-point shot. His shooting skill is amazing, even if these monkeys are very fast, but still by Zhu Bojian one by one to hit the face. He knows that these monkeys are controlled by the face of that mask, only to smash those bug masks, in order to fastest let the monkeys lose their power of action. Under the cover of Zhu Bojian, Changchuan rushed towards the monkeys with his mahogany sword. He moved lightly, tossing and turning on the branches of the bronze tree. Every time he struck, his sword was incomparably sharp. Those monkeys would subconsciously protect the masks on their faces, and Changchuan took the opportunity to stab the monkeys through the spine with his sword. When Wu Qi and the others saw the monkeys attacking in another direction, they all cast their eyes and saw Changchuan and Zhu Bojian, who had rushed to support them. Wu Qi shouted excitedly, "Changchuan! You guys be careful!" Changchuan saw that Wu Qi they all carried wounds of all sizes. That Uncle Tai who had one bad arm was the most miserable. His arm that was infected with necrotic venom disappeared and gurgled with blood at the severed point. Master Liang painstakingly tied up his blood vessels with his clothes, but with very little effect. The monkeys were even more excited to smell the blood, and all of them desperately rushed towards Uncle Tai's side, who had run out of bullets in his gun and was now just struggling to cope with it with his dagger. A monkey pounced towards the two. Uncle Tai's eyes were hard, pushed aside Master Liang in front of him, wanting to exchange this person for the chance of his own survival, who knew that Master Liang looked like he had lost his strength, and was tugged by Uncle Tai, directly collapsed on the branch in front of him, and the monkey crossed over the ground and directly pounced on Uncle Tai and hugged him into a ball. Because of inertia, Uncle Tai stumbled backward, stepped on his foot, and fell down the bronze tree with the monkey. Once again, one person is reduced. Acting is not optimistic, but fortunately, Changchuan and Zhu Bojian have already come to the side of Wu Qi and Old Ichi. "Move up!" Changchuan yelled at Wu Qi. Wu Qi didn't delay, as he yanked away the paralyzed Master Liang to climb up. Old Ichi had long ago scurried up to the branches of the tree above him. He cursed in anger when he saw Wu Qi's actions. "Wu Qi, leave him alone, he's just a drag, come up here." Wu Qi didn't listen to Old Ichi. Instead he pinched the flesh on Master Liang's body fiercely. "If you don't push harder, you'll be waiting to be eaten by monkeys." As if Master Liang finally recognized the current situation, and that he would really die here if he didn't fight for his life, he shouted, "I want to go home." Like a hormone, he trembled his arms and struggled to climb upwards. Wu Qi saw this and also hurriedly climbed up, not forgetting to say to Changchuan and the two of them, "Changchuan, Bosley, you guys also hurry up and follow." Zhu Bojian's bullets had also run out. He was now physically fighting with a dagger. Changchuan's mahogany sword was already stained red with blood, and the two of them were covered in monkey's blood, which stank like fish. They were back to back, each dealing with the monkeys on one side, and Changchuan saw that Wu Qi and the others had already gone up a lot, and once again asked Zhu Bojian to go up first. "You let others go first every time, you're just a sword, there are so many monkeys here, how are you going to deal with it?" Wish Boyan refused to go first. Chapter 85 Fire Dragon, Chi Compulsion. Changchuan frowned. "There has to be one person to pad the back. Your pistol is out of bullets, you can't kill all these monkeys with just a dagger. It's better for me to stay. My peachwood sword has the effect of driving away evil spirits. It's more or less useful to these monkeys. If you keep on dawdling, none of us will be able to leave." Zhu Bojian was silent as he kicked away a lunging monkey and turned to climb towards the main trunk of the bronze tree. "Take care of yourself." Those monkeys, seeing one of them trying to run, hissed and rushed up to try to make all of these intruders stay, but they were all picked off by Nagawa with his sword one by one. Zhu Bojian's departure made Changchuan more able to let go. The peachwood sword in his hand was faintly emitting golden light. He had just lied to Zhu Bojian. Those monkeys were not considered evil spirits and would not be afraid of his peachwood sword at all, but if Zhu Bojian had stayed behind, he would definitely be dragged to death here by the monkeys if he didn't have a golden finger. Changchuan felt that Zhu Bojian was a good person. He should not die, at least not here. The attack of the monkeys became more and more fierce. Nagawa could hardly fight alone, even though the enchanted mahogany sword was sharp and incomparable. The number of monkeys was too many. Nagawa could not find a chance to get away. Suddenly Nagawa looked like he remembered something. He tried to steady his breathing and focused his attention on the monkeys in front of him. At a certain moment he seemed to have entered into entering the void. His entire consciousness seemed to be detached from his body. His left hand subconsciously touched at his pocket. The familiar touch made Nagawa's heart happy. He pulled it out. It was a talisman paper. He dodged the sneak attack of a monkey. His mouth recited the mantra silently. The power of merit accumulated in the fingertips of his left hand was injected into the talisman paper that materialized. He bit the tip of his tongue and stood the talisman paper in front of his body. He pinched the mantra with his left hand, and with his right hand, he held the mahogany sword to dodge the attack of the monkeys. Every time he completed the gesture, Changchuan sprayed a mouthful of tongue blood onto the talisman paper. He completed the gesture 3 times and sprayed 3 mouthfuls of tongue blood in a row. The blood was sprayed onto the talisman paper. The talisman paper absorbed as much as it could, and the surface flashed with a golden light. Changchuan tapped his feet, the peachwood sword in his hand hooked into the branches of the tree above. Changchuan's arm exerted force, flinging himself onto the upper layer of branches. At the same time, the talisman paper was thrown fiercely by Changchuan at the monkeys that were gathering and surging, with a soft shout. Burn! The talisman paper instantly erupted into a fiery light, and the flames were windless, spreading out on the bronze tree like a fiery dragon coiled on the divine tree, while Changchuan stood on top of the dragon's body like a divine lord descending to look down upon the living beings. The monkeys panicked and were terrified of the light and heat of the flames, and even though they were controlled by the Chiroptera, the biological instincts made the monkeys retreat as far as they could. The flames didn't last long, and even Wu Qi and the others went out without realizing that a bright light had appeared below. Nagawa's chest was rising and falling violently. The fight just now made him lose a lot of physical strength, but Nagawa didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly raised his breath and climbed upwards. It didn't take long for Nagawa to see Wu Qi and the others. The 4 of them weren't climbing on the bronze tree as Nagawa expected, but were hanging from a rope. That rope was tied to the branch of the bronze tree at one end, and one end was attached to a stone pillar protruding from the cliff wall next to it. Wu Qi and Master Liang were already on that side of the cliff wall, and old Ichi was climbing on the rope, leaving only one Zhu Bojian on this side. Mr. Li. Zhu Bojian turned back violently and looked downwards, realizing that it was Changchuan. He hurriedly came and pulled him, and Changchuan climbed up this branch. The branches here were thick enough to accommodate all of them, and it was because of this that Changchuan was a bit strange. Why don't you guys climb up? Why are you going to the rock wall over there? There's a Chiroptera in front of us, we can't get through. You should remember the Chiroptera, it's the masks on the faces of those monkeys. When Zhu Bojian said that, Changchuan remembered, it seemed like there was such a thing. He looked around and didn't find anything unusual. Where are the chiropractors? Why don't I see them? Zhu Bojian took his flashlight and shone it upwards. It's just about 20 meters up. The light so hit, Changchuan saw Zhu Bojian. They scorn things, that bronze branches covered with one after another bizarre human face. In the light of the light, the expression of the human face as happy and sad demeanor is different. Let a person shudder. Changchuan nodded his head. He looked over to the rock wall over there again. The 3 people on the other side also saw Changchuan following him. Wu Qi waved at him excitedly. Old Ichi had already descended the rope. Changchuan watched as Wu Qi and several others took off their jackets and did their best to pat down the chiropractors that had gathered around them. Wu Qi still had a bandage on his arm, and several others had quite a few wounds that had been bandaged as well. A bandage? The wound. Wu Qi. Quickly remove the bandage. Your blood can repel insects. Wu Qi froze. How did he not know he had this ability? But looking at Nagawa's firm look, out of his trust in Nagawa, Wu Qi ripped off the bandage on his arm with a handful of bandages, which still had medicine on it, and he clenched his teeth and pinched the wound fiercely, and blood gushed out from it, and along with it were Wu Qi's tears. It hurts too much. Nagawa empathized with a large patch of goosebumps. TCH, this kid is ruthless. But as Changchuan said, as soon as Wu Qi's blood flowed out, those Qi dragons pouncing on several people seemed to feel some kind of threat, and they all struggled to wriggle in place, and as more and more blood flowed out of Wu Qi, those Qi dragons seemed to have finally compromised, and slowly retreated. Zhu Bojian took the opportunity to go up the rock wall, and Nagawa was relieved to see that the crisis was over. The climbing of several people in a row, so that the rope tethered to the stone column finally cannot support. A crack in the surface of the stone column appeared. Zhu Bojian glanced to find, and hastily shouted to Changchuan, who had not yet come over, "This stone column is going to be broken, you do not go through the first." Zhu Bojian's reminder got stuck after seeing Changchuan's movements, only to see Changchuan's knees slightly bent, a light jump landing on the ropes, and a few flying jumps in succession, landing lightly on the edge of the rock wall platform. What did you just say? Changchuan just seemed to have heard Zhu Bojian shouting something at him, but the wind was so loud when he utilized his light power that he didn't hear it. It's okay. Chapter 86 True Death, The Thoughts of a Wanderer. Nagawa, it's really good that you're okay, you just scared me to death with those swishes on the ropes. Wu Xia rushed out from the side, squeezing aside Zhu Bojian, who was staring at Nagawa with doggy eyes and some gratitude. Taoist Master Nagawa, I know all about it, the antidote you gave me at that time was Kirin exhaustion, and Master Liang said that Kirin exhaustion that can give the blood the ability to repel insects is very rare. Wu Qi seems to not know what to say. He has eaten and cannot say that he cannot spit it out again. Is that Wu Shanju is poor, the third uncle also lost, cannot extort the money at all. He pondered a circle, and realized that he really has nothing. I don't know how to thank you. In the future, if you have any need for me to help, just go to the West Lake in Hangzhou by the West Lake to find me. I will definitely help you. Changchuan was amused by Wu Qi. You don't have to get hung up on it, all is destiny, that was supposed to be yours, but I'll remember. If I can't make it outside one day, I'll definitely go to Wu Shanju to find you. Wu Qi nodded fiercely and Nagawa gestured to his arm. You still don't want to take care of your wound. Wu Xia looked to his arm, the blood was drying up and he rushed to the side to find a medical kit. Old Ichi sneakily came over to Wu Qi's side at this time and grinned at him as he took the gauze and medication in Wu Qi's hands. You're not comfortable with this, let me help you. Seeing that no one noticed this side, old Ichi eyeballing him, he came close to Wu Qi and lowered his voice. Wu Qi, that Changchuan, what's the origin of and can feng shui and fight, and just now he jumped over directly from the rope, that's a lightweight power, right? Old Ichi put on a curious look. Wu Qi did not suspect, because this is very normal. Who see the light power does not wonder for a moment. Wu Qi thought of the first time he met Changchuan, he fell from the sky and stepped on fire, who looked at it and did not say a word of power. Wu Wei smugly told old Ichi about Changchuan's skills, and the tone was like Changchuan was his own brother, only he didn't realize that old Ichi's face sank more and more as he listened. A few people on the side are organizing their backpacks, just a run, 2 more people died, a lot of supplies were lost, Master Liang is finally unable to support, he was not young, and usually do not exercise, just in the bronze tree has no strength, can follow the run until now, all rely on the willpower to hold on, his whole body paralyzed in the corner, his mouth is still stuffed with compressed cookies, did not chew for a few times and then fell asleep dead. Nagawa was wiping his sword, the mahogany sword after killing the rats and monkeys, the blood on it was almost wrapped up, it was a painstaking task to clean it. Shuboji sat down to clean the wounds on himself. You're very good with. In accordance with the usual practice, a traveler who crosses over by chance will return to his body in the original world after death. Then if his body in his original world is incomplete, such as being burned, or if he originally died from trauma, can he still go back? 99% no. Changchuan suddenly had some chills as he hurriedly asked Shubojian, how did you cross over? Shubojian looked at Changchuan in surprise. With the polite and gentle character of this little Taoist priest, he thought that the little Taoist priest would not ask him this question, but Shubojian has nothing to hide, the little Taoist priest does not ask even if it is not impossible to say if he asks. I was a soldier in my previous world and was on the front lines of disaster relief before crossing over. Nagawa stared slightly, no wonder he always felt that this man had been taking care of the whole team, whenever there was danger he always patted back and took care of himself quite a bit. Shubojian looked at Changchuan's expression and probably guessed what he was thinking. I'm not just helping you because of my identity, I've been paying attention to you after I learned that you're a traveler as well, you're different from Uncle Tai and those people, you're more like a child who grew up under the red flag than those grave robbers, you should live a good life, and don't go down to the grave after you get out of here. Find a job and live a good life. Shubojian toned sincere, he saw this little Taoist always think of their own understanding of the younger brother, now looking at Changchuan heart is even softer. Nagawa's lips trembled a little, he stabilized his mind and then pursued that previous question, let's talk about these afterward, you still haven't told me how you crossed over, was it something that happened during the disaster relief? He stared nervously at Shubojian, it mustn't be. Wishboyan shook his head, no. Nagawa breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Although I went to the front line of disaster relief, but not as a rescue team to go, the squad I was in was one of several special squads in the military region, went there to stop the lawless elements to take advantage of the chaos to enter the country. There are many squads like ours in the front line, respectively guarding a direction, and the area we are responsible for the entry of a foreign mercenary squad. The battle I was hit by a stray bullet, I should have died and woke up again and crossed over. Heart slamming, Nagawa's hand clutching the hilt of his sword shook slightly as the worst happened. Shubojian didn't notice Changchuan's abnormality, it was as if he had been holding it in for a long time and could finally spit it out, or maybe he felt that Changchuan and himself were both travelers and could empathize with his situation. In any case, he didn't stop his recollections. When I came to this world, I found that this body had swallowed so many sleeping pills that I took the trouble to call 120 to go to the hospital to have my stomach washed. Then I realized that this is a tomb robbing world. I thought about how the bronze tree seems to have the ability to grant other people's wishes, so I wanted to come and try it out. I want to go back, my comrades are still fighting, I want to go back to fight side by side with them, my parents are old and not in good health, and my younger brother is still attending college. I've thought about it all that when I get out of the army I'll take my family to Kyoto to see the flag being raised. I haven't been home in 3 years. Chapter 87 The Old Itchy Backstabber. Changchuan stared at Zhu Bojian in a daze. His nose was sore, his lower lip had already been bitten out of blood by him. He got up violently and hurriedly put down, "I'll go look for something to eat." He walked over to Master Liang's side, and Wu Qi and Old Itchy were also on the sidelines, but they had long since fallen asleep from exhaustion. Nagawa crouched down in front of his backpack as if he was rummaging for something, but in actuality he couldn't control his red eyes. "System, do we have to do this main quest?" "Yes. But if he's dead, he's really dead." The silence of the system caused a huge anger to suddenly grow in Nagawa's heart, which was accumulated in his heart but had nowhere to vent. Changchuan took the compressed cookies and a bottle of water that he had found out and handed them to Zhu Bojian, who glanced at Changchuan and reached out to take them. "Thank you." Nagawa rubbed his eyes in embarrassment and sat down to start polishing his mahogany sword again. "System, Uncle Tai and the others are already dead, and Wu Qi is safe, so why hasn't the temporary mission been completed?" Detecting that Wu Xia has not completely broken away from the Tomb Raiding gang, Changchuan subconsciously glanced at Zhu Bojian. "You mean Zhu Bojian?" Changchuan was anxious in his heart. The system usually does not speak, the probability is that it is guessed, but he did not want to kill Zhu Bojian at all. Somehow, Changchuan felt sleepy after cleaning his sword, and after saying hello to Zhu Bojian, he too fell asleep against the stone pillar. Nagawa suddenly woke up from his dream. He subconsciously wanted to stretch, but when he moved his arms he realized that he couldn't even move. His hands were tied behind his back, and his feet were also tied up. He tried to struggle and couldn't get free at all. The person who tied him up was cautious and didn't leave him a bit of room to maneuver. He hurriedly looked around and realized that Zhu Bojian was also tied up, and he fell over to Wu Qi's side while Wu Qi, Old Itchy and Master Liang disappeared. Zhu Bojian was still unconscious, and Nagawa tried to call out to him a few times, but he was unresponsive. Nagawa twisted his body. He desperately moved on the ground. He was only 4 or 5 meters away from Zhu Bojian, but his limbs were tied up, making it difficult for him to move. "Tasker, why are you moving over? Wouldn't it be easier to roll over?" "Nagawa!" Changchuan was a little embarrassed. Just now he did seem to be a little stupid. He immediately changed his posture, rotated himself 90 degrees, his arm exerted force, flipped himself 180 degrees, several times in a row. Changchuan finally reached Zhu Bojian's side. He pushed his shoulder hard against Zhu Bojian, and with Changchuan's persistence, Zhu Bojian finally came to his senses. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt that his leg was being hit by something, and as soon as he lowered his head, he saw that a grimy, dirty person was lying next to his leg, and Zhu Bojian woke up in a flash. He was just about to make a move when he realized he was tied up. "You're finally awake." Changchuan collapsed to the side in exhaustion. "Little Taoist?" With this cry from Nagawa, Zhu Bojian realized that this person was Nagawa. "That's what's going on, how we got tied up and came here. I was going to ask you, what happened after I went to sleep? How come we're the only 2 left? Where's Wu Qi and the 3 of them?" After Changchuan so reminded, Zhu Bojian realized that only the 2 of them were left here, but now is not the time to explore the problem. He moved his wrist. With a click, he broke free from the rope, reset the bone joints, and he hastily body hand to Changchuan to untie the rope on his wrist, and the 2 of them untied the ropes on their feet, and immediately touched the body. "I've lost my copper and mahogany sword. My pistol and dagger are gone too." Nagawa's brow furrowed. God damn it, his copper and mahogany swords. "It's the old itch." Zhu Bojian said to Changchuan in a deep voice, and Changchuan also thought of the original plot where Old Itch pretended to be Boss Wang in order to trick Wu Qi. But Boss Wang is dead, how did he trick Wu Qi? Zhu Bojian shook his head. He hadn't figured it out either. Ignore that for now, there's only one road here, they must have left from here, let's chase after them first. There was a short cave behind this cliff face they were in, which was why Wu Qi and the others chose to climb this way. Old Itch didn't leave supplies for the 2 of them, but Changchuan thought of the backpack he had put into the system space, and he said to Zhu Bojian, "Don't be surprised at what you see in a while." Zhu Bojian was wondering what Nagawa meant, and the next second he saw a backpack appear out of thin air in Nagawa's hand. Wish Bojian, eyes like brass bells. This is... Nagawa smiled shyly, secret. Zhu Bojian was apparently super receptive, and if the little Taoist priest didn't say anything, he didn't ask. Changchuan pulled out a dagger from his backpack and handed it to Zhu Bojian. "I'm not used to using daggers, here." Zhu Bojian took it and asked Changchuan, "Then what will you do? The peachwood sword is still unknown whether it was taken by Old Itchy or thrown away by him. Without a weapon, it's too dangerous to be here." Nagawa pulled out a flashlight and turned it on. He smiled indifferently. "It's fine, I have other means." If someone else had said that, Zhu Bojian would have thought that person was trying to be brave, but when Changchuan said that, he inexplicably believed that Changchuan really had a solution. The light shone into the short cave. which snaked inside with no exit in sight. The short cave was indeed very short, and Nagawa and the others could only bend and crawl through it, but luckily the distance was not long. After Nagawa climbed out of the short hole, the flashlight in his hand illuminated the surrounding area. This short hole led to a cliff face. Looking up the cliff face, he saw at a glance a long trestle set on it. The trestle didn't look like it was in use. The railing was tangled with plant roots, and planks of wood were jammed inside the rock wall to make a path that swirled upward, but the planks didn't look sturdy. However, the two still decided to go up from the trestle. The trestle is in disrepair, walking on it under the feet creaking, so that Changchuan and Shubojian mention the heart of the feet fall, afraid of the feet of the planks suddenly break, but fortunately there is a good scare. This trestle had a few breakpoints. If Wuqi and a few of them walked with the duo, it would definitely take some effort to pass through, but it was different with only Changchuan and Shubojian present. One of them could do light kung fu and the other one was very good at it. These small breaks were not difficult at all in their eyes, and they didn't even use ropes when they passed through. As they got higher and higher, this rock wall also got closer and closer to the bronze tree on the side, and the duo went up to a certain height where they could already clearly see that at the top. Changchuan made a wink to Shubojian and flew ahead of him to step on that rope. He was so light that he reached the opposite side of the altar in a few clicks. The roots of the trees here were thick, comparable to the thickness of the trees outside, entangled with each other, and these roots were intertwined, in which many gaps were formed, making it impossible to feel the route and direction. "No, don't move." A voice sounded to Nagawa's right. Nagawa frowned. He was just about to turn back when the voice sounded again. "Don't move, I have a gun in my hand." "Master Raya, there's no need to be like this. We got along fine before. Why do we have to die for each other?" Nagawa slowly raised his hand up. Although he couldn't see this person's face, his voice was familiar. Apparently it was the Raya master who had followed old Ichi away. Master Raya hides behind a statue, and when Nagawa just landed on the ground, he noticed the light from the flashlight, and seeing that Nagawa didn't notice him, he surreptitiously raises his pistol and aims it at Nagawa. "Taoist master, I don't want to, it's just that Boss Lee, he insisted that I guard this place. If I let you guys in, he'll definitely kill me. It's not like you don't know how good of a shot he is. Haven't you suffered under him as well?" "What?" Nagawa suspected that he had heard wrong. "Did Boss Lee arrange for you?" "That's for sure. It's only Boss Lee who can get me to put my life on the line to climb the trestle for so long." "Where is that old itch?" Changchuan looked like he had thought of something possible. "Old Ichi? Of course he's tied up with you. Yeah, you're here. What about old Ichi?" "Ouch." Changchuan heard Master Liang cried out in pain and put his hand down. He and Shubojian discussed. He first came to see the situation. "There is no problem," then used the flashlight to hit the light language. Shubojian see and then come over. He was threatened by Master Liang, and his heart was not worried at all. He knew that Shubojian would definitely notice the problem if he did not signal him for so long. Changchuan relaxed and turned around. Master Liang's hands had already been twisted backwards behind Shubojian's back, and his entire body was pressed to the ground. "Master Ryu, you can see who's behind you. Who else can it be? Isn't it the old Boss Lee?" Master Liang looked at the person who was pressing himself was actually Boss Lee who had entered the tree hole. He was a bit incredulous. "Boss Lee, didn't you go in?" Nagawa came to Master Liang. "You've been tricked. That Boss Lee is old Ichi in disguise." Master Liang didn't believe it at all. Impossible, that Boss Lee doesn't have any traces of disguise at all. Shubojian didn't want to say much as he stunned Master Liang with a hand slash. "It's too much trouble to explain to him. Let's go down and find someone first." "Wait." Nagawa didn't rush down. He came behind the statue where Master Liang was hiding, and sure enough, he saw a backpack. His peachwood sword was quietly leaning against the back of the backpack, and he rummaged through the inside again, and found his 3 copper coins. Nagawa took the mahogany sword and touched it heartily. "This is a rare magic weapon." "Great, you didn't lose your sword." Shubojian also saw the mahogany sword in Changchuan's hand. Changchuan wrapped the red rope on the hilt around his wrist. This time his wrist was wrapped with a bandage, so he didn't have to worry about abrading his wrist anymore. "Let's go." From what Master Liang said, old Ichi has already gone in with Wuqi. "Let's hurry up too." Shubojian nodded, and this time it turned out to be him taking the lead, mostly because Shubojian probably remembered the next path so far. Changchuan followed Shubojian and shortened his body to enter the tree cave. The root joints here were messy and the two of them made a lot of detours. "You've been in contact with the bronze tree for so long, have you tried going home?" Changchuan sees Shubojian just boring head forward. This journey is also all his own. Say what he followed what to do. Changchuan wondered Shubojian has not tried to go home. "No." "Why, don't you want to go home through the bronze tree this time?" Shubojian's footsteps lurched. He didn't pick up on Changchuan's words but said without turning his head back, "Find Wuqi first." The two were silent all the way, and the only sound that could be heard was Nagawa pulled the rope and slowly climbed down. The fog inside the coffin was so thick that it was almost to the point of reaching out. But fortunately, Changchuan could still vaguely see Zhu Bojian's back, and the two of them groped their way towards the center of the coffin. It wasn't long before he saw Zhu Bojian's figure swaying and disappearing in front of him. All of a sudden, Changchuan's heart was shocked. He hurriedly took a few steps forward. Suddenly his feet were empty, and Changchuan's whole body fell into the space further down. He reached out and touched it randomly. His hand hit something. Changchuan pulled at it. It was a few bronze chains. He knew Zhu Bojian should have fallen into this hole as well. Grasping the bronze chains and looking down, he heard the sound of S. Again, it was coming from below. Chapter 89, Homecoming. Shoo! Nagawa jerked back. It was Zhu Bojian. It turned out that Zhu Bojian did not go down directly, but hung on the bronze chain just like him. The two of them looked at each other. Zhu Bojian reached out and pointed to the bottom and made a silent gesture. Changchuan nodded. Old Ichi was still guiding Wu Qi to think about the real use of the bronze tree when a sword light stabbed straight at Old Ichi. Wu Qi only saw the face of Boss Li in front of him showing panic, instantly dodging backward and pulling away from himself, and then the position he was in was occupied by a familiar silhouette. Taoist Master Nagawa. Wu Qi looked at Changchuan, who was like a godly soldier from heaven. His eyes were glowing and he came behind Changchuan upside down. The sword in Nagawa's hand pointed at Boss Li on the opposite side. Do you still want to pretend? Boss Li grimaced and stared viciously at Nagakawa, who had spoiled his good deed. You followed me, so the other guy followed me too, right? From above, another figure jumped down and landed beside Nagawa, the muzzle of the gun in his hand raised to point at Boss Li. Wu Qi had long been dumbfounded. Two Boss Lis? Old Ichi, don't take off your disguise yet. Changchuan's reprimand made Wu Qi look at the opposite side of that Boss Li in shock, only to see him coldly grunt. The whole person like Play-Doh twisted a few times. The original handsome figure instantly shrunk, and when Wu Qi took a closer look, this person had already turned into an old Ich. This turn of events left Wu Qi in a mess. He looked incredulously at the old Ichi man who had transformed into a living person, and asked Changchuan with a trembling voice, Changchuan, am I being haunted by the ghosts of the corpse pit? It seems like I'm having problems with my eyes. No, this bronze tree has the ability to materialize and will figuratively represent a person's subconscious mind, so you'd better control your subconscious mind and don't think nonsense. Saying that, Changchuan fished out another piece of talisman paper from his pocket, which he had just materialized and had the effect of condensing the spirit and quieting the mind. Changchuan folded it and stuffed it into Wu Qi's pocket. Take it. Zhu Bojian was still holding up his gun on one side. Changchuan reached out and handed Zhu Bojian's gun to Wu Qi. Here you go, you and old Ichi will deal with the rest on your own. He did everything he could, still hoping that Wu Qi could control his subconscious mind and not materialize any more strange things. Changchuan pulled Zhu Bojian to the other side of this huge corpse cocoon. Try it quickly, this is the core of the bronze tree. Try to see if you can go back. Zhu Bojian looked at Changchuan. Aren't you going to try? Changchuan shook his head. I wouldn't be able to. The talisman materialized by this bronze tree is not effective. When I go out I will draw it myself. I mean, don't you want to go home? Zhu Bojian urged Changchuan's silence. Half a long time. Changchuan only slightly smiled. No, I go back also do not have any relatives and friends. Here is also quite good. I all know with the protagonist, in this world can certainly live comfortably. You do not care about me. Quickly try to be able to not to go home. Wu Qi they soon finished chatting. There is not much time left. Zhu Bojian wanted to say something but still respected Changchuan's decision. He squatted down and knelt on one knee on the corpse cocoon. His eyes looked straight at the blurred silhouette in that corpse cocoon. He actually did not know how to go back. He thought about what those pious believers in the temple would do. He closed his eyes and silently recited what his heart wished for. Changchuan looked at Zhu Bojian. He also prayed silently in his heart that he could go home. I don't know whose prayers had an effect. Zhu Bojian's body suddenly detached, and all of a sudden he fell to the ground. Changchuan's heart was both happy and shocked. He didn't know if this was a sign of success. He went forward to help Zhu Bojian up, reached out and probed his nostrils. There was still breathing. He gently shook Zhu Bojian. The man didn't respond. He called out to the man a few more times. Still no response. Changchuan wasn't sure what this really meant. He fished out the rope from his backpack and tied Zhu Bojian on his back. Since he was still breathing, he couldn't just leave a living person here to die. Whether Zhu Bojian really went home or not, he would bring him out. Tasker, you don't want to kill the system can understand. You can completely take this opportunity to throw the person here. A moment Candle Joeen will wake up. This traveler will not survive in the state of unconsciousness, so that you don't have to do it yourself. The system's words caused a shock in Nagawa's heart. Candle Joeen will still appear? Isn't it materialized by Wu Qi? No, Candle Joeen was originally a creature that existed in the cracks under the bronze tree. Nagawa's pupils quake. He immediately shouted to the duo over there who hadn't finished chatting. Have you guys finished talking about things yet? Finish talking and leave quickly, it's not safe here. After saying that he does not care whether these two people listen to the words or not, after all, these two people have a halo, will not die here, but he is not the same. Jubojian is now in a coma. He wants to take Jubojian up itself is very troublesome, if he meets Candle Join again, if he does not die, but also to take off layers of skin. He no longer hesitated, his feet exerted force, and one of his doppelgangers grabbed the bronze chain and climbed upwards. This process was not easy, after all, he was still carrying an adult male on his body, who was still of considerable height, which led to the fact that both of Nagawa's hands had begun to fill with blood and redness due to the effects of gravity and friction. Before Wu Qi and Old Ichi could figure out why Changchuan was in such a hurry to leave, they saw Changchuan's entire body disappear into the grey mist above. "You've served your purpose, this place is too weird. Nagawa must have his reasons for saying so, let's leave first." Wu Qi's words were echoed by Old Ichi, and the two of them also hurried to the bronze chain and fought their way up. Changchuan was extremely fast, and when he felt the shaking coming from the bronze chain, he had already climbed into the coffin, and even though there was a grey mist that hindered his vision, Changchuan had only managed to touch the rope that the two of them had come down with after feeling around half a circle. When he climbed out of the coffin with Zhu Bojian on his back, the ground under his feet suddenly shook for a split second, and Changchuan immediately sped up again. Candle Join had awakened. Changchuan followed the traces of the way he came in, left the tree hole, carried Zhu Bojian on his back and ran towards the sacrificial platform outside the roots of the tree. The swaying under his feet became more and more powerful, he could barely stand. Suddenly there was a loud noise from behind him, a sense of crisis came. Changchuan hurriedly rolled forward with Zhu Bojian. The huge tree roots on the sacrificial platform were shattered by Candle Join's thick tail, and a large number of rooted and severed limbs flew out from all around him. Along with them, two screaming figures were flung out. Chapter 90, Candle Join. The wave of tree root fragments was too wide, and even though Changchuan sensed the danger and tried his best to avoid it, he himself and Zhu Bojian still had injuries on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. Wu Qi and Old Ichi were also slapped away by Candle Join and landed on the sacrificial platform. Nagawa got up and greeted the two with a quick run, "Get off the sacrificial platform." He led Zhu Bojian to step on the rope connecting the sacrificial platform and the trestle, and Wu Qi and Old Ichi desperately climbed up to the rope. Candle Join was still struggling in the narrow passageway, its tail sweeping across the sacrificial platform, slapping and sweeping away the statues and roots on it one by one, and the whole bronze tree trembled as the three of them reached the stacks as fast as they could. With a roar, the three of them subconsciously turned back to look. The top of the chamber in the center of the sacrificial platform bulged, and the entire sacrificial platform cracked layer by layer from the center, and a giant black serpent poked its head out of it, its head bigger than a truck, and its huge one eye instantly locked onto the three of them. Nagawa's sweaty hairs stood up. "Run!" The three of them didn't dare to hesitate at all and darted down the trestle. Wu Qi and Old Ichi swept their guns at Candle Join as they ran, but the bullets didn't even have a mark on Candle Join's body, its scales were too hard. Changchuan backed Zhu Bojian in the front to open the way, but unfortunately, the trestle in many places are broken. There is a very long fault Changchuan can go over. Behind the Wu Qi and the Old Ichi desperately jumped to the other end of the edge of the trestle. Who knows that the feet of the planks cannot withstand such a violent impact of the direct shattering of the two yelled this fell down. The two of them fell to the next level of the trestle. Nagawa turned around, saw the people disappearing into thin air, and immediately returned. Seeing the two of them fall to the next level, he also leapt down, reaching out to help the two of them up. "Is everything alright?" Wu Qi got up with difficulty holding his waist. He glanced at Candle Join behind him. It was so fast that it was charging towards several people lightning fast along the bronze tree. "It's catching up." "Can't beat it, go hide in the cavern first," Old Ichi said as he stayed close to the rock wall and crawled downward. He said that the cavern was the cave in the rock wall where Wu Qi and the others were hiding from the Qi dragons. It wasn't far away from them, and the three of them crawled along the rock wall for a few meters, and a cavern appeared. The three of them climbed in sharply. Candle Join followed closely behind. His giant eyes instantly appeared outside the cavern. It looked at the several people in the cavern. Its body straightened up, and its giant head bent backward, storing up its strength and ruthlessly crashing into the cavern. And the whole cavern was somewhat cracked by the impact, and the several people sensed that it was not good, and they immediately turned around and drilled towards the deepest part of the cavern. Candle Join's repeated impacts caused the rocks of the cavern to fall down in large and small sizes. The three of them desperately shielded their heads. They had already reached the deepest part of the cavern, but Candle Join was still impacting, and Wu Xia anxiously shouted, "What should we do?" He struggled to pick at the rock, hoping to find a way, not realizing that his picking really showed him a crack. He pushed hard and the crack grew larger. "Come on, there's a plant?" "Wu Qi, give it a rest. You don't have to worry about that stone, I have a way." From the time he was blocked in the hole, Wu Qi desperately moved the Wu Qi's face was dumbfounded. He was a little bit unable to understand what Changchuan was saying for a while. He looked at what he got in his hands dumbfounded, trembling. He opened that diary, and read it quickly at a glance. Chang Chuan took out a few blank pieces of talisman paper. Since the power of the talisman directly materialized was small, he would materialize the material and draw it on the spot. He used a dagger to cut open his finger and applied it on it. Since blood dries up easily, by the time he had finished all the talisman paper, his 10 fingertips were barely intact. Zhu Bojian beside him suddenly trembled, and Chang Chuan hurriedly held his shoulders and carefully surveyed him, only to see Zhu Bojian's brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 91, Difficulty After Difficulty. Chang Chuan was just about to take a closer look, but old Ichi had already returned. Wu Qi, where are you? Startled by the sudden sound, Chang Chuan subconsciously looked at the cave entrance, and when he looked at Zhu Bojian again, Zhu Bojian resumed his original appearance. Now is not a good time to think, always from the end of the mission there is still quite a lot of time, and when it is safe he will give Zhu Bojian a careful fortune-telling. Chang Chuan reached out and patted the somewhat soulful Wu Qi placidly, signaling him to hurry up and answer, as old Ichi's voice outside had begun to become a bit distorted, and the beam of his flashlight shone through the cracks of the stone inside the cave, seemingly in a bit of a hurry. Ah, so what? Don't yell, Nagawa and I just fell asleep from exhaustion. Wu Qi tried to suppress his voice as much as he could, acting as if he had been woken up, and the tone of old Ichi's voice outside eased a little, as he half-heartedly asked, really? How come I can't see you? Wu Qi was now able to stabilize his expression. He gulped and got up and came over to the blocked hole. Oops, just picked a random place to sit that was slightly free of falling rocks. How's it going? Is there another way out of here? Old Ichi saw through the gap that there was indeed nothing unusual about Wu Qi, and he relaxed. No, the outside cave entrances are all blocked by falling rocks. Wu Qi scratched his head as he looked to the side at Chang Chuan. Chang Chuan, how are we going to get out? Chang Chuan got up, patted the ash on his body, fished out a piece of talisman paper in his hand, and came to those falling rocks separating Wu Qi and old Ichi. You two, back off and hide farther away. Looking at Chang Chuan's stance, old Ichi was a bit puzzled. Taoist, you can't be saying that you can move these rocks with this piece of paper, right? You're lying to children. Wu Qi glared at old Ichi. What do you know? Taoist Master Chang Chuan has real skills. You just do as you're told. Hurry up and find a place to hide. Don't affect Taoist Master Chang Chuan. Seeing that his hairdresser held this Taoist priest in such high esteem, old Ichi had no choice but to leave unhappily and find a rock to hide behind. Seeing that both of them had found cover, Chang Chuan pasted the talisman paper onto the falling rocks. He kept changing gestures in his hands and reciting obscure scriptures in his mouth. As the last syllable fell, Chang Chuan pulled out his mahogany sword. Its body flashed with golden light. He gently tapped the tip of the sword onto the talisman paper. Click! That huge piece of falling stone with the talisman paper as the center, cracked like a spider web with many lines. Chang Chuan reached out and heavily slapped on the talisman paper. The cracks of that piece of falling stone instantly spread to the back. Chang Chuan slapped again. The stubborn stone finally shattered. With a rumble, the falling rocks crumbled to the ground, and a hole appeared in this cavern that could fit one person in and out. Okay. Wu Qi poked his head out from behind Chang Chuan, and seeing that he could really get out, he immediately praised Chang Chuan with joy. Taoist Master Chang Chuan, you're awesome. Chang Chuan let out a light laugh. He came to the stone wall and wanted to carry Zhu Bojian on his back once again, but was snatched up by Wu Qi. We still have to trouble you to break open the hole in front. Bossly, I'll carry it. Chang Chuan thought about it, so he didn't be too polite. The two of them stepped out of the cave. Old Ichi sked and looked at that cave, and hurriedly gave a thumbs up to Chang Chuan. Taoist, you're this. The three of them returned the same way to the cave where Candle Joanne had impacted. This place was piled with fallen rocks, and Chang Chuan once again performed the same means to blast open this cave. Chang Chuan stopped Wu Qi and Old Ichi behind him. He quietly listened for a while, as if Candle Joanne didn't discover them. He took over Zhu Bojian on Wu Qi's back. I'll do it, you guys go down first. I'm good with my hands. I'll just carry the people. Because this time Chang Chuan had prepared in advance, Wu Qi didn't think too wildly under the effect of the talisman paper. The black snake that had been materialized by Wu Qi didn't exist. The three of them carefully left the cavern, and they climbed up the. Chang Chuan was carrying Zhu Bojian on his back. He couldn't exert himself at all, and an intense crisis enveloped his whole body. He fought forward to pounce on Wu Qi's two men, and the snake's head brushed over the tops of several people's heads, and ruthlessly crashed into the trestle in front of several people. The trestle trembled violently, and the wooden planks under the three men let out a wail and instantly snapped, and the three of them fell downward at once, landing hard on the next level of the trestle. Ahem, poof. Chang Chuan's chest was facing downwards. He was bearing Zhu Bojian's weight, and when he fell from such a high place, he coughed out a mouthful of blood with a pain in his chest. Candle Joanne's staged strike fell short, and the snake's head hit the ground a little dizzily. It didn't find a few people for a moment. Chang Chuan didn't dare to delay. He immediately endured the pain and got up, wiped the bloodstains on the corner of his mouth, and handed Zhu Bojian over to Wu Qi's duo. You take him and run away first, I'll pad behind. After saying that, he drew out his mahogany sword, smeared the blood on his hand on the sword, flew and stepped on the bumps of the rock wall and landed on the upper level of the stack. the golden light of the mahogany sword was great, and Candle Join's searching eyes immediately fell on Changchuan. The snake's head arched once more and slammed hard against Changchuan. Changchuan saw the right moment and threw the peachwood sword towards the stack above. The red rope on his wrist carried him up and landed steadily and accurately on Candle Join's snake's head, and a dagger appeared in his other hand and stabbed hard at Candle Join's flesh. Unfortunately, Candle Join's scales were too hard, and ordinary daggers could not leave the slightest trace on its scales. Candle Join hissed as it violently flung the snake's head, and Changchuan's body was unsteady as he was thrown into midair. Nagawa's wrist exerted force, the mahogany sword inserted in the trestle was drawn out smoothly and wrapped around the branch of the bronze tree. Nagawa tightly grasped the red rope and swung to the bronze tree smoothly. Chapter 92 Death, Dreams. As soon as Nagawa stood still, he retrieved the mahogany sword with one hand and felt for the talisman paper in his pocket with the other. Candle Join stopped flinging its head about, its huge purple one eye instantly locking onto Changchuan's figure. It seemed to be enraged, its entire body wrapping around the bronze tree in a hurry, rushing towards Changchuan like a cannonball. Changchuan gripped the peachwood sword tightly, using the bronze tree-sized branches as a cover. Teasing Candle Join, he held the talisman paper. The peachwood sword grazed Candle Join's body from time to time. The talisman paper in his hand was dwindling. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire came, bullets hit Candle Join. Changchuan looked to where the bullets were fired. It was Wu Xie and Old Ichi, as well as Master Liang, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He rolled over and distanced himself from Candle Join and yelled at the few people, "Why are you guys back?" The three of them ran out of breath. Wu Qi gulped, "The water is rising below, there's no way out." Changchuan once again slashed Candle Join's sword fiercely. "You guys hide first." He still had the last talisman in his hand. Seeing that Candle Join's attention was attracted by the bullet, he quickly climbed upwards towards the bronze tree. Changchuan's figure was ethereal and his movements were light. He came to the branch above Candle Join. Seeing that Candle Join once again tried to launch an attack on Wu Qi's several people, he jumped up violently and his whole body landed on top of Candle Join's head like a butterfly. The peachwood sword in his hand erupted with golden light, incomparably eye-catching, and ruthlessly stabbed into Candle Join's flesh, and Candle Join hissed in pain, shaking his head up violently, trying to shake Changchuan off. Changchuan's quick eyes and hands put the last piece of talisman paper on Candle Join's exposed flesh and blood, drew out his mahogany sword, and his whole body was flung out like a kite with broken strings, and crashed into the stacks viciously. He got up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood again. This time Changchuan didn't waste it and pulled out a copper coin, dipping the blood into the front and back of the coin. "Wu Qi, stop it." Wu Qi several people's bullets poured out again. Changchuan mouthed at a very fast speed reciting the mantra. Hand gestures have been about to appear stumps. Changchuan eyes a flash of golden light, hand them the sword pointing to Candle Join with a bellowing shout. "Burn!" Only to see the talisman paper that Changchuan had pasted on Candle Join's body instantly ignite, and Candle Join wriggled in pain. Wu Qi several people rushed to Nagawa's side. Nagawa's face was pale. This sparring session was too exhausting in terms of essence and physical strength, but it was good to see that the previous efforts were not in vain. While he was tussling with Candle Join, his mahogany sword slashed the hard scaly armor on its body, and then he took the opportunity to stick the talisman paper on the flesh and blood. Candle Join was an existence that was used as a long-lasting light by the higher powers in ancient times, and the oil content in its body was extremely high, so as long as it broke through the scales, the fire from the talisman paper would inevitably ignite all over its body. Watching the flames on Candle Join's body grow bigger and bigger, he breathed a sigh of relief. His entire body was a bit disengaged, and the peachwood sword in his hand was supported on the stack to support his body. Suddenly Candle Join let out a hiss, and as the crowd followed the sound, its huge purple eye had closed, and in its place, a blood-red ghostly eye opened and stared at the crowd maliciously. Nagawa and it were straight on. His brain felt like it had been hammered, his soul felt like it had been extracted, and he was suddenly unable to make any thought, while the three Wu Qi beside him did the same. The huge dark serpent's tail drew viciously towards Nagawa, still carrying the flames from the talisman paper burning out of it. Time seemed to be slowed down. Nagawa could clearly see the serpent's tail gradually approaching until he seemed to be able to make out every single piece of the scales, but he couldn't afford to think of dodging it at all. A black shadow appeared in front of his eyes, and a pain shot through his chest as the crowd was sent flying by the snake's tail, the trestle under their feet shattering instantly as several people rushed down through another layer of trestles and fell to the next layer further down. Nagawa's face and body were covered in blood, not just from him spitting, but also from Zhu Bojian. As the serpent's tail slapped at him, Zhu Bojian suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the blow for him and Wu Qi, which carried Candle Join's fish death. Zhu Bojian's entire spine was snapped. Nagawa trembled as he held Zhu Bojian, a man with an upright figure, lying in his arms with a weakness Nagawa had never seen before. You didn't go home." Changchuan's voice trembled as he used his hand to wipe the blood gushing out of Zhu Bojian's mouth and nose, but no matter how much he wiped, the bright red stayed there. But, a beautiful dream, too, false. Zhu Bojian spit out words with difficulty, blood kept pouring out of his mouth. He wanted to raise his hand to wipe the tears of the little Taoist priest, and he also wanted to touch this child's head, but his spine was broken, and apart from still being able to say a few words, he couldn't do anything. I can't go back, you see, for me, this world. The man's voice faded as his heart beat one last time. After that, no one in this world knew about Zhu Bojian except one person. Ding, mission kill traveler Zhu Bojian, completed. Ding, temporary mission rescue Wu Qi from the Tomb Raider gang, completed. Ding, branch quest clocking the bronze god tree, completed. System, save him, save him, save him, pay whatever it takes, save him. Nagawa was like grasping the last straw, trying his best to pray to the system. I'm sorry, the system doesn't have access. Nagakawa was about to say something when his eyes suddenly went black and his entire body lost consciousness. Nagawa's soul was sinking in chaos, and a pair of hands gently brushed his cheek, causing a wave of resistance to well up in Nagawa's heart for no reason. A voice was hazy and indistinct, haunting Nagawa's ears. Anything? Nagawa was disgusted by the voice, but he didn't know why he was disgusted. He didn't even know who the voice was. That voice let out a low chuckle as he smoothed Nagawa's furrowed brow, the illusory voice once again reaching Nagawa's ears. Give anything. Knock, knock, knock. The ethereal and mellow sound of a bell rang out of nowhere, and Nagawa's eyes snapped open as he stared vacantly at the sky. The insects and birds chirping in his ears brought Changchuan back to his senses. He sat up with great difficulty. Wu Qi was beside him, and the two of them were lying beside a small stream, and the icy cold water made Changchuan gradually wake up. He endured the severe pain on his body and dragged Wu Qi to the grass. He also sat next to him. Old Ichi and Master Liang were not with them. As for that person, Nagawa's head ached. He seemed to have dreamed, but what kind of dream? He couldn't remember. Somewhat. System, what happened after I passed out? Wu Xia led you out of the tomb through the underground water. Did I dream something? The system is not authorized to view the tasker's dreams. Nagawa thought back carefully for a long time, but he could never remember. System, I've completed all my tasks, can I go back? He's a little tired. Can. Changchuan glanced at Wu Qi. Wu Qi will be alright. No, he'll be picked up by a good Samaritan and take, too. The vests revert to cards and the consciousness returns to the body. Wanzhou's head felt like it was being shaken hard, his stomach turned over, he couldn't care less about his surroundings, and he vomited out a few mouthfuls of acid with difficulty on his side. He coughed so hard that an unspeakable sadness welled up and tears flowed uncontrollably. One hand stroked Manboat's back, patting him gently, and a few sheets of toilet paper were handed to him to wipe away his spilled tears. Wanzhou froze as he jerked his head to the side. It was still the same confinement room, it was still seemingly light, but without him knowing it, there was an extra person beside him. He snatched up the sheets of toilet paper and shoved the man's arm hard. When did you get here? Wang Xiaoyao said you didn't eat dinner and had been sleeping, so I came to check on you. Wang Sui did not get upset when he saw Wanzhou resisting his contact. He withdrew the hand that was smoothing Wanzhou's breath and sat on the side of Wanzhou's bed, bringing a cup of water from the side. Drink some water first. Wanzhou's eyes fell on Wang Sui's face. He now looked at Wang Sui with a feeling of being out of this world. He took the paper and wiped the corners of his mouth, and took the glass of water. It was still warm. It looked like the man had just arrived not long ago. Wanzhou swallowed the warm water in small bites. For some reason, this time when the card was returned to its place, the emotions were not drawn out together. He had just woken up when Nagawa's grief had caught him off guard. Really no interest. What's the use of crying when someone is dead? Since you're a Taoist priest, you should think of a way to leave someone's soul behind. If I had this kind of means, no matter how many people I used to exchange for it, I would definitely bring him back to life. Wanzhou remembered the man who died in front of Nagawa, and it was no wonder Nagawa grieved for him. He was a good man. Recalling the bright red that filled his eyes, Wanzhou's heart clenched violently and a moment of pain made him subconsciously cover his chest. The cup in his hand knocked over on the ground, his strength was drained out of him, and his whole body seemed to be about to fall down, and in the next instant, he was held up by Wang Sui. Why? Wanzhou held his chest and gasped for air. His heart just suddenly hurt that much. The feeling was fleeting. Is that you, Nagawa? Ark, is it a heart condition? Wang Sui's voice sounded once again above Wanzhou's head. Wanzhou's eyes rolled back in his head, and a plan came to him. He gasped for air, his voice weak and trembling. Phew, it's a parasite. It's had multiple attacks. Shunsui leaned weakly against Wang Sui's chest, one hand clutching Wang Sui's sleeve. He figured out that Enlao was right, and that he was the one who would suffer if he fought against Wang Sui, and that when he got the antidote to the blood parasites, Wang Sui would not be enough to be feared. Wang Sui didn't make a sound, he just let Wanzhou tremble in his arms. Wanzhou was a bit annoyed. MD, this person's ears are stuffed with donkey hair, he can't hear me say it hurts. He pretended to cover his heart again, taking even harder deep breaths. His grip on his sleeve changed to a straight pinch of flesh. Wang Sui snapped back to his senses for a moment. You know what you're going to have to trade for, don't you? Man Boat clenched into a fist and immediately relaxed. Aha! The corner of Wang Sui's mouth slightly hooked. He immediately got up and picked up Wanzhou in a horizontal hug, kicked open the door of the confinement room, and brought Wanzhou directly towards his room. Tasker, why have you suddenly changed your mind? Wanzhou leaned weakly on Wang Sui's shoulder, smelling the words he didn't hold back his surprise. It's really rare that you even have a day where you have to ask me the reason why. Ding, now issuing mission rewards, points increased by 4,500, carry on trainer +1, please check the manual for specific information. Heh, what, that's embarrassing. The system's question was well answered. Wanzhou just thought back to this time of crossing over, Chang Chuan and the taskmaster named Zhu Boji, and just, this is the first time he's ever stolen the antidote from Wang Sui. So maybe you can't just look at how Yunman Lao is, but some of his words are quite reasonable. Wanzhou put the antidote back into his storage compartment. With this pill, it would be just a matter of time before he was free from the control of the Wang family. Outside, the night was gradually spreading into the sky, the deserted area was much less light polluted, and the twinkling glow of the stars was especially noticeable. Wang Sui ordered a few more less urgent tasks. He put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his sore neck. He got up and gently came to the bedroom. The door he purposely left open. His bedroom has no surveillance, he is not assured. Open the door, he can at least hear the sound of Wanzhou breathing. The room did not turn on the light, but the light from the study shines into the room, the bed slightly bulging a ball, regular up and down. He took his pajamas from the closet and changed into them, and went to wash up some more. Wanzhou woke up long before Wang Sui changed, and he half leaned against the side of the bed and watched as Wang Sui finished up and then took another set of pajamas from the closet and gave them to him. Change into this, there are your toiletries in the washroom. Wanzhou casually took, he lightly into the bathroom. When he came out, Wang Sui's open bedside lamp, holding a book in his hands page by page, the bridge of the nose of the gold glasses were removed by him placed on the bedside table, the loss of the glasses cover. Wang Sui's deep eyebrows show undoubtedly, his original temperament of the gentleman disappeared, replaced by a cold immersed in the bones. When he heard Wanzhou come out, he closed the book and looked at it, seeing that Wanzhou had already blow-dried his hair himself, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. Come here. Chapter 94 Re-entry. Wanzhou's expression remained unchanged as he came to the bed and looked at Wang Sui. Wang Sui put the book next to his glasses as he lay down on in the bed and waved to Wanzhou. Wanzhou bristled as he lifted the covers and lay on the other side. Wang Sui frowned at the distance between the two as he got up and moved Wanzhou towards him. Click. The bedside lamp should be turned off. Wang Sui and Wanzhou arms close together. Wang Sui is still a little dissatisfied. He rolled over and wrapped his arms around Wanzhou, itching to integrate Wanzhou into his own blood and bones. He gently sniffed the light tea fragrance on Wanzhou's body, and drifted off into sleep. As Wanzhou listened to the gradually steady breathing of the person beside him, he moved, but realized that Wang Sui was holding him too tightly, and he couldn't silently break away. What a pervert! Wanzhou turned his head to look at Wang Sui's face, a face he would never forget. Truly counting, Wang Sui, like Feng Chang, had grown up under his own watch, but there was a difference between the two of them. Feng Chang was a child he had adopted after he was able to freely leave the headquarters of the Wang family, while Wang Sui had grown up more under the education of the Wang family. Wang Sui had climbed up from the bottom. His parents were also members of the Wang family, only that they had died when he was 3 years old, and he had grown up in the Wang family's orphanage since he was a child. Wanzhou remembers that he had become the leader of the research and development team, like an old man, usually responsible for the development of drugs, and sometimes go to the medical room to sit in the class. And his first meeting with Wang Sui was in the medical room, when Wang Sui was 13 years old and had already begun to receive training from the Wang family, and the training among the Wang family's children did not have the slightest bit of childlike innocence among the children, and the outbursts were killing moves. Wang Sui has always been the best, but that day's training program was a multi-person untimed free sparring. Wang Sui, as the first place, was jointly targeted by the others, although in the end Wang Sui won, but also suffered a lot of injuries. In order not to affect the next day's training, Wang Sui went to the medical room. This time in the medical room sat a very beautiful man. The man was very carefully treating his wounds, too close for him to clearly smell the faint scent of tea on the man's body, a scent he had remembered for more than 20 years. These things in fact Wanzhou did not remember, all as Wang Sui later told him personally. Wang Sui was like a madman as death by the throat, mouth also incomparably affectionate nostalgia for the two once all kinds of things. Wanzhou couldn't help but laugh now when he thought about it. He and Wang Sui did have a friendship of mutual trust in the beginning, but it all fizzled out when Wang Sui succeeded in seizing power. That was the last time one boat was betrayed, and the hardest one boat had ever fallen. Wan Zhou pondered the possibility of messing with Wang Sui, but in the end, he suppressed his killing intent. He couldn't kill Wang Sui. This was a lesson learned from assassination after assassination. Can the leader of the Wang family only be killed by the main character group? Opening his eyes once more, Wang Sui beside him had already left. Wan Zhou rubbed his eyes and got up to wash. Wang Sui had prepared clothes for him. His training uniform. The Wang family headquarters practiced militarized management, and the training uniform was one of the manifestations. After changing his clothes, Wan Zhou left the bedroom. The study and living room outside were empty, but there was a breakfast on the table in the living room with his identity card and watch next to it. Wan Zhou was nonchalant, resolved breakfast in 3 or 2 bites, took his things, and left Wang Sui's territory without looking back. Since Wang Sui had taken him out of the confinement room, it meant that he had restored his status as the second in command of the Wang family, so he had to finish his business. He turned and stood in the doorway of his room, opening it with his ID card. That's right, with just one turn, his room was there. Wang Sui, this dog, said beautifully that the second in command's treatment should be similar to that of the chief, and arranged for him to be on the same floor without going through his consent at all, but in fact, it was just to make it easier for him to. Wan Zhou closed the door of his room fiercely. His room hadn't come back to stay for many years, but the room's furnishings hadn't changed, and there was no dust on the furniture, so it looked like it was cleaned often. He went to his study, found his special phone in the wolf house, and cruised around his territory, which was basically unchanged, except for another invisible camera in. Wang Yuan handed Wan Zhou a document that listed the progress of the technology department over the years, and Wan Zhou looked at it roughly and nodded slightly. The follow-up of these programs. You and several of the elder undersecretaries divide up the work as far as this is concerned. Wan Zhou pointed to the project in the file that had S0 written on it and said to Wang Yuan, I'm personally in charge of this project. The team is still the same, add Wang Xiaoyao as well. Wang Yuan nodded, okay, the lab you used to use has already been packed up. I will immediately arrange for someone to send this project of yours over. Wan Zhou nodded his head and gave a lecture to the crowd standing in front of him. There are many of you who are old men in the technical department. I won't say any more about those crowning words. Everyone is still working in accordance with their positions. There is only one thing. My orders are the first priority. Those who disobey, get lost on their own and become an experimental consumable. Yes. All of them responded respectfully. Chapter 95, Wolf Ghost. Wan Zhou came to his familiar and unfamiliar office. After so many years, the office had a lot of changes. It looked like the office had been used by other people during the years he was away, and when he came back, it was packed up for him to use. Wang Yuan, a subordinate, was very thoughtful, and the protective clothing and white coat for his experiments were ready, but Wan Zhou was in no hurry to change into them. He surveyed the office from end to end. There was a surveillance camera in the corner of the office and the lounge inside, but he checked it over in great detail. And not surprisingly, there was a camera mounted on the wall directly across from his desk, a statue's eye, and one mounted on the head of the bed in the lounge inside. Wan Zhou took out his cell phone and broadcast a number that he had long been familiar with, and after 2 beeps, the call was picked up. Did you arrange the cameras? Wan Zhou opened the door. Well, all the fellows' offices and restrooms do, nothing personal. How many have you installed? 2. The voice on the other side of the phone sounded like it sensed something. You have more than 2 monitors in the house? It's not stupid yet. I just got back and someone can't wait to spy on me, so you're on your own. Wan Zhou finished hanging up the phone. Wang Sui, this person cannot tolerate 2 things. One is that someone is hiding things from him. The second is that someone wants to move his people. Unluckily this person who installs surveillance, dead step Wang Sui. This too. Bottom line. Don't look at the fight between Wan Zhou and Wang Sui, but in the obvious face of the Wang family, the 2 are on the same side. Wan Zhou needs to borrow Wang Sui's name to do things, and Wang Sui needs Wan Zhou to maintain the beliefs of the Wang family. Wan Zhou casually leaned back in his office chair, and it wasn't long before there was a knock on his office door. Enter. The one who knocked on the door was Wang Yuan, who bowed slightly to Wan Zhou and turned to welcome someone. The man was wearing the training uniform of the Wang family, but with a black mask net over his head, a pair of black gloves on his hands, and his neck covered by a high collar liner. Outsiders were not clear about the man's appearance, age, or gender, except for his height, weight, and thinness. Wang Ghost, I really didn't expect that Wang Sui would send you here. Wang Yuan stood next to Wan Zhou as he bent over slightly. Sir, the chief said that you are in charge of things here by Anasuk. Wan Zhou nodded his head and waved his hand at Wang Yuan. Go and get busy with your business. When I take care of things, I will go to the lab and prepare everything that should be prepared. Yes. Wang Yuan answered in a low voice and turned to leave the room. The man whose entire body was covered stood quietly in front of Wan Zhou until Wang Yuan closed the door and left, and he didn't make a sound. Mr. Wan, the master asked me to take away those two monitors. The man's voice was so androgynous that it was impossible to tell if it was a man. Wan Zhou took down the work clothes on the hanger and changed into them. He buttoned the last collar and opened the door of the room to leave. With the sound of the door closing falling, that camera slowly turned back. The laboratory was not far from Wan Zhou's office, and both his office and laboratory were independent of the area outside of the laboratory area, a place that had been specially authorized by the previous head of the Wang family. Wan Zhou was dressed in a neat white lab coat with his own work tag around his neck. He stood outside the lab, which was fully equipped with the instruments, and the people he wanted had arrived. Sir! A small dwarf suddenly rushed to Wan Zhou. Wan Zhou frowned. What did I teach you? The visitor immediately adjusted his standing posture and stood squarely in front of Wan Zhou. I'm sorry sir, I remember. Wang Xiaoyao lowered her head, her voice a little low. Wan Zhou patted her head. Okay, just remember, I'll take you to find In Lao for dinner later. This child was immediately happy and his head was raised high again. Wan Zhou looked at the laboratory. Stood a lot of people, most of them were his former old team, and some newcomers. He did not care how the old man before died, as long as it does not delay his experiments, everything is okay. The old rules, old people bring new people, old people don't hide, new people try to learn. I improved the recipe this time. Wan Zhou took out the prescription that the ink hadn't dried yet. This was the reward that the system had given before, but Wan Zhou changed some places and didn't write the dosage. It's better to take your time with something like the longevity medicine, after all. It's better for Wang Sui to die out like this Wang family. The efficacy of this remedy is better than S037, but this is only a preliminary conjecture of mine, of which the dosage blending and verification will take some time to test. Wan Zhou handed the prescription to Wang Xiaoyao, who was at the side. The selection and grinding of the herbs will be coordinated by groups 1 and 2, the blending of the herbs will be coordinated by group 3, the method of making the medicines will be coordinated by group 4, and I'll be responsible for confirming the steps. Now groups 1 and 2 will seize the moment, while the other groups will clean up their tools first, and will clean up the herbs that were sent to them first. Wan Zhou arranged to go down. Everyone in the lab started to move. Wang Xiaoyao handed the prescription to the team leader of Group 1 and 2. She turned around and made tea for Wan Zhou. She didn't know much about pharmacology. The only way she could keep following Wan Zhou was to act as a bodyguard and babysitter for him. Wang Xiaoyao's craft of making tea has gained some of Wan Zhou's true heritage, and Wan Zhou seldom lets anyone make tea for him to drink, because he can taste the person's state of mind from the other person's tea, and very few people's state of mind is sweet-smelling. Only Wang Xiaoyao, this girl is heartless, and the tea she brews is extraordinarily good. While Wan Zhou sipped his tea, his consciousness was invested in the system space. Chapter 96 Negotiations with Wang Sui. Wan Zhou's points had already reached 6,300. As long as he completed a few more quests, he would be able to stop having to ask Zheng Qiling not to guard the door, and with the 10,000 fine, he was about to get it together. He looked towards an extra function on the system page, Carry On Coach, which was his reward for completing the third main quest. Tapping on its description, a line appeared in front of Wan Zhou. Carry On Instructor, available to provide instruction to missionaries in fighting, marksmanship, use of cold weapons, swimming, and climbing. During training, the taskmaster's consciousness will enter the training space with an internal and external time flow of 5:1. Wan Zhou was a little surprised that he could be taught to fight. He has suffered enough over the years to be unarmed, and if he had the body of the South Blind and North Dumb, where would he need to go through the trouble of camping step by step to kill directly through the Wang family? Wan Zhou opened his eyes. A researcher was standing in front of him somewhat hesitantly. Seeing Wan Zhou waking up, he immediately stepped forward and handed Wan Zhou a record book. Sir, Team 1 and Team 2 just sorted out the herbs that were sent in, but many of the herbs on your medication list are not available here. What do you think? Wan Zhou took over the record book, looking at the above being counted out the missing herbs, roughly similar to his estimation. This prescription he had handled he knew himself. There are some medicines at a glance is not something that can be easily found. There are also some medicines that are almost extinct. Wan Zhou had never seen them even after so many years of operating the Cloud Interloper. It was the key to his freedom from the Wang family. Wan Zhou handed the record book to the researcher. You transcribe a copy for me. The researcher nodded his head and turned around to find a pen to start copying a list. It didn't take long before he came to Wan Zhou again and presented him with a list of medicines. Wan Zhou drank the last sip of tea from his cup. He took the medicine list and waved his hand at Wang Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, come with me. The two left the lab and rode on Wan Zhou's exclusive elevator all the way to Wang Sui's office floor. Wan Zhou stood in front of the door he had just left not long ago and knocked a few times, but there was no sound inside the house. He frowned softly and pulled out his cell phone to call Wang Sui again, and the call was quickly answered. What, found the camera again? Where are you? I have something for you. Wang Sui's voice lurched with inexplicable anticipation in his voice. Come to the interrogation room, Wang Ghost will pick you up. The Wolf family's base was intricate, with interrogation rooms and cells in a straight line from the institute, but actually requiring a lot of detours to get there. The white coats on Wan Zhou and Wang Xiaoyao had not been changed, and they were very eye-catching along the way. Those who knew Wan Zhou's identity respectfully bowed their heads to greet him, and the newcomers who didn't know didn't dare to make a fuss because they recognized Wang Xiaoyao, the renowned female devil of the base. Arriving at the interrogation room level, the masked man had been waiting here for a long time. He saw Wan Zhou's figure and nodded slightly. "The master is inside, please follow me, Mr. Wan." There were many interrogation rooms in the Wang family, from the kind like the one Wang Sui interrogated Wan Zhou in that day, to the ones for trainees to train in, and the ones filled with the smell of blood. The interrogation room filled with the smell of blood was what Wang Ghost took Wan Zhou and the two of them to. Wang Xiaoyao was waiting outside. Wang Ghost's words were Wang Sui's words. Wang Xiaoyao saw Ghost help as if she saw the chief. She looked at Wan Zhou and obediently waited outside. Wang Ghost opened the door to the interrogation room and saluted sideways as Wan Zhou stepped inside. The pungent smell of blood nearly made Wan Zhou retreat back again, but the people inside had already seen Wan Zhou's figure, and Wan Zhou had to cover his nose and stiffly go forward. Wang Sui could see Wan Zhou's discomfort. He looked at Wan Zhou with some excitement. He was clear about Wan Zhou's illness. He knew that the smell of blood would stimulate Wan Zhou to have an attack, and by asking Wan Zhou to come to this interrogation room, he intentionally wanted to make Wan Zhou commit an illness. Unfortunately, Wan Zhou's tea was basically added with a little medicine that had a calming effect, and he had just drank a lot of tea, so he could still hold on at this moment. In the interrogation room, a man whose identity and face could not be seen was curled up on the floor, surrounded by blood. The floor was almost red with blood, even on the walls. Wan Zhou tried not to look at the man and handed that list of medicine to Wang Sui. "I need." The two were too familiar with each other, and both knew the other's thoughts by heart. Wan Zhou wants to leave the Wang family. Wang Sui knows that only Wan Zhou can find the medicine. Wang Sui knows that this is a deliberate act by Wan Zhou. Wang Sui knows. And while Wang Sui saw through his intentions, Wan Zhou also knew. No amount of mind games between the two of them would do much good, and both of them came out in the open. Wan Zhou knew that this was Wang Sui trying to find an excuse to keep him in the Wang family headquarters, wanting to make Wang Sui lose his tongue. He had to take a large dose. This remedy, a modification of S037, if successful, can extend a person's lifespan to a minimum of 150 years. Wang Sui's hands squeezing the paper tightened. "Just 150? Wan Zhou knew that Wang Sui was shaken. It's true that this prescription can only go up to 150 years of age, but it has a lot of room for improvement, and in less than a few years, 200 years of age can be broken through, but only if this improved version can be developed successfully. His words were clear. For the RD to be successful, the herbs had to be together, and he would have to leave the Wang family to find the medicine. Wang Sui bowed his head in deep thought. Wan Zhou had only just returned. This was a good opportunity to temper him. If he was allowed to leave the Wang family again, there would be more variables. "I'll arrange for Wolf Ghost to go himself. There are some medicines that require the connections I tended to when I ran the Cloud Breathers, Wolf Ghosts to no avail." Wan Zhou's reasoning makes Wang Sui unable to refute. Wan Zhou when running Yunmake, and many domestic and foreign political and business bigwigs have a good relationship, although the Wang family penetrated into many fields, but the high-level people are still too few. It is indeed not as convenient as Wan Zhou. It's early days for that one, but there's no rush. You just exposed your identity over at the 9 gates, it's not a good time to go back. "Ha!" Wan Zhou disdainfully sneered. "So what if they know? My identity is not only just Mr. Wang's family, but with my Yunmake's connections, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. After all, the 9 sect is the same as the Wang family, and no one would be able to get away with it if they make a mess in the eyes of." Wan Zhou looked at Wang Sui in disgust. "If you have a disease, go cure it, don't come and disgust me." "You really don't know him?" Wang Sui was skeptical as he stared at every ounce of demeanor on Wan Zhou's face, who just looked impatient. Wang Sui loosened his grip on Wan Zhou's hand. "It's fine, I'm just joking with you, you go and get busy." Nervous. Wan Zhou stepped on the sticky blood and left this interrogation room. Wang Ghost stood in the doorway and watched Wan Zhou leave with Wang Xiaoyao. He turned to Wang Sui. "Not him. Master, who do we let over next?" "As originally arranged." "Yes." Wan Zhou left the confines of the interrogation room at a brisk pace. Behind him Wang Xiaoyao jogged a few steps to keep up. "Uncle Zhou, slow down, I can't keep up." Wang Xiaoyao's crisp voice made Wan Zhou immediately react. He slightly slowed down his breathing and adjusted his footsteps to his usual state. Wang Xiaoyao followed Wan Zhou as she asked him with some confusion. "Uncle Boat, what's wrong with you? Is the chief bullying you again?" Wan Zhou came to a restroom and drew a number of rolls of paper and put them on the floor. He stepped on the paper and bit by bit rubbed clean the blood on his feet. He turned on the faucet, the cold water calming his vaguely unsettled emotions. No, there's too much blood in there, I'm a little uncomfortable. Wang Xiaoyao stopped asking more questions as if she thought of something. She pondered for a while. Uncle Zhou, why don't you stay in the lab for the next few days? I'll go get you a change of clothes. Wan Zhou knew that Wang Xiaoyao was afraid that Wang Sui would trouble him again, but the condition he promised Wang Sui was to stay with him for 3 days, and tonight was the second day. It's okay, in a few days. Wan Zhou returned to his office. Wang Xiaoyao made him another pot of tea and added a lot of calming powder to the tea. Uncle Zhou, drink tea. Wang Xiaoyao poured tea for Wan Zhou and handed it to him. Why don't you go ahead and keep an eye on the progress in the lab? I'll slow down a bit and head over. As the door to the room opened and closed, the pensive Wan Zhou and the motionless camera were left in the room. Wan Zhou drank several mouthfuls of tea before his lifted heart fell slightly. How useless, this has been discovered. Wan Zhou thought of the man in that interrogation room who had his tongue cut out in sight with pity. This person is a pawn left before he left the Wang family to do the mission. Originally an inconspicuous small transparent of the Ministry of Intelligence, he was in urgent need of the Ministry of Intelligence to install an eye. This person is one of the ones he searched for. This level of the Wang family, Wan Zhou simply will not personally contact. He was borrowing the name of the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Logistics to pull together, was just a widespread net. I did not expect that this person has some skills. In a few years ago to become a team leader with real power, from the Deputy Minister is only one step away. Wan Zhou see this person has some ability, let the old department slightly support a hand, steal a lot of Wang family intelligence, did not expect that he just came back. This person was Wang Sui's great cleaning review out. The good thing was, the man had always thought he was working with the logistics department, and he wasn't afraid of him giving himself up. It's just that this is going to make his eyes and intelligence fold and hibernate for the short term. Wan Zhou rubbed his temples that had some dull pain. This great purge carried out so far did not meet his expectations. He did not know whether Wang Sui was planning something or those people were hiding too well. Perhaps he needed to add fire appropriately. Today's dinner was eaten in the elderly's medical room, and Wang Xiaoyao and Wan Zhou had fetched quite a bit of food from the cafeteria. Wan boy, from what Xiaoyao said, you're a bit uncomfortable today? It's okay, old habits die hard. Wan Zhou finished the last bite of his meal and wiped his mouth with a paper. Xiaoyao, does Wang Jun still come to see you lately? Wang Xiaoyao still had a chicken leg stuffed in her mouth as she said vaguely, no, I haven't seen him for several days. Wan Zhou, the Department of Computing is still busy, this great purge will not be over for. Eldarin also stood up and said to Wan Zhou's back, it's good that you don't get tough with the chief, just for show. Wan Zhou had a footstep and left the medical room. Chapter 98, Out of Control. Standing outside Wang Sui's door, Wan Zhou was about to knock on the door when the door to the room suddenly opened from the inside and a hand yanked Wan Zhou inside. Wang Sui pressed Wan Zhou against the door, his eyes were hot, staring at Wan Zhou's face as if he wanted to tear him apart and eat him. He caressed Wan Zhou's waist and abdomen, rubbing the small of Wan Zhou's belly delicately, his head close to the side of Wan Zhou's neck, the tip of his nose brushing the side of Wan Zhou's face if it was not there. Did you eat enough outside? The hand on Wan Zhou's waist was getting tighter and tighter, his brows were slightly knitted, and the nostrils on his neck were hot, so hot that Wan Zhou dodged uncomfortably. Wang Sui's eyes were instantly cold. He pinched Wan Zhou's neck against the door, his hands were slightly hard. Wan Zhou could only tilt his head back, revealing the side of his white neck. Wang Sui greedily sniffed the aroma of Wan Zhou's body, and he opened his mouth to bite on Wan Zhou's collarbone. The force was getting heavier and heavier. Wan Zhou hurriedly spoke, I didn't eat much, I'm still a bit hungry, can I eat first? The pain on his collarbone no longer deepened. Wang Sui licked the teeth marks from his own bite and loosened his hold on Wan Zhou. His eyes regained their usual sanity as he took Wan Zhou's arm and pulled the man to a chair to sit down. The table was full of food. Wang Sui sat on the side of Wan Zhou and gave him a lot of dishes in his bowl. Wan Zhou ate a few bites, but he had just finished eating with Lao and the others, so he really couldn't eat much. Wan Zhou chewed slowly. Wang Sui's attention was all on Wan Zhou. He wanted to see how long Wan Zhou could hold out strongly. When Wan Zhou saw that Wang Sui was only staring at himself and didn't take a few bites of the rice on the table, he instantly understood that this asshole was conducting an obedience test on him. I can't eat anymore. Wan Zhou put his chopsticks down as he looked into Wang Sui's eyes, and under the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses, the teasing in Wang Sui's eyes was undisguised. I thought you'd last a little longer. Wan Zhou didn't say anything. Wang Sui is a crazy person, no one knows when he will be sick. Wang Sui saw that Wan Zhou didn't say a word. He didn't look for trouble with Wan Zhou. There are pajamas in the bedroom, change into them yourself. It was time to come. Wan Zhou took his pajamas and went into the washroom. He cleaned up slowly, but even slower he had to come out. He was lying on his side of the bed as usual, watching Wang Sui go into the bathroom to take a shower. when a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand under the covers. He had organized the storage compartments in the lab today, and left two empty, one of which he had placed this dagger in. Before he left the Wang family, Wang Sui had made a deal with him with the antidote to the blood parasites in his body. Whenever he had an attack of blood parasites, Wang Sui would provide him with the antidote, and the price was that Wan Zhou needed to accompany Wang Sui for 3 nights. At first, Wan Zhou thought that it was this asshole who had something in mind for him, but for the sake of his own little life, he agreed, and then he realized that Wang Sui was simply using himself as a cuddler. Wan Zhou also put down his heart, but the more years later, Wang Sui's behavior is more and more strange. He began not to be satisfied with cuddling him to sleep, but gradually become morbid. Click. The bathroom door was opened. Wan Zhou mentally took the dagger back into the storage compartment. Wang Sui stood next to the bed and turned out the lights. The room was instantly dark. Wan Zhou felt Wang Sui lying on his side. His arm was grasped by Wang Sui, his sleeve was pulled over his arm by Wang Sui, and a wet touch covered his wrist. Wan Zhou's heart was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it didn't come to the worst. Hiss. A sharp pain came from Wan Zhou's wrist. Blood instantly gushed out and was licked clean by Wang Sui one by one. As if he wasn't satisfied yet, he left many bloody teeth marks on Wan Zhou's arm. This familiar feeling made Wan Zhou think of the first time Wang Sui drank his blood. At that time he was incredibly shocked, but his own hands were too poor. All resistance was suppressed by Wang Sui. At that time he was beginning to wonder if Wang Sui had a cannibalistic fetish, but Wang Sui was also like this now, only biting through his arms and wrists, and after drinking the blood, he would sleep honestly. Sure enough, after Wang Sui licked the blood seeping out of those wounds, he didn't make a move, and Wan Zhou was about to fetch the gauze in the nightstand when a huge force suddenly pressed him onto the bed. Wang Sui's breathing was heavy, deadening Wan Zhou's shoulders as he lay on Wan Zhou's neck like a dog, his teeth rubbing against Wan Zhou's throat. The strong sense of crisis made Wan Zhou struggle. Wang Sui, what are you doing? Wang Sui's voice was hoarse and urgent. Your blood is so good. He bit down on Wan Zhou's neck, and Wan Zhou let out a cry of pain as blood flowed out from between Wang Sui's lips and dripped onto the sheets below. Wang Sui swallowed Wan Zhou's blood in large gulps. The massive blood loss made Wan Zhou struggle with less and less strength, and his eyes went black in bursts. Wan Zhou's mind moved and the dagger appeared in his hand as he ruthlessly stabbed at Wang Sui's waist. Put. The dagger didn't enter the man's waist. The man lying on top of Wan Zhou was stunned. Wan Zhou turned the dagger hard. Wang Sui lost his strength and pain. Wan Zhou took the opportunity to push him away desperately. He covered his neck and rolled out of bed, grabbed the coat on the hanger and fled from Wang Sui's room. Even though Wang Sui shouted behind him and threatened him not to leave, Wan Zhou just ignored it. If he stayed any longer, he was really going to die. Wan Zhou stood outside in the corridor with his jacket on. The blood on his neck still flowed to the back of his hand through his fingers. He took out the phone in his jacket and sent a message to Wang Yuan. He glanced at his room and turned around to enter the elevator. Wang Sui was a madman now. He could never live on the first floor with him. The elevator went straight to the technical department on the 3rd basement level. Even though it was late at night, there were still many busy figures of researchers in the technical department. Wang Yuan saw Wan Zhou come out of the elevator and immediately went forward to help him. Sir. Wan Zhou's lips were white and his face was not bloody at all. The ghastly sight of blood dripping from his neck and hands horrified Wang Yuan's heart, and he immediately assisted Wan Zhou into the nearest room. This is an operating room. Wang Yuan helped Wan Zhou to the chair, and immediately found out the medication and gauze to stop the bleeding from the front of the operating table. He looked at Wan Zhou's wound, and his heart was once again shocked. This is obviously bitten out by someone. He instantly thought of one person. No one in the Wang family dared to be so presumptuous except the chief. He looked cold. Sir, should we speed up our plan? Wan Zhou leaned wearily against the back of his chair and spoke out to reject Wang Yuan's suggestion. No, this is a matter of great intrigue. We must not act in haste. The plan must be steady. Around but half a year, we will soon succeed. Wait a little longer. But the chief, Wan Zhou was silent. He also didn't figure out what Wang Sui's situation was this time. Has there been anything strange about Wang Sui in the years I've been away from the Wang family? Wang Yuan pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. No, the chief left all the blood you sent back at regular intervals, and there's usually nothing strange about it. Wan Zhou was silent. No? To be true, it seems like such a thing. Chapter 99 Wang Sui's Physical Abnormalities. When you left, you asked me to arrange for someone to keep an eye on the chief, and a few years ago, I noticed that whenever you returned the blood, the chief and the Wang ghost disappeared for a period of time, probably a week or so. Wang Yuan's words gave inspiration to Wan Zhou, and when he associated it with Wang Sui's obsession with his blood tonight, he had a vague guess in his mind. I asked you earlier to analyze the components of my blood. Any results? Yes, sir. There is a copy of the specific written information in my office, and I will send it to you afterward. The general findings are that under normal circumstances, your blood is almost undoubtedly the same as that of a normal human being, but when your blood parasites are attacked, there are some inexplicable extra substances in your blood, and we have not come to any accurate conclusions so far as to the specific effects of these substances. Wan Zhou pondered the connection of these things. Perhaps Wang Sui planted the blood parasites on him not only to control his freedom, but also for the kind of substance that was produced when his blood parasites kicked in. Wang Sui's body may have some kind of problem. He needs this substance to renew his life. At first he may only need to smell this substance, then it slowly turns into a need to consume it, that is, to drink blood. It wasn't until a few years ago that his problems got worse, but he suffered from being out of the Wang family, so he had to keep them suppressed, disappearing for a week supposedly to ease them by other means, and getting so out of control tonight because he suppressed them for so long that they bottomed out. Wang Yuan bandaged all of Wan Zhou's wounds. He packed up all of the blood-stained medical cotton balls and threw them away. Wan Zhou saw that there was no functioning camera in the corner. He opened his mouth to ask Wang Yuan, "How much surveillance do we have on the Wang family?" Wang Yuan glanced at the camera that had automatically turned off since they came in. "The surveillance of the technical department is as far as we can get, and there is room for maneuvering in the less confidential areas of other departments. It's just that for the rest, our people have the power to watch it best." Wan Zhou nodded his head. It was already good to be able to do this. It will take time to see if Wang Sui is really in trouble physically, but the nibbling that needs to be done still needs to be done. "I will stay in the Wang family for about a month this time." Wan Zhou handed Wang Yuan a small half of a dark red pill. "Study this thing carefully. This matter can only be known to you and must not be spread out." Wang Yuan took it and wrapped it in gauze. Yes. For many days in a row, Wan Zhou did not return to his room again. He had been living in the office lounge. Even the supplies for his daily life were all picked up for him by Wang Xiaoyao. It was good that Wang Sui did not come to trouble him either. Wang Ghost had come to him a few times, and every time he left he took a blood bag with him. Wan Zhou was not satisfied with drinking medicinal tea these days, and now every meal for the past few days was a nourishing medicinal meal, which barely kept him from collapsing. Wan Zhou was sitting on a chair in the lab as he scrutinized the herbs handed in by his researchers when Wang Ghost appeared at the lab door again. Wang Xiaoyao blocked the entrance to the lab like a chicken mother, stopping Wang Ghost from reaching Wan Zhou. "Anasuk, just hand over anything to me. Sir is busy. The lab is heavy and overly classified. It's better if you don't go in there." The voice at the doorway came into Wan Zhou's voice inside, but he was sitting on a chair and those fellows around him blocked him out completely, so Wang Xiaoyao's words were not a lie. Wang Ghost looked and saw that Wan Zhou was indeed busy with something. He didn't barge in, reached out, and waved to the back. A few Wang family members carried a few bags and placed them in front of Wang Xiaoyao. "Here are the herbs that Mr. Wan wants, and there are some more being collected." Wang Xiaoyao lowered her head and picked at the bag. She wasn't quite sure what the herbs Wan Zhou wanted looked like, but as long as they weren't coming back to draw her Uncle Zhou's blood again, it would be fine. She nodded. "I'll take the herbs, there's nothing else Ghostsuk, so please return." Wang Ghost didn't stay much longer even after his mission was completed. He slightly saluted to Wan Zhou who was surrounded inside and turned to leave with those Wang family members. Wang Xiaoyao called a few fellows to carry those medicinal herbs in front of Wan Zhou, who waved away those who surrounded him and opened those bags to look at them one by one. The bag was indeed filled with the medicines on the list of medicines he had given to Wang Sui, but they were all medicines that could be found with manpower and financial resources, and none of those rare medicines that he had specifically labeled. Wan Zhou coldly grunted. All of this was within his expectations. The Wang family is no longer capable, but also impossible to take things from the hands of the government. Take it down and dispose of it. A few fellows carried these medicinal herbs and left. Wang Xiaoyao went up and squeezed Wan Zhou's shoulders. "Uncle Zhou, go take a rest. You go get Wang Yuan." Oh. Wang Sui had drunk a lot of his own blood over the past few days, and today Wang Ghost had come not to draw blood but to deliver medicine, which meant that Wang Sui should be fine. Wang Yuan had said before that Wang Sui would disappear for a week or so once something went wrong with his body, but by relying on his own blood he would be able to recover earlier, so it seemed that his guess was right. The blood parasites in his body could cure Wang Sui's persistent illness. "Sir." Wang Yuan followed Wang Xiaoyao in and bowed to Wan Zhou. "How's the research going on the stuff I gave you?" Wang Yuan immediately handed Wan Zhou a report. "The time is too short to analyze much." Wan Zhou scanned through the contents of the report. There really wasn't much that had been researched, but he saw a familiar name. "Cold crow grass?" "Yes, we are currently able to analyze several herbs, one of which is called cold wushu grass. This herb is cold but prefers hot and humid. It mostly appears in the Yunnan Guizhou zone. My subordinates have checked. This herb is mostly used for breeding parasites in the Miaojiang, but because of the loss of the art of witchcraft nowadays, cold wushu grass is also seldom seen." Wan Zhou nodded. "Within a month I want you to analyze the ingredients of this medicine." Wang Yuan looked embarrassed. "This medicine is quite troublesome to make. I'm afraid that a month's time won't be able to fully analyze the results." Wang Zhou's eyes looked sharply at Wang Yuan, who lowered his head down, not daring to meet Wang Zhou's eyes at all. A month was indeed a bit of a rush, but he had had enough of Wang Sui's manipulation, and now that Wang Sui's need for his blood was growing, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't actually suck him dry one day if he dragged on. How much of the Wang family supports us now? Most of the higher-ups in the technical department are our people, and except for the intelligence department, which is under the direct responsibility of the chief, a third of the higher-ups in each of the other 4 departments support us, but none of the heads of the various departments have entered into a partnership with us. The support of a third of a department's top brass may seem like a lot, but it doesn't help us nearly as much as a department head. Wang Yuan felt a little guilty. I'm sorry, sir, it was my fault. Wang Zhou glanced at Wang Yuan in amusement. It has little to do with your ability. These people in charge are basically Wang Sui's squad. They have become the heads of the Wang family's departments. They have all the power and benefits. You definitely won't be able to impress them with just you. Wang Zhou thought for a long time. He waved to Wang Xiaoyao, who was not far away. Xiaoyao, has Wang Chen looked for you these days? Wang Xiaoyao nodded. Looked for it. He even gave me a new watch yesterday, said she held up her wrist and waved it at Wang Zhou. Okay, you send him a message tomorrow. Tell him that you accidentally ingested herbs by mistake and were poisoned in the medical room, and ask him to bring you some good food tomorrow. Although Wang Xiaoyao did not understand why Wang Zhou wanted her to do this, she obediently responded. Uncle Zhou had his own reasons for saying this. Chapter 100, The First Signs of Disruption. The next day, Wang Zhou changed into a white lab coat, wearing a medical mask and a pair of flat glasses on his eyes. He sat in the usual office position of the old man, while He stood outside the door and looked inside, and Lao's desk was in the blind spot of his field of vision, so Wang Chen didn't see what he said about Dr. In turning into Wang Zhou. Wang Xiaoyao remembers Wang Zhou's instructions. She intimately pulls on Wang Chen's arm and pulls him inside the door. I'm just looking for an excuse to ask you to bring me some food. I've been so busy every day these past few days that I haven't had time to eat. Although Wang Chen had doubts in his mind, but Wang Xiaoyao's strength was too much, he was almost dragged in. He thought that the gentleman from the technical department had recently come back, and Wang Xiaoyao was supposed to be that gentleman's bodyguard, so it's normal for him to work hard in the past few days. He walked over to the hospital bed and placed the snacks and roast duck on the bedside table. There was a curtain separating in Lao's desk and the hospital bed. Wang Chen saw a figure behind the desk through the curtain. He thought it was in Lao and greeted him politely. Dr. In, you're here. I'm Wang Chen here to check on Xiaoyao. The silhouette approached. A pair of hands pulled away the curtain that blocked the two. A young face appeared in front of Wang Chen's eyes. This person wore a mask, only revealing a pair of eyes. There was a hint of dark purple flashing under the reflection of the lenses. Wang Chen recognized this person's identity at a glance, and his back broke out in a cold sweat. Mr. Wang Zhou took off his mask, pointed to the other side of the tea house, and made a gesture of invitation to Wang Chen, who smiled sarcastically and waved his hand back and forth. I still have things to do in the Department of Arithmetic, so since Xiaoyao is F.I.N.E. with it, I'll go and get busy first. He said that he was going to turn around and leave, but Wang Xiaoyao was already blocking the door. Without Wang Zhou's permission, she wouldn't let Wang Chen out. Wang Chen, the two of us have not seen for a long time, the old people rarely meet, do not be in a hurry to go well. Come, I have brewed a pot of good tea here, with me to taste. Wang Zhou sat himself on one side of the tea house, looking at Chen with a smile on his face. Wang Chen estimated his own force value and Wang Xiaoyao's force value. He resignedly moved to the other side of the tea house and... Has anything been reviewed? Wang Chen immediately thought of that intelligence department team leader who was taken away by Wang Ghost. That team leader was the traitor with the biggest official position caught in the current review, and also the bait used by the chief to fish for fish, and this gentleman in front of him must know about it as well. He didn't hesitate to tell Wang Zhou about this team leader. The Ministry of Intelligence has found out that a team leader used the convenience of his position to leak a lot of classified information. A team leader doesn't have that much guts. Did you find out who's behind him? This. What, I can't know my rank. No. Wang Chen hurriedly denied. This gentleman's position in the Wang family was unquestionable. Even to a certain extent, his position was higher than the chief in the hearts of some people in the Wang family. After all, many of the Wang family's patriarchs over the years had relied on Wang Zhou's medicine in order to live for so long, and this man was currently the only person in the Wang family who had achieved longevity without side effects, and was the faith of many of the Wang family's younger generation. It's because my subordinate's ability is limited, and after investigating for a long time did not find the real mastermind behind the scenes. It was in Wang Zhou's expectation that Wang Chen couldn't find out, but one of his purposes for leaving Wang Chen behind this time was so that he could find out. It's true that you've done a poor job without any clues for so long. However, it's normal. Looking at Wang Chen's tense face, Wang Zhou's words changed. The chief showed me that team leader that day, and when I went back and inquired about this person, he didn't actually meet the conditions for the Wang family's senior selection, but he was quickly promoted to the position of team leader. Why do you think that is? Wang Chen pondered over the information he had investigated. This person has unique insights in intelligence analysis, outstanding ability, and although he is not a native born in the Wang family, it explains the reason for the promotion so quickly. Wan Zhou shook his finger at him, his eyes under the lenses glowed with an imperceptible dark purple color. This is just on the surface. There are a lot of capable people in the Wang family, so why him? I know that your Department of Computing was busy with the Great Purge, and didn't pay too much attention to this kind of minutiae, so I asked someone to look into it carefully. Wan Zhou got up and picked up a file from his desk and handed it to Wang Chen. Look at what I found out. Chapter 101. The coach is definitely a real person. Wang Chen respectfully took it and carefully looked up the document. Gradually his face looked shocked. He finished reading all the contents and looked at Wan Zhou in shock. This guy is even related to the top of the finance department? Wan Zhou took off his glasses and carefully wiped the lenses. Under the sunlight outside the window, Wan Zhou's pupils were a little purple. Wang Chen looked at Wan Zhou in a bit of a trance, but he immediately reacted and spat hard in his heart at what he had just done. How could he be confused about his future husband's face? That's the truth, but my people can only look into it to this extent. Professional things have to be left to professionals. I've already found the direction for you. It's up to you to find out what you can. Wang Chen bowed deeply to Wan Zhou. Thank you, sir. My subordinate will definitely live up to sir's teachings. There's no need to be polite. I'm the other head of the Wang family after all. Wang Chen straightened up and asked Wan Zhou with some hesitation, Sir, you can just have your men inform my subordinate of these matters. Why did you go to such great lengths to ask my subordinate to come here? That's right, finally got to the key. Wan Zhou's demeanor was a bit exasperated. This is also the second thing I want to tell you. I don't want anyone else to know that I gave you this file. The Wang family has existed long enough that he is no longer as pure as he once was, and when the last chief was still alive, I sensed that the Wang family might follow the same path as the Zhang family. One would have thought a power shuffle from the bottom would have prevented this from happening. But over the years, I've noticed that hint coming up again and again, and I can't be that reformer every time, so I'd like you to take up the slack. Xiao Yao's future husband is also going to have some merit. Wang Chen looked at Wan Zhou's eyes that implied encouragement and gratification. He suddenly surged with enthusiasm. Please rest assured, my subordinate will do his best and will not let you down. Wan Zhou snorted coldly. I had people invite you 100 times before, but you kept putting it off. Now you're happy to do it. Wang Chen was obviously in his 30s, but he still blushed with old age in the face of Wan Zhou's words. I thought you were trying to pull the wool over my eyes. You put it euphemistically. You must have thought at the time that I was ganging up on you, trying to build up my own party, and maybe you even wondered if I was going to compete for the chief's position. Wang Chen smiled in embarrassment. I'm already the deputy chief of the Wang family, and I already have a long life. When Wang Sui steps down, the next one is bound to be me, so why should I bother fighting for it so much? Besides, I have no intention of taking that position. It is the subordinate who is narrow-minded. Wan Zhou waved his hand. The matter has been finished, just go about your business, don't reveal anything, it's still not too far or too close between us. Yes. Wang Chen tucked that file into his clothes and left the medical room after saying a few words to Wang Xiaoyao. Wan Zhou placed the pair of flat glasses on the edge of the table and lowered his head to contemplate his plan. In fact, disintegrating the Wang family is very simple, just like the Zhang family at one time. As long as there are factions, there will be struggles. He does not want to completely destroy the Wang family like the Nine sect. The Wang family, a family that has been entrenched for hundreds of years, is a great help to him. He wanted power, power that no one could cross, power that no one could decide whether he lived or died at will. He's going to get a piece of the Wang family, the Nine Gates, and the Zhang family. Tasker, there's no need for you to go around in such a big circle. You've used your phantom pupil to give him hints. It's entirely possible to hypnotize Wang Chen directly with your phantom pupil. How can you, an AI, fully understand human emotions? If I were to directly hypnotize the top brass, the Wang family one by one, not to mention Wang Sui, the people around these top brass noticed that the gap between these people's behavior before and after was too big, guess if they would report it to? Wan Zhou rolled his eyes. This system was changing the topic again, but mentioning this carry-on coach, Wan Zhou put his consciousness into the system page. He had been following this coach to train properly in the past few days, only that Wan Zhou always felt something strange in his heart, not that there was something wrong with the training method, but it was simply directed at this coach himself. Wan Zhou's consciousness hovered over the training ground, and as he did, his coach appeared in the center of the field. The man was tall and fit, with bulging muscles wrapped under his system-provided training suit, fitting his vision of a trainer, but strangely, the trainer wore a mask over his head, so that he couldn't even see his eyes. If it was just that, Wonjo wouldn't have taken him to heart, but during several training sessions, Wonjo vaguely felt that this coach seemed to have a mind of his own. And this strange coach took extra care of him like he knew him already, but Manboat was sure he hadn't seen anyone with such a good figure in his neighborhood. There you are. A mechanical voice came out from that trainer. Wonjo stood in front of him and nodded. What are you learning today? First, practice the basic stances I taught you. Your base is too weak, and it will take a lot of effort to refine it quickly. Listen, this coach's words smell human, and when you hear it, it's not a human machine like the system. Wonjo stood upright and followed the coach's movements, one move at a time, and began to gesticulate. At first it was just a warm-up, then the coach's speed became faster and faster, but the man was not worthy of being a coach. He could always find Wonjo's critical speed, and then just keep it up. A little more and I wouldn't be able to keep up, a little less and I'd still have something left in the tank. This coach has some skills. Concentrate. Wonjo hit a wrong movement, and the coach immediately spoke out. Don't have too many distractions in your mind. The system's training ground didn't have sunrise and sunset, and Wonjo didn't know how long he had been training with this trainer where that trainer suddenly called a halt. It's dinner time, so go ahead and leave. I don't feel hungry, carry on. I have a feeling I'll be able to fully master this set of takedowns with a little more practice. Wonjo wiped the sweat on his head. In the training ground, although the stamina value recovered quickly, however, his physical fitness and basic metabolism were the same as outside. After practicing for so long, he was as good as out of the water. Wringing the hem of his shirt could wring out sweat. The coach did not let him continue, put down 3 meals must be eaten on time, health is very important, and kicked Wonjo out of the training field. Wonjo had only one sentence in his mind the moment he was kicked out. This is definitely a real person. Chapter 102: The System's Wimpy Counterattack. Wonjo is busy, very busy, exceptionally busy. These days he was busy making all of the precious herbs that the Wang family had searched for into finished medicinal powders and pills, and then loading them all into his storage space. He had already emptied all 12 storage compartments. Because the storage compartments had no time flow, there was no fear of losing the medicinal effect, and he had dealt with all of those medicinal herbs that could not be made into finished products. He purposely asked Wang Yuan to find a few large bags and boxes that could fit many people, so he didn't have to use 5 storage compartments to fit so little like before. Now Wonjo has 3 semi-finished products and 3 finished products in 12 compartments. If not for the fear of reporting too much damage for people to notice, Wonjo can empty the entire laboratory. Those antiques were also repacked in a compartment by Wonjo. Those supplies of Aining he all let Wang Yuan deal with. After all, they are all outdated guys and gals now. He asked for a lot of supplies from the Wang family's action team and packed 2 compartments full of them. Of course that is Wang Yin went out to do the mission to go, otherwise Wonjo would go out to make preparations to apply for supplies really not necessarily so smooth. Sir, this is the yellow paper and vermilion sand you asked for, both of which are a fine material. Wang Yuan carried a huge suitcase into Wonjo's office and Wonjo nodded his head signaling him to put it down and leave. However, Wang Yuan still stood there, looking at Wonjo with some entanglement. Something's up. Sir, Minister Tong of the Logistics Department has been a bit opinionated these past few days. She's had a few microaggressions about your requests these days, as well as this matter of you dismantling the office's surveillance. Anasuk has approached me quite a few times. Don't worry about them. Wang Tong again have a problem with cutting the supply of drugs to their department, one by one, is the most old undead in her department, without S037, she Wang Tong this minister's position is not stable. Wang Ghost's place too, let him tell me to my face if he has an opinion. No, let Wang Sui tell me to my face. If Wang Sui doesn't come, everything else is fart. Yes. These days Wonjo's movements were frequent. Many of the top management knew that Wonjo wouldn't stay in the Wang family for a long time, and all of the various cowboys and devils began to inquire about what Wonjo was going to do when he left the Wang family. This was the second step of Wonjo's plan before he left. He would reveal that he had been able to develop a more effective longevity medicine, but due to the preciousness of the medicinal materials, the finished product produced was limited, thus causing those old guys in the Wang family to come down, and stirring up the pond that was the Wang family completely. Tasker, the system is also useful, and that longevity prescription helped the tasker as well. Snort, even if there's no rewarding longevity medicine formula, I can still claim that there is. With the longevity medicine I developed earlier, they can only take my word for it. Empty gloves for nothing, understand, little punk. The system had once again shut itself down, and Wonjo had found a way to both not be warned by the system and zap the system hard. Ding, the main mission is released. Ask the tasker to kill the traveler bye-bye. The mission duration is 3 days. The failure penalty is obliteration. The sudden mission made Wonjo not react. This seemed to be the second traveler in the current timeline, right? Wang Zhou was suddenly a little excited. The 3-day limit meant that this traveler was not far away from him, and he could not leave the Wang family for 3 days, so this traveler wore into a Wang family. He received the suitcase he had prepared for Changchuan earlier into his space and immediately called in Lao. Elder, have any unconscious or fatally injured woofers visited your medical room or hospital recently? The medical room is not available. Good, then please keep an eye on the hospital side. Wang Zhou hung up the phone, the thought in his mind, in case this traverser is an ordinary traverser, only let the elderly focus on the injured or too one-sided. He immediately called Wang Xiaoyao. This girl is the Wang family's mishmash, the bottom members of the Wang family she is basically able to focus on, and then to Wang Yuan, he in the departments of the senior liaison of the higher level is more. The top of the Wang family will be handed over to him to pay attention to it. Wang Zhou was in a good mood. In a sense, this was the first traveler that Wang Zhou was able to target on his own. The previous ones were either taken care of by a diversion or he himself was too restricted, and the deaths of those travelers were not difficult at all. This traveler he was going to play nice and try to keep him from dying so fast. Wang Zhou waited left and right until 2 days had passed, but there was no news at all. He was a bit puzzled. Was the quality of the travelers this time so high? Surprisingly, they could last 2 days under his all-round search? Can't wait any longer, there's still a day left, and with a traveler of this caliber I'm going to do it myself. Wang Zhou excitedly got up and took off his work tag to go around the Wang family base. Ding, quest kill White Cypress the Traveler, completed. 1 boat? System rewards are now issued, storage compartment upgraded to storage space, points increased by 1000. Storage space, the existing storage compartment is converted to 4 cubic meters in accordance with 3 compartments to 1 cubic meter, and the user can take any item in it at will. Note, live animals may not be accessed. System. Wang Zhou was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Did you do it on purpose? The system doesn't understand the taskmaster. Don't you dare pretend to be innocent here. How did that bull traveler suddenly die on his own, and why was that reward a storage compartment upgrade? Do you know how much effort I've wasted organizing those grids? It's so hard to make full use of them, and now you're putting them together for me. Wang Zhou took a look at this storage space now in the scene, suddenly 2 eyes black. He organized not organized all crowded together, although there is still space to access the items. But Wang Zhou, how this breath cannot swallow. System you hashtag percent hashtag hashtag, you host dollar hashtag at hashtag, you data hashtag hashtag hashtag. Ding, malicious attack detected. Ding, malicious attack detected. Ding, malicious attack detected, accumulated 3 times, random punishment selected coma buff. System, you. Wang Zhou suddenly blackened his eyes and his body fell down off his feet. In his last memory, it seemed like he was caught by someone and didn't fall straight to the ground. But when he tried to see the person, he fainted. Knock, knock, knock. Sir, this is Wang Yuan, are you in your office? Sir, I have the results of what you asked me to look into. Sir? Wang Yuan frowned. Mr. did not leave the technical department. No one in the lab, it would have to be in the office. He gripped the doorknob and gave it a slight push. I'm coming in, sir. Wang Yuan saw Wang Zhou lying on the table. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't know you were resting. But the person on the table did not move, as if he did not hear, and with a sudden alarm in his heart, he stepped forward and gently pushed Wang Zhou. Sir, sir. Chapter 103, Exposed. What's going on? Why aren't people waking up after all this time? Wang Yuan, you are Ark's assistant. Wang Xiaoyao, you are Ark's bodyguard. The 2 of you don't need to follow Ark if you can't watch one person. TSK, what are you arguing about? A somewhat raspy voice came from the hospital bed, and Wang Zhou rubbed his somewhat dizzy brain and unhappily told the voice to shut up. Ark, you're finally awake. Wang Sui reached out and helped Wang Zhou up. Wang Zhou shook off Wang Sui's hand as he looked around. It wasn't the same medical room as the old man's. Where is this? How long have I been unconscious? Base hospital, it's been the day before yesterday that you passed out. Wang Sui, who had disappeared for a long time, once again appeared in front of Man Boat and turned into that gentle face again, as if the matter of almost sucking Man Boat dry once didn't exist. Wang Zhou gave him a disgusted look and then looked at Wang Yuan and Wang Xiaoyao, who were standing on the side in punishment. What are you doing standing there? There are so many things to do in the lab, all of you are busy with your business. Those 2 men raised their eyes and glanced at Wang Sui, who waved his hand at them, and they immediately retreated. Wang Zhou leaned on the bed, his hands clasping his chest, not looking at Wang Sui on the side, who poured him a cup of water and handed it to him. The doctors couldn't find out the reason for your coma this time. Does Ark know why? Wang Zhou slowly finished this cup of water. His dry throat was relieved. He looked at Wang Sui, who was sitting on a chair aside. This person looked like he cared a lot about himself in front of those people, but now he started to test himself. Trying the medicine, just didn't get the dosage right. Wanzhou had a flat face as if he was talking about what to eat tonight. Wang Sui just looked at Wanzhou so fixedly, and only after a long time did he let out a light laugh. Letting those experimental subjects in the jail do things like testing drugs is fine. Ark still needs to pay more attention to his body. Wanzhou hooked his lips as a response to Wang Sui. Wang Sui got up and came to the side of Wanzhou's hospital bed. He sat beside Wanzhou's legs and looked lovingly at Wanzhou. "Zhou, must you go in person?" His voice was low, his face with reluctance. That look would make anyone who saw it subconsciously soften their heart. But Wanzhou only found it funny. He suddenly looked up, straight into Wang Sui's eyes, and sure enough, there was a trace of true love in those eyes, but the rest was all calculations. "Wang Sui, no one else is around, you and I know each other, so just say what you have to say, there's no need to use such poor tactics." Seeing that Wanzhou really didn't show any signs of loosening up, Wang Sui also put away the idea of feigning pity. Unfortunately, Ming Ming used one as a child. "Double the blood each time you leave." "Yes, but why do you need my blood so badly?" Wanzhou bluntly opened his mouth to ask. His eyes contained a ghostly light, and there appeared to be something flashing under his dark pupils. Wang Sui's eyes instantly went cold. Instantly standing up and pulling away from Wanzhou, he pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Wanzhou, his voice incomparably chilly. "What did you just do?" Wanzhou's face was blank and slightly puzzled. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Wang Sui's eyes narrowed slightly, cautiously gauging Wanzhou's movements and expression. "You're lying. Just now my brain suddenly got a little foggy. Don't lie to me." Wanzhou secretly said that it was not good. Had he known that this person was so perceptive, he did not even give him a hint. "You know my temper, and if you don't tell me, that man will be your downfall that day." Wanzhou smiled helplessly, his face was a bit posed. "I really didn't expect that you would be able to find out even such a little bit," he said, raising his right hand up, only to see a bit of white powder on his index finger and thumb, just a little bit of psychedelic, for hypnosis. Saying that, Wanzhou tapped the bit of medicinal powder on his fingers clean. "How dare you use these tactics on me as well? How come you're only allowed to almost suck me dry and I'm not allowed to fight back?" Wanzhou's eyes were provocative and full of indifference. Wang Sui also put the pistol away. "There will be no next time. Wang Yi will be back soon. He is responsible for the security of you leaving the Wang family. Discuss it with him before you leave." Wang Sui took one last look at Wanzhou before leaving. "Be at peace." Bang! Wanzhou looked at the door that was closed and he grimaced. Phantom pupil is too easy to be discovered. He only slightly called a little bit by Wang Sui noticed. Fortunately he was prepared, from the storage space to take a little powder emergency. If Wang Sui in his destruction of evidence first step before checking the powder on his fingers, will find that it is not psychedelic medicine at all, is just an ordinary tonic. Tasker, the system upgraded storage space is also very useful, right? Otherwise, you cannot even take out a small vial of medicine. If it is still a storage compartment, you can take out a large grid of things it. Roll. Wang Yuan and Wang Xiao entered Wanzhou's hospital room one after the other only after sending Wang Sui away. They didn't even listen to Wanzhou's words to go back to the lab but stayed outside to keep watch. Wang Xiao jumped to Wanzhou's hospital bed in a flash. Her eyes were red. It looked like she hadn't cried much. "Uncle Boat, why are you so careless? Don't try the medicine yourself, okay? You scared me to death," said she bawled again. Wanzhou helpless, he gently swung Wang Xiaogao's back, to give this crying on the air girl to smooth. Wanzhou cried a little. There was no way, it was his own problem. "But after you passed out, my subordinates checked the surveillance in the corridor outside your office, and there were no suspicious people coming in or out after you went in." After hearing Wang Yuan's words, Wanzhou always felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have forgotten something. "System, did someone appear in my office before I passed out?" "No, taskmaster, are you hallucinating after passing out?" "But I was clearly supposed to fall on the floor, so why did Wang Yuan say I passed out on the table?" "The system is not clear, please explore by yourself." Wanzhou rolled his eyes in his mind. The system would just play dumb. As Wang Yuan watched Wanzhou fall into deep thought, he pondered over the question Wanzhou had asked and he suddenly had a bold guess. "Sir, your coma was caused by an outsider? Someone has infiltrated your room?" Wanzhou glanced at him. "Remember, my coma was caused by a drug test." "Yes." Wang Yuan hurriedly bowed his head. "Then do we need to investigate the authenticity of the surveillance?" Wanzhou shook his head. He had a feeling that this person was not something that Wang Yuan could find out. He was about to leave the Wang family. There were a lot of things that he still had to do for Wang Yuan. There was no need to delay in this matter. "You said you were going to brief me that day. Tell me about it." "I followed your instructions and paid attention to whether there were any recent abnormalities at the top level of each department, and it turned out that one of the top level of the operations department was suddenly replaced by someone, exactly on the day you asked me to look into it." I had someone check it out and found out that this senior was taken away by the Department of Computing. You said that if there was anything you could privately approach Minister Wang Sum, so I'll look for Minister Sum to find out more about this man. Sam said that this man was seriously injured in an operation and fell into a coma. He had been recuperating in the hospital. He woke up a few days ago, but his strange behavior after he woke up was reported by the people around him, so the Department of Transportation took him away for an evaluation, and found that this man's loyalty was not up to par at all. It was later handed over to intelligence, supposedly interrogated by the chief himself, and by the time I got the news, the man was dead. Wanzhou lost a smile in his heart, thanks to him thinking how powerful this person was. It turned out to be caught at the beginning. I hope that all the travelers encountered in the future will be like this, and take the rewards for nothing without using any effort. It was getting closer and closer to the day he had agreed to leave with Wang Sui, and these days the Wang family was in a state of darkness. The news that Wanzhou was going to leave the Wang family to look for new herbs to make the longevity pill was not a secret among the Wang family's senior management, and these days there were many people explicitly and implicitly making overtures to Wanzhou. But on the surface Wanzhou has not seen anyone. Wang Sui is after all the real leader. If Wang Sui is compared to the ancient emperor, then Wanzhou, this identity and ability, can only be the emperor's pure ministers, but also have to be pure ministers. But whenever he showed the slightest bit of dissent, Wang Sui would immediately lock him up, and although he would not kill him, he would never let him go free again. Wang Sui, this person is very shrewd. He seems to hold himself high. In fact, in addition to the Ministry of Technology, that other department does not give Wanzhou room to intervene. Otherwise, for so many years, why Wanzhou delayed to pull any other minister? But in one aspect, Wang Sui was incredibly arrogant. He never put Wanzhou in his eyes, probably because Wanzhou's many previous failed attempts to escape made him feel that Wanzhou would never be able to run out of the palm of his hand. Those people's gesture of goodwill towards Wanzhou, Wang Sui was in his eyes. He was satisfied with Wanzhou's closed-door behavior. A good kitten can be rewarded by its master. Wang Ghost, let Wang Yi know and tell him to cooperate with Wanzhou's actions this time and not to trip him up. Yes. Wang Yi just finished his mission outside yesterday. After Wanzhou learned that Wang Yi returned to the news of the Wang family, he immediately asked Wang Yuan to invite Wang Yi to discuss the security of going out to look for medicines. In his conception, Wang Yi will certainly have to drag on for a long time before he will come to see him. Who knows that Wang Yi even agreed to do it in one mouthful, and immediately followed Wang Yuan to Wanzhou's office. The two sat face to face at the parlor table. Wang Yi took a sip of tea with a feigned reserve. Ha, your tea-making skills are still as impressive as ever. Wan Boat, blank stare. TSK, a big old man knows about tea. This is a defective product and you can't even drink it. You can really pretend. Ha, you've grown a lot on a mission. You're getting more and more svelte. Fake smile boy Wan Boat is online and is very unhappy to be at your service. The duo engaged in a friendly business blow by blow, as if the former barriers were completely non-existent. Seeing that Wang Yi had finished 2 cups of tea, only then did Wanzhou begin to get to the point. What are Ministry Yi's plans for revitalizing Yunnaik this time? Wang Yi looked serious, his brows slightly furrowed. This matter is more difficult. Our layouts in Hangzhou and Kyoto have been disrupted. I went on this mission to revive the intelligence networks in the 2 places, but the results are not optimistic. Although the initial system has been set up, there is a shortage of people in all parts of the system. Short of people? There's an opening. Our re-entry into the 9 gates this time is tantamount to a clear license, which doesn't really fit with our usual style, and I'm actually puzzled as to how the chieftain could agree to your request. Wanzhou poured as much tea as he could from his cup onto that purple toadstool. You just came back. Of course you don't know the inside story. This time it was necessary to rejoin the Youngmakers. S037 can no longer satisfy the clan's needs. I have developed a more effective longevity medicine in the past few years. It's just that the medicinal herbs needed are precious, and some of them can only be obtained by relying on the connections I've accumulated in Cloud Mist. Wang Yi suddenly realized. He nodded. If that's the case, then it is indeed necessary. This time I will fully cooperate with you, and the manpower will also be used tightly on your side. Wanzhou was waiting for his words. My request is simple. Operations needs to equip me with a squad like before, with Winky still serving as the leader, and this squad is fully disguised and hidden in the shadows. I'm responsible for the basic running of the Cloudmakers myself, and the clan can't provide me with any explicit support. If I show up this time, I'm bound to be watched by the 9 sect, but no matter what, you can't intervene, and the contacts I've accumulated over the years will smooth things over for me. In order not to be followed by the 9 gates and the officials, no eye of the Wang family can exist around me except for that squad at my disposal. Wang Yi bowed his head and thought for a long time. There are some that I can't decide on. I'll tell you after I ask the chief for instructions. Chapter 105, Returning to Hangzhou. Things went beyond imagination. All the requests made by Wanzhou were met. Wanzhou explained to Wang Yuan to take care of Wang Xiaoyao and Enlao, and everything went according to plan. Taking advantage of the night, Wang Zhou and his group left the Wang family base. The driver was Wang Qi. The squad sent by Wang Yi left earlier than them. The supplies for Wang Zhou to rebuild the cloud interceptor would be delivered by them earlier. "Sir, I didn't think you'd let me follow you." Wang Zhou, who was holding his cell phone to send a message, raised his head and smiled faintly into the rearview mirror. "You followed me for so many years, I definitely won't forget you." Wang Qi was moved to show his loyalty to Wang Zhou, and Wang Zhou responded in a chorus like a knowledgeable superior. "Tasker, do you really think Wang Qi is a good subordinate, and you don't mind if he has thoughts about you?" "Little trash, human feelings you have to learn. It's not true that Wang Qi has thoughts about me, but he has a thief's heart but not a thief's guts. Even if I really fall into his hands without any resistance, he would only beg me to take a look at him. Besides, he's the brother of the head of the Wang family's family, so guess what I used to go through so much trouble to tease him for? I'll study hard." The corner of Wang Zhou's mouth hooked as he pretended to be curious and tested the system. "I'm about to return to the main character group. Don't you have anything you want to say?" "What does the Tasker want to hear?" "I remember that you advised me to join the protagonist group when I was about to escape. Why don't you proceed to advise me now?" The system has always been based on the premise of mission completion, and the situation at that time was such that it was the optimal solution for the missioner to stay by the side of the protagonist group, which would best guarantee the mission completion rate. It's also optimal for the taskmaster to decide to leave the Wang family now. Wang Zhou's mind turned. "I have a question I've been wanting to ask you." "Tasker, please say." "The night I escaped, that precognitive dream of Wu Qi, was it you who did it?" "Not." Wang Zhou rubbed the phone in his hand. With his understanding of the system, it just answer is all true. It cannot answer it will play dumb or simply play dead. It would be interesting to see if Wu Qi's precognitive dream wasn't the work of the system. There were many possibilities and he couldn't figure out what it was at the moment. It didn't matter though, he had plenty of plans, and if one path didn't work, he'd move on to the next. "Sir, it's a long journey, let's rest at the inn in front first." With Wang Zhou's consent, Wang Qi parked the car on the side of the road, and the two of them grabbed their own luggage and went to check in. Wang Qi now under the alias of Lin Muni, and Wang Zhou also made a slight disguise under the alias of Su Qing. Wang Qi had intended to book one room, but changed it to two at Wang Zhou's request. Wang Zhou checked the whole room once, found no problem, used the room's landline to make a phone call. The phone rang 3 times after Wang Zhou hung up, waited for a minute, Wang Zhou called again, this time after ringing 3 times was immediately picked up. "Sir." A beautiful female voice reached Wang Zhou's ears. "I'll arrive in Hangzhou the day after tomorrow, so let the kids get moving. Spring in Hangzhou is very beautiful, especially the West Lake, the water sparkling in the breeze, the lake willow shoots green, swaying in the wind." Wang Zhou, dressed in a black coat, wearing a duck-tongue cap on his head and a pair of sunglasses on his face, dragging a suit in his hand, was strolling along the stone pathway of. He taped the piece of paper to the most prominent wall outside the front door and then slapped the door shut for dinner. Outside the building of the restaurant is very good, the West Lake vinegar fish is also very fish. Wang Zhou every time he came to order on this dish, no other meaning, pure disbelief. What he didn't know was that when the doors of the Cloud Chamberlain opened, scouts from various forces immediately sent messages to the bosses behind them, and bigwigs from all sides were attracted by the news of the Cloud Chamberlain's opening. When Wang Zhou had just gone back to make himself a good pot of tea, the door of the Cloud Room guest was knocked on. "Knock knock. Boss Wan, you're back from your vacation." A middle-aged man with an ordinary-looking and small stature appeared at the entrance of Yunmake, and Wang Zhou got up and greeted this person with a smile. "So it's Boss Lu, come on in, I just brewed a pot of fine dragon well, come and taste it." This person surnamed Lu, the road is known as the Old Lu, is famous among the Hangzhou ruffians and hooligans smooth ear. What news on the road he will be the first to know. Old Lu's arrival is considered within the expectations of Wang Zhou. Lao Lu opened a cybercafe, but behind the scenes to do is the intelligence trade. Wang Zhou often to buy information from Lao Lu, one by one. The relationship between the two in private is quite good. "Boss Wan, since you suddenly left before New Year's Eve, it's been a few months now, you're good to leave without leaving an accurate message, many big shots on the road asked me." Wang Zhou was dumbfounded when he heard these outrageous rumors. He asked Old Lu in amusement, "I say Brother Lu, you won't really believe it." "Of course I don't believe it, but those people say it with a nose for it, and I can't believe it when there are so many people saying it." Chapter 106, Fong Yun, Wu Qi. "So what the hell is going on? It's not really true that you've gone off to practice immortality like those people said, is it?" "Alas, this matter is not as mysterious as they say. I really just went to search for medicine, only this herb is precious. I looked for a lot of places did not find, just meet the new year, just by the way to give themselves a vacation." Old Lu, a face of disbelief. You just swindle me. You go after not hired two shopkeeper. Those two people are who come also ignore. All day is to ship goods out. Ask is to help you deal with the accumulation of the old single. But this new single is a do not pick up. How do you let people see? Wanzhou smiled awkwardly, so it did sound like he was going to roll over and quit. Not taking new orders is also not planned window open again, but since I'm back, then the business is still going to be done in the future, and in this regard, I still have to rely more on Boss Lu Ah. Old Lu laughed out loud. Boss Wan is polite, we have a good relationship, I'll give you a message in private. Old Lu cautiously surveyed the surroundings, shortened his body to get close to Wanzhou, voice lowered. After you left, your store has always been watched by someone. I have inquired about it. The fish and dragons are mixed with everything, and even changed many of the people who have been watching, so pay attention to yourself. Wanzhou nodded and raised his teacup to honor Old Lu. Many thanks. Old Lu did not stay here for a long time. He had to go back to the internet cafe to sit on the table. The words of the Old Lu let Wanzhou heart thoughts. He about can think of those forces will be staring at him, but really let him specific to the person is still a little difficult. Wanzhou took out his spare cell phone in his bedroom and edited a message to send it out. Then he got up and closed the door of Yunmake. He closed the door for these few days first to simmer down those people in the dark. Although the door is closed, but Wanzhou these days have not been idle. Many of his old customers called one by one to greet him. His store landline all day and night there is a phone ringing. A little bit of free time will be someone to interview. Probably because the offer he gave was really good, there was a steady stream of people coming for interviews, and no sooner had he finished talking to a business tycoon than the door to his store was knocked on again. Wanzhou went to open the door and a lively and generous-looking girl stood at the door with a smile on her face looking at Wanzhou. Hello, I see you're hiring, can I find out more? Wanzhou also put on a smile to welcome the girl through the door. Yes, please come in. The two sat down, and Wanzhou looked warmly at the girl who was not the least bit uncomfortable, but rather happy. Sir, my name is Ji Xiaoyun, I've worked in related jobs before, and I've learned some kung fu. I've worked as a bodyguard before, and I also know about medicinal herbs and tea, so you'll see if I'm qualified for this job. Wanzhou extended his right hand with a solemn face. Congratulations Ms. Ji, you've joined the team. Ji Xiaoyun also seriously reached out and shook hands with Wanzhou, then puffed, Sir, is it not too good for you to let me succeed in the interview so easily? I've heard that a lot of people came to the interview in the past few days, and there were a lot of good conditions, but you didn't keep any of them. You girl, it took you so long to come. If you had arrived earlier, wouldn't I not have had to interview them? Hurry up, there are so many things to do in the store, just waiting for you. Wanzhou turned his eyes and changed his face. He peeled out the cleaning tools from the corner. These days he was exhausted alone, just waiting for this girl to come. Ji Xiaoyun, also known as Fang Yun, she was one of the children that Wanzhou had sponsored to raise after leaving the Wang family. Fang Chang was the eldest brother and Fang Yun was the eldest sister. The two of them and Fang Xiao were the three oldest children, and were also the heart of the Fang family after Wanzhou founded it. When Wanzhou heard Wang Yi say that there were not enough eyes in Hangzhou and Kyoto to deploy manpower to him, he had already planned to let the forces he had cultivated over the years to take over the stall left behind by the previous Wang families. Fang Yun was the one he chose to put in the open. In the following days, Wanzhou took down the recruitment notice, brought Fang Yun to contact the previous suppliers of medicinal herbs and tea leaves, imported several batches of medicinal herbs and tea leaves, and also replenished the tools that had been moved by Xie Yuchen to the other courtyard, and the supplies provided by the Wang family were also allowed to be mixed with these medicinal herbs and tea leaves and shipped into the cloud room guests. After a few months, the famous Yunmake on the road is once again open for business. Sir, we have too much demand for orders, two people are a bit busy. Ji Xiaoyun flipped through the stacks and stacks of orders, looked at Wanzhou sadly. Wanzhou, a calculation, indeed. He took out a pen and paper, a wave of the hand, almost exactly the same job announcement once again reappeared. It hadn't been long since it had been posted, when there was another knock on the door of their Yunmaker. Here it comes, wait a minute. Ji Xiaoyun put down the pestle and mortar in her hands and clapped her hands to go to the front door to welcome the guests. Wanzhou was still counting the inventory when Ji Xiaoyun's loud voice shouted at Wanzhou. Boss, someone's here for an interview. Wanzhou's eyes lit up as he came to the labor force. He immediately dropped the ledger in his hands and ran to the door as a man was welcomed in by Ji Xiaoyun. As soon as Wanzhou and the man locked eyes, he immediately froze a little. Wuqi. In the tea room on the second floor of the cloud room inn, Wuqi and Wanzhou were sitting face to face on both sides of the tea table. Ji Xiaoyun served a pot of tea to both of them and retreated. Wuqi picked up the teapot and poured it for the two of them. Brother Zhou, after so many years your Westlake Longjing here is still the best I've ever had. Wanzhou rubbed the teacup that was a bit hot, a slight smile on his face. I still have this store open, come and drink often when you have time in the future. The duo's conversation is clearly not much different than it once was, but it always feels like there's a layer of separation in between. Wu Qi was silent for a long time. Why did you come back again? For my business, of course. How the woofers let you go? What's so hard about it? The Wang family isn't afraid of me running away. Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou's full of concern. He couldn't tell you how sad he felt in his heart. Is that chief of the Wang family giving you a hard time again? Tell me the truth. Are you being controlled by the Wang family? Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi. His eyes flickered as he lightly spat a few words out of his mouth. Guanzhen? Wu Qi shook his head with a bitter smile. Not really. Wanzhou's expression was a bit serious as he quickly analyzed what the current Wu Qi was really like, with the kind of depth of the evil emperor and the kind of affinity in the early stages. Looking at the grief in Wu Qi's eyes, Wanzhou was incredibly puzzled. What was he sad about? Have all the futures that Wu Wei has viewed gone to the time period after Sekigane? You received Zhang Qiling? Chapter 107 Wu Qi's Show of Approach. Wu Qi nodded. Got it. Since that's the case, it means that you already know the address of the Wang family's base. What are you doing here with me if you don't hurry to overthrow the Wang family? Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou's flat reaction. He suddenly laughed. If I do this, the timeline won't be disrupted. When these words came out, Wanzhou's eyes sharpened and stared dead at Wu Qi in front of him, and the system in his head let out a sharp burst. Ah! How does the protagonist know about the timeline? Did he awaken his consciousness? It's over, it's over. Wanzhou was also caught off guard by Wu Qi's words, but he quickly calmed down and fiercely scolded the system that added to the chaos in his mind. Shut up! When Renqingqing brought them to foresee the future, you should have expected this situation. Wu Qi just knew the timeline. It's not that serious. Boat, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with what I said? Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou half a day without saying anything. He deliberately looked at Wanzhou with a blank look on his face, as if he didn't even realize how much of a shock the words he uttered brought to Wanzhou. Wu Qi, what do you mean by timeline? How come I can't understand some of it? Wu Qi poured himself another cup of hot tea and brought it to his mouth and gently blew the floating foam on it, and the rising heat blurred Wu Qi's eyebrows, and his complexion was covered under the dense heat, so that Wanzhou couldn't see clearly. He put down his teacup and gave a smile to Wanzhou. It's the timeline I experienced when I saw the future. I'm now considered to be the one holding the script. In order to make sure there are no mistakes, of course I have to go with the timeline, otherwise if I do something to change the future, this script won't be useless. Although Wanzhou still had doubts in his heart, on the surface he followed Wu Qi's words. You are also right to consider it this way. Did you come to me this time to tell me this? Of course not. I heard that your store is opening and you were short of manpower. I saw that you have a recruitment notice posted outside and thought I'd ask if you need me to help you. Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi with an uncertain expression. What's the situation? He should only have been away for about a month, right? How does it feel that the identity exposure was a matter of a past life? Or is the inclusiveness of the current people too strong? If he did not have problems with his memories, Wu Xiat and himself are the relationship of the enemy, right? Before he came back, he expected that he would temporarily form an alliance with the 9 sects in the future, but he didn't think that it would be so harmonious right from the start. Did Wu Qi's brain have a stroke? Wanzhou thought so in his heart and asked so on his face. Wu Qi is going to send concern to the enemy face to face. It's not a big deal for him to ask directly face to face, right? Wu Qi laughed a few times. Brother Zhou, just this makes you start doubting my intelligence. If I tell you more, are you going to start doubting this world immediately? Wanzhou had a wary look on his face. Wu Qi's words didn't sound right. He felt as if something was starting to go out of his control. Tell me about it. I'm a very receptive person. I should be able to handle it. Looking at Wanzhou's appearance like an enemy, Wu Qi didn't scare Wanzhou anymore. There are some things that are inconvenient for you to know right now. You will always understand in the future. I just want to tell you this time that the 9 sect can be your help in dealing with the matter of the Wang family. When he said this, Wu Qi exuded the aura of a superior person from the inside out, and at this time, Wu Qi was incomparably close to the ruthless and shrewd master Wu Xiaofuo in Wanzhou's memory. Tasker, this is a good opportunity. Work with Wu Qi and you'll be able to take down the Wang family in no time. What do you know? There's no such thing as a free lunch or a good thing that falls out of the sky. If he can help me, he must be trying to get something from me. What about the conditions? I don't believe the 9 sects will help me unconditionally, and you don't represent the 9 sects right now. Wu Qi casually straightened his cuffs as he leaned back in his chair, his entire aura introspective as if he was in a business meeting. The black blind man's eyes, the little brother guarding the door for 10 years. It's true that I can't represent the 9 gates right now, but soon I will be able to. Wanzhou looked at Wu Qi's confident appearance. He thought about the future evil emperor's ability and chose to believe Wu Qi. Are these the only conditions? The deal I used to save my life before doesn't change at all? These two are the requirements for the Wu family Xia family to help you, in order to gain the support of the entire 9 sect. there has to be a deeper level of cooperation between us. It's not convenient to go into all the specifics, so let's talk about it in detail when we're all together. Wanzhou knew the people waiting were the other four, and he nodded with understanding. So you came this time just to show your. If he reaches a cooperation with Wu Qi and the others now, Xie Yuchen's side of the small action cannot be engaged in, and even have to support the Xie family, but he has laid down such a big net, it is very difficult for him not to engage in it. Tasker, isn't your first goal to break away from the Wang family? If you cooperate with the Nine Sect, the Wang family will soon be in your pocket, and when you annex the Wang family, won't your power be greater than the Nine Sect, and then it will be the Nine Sect that will be dependent on you. Right, when he annexed the Wang family, the Nine Sect would still be at hand, and the Zhang family would be just around the corner. Wanzhou agreed to Wu Qi's invitation to cooperate. Yes, but allow me to plan the specific cooperation. Wu Qi smiled brightly at Wanzhou. I knew you would agree. Now that we've reached an agreement to work together, there's one question I'd still like to get an answer from you. Chapter 108 Strange Words. Wanzhou spared a moment to signal Wu Qi to continue. You've always wanted to go back to the Wolf family before, is it because the Wolf family used some means to control you? A paroxysm of pain came from his fingertips, and Wanzhou's fingertips were pinched out by his fingernails to make a small crescent, and he secretly pondered whether or not to confess this matter to Wu Qi. He calculated that this blood compulsion would be incredibly difficult to solve. Perhaps with the help of the protagonist's Qi luck he would be able to find all the medicinal herbs to deal with the blood compulsion more quickly. You guessed right, I am indeed subject to the Wang family. Many years ago, the leader of the Wang family planted a blood parasite in me. It will strike about once a month or so, and only by taking the antidote will it not hurt. Wanzhou's tone was flat, as if he was chatting with Wu Qi about family matters. His couldn't care less look made Wu Qi a little sour, and he tried to swallow a few times to push down the choking feeling. It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts, doesn't it? A voice seemed to ring in Wanzhou's ears, overlapping with Wu Qi's words, dreamy and real. He looked at Wu Qi's green face in a trance. It was so familiar, like a mirror standing in front of Wanzhou. The mirror reflected but did not know who it was, like Wu Qi, or Zhu Bojian, or Chang Chuan. Wanzhou smiled miserably. He looked down at his trace-stained fingertips. I forgot about it long ago. His voice was soft, and he didn't know if he was answering Wu Qi or speaking to himself. Wu Qi looked at Wanzhou as he hissed, Did you have a seizure when you were locked up in the Aliyah? I suppose. Both fell into silence. The sunlight outside the house is just right, through the window sprinkled to the two people's body. The tea table teacups have a few pieces of tea stems floating in the water, tea fragrance, but drink in the mouth of the two people is incomparably bitter. I'm sorry. It's no use to you, but I wanted to say I'm sorry. Wu Qi still wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wanzhou. You don't need to say this. Originally my purpose of befriending you was not pure. Being discovered by you guys was a bad move on my part, and I got my revenge back on you guys as well. You apologize to me like this. Do I have to find the blind black man and apologize to his face as well? No. Wu Wei eagerly denied. I owe you that apology, all of us do. Wu Qi's strange words caused Wanzhou's brows to furrow. As far as I remember, you guys don't owe me anything. Like I said, you guys locked me up. I'm the one who's less skilled, but you're not going to catch me once more, and if you're apologizing to me because of a difference in stance, then all I can say is that you still have a lot to learn, Wu Xie. Wu Qi looked deeply at Wanzhou. He suddenly smiled. You're right, I still have a lot to learn. Let's talk about these things later. Let's talk about your blood parasites first. Do you have a solution for it now? What do you need us to help you with? Seeing that Wu Qi had already detached himself from that strange emotion, Wanzhou also gathered his thoughts and returned to the issue at hand. I already have the general solution, the antidote I secretly stored a little, looking for someone to do the analysis, but the composition is too complex. I also left the Wang family before I can only know a rough. Based on this approximation, the prescription for the antidote I can confidently deduce, it's the herbs needed that are a bit difficult to work with. Little Flower and I can contribute people and money to help you look for it. Little Brother and Blindy have seen a lot of things, they may have directions to look for, and we can all help you in that regard. Wanzhou stared at Wu Qi with interest. He scanned Wu Qi up and down back and forth with a strange expression, straight to Wu Qi staring at him a little hard to sit still. Brother Zhou, what are you doing looking at me like that? Just think it's strange, listen to you, those brothers of yours even support you to come to me to cooperate. I remember correctly I don't have much friendship with them, right? If it's just to look at the face of you, Wu Qi, and contribute money and effort, isn't it a bit too much of a loss? Wu Qi was about to say something a few times, but finally sighed. There are some things that this is not the right time to say. You may not have much affection for us, and we've had a lot of bad times with each other in the past, but we really genuinely want to work with you right now, and we'll help with whatever favor we need to. Wanzhou placed the teacup in his hand on the tabletop with a crisp ring. Wu Qi, remember, we are just cooperating. What is sincere or not is not something I take into consideration. What I value is just whether I can get enough benefits by cooperating with you guys. Well, I know, and don't worry, we'll both get what we want. Wanzhou was sort of giving Wu Qi a heads up for the sake of being a neighbor for so many years, but he was completely at a loss for Wu Qi's words, and he instantly got up. It's getting late, so if there's nothing else you should go back. Wu Qi followed and got up. Good, if you trust me, you can give me a list of the herbs needed to make the antidote and we'll try our best to find them. Tell me more. Sending Wu Qi away, Wanzhou closed the door. Ji Xiaoyun stood beside Wanzhou with a chicken feather duster. Sir, what does Wu Qi want with you? Wanzhou turned around and gave Ji Xiaoyun a brain crash. What's the point of prying so much? Have you finished your work yet? You're here asking questions? Ji Xiaoyun covered her head and deflated, huffing and puffing as she turned to work. Wanzhou stood in the courtyard, looking at the few sparrows that landed on the eaves of the house and frolicked, as he talked to the system in his head with a sentence between you and me. System, why is Wu Qi so strange today? Do you know what the protagonist group they went through after I returned to the Wang family? Sorry Taskmaster, the system can only see your perspective. The protagonist group's experience the system has no way to explore. Rubbish, people are artificial intelligence. I think you're an artificial retard. Ding, malicious attack detected, one warning. TCH, you're a sensitive muscle with this detection mechanism. Is this even considered a malicious attack? Sorry Tasker, this mechanism is internal to the system, factory set, the system cannot be changed. Wanzhou rolled his eyes breathlessly. It really was a waste. Leaving the clouds between, the guest of Wu Qi turned around and went into the Wu Shanju. Wang Meng swept away the lazy state of the past days. The computer on the Minesweeper also do not play, doze off also do not doze off, holding a rag in the store to wipe here and there. Hearing the sound of footsteps approaching, Wang Meng's movements became even more vigorous until Wu Qi wasn't much farther away from him, as if he realized that there was someone behind him, and hurriedly turned back, revealing a bright smile to his own boss. Boss is back. Wu Qi did not care about Wang Meng's small movements. Anyway, it is impossible to raise wages. What he does is impossible. Upstairs. Oh, the guests are all still there and haven't come down. Wu Qi nodded his head, and after explaining a few more words to Wang Meng, he turned around and went up the stairs. The study on the second floor was quiet, not nobody's quiet, but nobody present was talking. Wu Qi pushed the door in and came to the table where the four were sitting around. He put his hand into his pocket and pulled out a dark object and put it on the table. All heard. Chapter 109. Old friends miss. Thanks to find my little officer's gift. This equipment works so well, we hear you loud and clear. Fatty Wang pointed to the listening device lying on the table and pulled Wu Qi to sit beside him. Tell us what everyone is thinking. He's going to suspect in his mind what we're up to. Wu Ji, there are some things you shouldn't say. Xie Yuchen's complexion is a little not very good. The injury he suffered in the Zhang family's ancient building has not been healed. Some time ago and steeply knows so many things. If it is not for his own compulsion to come to Hangzhou to see Wanzhou, now he should be in the hospital bed. Wu Qi also rubbed his face a little chagrined. I know, but I just couldn't hold back. I really wanted to tell him everything, but I couldn't. Apprentice, you have some practicing to do with this mindfulness, and after that I'll add an emotional control class to your repertoire. But don't, I'm just like that with Wan Boat, you add that lesson I learned long ago in the future. Xie Yuchen coughed twice, the black blind man patted his back, and Wu Qi hurriedly got up and poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Xie Yuchen. There wasn't much hot water left in the warmer, and as Wu Qi filled several people's cups, the water bottomed out, so Wu Qi went out of the room and shouted to Wang Meng downstairs to serve some hot water. Hannah, you should have gotten well first. No, I must talk to Wanzhou face to face about cooperation. At that time it was me and you who made the plan together. I should show my apology and sincerity. I hope there is still a chance to remedy the situation. Master Hua, after all, this is something that no one expected. How do you know how to appear such a big basket? At that time, we did not recover our memories. Your decision is not a problem. Fortunately, Wu Xia was soft at that time, or else it really should be a big disaster. Fatty Wang spoke out to comfort Xie Yuchen. This god of fortune's face is really not good. He is really. Then give him the benefit of the doubt. We probably know about Wanzhou's experience over the years. It's hard to trust anyone as his protection for himself. The difficulty of exchanging sincerity for sincerity is high, so let's not talk about sincerity. Wu Qi's eyes flushed red, as if he had made up his mind, his hands placed on his knees tightly clenched into fists. The strength was so great that his whole body was slightly shaking. Fatty Wang's wide palm was placed on Wu Qi's fists and gently gripped them, and the heat on the back of his hands made his whole body relax again. Wu is right. It's not always necessary for him to accept us. Xie Yuchen also came back to his senses as he looked at Wu Qi with a gleam in his eyes. Before we meet with Wanzhou, we need to have a well-established charter of cooperation. The things that Wu Qi had promised were delivered to Yunmake in the evening of the same day, a box truck full of them, and two fellows came down from the car to carry the things into the courtyard with the two of them, Wanzhou and Ji Xiaoyun. Wanzhou had checked those things one by one. Not only was there the inventory that Yunmake used to have, but Xiaoyuchen and Wu Qi had also added quite a few more, and the quantity of many medicinal herbs and teas had doubled several times, and there were many more types, which was considered to have saved Wanzhou a lot of trouble. A fellow came to Wanzhou and respectfully handed him a bank card. "Boss Wan, this is what our proprietor asked me to give you. The password is 6 zeros. The proprietor said that this is part of the reparation, so please be sure to accept it." Wanzhou took it and flipped through it, handing it over to Ji Xiaoyun, who was at the side. "Well, just say that I took it." The van outside the door departed, an arrest sign was hung outside the main door of Yunmake, and Wanzhou and Ji Xiaoyun stood in the courtyard, surrounded by bags and boxes stuffed to the brim. "Ru, why don't you receive all those newly purchased tools into storage? The tools still work well with the old ones." "Okay, Lu sir, this bank card. Keep it, and I'll leave the picking up to you." Ji Xiaoyun happily answered and joyfully rushed to the counter with her bank card. Wanzhou took out his cell phone and called Fong Chang. "Sir, how are you doing on the matter of competing for the Xie family market?" The Xie family's influence in the antique world is still very deep. This period of time our company has endeavored to expand our branch to Kyoto, and we have now completed the construction of our company system. With the financial support of our headquarters, it won't take long for us to tear a piece of meat off of the drip drip drip. Wanzhou's phone rang and the contact. Hearing Fatty Wang's words, Wanzhou scanned over the 5 people present, and he let out a laugh. Sincerity is not something you can say with your mouth." Fatty Wang heard a play, and quickly patted his chest to Wanzhou, set down the words of bravado. "One old brother you say, how can be considered sincere? I Wang Fat must give you to do it proper." Obviously Fatty Wang knew it as well, but he still smiled bashfully. "Elder brother Wan is right, it's still more sincere to have white wine." He got up and unlocked a bottle of white wine from the cabinet and picked up his own glass to pour it, but Wanzhou reached out and stopped Fatty Wang's movements. "How troublesome to use a wine glass, deep feelings a mouthful, you say right fat brother." Wanzhou is trying to let Fatty Wang blow a bottle of white wine into his mouth like drinking beer. "Really, drinking like this can kill you." Tasker, according to the system's analysis, these two kinds of wine aren't quite suitable to drink together, are they? And if you catch the protagonist group like this, will things still go smoothly with the cooperation? That day Wu Qi approached me. Without saying a few words I felt that he was weird. If I hadn't made sure that I had entered the Wang family when I first came to this world, I really would have thought that the two of us were good friends who had known each other for many years, and since he spoke with such sincerity, I'm going to try to see how far they can go today. Wu Qi looked at Fatty Wang and brought on a worried look, and the black blind man laughed and spoke out to relieve Fatty Wang. "Boss Wan, sincerity isn't just for Master Fatty either. Blindy, I'd like to show it to you as well." He grabbed the white wine in the hands of Fatty Wang and was about to pour it into his mouth, but was stopped by Fatty Wang. Hey, this is a chance for Fatty to show his performance. Don't grab it from me, Master Black." Both had smiles on their faces as you pushed and pulled at the bottles in your hands. Wanzhou also watched enough drama, voiced out to stop the two. "Well, really will be a bottle of white wine to drink. Today I'm afraid to go to the authorities to go. Fatty Wang has already drunk a bottle of beer. If he pours another bottle of white wine, he is afraid that he will be in the hospital today. I feel Master Fatty's sincerity, it's just that it's hard to say about the others." Wanzhou letting Fatty Wang go did not mean letting the others go. When the black blind man heard the white wine in his hands, pour himself a full cup, which he also hurriedly dragged. Zhang Qiling also poured a cup. "Boss Wan, Blindy's sincerity is all in this wine." He muffled this cup of white wine in one mouthful. Wu Qi and Zhang Qiling also drank it all in one mouthful. Wanzhou watched Zhang Qiling drink with new curiosity. The white wine was spicy in the mouth, and Wu Qi's facial expression was distorted for a moment, while Zhang Qiling drank it as if he was drinking plain water, and he didn't blink his eyes. "It's a master." Wanzhou turned his head to look at Xiaoyuchen, who hadn't uttered a word since the beginning. He was wearing a cream-colored turtleneck sweater and his face looked a little pale in the light. "What does Boss Xia mean?" Seeing Wanzhou pointing the spearhead at Xiaoyuchen, Wu Qi explained to Wanzhou in a low voice, "Little flower, he is not yet healed from his injuries. It is not easy to drink alcohol. Wait for him." "Boss Wan." Xiaoyuchen interrupted Wu Qi with a voice as he got up and took the white wine that was in the hands of the black blind man and filled his own glass. Wanzhou looked at Xiaoyuchen with a smile on his face. "I heard Wu Xie say that you are not yet healed from your serious injuries, and aren't you an opera singer? Forget about this wine." Xiaoyuchen held the wine cup and didn't put it down. He smiled at Wanzhou. They all drank. "Naturally I can't be left behind. We did have a lot of unhappiness before, and I don't ask you to believe us. This cup of wine is not just sincerity, it also represents my apologies." As the words fell, Xiaoyuchen tilted his head and poured down a glass of white wine. The pungency of the white wine caused him to cough violently, and his face paled a few more points. Wanzhou looked puzzled, and with this trial and error, the doubts in Wanzhou's heart became even thicker. Before going to the appointment, Wanzhou thought that Wu Qi and the others were looking for their cooperation just so that they could make the Wang family overthrow faster, but now at a glance, it seems that these people are running towards themselves. Come, I heard that today's fish are all just delivered, especially fresh. Brother Zhou, don't you always order this Westlake vinegar fish every time you come? Try it. Wu Qi saw that Wanzhou didn't say anything and hurriedly greeted the crowd to clip the food. Wanzhou took his chopsticks and put a piece of fish in front of him into his mouth. Vinegar is very vinegar, fish is very fish, or that flavor. Chapter 111 Reaching Cooperation. Seeing Wanzhou move his chopsticks, the serious atmosphere on the field instantly dissipated. With Fatty Wang and the black blind man, there is no need to worry about the cold scene in any bureau. All the people are tacitly drinking tea. That beer and white wine was stuffed under the table. Wanzhou also as a default, no longer difficult for a. Wanzhou frowned and reached his hand into his pocket as he fished out 2 small pill bottles from his storage space and handed them to Wu Qi, who was at the side. The white one is an antidote to alcohol, and the blue one is a stomach-nourishing elixir, originally prepared for myself, but now it seems that you, Master Hua, need it more. This is not a good thing to do. The door is treacherous, and anyone who enters without being a member of the bureau will die within 10 days. Zhang Qiling looked up at Wanzhou with a flat voice, and Wanzhou turned his head away, unwilling to meet this person's eyes. Good solution, take down the woofers first, use the woofers to fill the holes, and in 10 years, only 365 woofers will be needed. This sounds quite bull. Several people present as Wanzhou in a joke, only Zhang Qiling keenly aware of Wanzhou's words incomparably true. His eyes have been placed on the body of Wanzhou, staring directly at Wanzhou. Difficult. TCH, don't look, I don't use this method is all. Wanzhou glared fiercely at Zhang Qiling, who had innocent eyes, and lowered his head again. It seems like this one is really out of the question. Wu Qi's voice was low, and Wanzhou was anxious in his heart. 10,000 points of punishment he had saved for so long but had not been able to save. Not for nothing. Everyone looked at Wanzhou expectantly, and Wu Qi asked on behalf of the crowd, what method? Wanzhou looked through the system store, and one of the items had been on his alternative list. New made man, worth 18,000 points. Using this prop can completely fabricate a person. The fabricated person's attributes have no upper limit, but subject to the limitations of a party's world's capacity to bear. Wanzhou believes that this may also be why such a powerful artifact is priced at only 18,000. Although he only had enough points for a fraction of this prop, he still had a 50% discount coupon, and if he used it, he could complete the quest with 9,000 points, which was a good deal. That double doll I once talked about can be improved, and the problem of the bronze door isolating mental awareness can be solved. The people present were once again shaken by Wanzhou's shocking words. Goodness gracious, elder brother Wan, isn't this substitute doll of yours a bit too powerful? Class, if you're going to take this out someday, we'll have to find a suburb, so as not to attract the thunderbolt. Fatty Wang opened his mouth wide and sighed repeatedly, and even Zhang Qiling, who had been calm and unperturbed, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Wanzhou, it's not that outrageous. After being shocked, Wu Qi followed up with a question, you mean this stand-in doll can have a mind of its own, just like a regular person? Can't do very smart, but can do basic intelligence level. Wu Qi took a breath of cold air, can you do it now? Wanzhou looked at the little cutie. The same looked at Wu Qi, it's not that easy, these divine weapons, the method of making them is extremely tedious, but don't worry, I'll go back and contact my senior brother to prepare them. Well, think about it in your mind and count it as contact. Blindy, I'll take the liberty of asking, where exactly is this senior brother of yours? Wanzhou thought about it. Changchuan was one of his bottom cards, so he should not expose it easily. It is destined that you will know. Well, I can do the second condition as well, but I'm going to have to pay a lot of costs, so I'm going to add a clause to the terms of cooperation. Seeing that there was no rebuttal from those present, Wanzhou proceeded to state his request. In the plan to overthrow the Wang family, there is one thing you must ensure, there are forces of my own in the Wang family, and the one you will overthrow is the one that is hostile to me. This, boat, are you trying to set up another Wang family? Wu Qi hesitated but still asked. Wanzhou smiled disdainfully, set up another Wang family? Ridiculous, the Wang family is only staring at the Toon rating world these 3 melons and 2 dates, he is not as short-sighted as the Wang family. I know what you guys are worried about, a family like the Wang family that is willing to control other people's destinies is something I can't look at. My old department in the Wang family are basically technical talents. I have a company in Shenzhen that has a high demand for technical talents, don't worry, there aren't many people I'm going to take away. The few people present were slightly relieved, and Wu Chi's smile hung once again. This we can accept. Then let's talk about the third point. We will help you solve the problem of the blood parasites as soon as possible, and preparations for the plan to overthrow the Wang family will begin, so I hope that you will communicate with us more, whether it's about your physical problems, or information about the Wang family. What kind of request is that? Wanzhou felt that this request was quite strange, but it did him no harm, no problem. Chapter 112. My friend, the Wang family is calling. Wanzhou agrees to Wu Chi's third request, his chin tapping to signal him to continue, but Wu Chi says that's all they're asking for. So it's just for me to fulfill the pie that I drew before, and then in the end, I'll share a little bit of information sharing and then it's gone? The key to this information is that I can say whatever I want, even if I don't. Isn't this good? Not only did you successfully join the main character group, but you also got a lot of benefits. You're absolutely right, the offer is too good for me, it's hard for me to get my mind around it, forget it, you're a standalone system who can't think straight. Wanzhou had looked at the people present one by one, and tonight's banquet didn't strike him as realistic, but he couldn't find a single pitfall no matter how he looked at it. He folded his hands and rubbed his fingertips together continuously, a smile suddenly appearing on his face as he raised the cup in front of him, in that case, happy cooperation. Wu Chi's few people also smiled and raised their teacups to indicate to Wanzhou. Wanzhou took out his cell phone and edited a text message and sent it to Wu Chi's cell phone. For the specific matter of signing the contract, call this number. Thanks for the hospitality tonight, I have things to do, so I'll leave you. Wanzhou held up his cell phone and shook it at Wu Chi, got up and gestured to the crowd. Wu Chi. Several people also got up to see him off. Standing at the door of the box, Wanzhou thanked several people for seeing him off, turned around and was about to leave. Wu Chi looked at his back and suddenly opened his mouth to call out to him. Boat. Wanzhou turned back and looked at Wu Chi. After all these years, we're friends, right? Wanzhou looked at Wu Chi and revealed a faint smile as he turned around and walked down the stairs. When Wu Chi thought that he would not answer, a voice came from the corner of the stairs. Yes. Wanzhou stood there quietly glancing at Wu Chi, incomparably complex eyes, making Wu Chi a little stunned. When he looked again, Wanzhou had already disappeared in that half of the staircase stairs. The wind at night is slightly cool, the street lights illuminate the whole neighborhood. Even at night, as the busier streets around West Lake, there are still many pedestrians on the road. Wanzhou held the cell phone in his hand that had sent a message to Wu Chi, and strolled alone on this street, the bustle of the buildings behind him gradually drifting away from him until he could no longer be seen. He reached into his other pocket and pulled out a new cell phone that showed a call in progress. He put it to his ear, all ears. Clear. A familiar male voice came from over there. I've left your number for Wu Chi, let's use the Kyoto branch for the company signing the contract docking. And the plan against the sheiks? The two youthful and pretty little girls held up a cotton candy each and laughed playfully as they passed by Wanzhou. Aya, will you let me have a taste? I'll give you a taste of mine as well. Okay, who made us good friends, don't bite my bunny ears. You can have one of my kitten ears. Then I'm welcome to it. The two girls faded away, and Fong Cheng's puzzled voice came from the phone in Wanzhou's hand. Sir? Shelve it. Hearing Fong Cheng on the other end respond, Wanzhou turned his backup cell phone off, and the night breeze gently brushed the tips of his hair, slowly calming his heart. He pushed open the door of the yunnik. The courtyard was still lit. Ji Xiaoyun was sitting at the stone table grinding medicine. When she heard the commotion, she turned around violently. Seeing that it was Wanzhou, she immediately put down the pestle and mortar in her hand. Mister is back. How many times have I told you to call me boss? Mister is too easy to expose. Ji Xiaoyun deflated and reached out to close the gate and dropped the lock. Isn't this private? There are no outsiders. It's still a good idea to pay some attention. It's windy out there, why don't you go inside? He dialed Winky's number and it picked up immediately. Sir. Well, exactly when, and are you still giving me the medicine? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the medicine is still on its way. The chief means that you will come first to have your blood drawn, and the medicine will be sent to you, and you will be supervised in taking it. Hanging up the phone, Wanzhou sneered. Wang Sui's tactics are still so disgusting. Before letting someone supervise his medication did avoid him stealing and hiding drugs, but now he has phantom pupils, and space, there is any medicine that he can't hide. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath, a gust of exhaustion hitting him. It was like he never really rested. Just came here for a mouthful of rice to run around, was arrested back to the Wang family every day on the fear of death, and so on. In the Wang family have a position and have to get up in the morning and work hard to develop the medicine of longevity. With a certain amount of freedom you want to strive for more, either by raising children and opening a pharmacy or by talking to clients and pulling strings. In retrospect, the only time he really rested was in that other compound, with a cook for food and drink, a toolman for medicine, and nothing else to worry about but the thought of escape every day. Thinking of this, Wonjo smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is really no life, the days of being a prisoner are nostalgic. Before going to sleep, Wonjo took one last look at the system panel. It was true that there were no quests refreshed, but if he wanted to redeem the Manhwa creator, he was still a little short on points. Thinking about it, Wonjo sank into sleep. It was a somewhat warm dream. Wonjo felt like he had become a floating cloud, gently swaying in the wind, and the bright sunlight poured over his body, warming him. A hand gently patted his arm and a song reached his ears like a dream. He accompanied the inaudible song and slept the most restful sleep he'd had in years. Good dreams. Chapter 113 Blood Drawing, Blood Loss. Early the next morning, accompanied by a burst of birdsong outside the window, Wonjo opened his eyes. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and got up, stretching a big waist. I seem to have had a dream last night, a very pleasant one, as if a man was singing. What was it? Hiss, can't remember. Wonjo didn't take this matter to heart. He simply washed up, dressed up and went downstairs. The two lads, Xiaoan and Xiao Zhao, arrived at the store early, one organizing the inventory in the warehouse and the other following Ji Xiaoyun in handling the herbs. Boss, you're down. Hello boss. The two greeted Wonjo who was descending the stairs. Ji Xiaoyun shoved the herbs in her hand to Xiao Zhao and got up to bring a breakfast and set it on the table. Boss, come and eat breakfast, this rice has been sitting for a long time and is getting cold. Did you stay up late again last night? Why are you up so late today? Hearing Ji Xiaoyun's broken thoughts, Wonjo turned his head to look at the wall clock on the wall. The hand was already almost pointing to 8:30. Wonjo frowned. Did he sleep so deeply this sleep? Was he too tired yesterday? Wonjo picked up the bowl of rice porridge and drank it in 3 or 2 mouthfuls. He drew a piece of toilet paper and wiped his mouth, reached for the 2 eggs on the table and stuffed them into his pocket, picked up the car keys from the reception desk and went out the door. I have something to do this morning, so watch out for ruin the store. Ji Xiaoyun only had time to respond, and before the words of inquiry could be uttered, Wonjo was already out of the courtyard door. There was a black Kyoto Hyundai SUV parked on the street outside the store, a new model that had just hit the market in January of this year, and at the time when Wang Yi was purchasing supplies for him, a lot of the paraphernalia was purchased as new models. He started the car and drove away from here with a kick of the gas. Wang Chi's flower store was not far away from the cloud breather and could be reached by walking for half an hour, but he was not good enough to walk over there in a big way, it would be too obvious. Wonjo parked. When will the medicine delivery man come? The chief means that the medicine will be delivered the moment the blood is sent back to the Wangs. Wonjo nodded. He pulled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his small white arm. Then hurry up, finish smoking early and send it off early. Winky turned a vase by the wall, and with a slight click the bookshelf opened into a small hole, from which he removed the paraphernalia for drawing blood. Wang Chi sterilized the blood vessels on Wonjo's arm with a cotton ball dipped in iodine vapor, tied a pressure band around the top of his small arm, and a thin blood collection needle was stabbed into Wonjo's veins. The other end of the blood collection needle was connected to a blood bag. Wonjo recognized that the capacity of that bag was 400 milliliters, and in addition to the blood bag that was being collected, Wang Chi had another one on hand. How much blood will be taken this time? Add a whole bag to what you had before. Before the blood was drawn, the bag wasn't too full, probably between 300 and 400 milliliters. This time we're going to add a bag. The total is in excess of 700 milliliters. It seems that the persistent disease on Wang Sui is getting worse. Wonjo took out a pill bottle and used his finger to rattle the stopper, and poured a few more pills into his mouth. More than 700 milliliters of blood loss, almost stepping on the red line of human function. This time it would take a long time to make up for it when he went back. One bag was pumped full. Wonjo's face was already a little white, and when the second bag was also finished, Wonjo's face and lips were not far from Xiaoyuchen's from last night. Wang Chi used a cotton swab to press down on Wonjo's blood collection point, and it took several swabs to change the swab before he could keep from bleeding. Wonjo could already feel that he was a little dizzy. His heartbeat and breathing obviously accelerated quite a bit. Wonjo poured all the pills in the bottle into his mouth and felt that the symptoms had eased, but it was not enough to support him to drive back peacefully, so he took out another bottle from the space and poured half of the bottle of medicine this time. Feeling the renewed strength in his body, Wonjo put his disguise back on. I'll leave first and ask the family to send the medicine as soon as possible. Wang Chi looked at Wonjo with worry in her eyes. Sir, why don't you take a rest here first? Wonjo didn't listen to Wang Chi's advice. He was relying on these pills to support him right now, and when the effects dissipated, he would have a harder time. The two of them came down from the second floor with a smile on their faces. Boss Su, get in touch more often when you have time. The wide brim of his hat obscured this Boss Su's face, only to hear the man's voice booming. No problem, Boss Lin, I'll leave first. Without saying a few words, this Boss Su left the flower store, and the clerk curiously asked his boss, Boss, what is this Boss Su's origin? Call me when he comes around from now on. Wang Chi was not as enthusiastic about this clerk as he had been just now, and the clerk was used to the boss's attitude, and because of this, he was curious as to who this person was who was being treated warmly by the boss. Wanzhou's car speed, tightly stuck in the line of speeding back to the clouds between the guest. He got out of the car legs suddenly weak. Good thing he held the door in time, just staggered a little. He trudged to the front door, holding onto the doorframe and called out to Ji Xiaoyun, Ru. Ji Xiaoyun, who was keeping score at the front desk, looked up with a smile and blushed when she saw Wanzhou holding onto the doorframe in a shaky manner. Sir. Chapter 114 Involuntary Entry Training. Ji Xiaoyun quickly rushed to Wanzhou and held the somewhat disengaged Wanzhou. I've lost some blood, so you first help me up to the third floor. Wanzhou was out of breath, the words he uttered were very light, and his entire body was about to collapse. The two fellows who were doing odd jobs in the warehouse heard Ji Xiaoyun's yelling and hurriedly came out with their guys to see if something had happened. As a result, they saw that Ji Xiaoyun, who had always been a soft girl in their eyes, pick up her own boss on her back in a flash and rush towards the stairs like a gust of wind. Passing by them, he even dropped a line, "The boss is having a hypoglycemic episode. I'll take care of him, you guys do your own thing." The two stood stagnantly in the courtyard, one holding a broom and the other a pestle and mortar in their hands, glancing at each other, both seeing the shock and trepidation in the other's eyes. Ji Xiaoyun rushed to the third floor with Wanzhou on her back, kicked open the bedroom door and placed Wanzhou on the bed. She anxiously looked at Wanzhou's somewhat pale face. "Sir, what do I need to do?" Wanzhou shook his arms. Ji Xiaoyun immediately reached out to help him take off his jacket, and in passing, he took off his shoes as well, and Wanzhou used his last ounce of strength to pull over the quilt to cover his body. "I've taken the medicine, I'll be fine after a nap," said Wanzhou. Closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ji Xiaoyun tucked him in and pulled the curtains closed. Looking at Wanzhou's pale face, she grimaced. Far away in the Kyoto branch of Feng Chang, placed on the table of the cell phone vibration, Feng Chang glanced at the caller ID, raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. Sitting around the conference table of the crowd immediately silenced, is making a report of the head of the purchasing department also rushed to shut up. Feng Chang put the phone to his ear and listened to the voice coming from the other side of the phone. His face gradually became serious and finally so cloudy that it could drip water. "I know." Ji Xiaoyun hung up the phone and looked at the hot pot of decoction in front of her. Her face was equally gloomy like water. Xiaoan and Xiaozhao didn't dare to breathe when they passed Ji Xiaoyun, almost walking on tiptoe. Wanzhou did not sleep soundly at first, but soon that familiar warmth enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes once more, it was not the ceiling of his bedroom that met his eyes. Tasker. The burly coach was standing in front of him. This is the system's training ground. This is the first time that Wanzhou has entered the training ground involuntarily. Making such a decision, Wanzhou was considered. Fighting has always been his most fatal flaw. He was strictly controlled, and the shooting environments you'll face in the future are basically in jungles or built-up areas, and you'll be able to achieve an effective range of 400 meters, enough for the vast majority of scenarios. Wanzhou thought about it for a moment, and it was really so. He had learned these days the pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles and sniper rifles, which were the major categories of firearms, and in the civilian circle, it was completely possible to pick up a gun and use it. So, since this project of shooting is over, am I going to have to start a new one? It's not recommended at this time. Wanzhou didn't expect the coach to not support his proposal. Why? The reason I was able to agree to you doing both programs together before was because you are very talented in shooting and it wouldn't be a hassle to carry out. But the level at which you are fighting these days will always make me regret that decision. For the first time, Wanzhou blushed in shame at such bland words he had heard from the Wang family's instructors before, but he had always treated it as humiliation training. But the masked instructor in front of him said the same thing, and he realized that the Wang family instructor used to judge him very seriously. He really hadn't felt what it was like to be called stupid in years. Chapter 115 Set Coach. That coach seemed to have seen Wanzhou's discomfort as well. He rarely said more comforting words. You don't have to be discouraged. Diligence can make up for clumsiness. Although you can't reach the top level, as long as you're willing to put in the hard work, it's not a problem to deal with other people besides the top martial artists. Wanzhou thought about Zhang Qiling, who angrily cut the head of the bloody corpse, then the black blind man who was invincible in the dark, and then Wang Sui who had a Wang ghost. Can I beat Zhang Qiling and the black blind man at my current level? Wanzhou asked his coach undeterred. The coach, who couldn't see his face, slowly extended his hand and compared a 4 to Wanzhou. Me and them 4-6? It's okay, acceptable. No. With both sides in full physical combat, you'll last up to 4 minutes. Wana, huh? Wanzhou was still undeterred. What about me and Wang Sui? The coach pondered for a moment. He and the Wang ghost by his side are too strange to judge. with the level he's currently showing, you'll be able to fight him on par with him with a little more practice, provided the Wang ghost doesn't join in. Wanzhou face a deflated expression, a face of life is hopelessly pitiful look, let the coach reflect on his own is not too uncompassionate. You are too impatient, these people you are talking about have gone through many years of professional training, although the training ground has extended your training time is too short, if you continue to train for a long period of time, you may not be able to beat them. Then I can always beat Xiaoyu-chen. Coach nodded, right now Xiaoyu-chen is carrying an injury, he has no chance of winning against you, but that won't necessarily be the case when he's healed. The coach looked at the man in front of him with a funereal aura, his head was even about to gather small dark clouds of rain, he said thoughtfully. Why do you have to rely purely on force to defeat your opponent? You're proficient in pharmacology, your marksmanship is also very good, and you have the phantom pupils and space given to you by the system, this is your advantage, any of these skills can be used as a weapon in a fight. I've always thought you had a strong all-around game, and while fighting is your weakness, transforming your mind is also your strength. You combine your skills, such as using phantom pupil to first hypnotize your enemy when going up against them, and then strike a killing blow. There are many ways like this, you don't have to be a martial arts master at all. Wanzhou's eyes instantly had a light in them as he looked brightly at his coach. Coach, you rarely said so much to me before, you're a good person. If you want to hear it, I'll make a point of saying more. Since Ji Xiaoyun came to Yunmake, the store's meals were all taken care of by this girl, and under a few hammers, her cooking was getting better and better, and anyway, Wanzhou ate it with gusto. His hungry gut was soothed and he looked slightly better. And Zhou are off duty already? Aha! Wanzhou frowned and drank the bitter Chinese medicine, he picked up a glass of water and rinsed his mouth, looking at Ji Xiaoyun's grave face, Wanzhou was a little amused. Why are you always frowning? Frowning is easy to grow wrinkles, I'm not fine. Ji Xiaoyun was completely unfazed as she looked at Wanzhou condemningly. Sir, what on earth did you do this morning and why did you lose so much blood? Kids stay out of grown-ups' business. There weren't many blood draws like this left after all, so there was no point in talking about it and worrying the girl. But Ji Xiaoyun's eyes were red, is it the Wang family again? Sir, the small half of the antidote you gave Feng Xiao in the analysis report he already has an idea, soon the antidote will be made, you no longer need to be controlled by the Wang family, you break away from the Wang family. The siblings in the family are all very accomplished now, the Wang family really isn't a must-have, and Feng Cheng is right in saying that our Feng family's industry isn't inferior to the Wang family and the Nine Sect. What do you know? Wanzhou seldom said heavy words to Feng Yun, this child has been very understanding since childhood, a Feng Cheng and a Shi, when still a child knew to help Wanzhou educate his younger siblings, almost never make mistakes. But it was the same two who, one after the other, came to him and said something arrogant and conceited. Feng Yun pursed her lips, tears in her eyes and the non-stop spinning, so that Wanzhou that gas suddenly dissipated, after all, when the daughter raised, from childhood to the age of except for martial arts practice and then did not suffer anything, he treated the child or to be patient. Come to me. Wanzhou beckoned to Feng Yun immediately moved a chair and sat in front of Wanzhou's bed, Wanzhou's voice was calm and peaceful as he explained to Feng Yun. I didn't feel much need to explain this before, but now it seems to be that my thinking hasn't shifted and I still think of you as children. I know you and Feng Cheng and Feng Xiao grew up together and have the best relationship, and you guys let me leave the Wang family because you care about me. That's great, I'm happy, but you have one of the biggest problems. Feng Yun looked at Wanzhou in disbelief and Wanzhou wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes and said softly. Years of breaking and entering have made you arrogant. Chapter 116 The Mysterious Old Man. Do you really think that the Wang family can be shaken by you kids who have just come of age not many years ago? The Wang family has been in business since the time of Wang Zhanghai, and its heritage is far from what you see on the surface. There was only one way to destroy the Wang family, disintegrate it from within, just like the Zheng family once did. I know that you want to go after the Wang family, maybe you've already started planning for it, and I want you to stop this death-seeking behavior immediately. No, we didn't plan anything. Ji Xiaoyun lowered her head and answered Wanzhou sullenly. It's best if you don't. With these words today I hope you can tell Feng Cheng and Feng Xiao that you have to know yourself and your enemy in everything you do, or else you're just taking your own life. Ji Xiaoyun sniffled and looked at Wanzhou and nodded fiercely, well, I know sir. Today's weather was exceptionally good, Ji Xiaoyun and the two sales clerks were cleaning everywhere while Wanzhou was receiving a special guest in the tea room on the. Take out the tea leaves, put into the cover bowl brewing soup, a series of action line cloud and water, and then match on the boat on the dusty appearance, looks quite pleasing to the eye. Wanzhou offered a cup of tea with both hands to that old man on the opposite side of the table and gestured to the old man with a gentle face, please. The old man lifted the teacup up and put it under his nose to gently sniff it before taking a small sip of the tea. The tea soup slowly flowed in his mouth and the fragrance of the tea instantly filled his nostrils. The old man could understand when he thought about how you underestimate yourself. With my experience of studying Chinese medicine for many years, looking at your face, you can definitely live a long life, and when you retire you'll be fit as a fiddle. Ha ha ha, I'll take your word for it then. Wanzhou stood outside the main door of the Cloud Interloper and personally escorted the old man to the car until the car's taillights disappeared into the distance of the street, and only then did Wanzhou let out a light breath. Tasker, you treat this old man very differently. Of course, do you know the identity of this old man? Is it great? Very powerful, especially powerful. When he goes to Kyoto for his appointment this time, his future will be bright. How do you know that? He only chatted with you and didn't tell you anything, huh? And his position is really so powerful, but the system feels that you don't treat him very respectfully. What do you know? Things aren't that simple. I befriended this old man a long time ago, when his position wasn't that bright, but when I looked at his face, I knew that this person would not be underestimated thereafter, and that he had the qualifications of a dragon and tiger. Tasker, aren't you a Chinese medicine practitioner? Since when do you still read faces? Chinese medicine and metaphysics are not separate, do you understand? Also, don't interrupt if you want to listen. Oh. Wanzhou recalled another detail since he met the old man. At that time, I saw that his future chi was magnificent and I didn't care too much about it. After running the cloud intercourse for all these years, I've seen quite a lot of people who are very rich and wealthy, and when interacting with people like that, it's good to just keep a normal heart. When people go to a certain height, innocence and simplicity becomes the most precious thing. This old man and I are on equal footing and never talk about any current affairs or work. He is a tea aficionado, so I develop new teas for him to taste every time he comes here, and since he likes to play chess, I always have a chessboard ready to accompany him in his games. But just now 7 out of 10 games he lost. His identity is so powerful, why don't you let him? Chapter 117, The Medicine Man. Whether it's not letting go of chess, or just talking about tea, or even if he's now about to enter the top of the pyramid, I just think of him as an old man who loves tea. Do you care that much about playing chess with your close village boss? That's why even though he's been promoted many times over the years, he still comes to sit in my little store from time to time. We don't talk about status between us, only temperament. Oh, I still don't quite get it, but at the end, were you serious about telling that old man you wanted? Boss, what are you looking at? Come on in, you're wanted over there again. Over there? Wanzhou didn't react for a moment, and looking at Ji Xiaoyan's squeezing expression, it dawned on Wanzhou that it was Wang Qi. What did it say? It says that the seeds you sent last time were cultivated to produce seedlings, and that someone sent them to you tonight for you to see. Wanzhou nodded his head. This meant that the antidote would be delivered to his Yunnaik tonight. I know. Tonight's moon is not bright, the silk floating clouds cover the surface of the moon, the dark night lost the moonlight reflection looks more dark and dense. Wanzhou closed the store early today. The crowd of cloud interlopers rarely did not work overtime, the accumulated orders gradually decreased, and the cloud interlopers did not have to work overtime for a long time to come. Wanzhou was holding the new tea for the old man to drink today, and was jotting down the brewing method and production process of this tea on top of his book, when the door to his room was suddenly knocked on. Come in. The door was pushed open but there were no footsteps. Wanzhou frowned and was about to see what this person was grumbling about outside the door when he looked up and a dark shadow stood in front of his desk. Wanzhou's heart suddenly beat hard a few times, his face was unpleasant. You are called Wang Ghost, yes, but don't walk like a ghost. The person who came to deliver the medicine was indeed the Wang Ghost that Wanzhou had guessed. He had changed from his usual unchanging training uniform and wore a civilian outfit, but the mask on his face was still not taken off. He pulled out a box the size of his palm and opened it in front of Wanzhou. This box was like the kind of box that puts diamond rings, but people opened it to bright shiny rings, while what Wanzhou had in front of him was dark red pills. Wanzhou pulled his sleeves up and reached out to take out the pills. After surveying them for a moment, he raised his hand and put the pills into his mouth, chewing them for a moment. Zhou picked up the tea on the side and took a sip, then opened his mouth wide at. Wolf Ghost didn't come close enough for Wanbo to be sure how he passed the mask check, and anyway, Wolf Ghost nodded at him. Master asked me to ask you why you are so close to the 9 sects? 9 gates is a huge market. I'm a businessman, so of course I can't let it go. Wanzhou got up and came to Wang Ghost's side. He reached out and brushed Wang Ghost's shoulder, slowly circling around Wang Ghost. He brushed his fingers over his shoulder, chest, and back one. Yes. Wolf Ghost nodded and led the order, not as if he was going to receive a punishment, but as if he was going on an ordinary mission. Get lost. Yes. Wang Ghost bowed and stepped back, and closed the door to the study for Wanzhou as he left. Wanzhou took out his phone and dialed Ji Xiaoyun on the first floor. Is there anything unusual tonight? After getting a negative answer, Wanzhou hung up the phone. He stood in front of the window of the study. He didn't see the figure of Wang Ghost. This person is still so unfathomable. He pulled the curtains closed. With a flick of his wrist, a complete pill appeared in Wanzhou's palm. He went to the desk and took out a knife and medicine paper from the drawer. He cut off a small piece of that pill and carefully placed it on the medicine paper and wrapped it up in space. The rest was stuffed into his mouth. Renewed for another month, time to get ready to prepare. He sat down at the tabletop, picked up a pen and wrote the list of medications on the white paper, looking at the name he had circled. Cold crow grass. He took out his cell phone and edited a text message to send to Wu Qi, taking out his lighter in the process and lighting the mutilated medication list. The ink on the medicine list turned to ash in the light. The screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up and he looked up to see only 2 words on it. Copy that. Chapter 118 News of the Cold Crow Grass. The antidote to the blood parasites had complex ingredients. The last time he stole the antidote from Wang Sui was the first time Wanzhou had gotten his hands on it, and even if it was handed over to Wang Yuan to analyze, the ingredients for the specific production of the antidote were not that easy to obtain. The last time he went to Wang Qi, he didn't see Wang Yuan pass on any new developments, and Wanzhou sighed in his heart. He threw his consciousness into the system store and looked at the wide array of goods within, a wide variety of items, but ultimately not something he could ever afford to be xiao. Wanzhou looked at that point balance and sighed again. There were many rare and valuable medicinal herbs in the system store, but the price of each one of them was not low, and he still had to save up his existing points to buy the Manhwa creator, so he simply did not have the spare money to buy them. He now immensely missed the system quests to be precise. He desperately hoped that a few travelers would appear again. He missed their 1,000 points. Today's sunshine was very good. Ji Xiaoyun moved the chaise lounge in the lobby to the courtyard for him, and Wanzhou lay on that chaise lounge to sunbathe leisurely. Since Wanzhou that blood loss, Ji Xiaoyun hate to offer him up, really in the mouth for fear of melting, hold in the hands for fear of falling. What light work and heavy work do not let him do. Originally, Wanzhou was afraid of the new 2 fellows do not understand the pharmacology, some pharmaceutical work or he personally too. Now good, Ji Xiaoyun with the 2 people can also top up, in addition to some of the collocation of Wanzhou to take the idea, the other things are all the 3 people to take over. These days Ji Xiaoyun 3 meals a day to change the way to supplement his body. Wanzhou touched the meat on his stomach, he always felt a little more. Wanzhou sighed leisurely, this kind of life is really degrading. He reached out and picked up the teacup on the side and was about to put it to his mouth when Ji Xiaoyun, who had appeared from nowhere, snatched it away. Boss, this tea is cold, you're not well enough to drink herbal tea. After saying that she gave Wanzhou a hard stare, turned around and thumped away, and went to make hot water for Wanzhou. Alas, this girl's temper is getting bigger and bigger. Wanzhou took out his ledger again, carefully looking at the incoming and outgoing goods in recent weeks, and was contemplating whether to find some more customers. A hand jerked the ledger away at once. It was Ji Xiaoyun, who had returned with hot tea. Reading in the sun, boss, do you even want your eyes? Pouring a cup of tea for Wanzhou, he took the ledger and thumped away again. TSK, no big deal. The cell phone in Wanzhou's pocket vibrated. He took it out and was about to put it in front of his eyes. Suddenly he looked up cautiously as if he thought of something and looked around, and sure enough, he saw Ji Xiaoyun sneaking around the corner. He gave Ji Xiaoyun a threatening little look and made a mouth gesture at her. Ji Xiaoyun read it and she pouted and grunted indignantly and turned around to stop staring at Wanzhou. Wanzhou comfortably lay back on the recliner. He re-picked up his cell phone and opened its text messages. A new message appeared in his phone 3 minutes ago. It was sent by Wu Qi. Wanzhou clicked on it, and there were only a few short words in it. Be at the cloud room guest in 10 minutes, to talk in detail. Wanzhou darkened his cell phone as he called out to Ji Xiaoyun, there's a guest coming in a while. Okay, what kind of tea? West Lake Longjing. Wu Xie came right on time, 10 minutes when he said so. He looked up at the plaque of the cloud interloper, stood outside the door and knocked. What's the point of pretending to be polite? What's the point of dawdling when the door's open? Come on in. Wanzhou's voice sounded inside, sounding a bit distant, and as soon as Wu Qi entered the door, he saw the person watching him from the second floor window. Come up. Wanzhou greeted Wu Qi, who was standing dumbfounded, and closed the window, and his person disappeared to the window. Still familiar with the tea room, still familiar with the location, Wu Xia lightly went upstairs and sat in the same place as last time. That top-quality West Lake Longjing has long been brewed, the aroma is overflowing, the temperature is appropriate. Wu Qi this mouthful of tea down the physical and mental comfort. Don't just sip your tea, how's what I said going? I didn't just come back from Kyoto, you let me catch my breath first. Wu Qi drank a few more mouthfuls of the mellow tea before telling Wanzhou about the details of this trip to Kyoto. That cold wu grass you said Xiaohua went to check, it is a kind of grass commonly used in the Miao border in ancient times. Xiaohua sent a small team to visit the local Miao clan in those places in Yunnan and Guizhou. Although there are still descendants of Miaojiang in the local community, the heritage of the art of witchcraft seems to have been broken, and there are very few people who still maintain the skill of raising parasites. With multiple inquiries, the squad only found a few people, but those people didn't know much about the herb cold wool grass, except for an old woman, who had heard the name cold wool grass from her elders. It was said that because this grass was so effective in the nurturing of witchcraft parasites, ancient parasites preferred to settle where the cold wool grass grew in order to be able to cultivate powerful parasites. And of the mountains that are still recorded recently, she only remembers one, the name of which is Crouching Bull Mountain, where it is not known, and whether it is still called by that name or not is not known. Wu Qi picked up his teacup and took a sip, slightly relieving the dryness of his mouth and tongue. So all that searching only yielded one name. At the time, yes, but at least there was a direction, and when Little Flower got the news, she immediately had someone go and gather information. I also rushed to Kyoto, and scoured quite a few areas with Hana to sift through the terrain. Wu Qi took out a few documents from the backpack he had brought with him, with a few photographs wedged in, and he laid these out one by one on the table in front of him. These are the last few places we've picked out, Hana, and I can't decide what to do, so come take a look and see if you have any ideas. Wanzhou didn't take those documents, he first brought all the photos to himself and lined them up one by one. The photographs are of mountainous scenes, either of large rolling hills or dense thickets of trees. Wanzhou carefully looked. He is not Changchuan, the brain does not have the knowledge of feng shui. He originally wanted to see if there is a good match for his eyes, but look at it, these mountains in his eyes the same, simply cannot distinguish what. He took the documents corresponding to those photos again and read them carefully. The places that Wu Qi and Xiaoyuchen had chosen were all big mountains in the south, and the vegetation on the mountains was also quite different because they were all in the subtropics, which was also the reason why Wanzhou couldn't see anything special. Wanzhou put down those materials and rubbed his forehead tiredly. And you don't see anything? Wu Qi knew by looking at Wanzhou's face that this time also came to nothing. There's no difference between these places in my opinion. Wu Qi nodded his head in agreement with Wanzhou's words, which was why the two of them were unable to discern the reason. Chapter 119 New Map Hentang. Looking at Wanzhou, who was also clueless, Wu Qi pondered for a long time. If it's really not possible, let's send people to all these mountains to look for them once. But the question is, what if the Crouching Bull Mountain you're talking about isn't even in the mix? A single word made Wu Qi rest this thought. System, do you have any ideas? New map. This biography, unlocked. Current quest map, Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. The side quest was released, asking the taskmaster to perform a time travel within 15 days to hit the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace. Successful mission rewards 2,000 points, no penalty for mission failure. The system's donkeyish reply caused Wanzhou to be a little stunned for a moment. System, what do you mean by this? Can complete the new side quest first. The system once again emphasized the task of clocking the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace, making Wanzhou realize something. You mean the solution will be rewarded in this side quest? The system suggests that the taskmaster clock the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace as soon as possible. For sure, that's what the system meant, it just couldn't tell him explicitly for some reason. Wanzhou glanced at Wu Qi, who was still meditating on the opposite side of the room, and a more relaxed smile appeared on his face. Wu Qi, let me keep these documents here for now, I'll study them and give you the news when tomorrow comes. Wanzhou decided to follow the system's advice. He was going to open the new map tonight, not only for the system's metaphorical rewards, but also for the points. With the 2,000 points from this side quest, the prop Manhwa made man could be exchanged, and the other side quest could be completed. Okay, you don't have to be in a hurry, we have backups of all this information will be given to you. If you can't finish it today, read it tomorrow, don't stay up all night. I heard that some days ago, your boss in the cloud room guest plus employees often stay up late at night to work overtime. You and those old customers are also familiar with. Really cannot be completed will be the time to negotiate. Continue to stay up late is very hurtful to the body. Got it, nagging, say tea again and stop. Wu Qi hurriedly finished the tea in his cup and poured himself another one, muttering in a small voice, how petty. Wanzhou licked his backslot teeth, I'm petty, come on, let's count the tea you've been drinking for nothing at my place all these years. As soon as Wanzhou said this, Wu Qi became an ostrich, looking at the sky and the earth but not Wanzhou. It may be that Wu Qi's dutiful running around these days has made Wanzhou look at Wu Qi a few points more agreeably, and even though what is in front of him now is Wu Qi 10 years later, the two of them get along quite as casually as they did before. Wu Qi didn't stay here with Wan Zhou for long. After he left, Wan Zhou lay back on the previous recliner alone, swaying with a rock, looking cozy and leisurely. Tasker, have you made up with Wu Wei? Snort, there's no such thing as making up or not making up. Being neighbors and friends before doesn't necessarily mean there's much truth in it. The system's less developed brain couldn't understand Wan Zhou's words. In the system's eyes, there were only two states of making friends, making up, and extinction. Wan Zhou had Ji Xiaoyun urgently purchase a lot of supplies and equipment for climbing the snowy mountains in the afternoon, and with the supplies he had received from the space before, it could only support him to go into the mountains and forests to explore. The map this time was snowy mountains, and the biggest problem he faced was the cold. Without warm gear, he wouldn't last long enough to enter the tomb. As Wan Zhou lay on his bed that night, he suddenly wanted to laugh a little, as if these 3 times he had performed time travel, the time he chose was all at night. Also, he's always busy during the day, and it's just the evenings that are kind of his free time. System, start time travel. Ding, time travel is open. Enable identity cards. Taoist Nagawa, enabled successfully. Landing site selection in progress. Selection successful. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the system countdown ended, Wan Zhou's body fell into a coma, his consciousness was attached to his vest, and his body's emotions were blocked. Before Nagawa could open his eyes, the piercing cold invaded his senses first. He immediately opened his eyes. His body was still in the system's default costume, and in front of him was the majestic and lofty Changbai mountain range. Although the temperature around him was very low, Nagawa did not take out his clothes from space to change into them, because not far behind him, there was a small mountain village. Nagawa hid behind the nearest tree and cautiously observed and did not see any silhouettes. It was still very early in the morning, the people in the village should not have gotten up yet. Seeing that the surroundings were safe, Nagawa immediately took out warm clothes from the space and changed into them, and also put a hiking bag on his back. He dresses himself up as a donkey and looks like a climber who doesn't know what he's doing to challenge the snowy mountains. His mahogany sword made him put it into the space. After all, it was too big to be camouflaged well, and in its place was a dagger and a pistol, both of which were the latest items that the Wang family had gotten from abroad. Nagawa circled around the village and found a sheltered place to nestle down. He planned to wait until the village was almost awake before entering the village. The sun gradually rose from the mountain group, and the village gradually became more and more lively, and black smoke began to rise from the pipe of every house, which was the beginning of breakfast for the people in the village. After another short wait, a scattering of people appeared in the village streets. Nagawa quietly circled around to the main road at the entrance of the village that was the only way into the village, and when he saw that no one was paying attention to this side, he appeared on the far side of the main road in a flash, appearing to have followed the main road all the way here. Before Nagawa's figure even entered the village, he had already attracted the attention of many people in the village. Because of its proximity to the Changbai mountain, this village mainly relies on tourism to generate income, and the people inside took one look at Nagawa's outfit and knew that this was another tourist, and looked at Nagawa these few more times solely because they had never seen that traveler, who came alone on foot. Nagawa pretended to be tired and panted as he approached an older woman off to the side. "Auntie, is there a village further in?" There was a reason why Changchuan asked this. He remembered that Wu Qi's few people were the ones who arrived at a mountain village closest to the snowy mountains, and the group had rested for a while within the village, and that the guide Shunzi had looked for him from here as well. The older woman was very enthusiastic. "No more lads, our village is the closest mountain village to the snowy mountains, no one lives further in." Talking with the elder woman for a while, Changchuan got quite a bit of information that this village was the mountain village where Wu Qi and the others rested in the original story, named Yingshan Village. There was no guest house in the village, and the older woman kindly showed Nagawa the way to the village council to ask if there was a place to live. Changchuan came to the village committee. The village branch secretary inside was very enthusiastic and invited Changchuan in to rest his feet first. Chapter 120: Junko's Identity. Nagawa took the hot water handed by the village clerk, very naturally, and its talk-up. Mountain village people although manipulated a mouthful of accent, but Nagawa does not sound awkward. "What's a young man doing here alone?" "Uncle, I didn't come here alone, I'm a hiker. I used my cell phone to contact some like-minded friends. I came to our village to meet up with them. Have any outsiders come to the village recently?" Wu Qi and the others must have entered the mountain disguised as tourists, and Changchuan didn't know if he came first or later, so in order to find a reason to set up a conversation, Changchuan simply tied himself to Wu Qi and the others. Changchuan had wanted to describe the characteristics of Wu Qi's several people with the village clerk, but before he could do so, the village clerk waved his hand at him first. "No outsiders come to the village these days except you." As soon as he heard it, Nagawa knew that this time he was one step ahead of Wu Qi and the others again. "Uncle, is there any place in the village where I can stay? I would like to wait here for a friend." Eventually, Nagawa paid the village council a sum of money for residency and followed the village clerk to the unused house vacated by the forest keeper. This is a wooden house. There is a lot of space inside. There is no partition wall. Inside there is a fire pit used to warm up. Look at the traces have not been used for a long time. There is a big bunk in the corner of the wooden house. It is made with some wooden boards. The rest of the place is empty. There is no any living utensils. It looks like this wooden house has always been a temporary resting place. Changchuan wasn't sure how long it would take for Wu Qi and the others to arrive, but always this time, this body was prepared for everything. Before carrying out the time travel, the medicinal herbs in the storage space were put into the warehouse by the main body, and those antiques were also asked by him to Wu Qi out of his hand. There wasn't much in his 4 cubic meters of storage space right now. Most of it was supplies that his essence had bought, some medicines that he might be able to use, and lastly, the materials that his essence had scavenged to make talisman paper. Changchuan also left a lot of space. He remembers that there is a chamber full of treasures in the Yunding Heavenly Palace. He is not greedy for more. In case there is a good delicacy, take some, and send it to the Crescent Moon Hotel to be auctioned, and he can also write on the relationship of the Crescent Moon Hotel. Nagawa tidied up the cabin briefly and organized the supplies in his backpack a little bit. He went outside the cabin and picked up some dry branches and raised a fire in the fire pit inside the cabin to keep warm. After observing how quickly the branches burned, Nagawa went out and picked up some thicker ones, not stopping until he judged that the accumulation of branches was enough to keep him from getting cold for a day. Nagawa set up a stainless steel lunchbox on the fire. He took quite a bit of mineral water from the space and poured it in to boil it. In such a cold environment, it was easy to have diarrhea by drinking cold water. He and the village clerk had already discussed, Changchuan and others in these days, food will trouble the village clerk's family to prepare. Of course, Changchuan is paid, the amount is not small. There was another reason for Nagawa to give so much money. He wasn't going to leave the hut for a few days, so this meal would need to be brought to Nagawa by the village secretary's family. It wasn't that Nagawa had money to burn, it was just that he needed to have a sufficient amount of talisman paper ready before Wu Qi arrived. The knowledge and abilities between the main body and the vest are not interchangeable. Changchuan's attainments in Taoism are the same as Wanzhou's in medicinal tea, both are at the top of the pyramid, but Changchuan doesn't know how to do medicine, and Wanzhou doesn't know how to make charms. For 3 days in a row, in addition to going outside to pick up tree branches, the rest is to find a wooden pier to sit, the whole person lying on the wooden bedboard to concentrate on drawing charms. After all, the principal body did not have much understanding of the materials for making talismans. He had only instructed the logistics department of the Wang family to search for the best materials for him at that time, and the one who procured from the Wang family should also have little understanding of this area, and the materials bought back were barely adequate in the eyes of Changchuan. Even if he made it himself, the talisman paper would definitely not be up to the fire-repelling talisman from that time in the 7-star Ruwan Palace, but Nagawa was convinced that quality was not enough to make up. Day by day, Changchuan stayed in the wooden house for almost a week, except for the first few days when he was busy making talismans the whole day. The rest of the time he skipped around the village every day, chatting with the villagers he met. He also no longer let the village secretary's daughter-in-law to send food. Every mealtime Changchuan took his own food and left. These days he and the village many people are familiar with the village, especially the village guide called Shunzi. Nagawa didn't want to get close to Junko at first because he was never sure which side Junko was really on. In the original episode, Shunzi was commissioned by Wu Sanjin to lead Wu Qi to the real route. But Junko's subsequent disappearance and the bizarre timing of his death make Nagawa suspicious of his true identity. But even though Nagawa doesn't actively seek out Junko's whereabouts, the two more or less cross paths. The episode of their first encounter sticks in Nagawa's mind, not when Nagawa goes to the village and meets the villagers in a casual conversation, but when Nagawa goes to collect firewood and meets them squarely. Nagawa had lived in the cabin for so long that he had picked up all the branches in the surrounding area and had no choice but to go farther into the deep forest to pick them up, and it was in a posture of being in the middle of a hunt that Junko appeared before Wanzhou, when he was carrying a wild rabbit in his hand. Suddenly meeting a stranger, both parties are wary, but Junko takes a look at Nagawa's outfit and it becomes clear who he is, and he talks to Nagawa in a friendly manner, and later on the two of them socialize more and more with each other. Junko himself describes himself as a retired sentry who lives on the edge of a mountain village with his own mother, working as a guide during the tourist season and hunting in the mountains in the off-season to improve his diet. Junko's words sort of explained why Nagawa had never seen him in the village. Nagawa goes along with it on the surface and gets acquainted with Junko, but in his heart he deepens his suspicion of Junko. Because he'd realized that Junko was reaching out to himself. Chapter 121 Wu Qi's group arrives. Nagawa had observed the surroundings while picking up branches around the area, and many of the hidden bushes had traps laid by the villagers to catch the wildlife in the mountains. The mountains are large enough to definitely accommodate hunters who hunt, and over the years, everyone will have their own area of activity. With Shunzi's years of experience in hunting, he would definitely avoid this area, which was considered a tacit understanding between hunters. And the hare Junko was carrying in his hand would never have been caught over here. For one thing, he'd never seen a hare in sight these days, and for another, the traps around here hadn't caught prey in a long time. With all of the above, it's a nail in the coffin that Junko is deliberately approaching Nagawa. Nagawa guessed the reason in his mind, probably because the timing of his appearance was so coincidental that it made Junko suspicious. One evening, Nagawa got his dinner from the village clerk's house and was about to go back to the hut. From the village clerk's house back to the hut, he had to pass through the village committee, and before Nagawa got there, he heard a lot of noisy voices in front of him from a distance. Nagawa cautiously gripped toward the dagger at his waist and catapulted himself behind the courtyard wall to look toward the village council. There was a truck parked in front of the village hall, with several people gathered around it, and the kindly village clerk was talking to them among them. Although Nagawa was still some distance away from those people, he instantly recognized the acquaintances among them, and the ones talking to the village branch secretary were Wu Qi and Fatty Wang. Finally, Nagawa quietly backed up and circled around to another road. He quickened his pace. Wu Qi and the others would soon be led by the village clerk to stay in that wooden house of his. He had to hurry and put his supplies away. The dominant person in the group was Chen Payasi. They were numerous and powerful. If one wanted to join their group, the things on one's body would inevitably be scrutinized. Nagawa rushed into the wooden house and closed the door. He took out the sorted and organized talisman papers and drew a few of each and placed them on his body. The peachwood sword was also taken out by him and the outside was wrapped up tightly with cloth. The medicines, food, and tools on your body will be prepared in the dosage of an ordinary person, so that Chen Payasi will not be able to find out what is wrong. Nagawa took out the rice pack from the village clerk's house. There was a cotton cloth wrapped. Nagawa opened it when it was still warm inside. He raked food into his mouth quickly. He wouldn't have time to eat himself when they arrived later. As the lunchbox was about to bottom out, the sound of brakes came from outside the hut, and the village clerk called out Nagawa's name as he walked away. Ogawa. Ogawa. Nagawa put his lunchbox away, wiped his mouth, and pretended to know nothing as he got up and opened the door to his room. Coming, what's up, uncle? The somewhat worn wooden door was opened, and a young man with a handsome face appeared in the eyes of the crowd. There were mixed reactions from Wu Wei's group, who knew before they arrived that the cabin already had an occupant, rumored to be a young hiker. Seeing Changchuan's face, Chen Pai narrowed his eyes and whispered a few instructions to Manhwa on the side, while Wu Qi and Fatty Wang on the other side stared in disbelief. A smile lifted up on Changchuan's face as he reached out and waved at Wu Qi and the others. Wu Qi, Master Fatty, Master Pan, and this little brother, long time no see. Changchuan greeted them and turned his head to the village branch secretary on the side. Uncle, the person I'm waiting for has arrived. Thanks for taking care of me these past few days. You can ask Auntie to not have to prepare food for me in the future. Once the village branch secretary heard that a few people were acquainted, he was overjoyed. He collected the money those people borrowed to live in, and had thought about how to persuade this young man. Since he knew them, then there was no need for him to bother. He arranged a landing place for several people and quickly excused himself and left, and all of a sudden the atmosphere of this cabin became a bit strange. Wu Qi and a few of them were obviously eager to talk to Nagawa, but the leader of the group was Chen Payasi, who was obviously hostile to Nagawa. Nagawa looked like he couldn't feel the weird atmosphere present. He smiled and took a few steps forward to the crowd, and several of the Huamonk's men cautiously drew their weapons and aimed them at Nagawa. Don't be nervous, my name is Nagawa, no offense, Wu Qi, and the others know me, we go way back. Nagawa raised his hands to pacify Manhwa and the others as he stared with a kind face at Chen Payasi, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Fatty Wang, who was on the side, saw that the situation was tense and also hurriedly came out to echo Changchuan's words. Yes, Changchuan and us are very close, we are lifelong friends. Poof. Chen Payasi sneered, oh? A lifelong friendship. Changchuan? You're that Taoist priest that Wusan province has been investigating for a long time without finding out his identity, aren't you? I knew that this old fox Wusan province would definitely check my identity. I didn't realize that I was nothing more than a wandering Taoist priest, but I'm so famous, it's really a bit of a shame. After all, the traveling Taoist priest who can drive away ghosts and draw talismans has only produced one of you over the years. Chen Payasi said with a smile on his face. This was something that Nagawa really didn't know how to take. He had to change the topic. It's too cold outside, the house has a fire, let's move the stuff in and talk. After saying that, Changchuan smiled at Wu Qi who was beside him and turned around to enter the house. He put the backpack with supplies beside the fire. He also then moved a wooden pier to sit by the fire to roast the fire. Hua and the monk, several people carried the luggage into the house one by one, rolled up their sleeves and began to pack up, especially. Chapter 122 I'm here for you. Changchuan shook his head after hearing Wu Qi's words. Overcoming the dead souls is only one aspect. I came to Changbai Mountain this time because I was entrusted by someone to wait for one person here. Wu Wei blinked curiously. Can I know who you're waiting for? Seeing that Nagawa didn't say anything and just stared at himself, Wu Qi suddenly had a thought. You're not waiting for me, are you? Nagawa nodded. Tasker, why don't you use the same reason you did before? Changchuan did not answer. In the past few days, Changchuan secretly gave himself a trigram. The trigram is Jinghua, is the upper trigram. Combined with the goal of his calculations, Changchuan roughly guessed the content of the rewards for the completion of this mission, and it is likely that he will be allowed to see the body. As it was, he was going to set the stage for this. Wu Qi looked down in deep thought. Did my third uncle contact you? Nagawa shook his head. Is that someone I know? You don't have to guess, the time is not yet right. Anyway, one of my tasks is to protect you to leave Changbai Mountain safely. Fatty Wang's thieving eyes darted between Wu Qi and Changchuan in a rather comical manner. Comrade Tianjun, why do you care so much? After all, Taoist Master Nagawa won't harm us. Fatty Wang took over Changchuan's shoulder and sat on the other side of Changchuan. Taoist, since the last goodbye, I am immensely attached to you. I heard that last time you saved Tianjun's life in the Qinling, when it was really the top of the good people. Fatty Wang came up and gave a blowjob to Changchuan, who looked at Wu Qi with some uncertainty, asking with his eyes what was wrong with Fatty Wang. Wu Qi shrugged helplessly at him, signaling that he wasn't sure. Fatty Wang pulled Changchuan east and west for half a day, and then rubbed his hands in embarrassment before he said his purpose. Taoist, this time you cannot give the fat master I counted on a fortune. See, this fat master cannot return home full. With Wu Qi down several tombs, I have nothing to fish. You see, this time I cannot fish. What big treasure. Hearing Fatty say that, Wu Qi was not happy. First, Fatty, what kind of words are you saying? Saying it like I'm kinking you. Hey, fat master, I did not say anon. Your own blind think, don't rely on me. I'm not trying to seek a peace of mind. You say it is the Taoist priest. Fatty Wang righteously refuted Wu Qi and turned his head to look at Changchuan with a smile on his face. This is nothing difficult. Nagawa smiled and responded, asked the fat man for a few numbers and began to calculate it, and in just half a minute, Nagawa already had a result. You'll get what you want, fat master. Fatty Wang was instantly excited. He clenched both fists and shook them fiercely in front of his chest. Yes. Wu Qi directly rolled his eyes. Just so Fatty Wang saw it, the two made a mess again, and Changchuan hurriedly hid to the side, fearing that he would be involved. Panzi was holding some firewood that he had picked up from outside and warmly greeted Changchuan as he passed by, and Changchuan flashed him a smile in return as a response, only for him to turn his head and see Zhang Qiling with a hooded face gazing at him. Changchuan awkwardly reached out and shook his hand at Zhang Qiling, expecting Zhang Qiling to ignore him, but he didn't expect the man to respond to him, and even though it was only a nod, it was enough to make Changchuan flattered. This brother, where are you from? Why did you come to Changbai Mountain to play in such a cold day? You're alone. Just now I saw that you were on good terms with Master Xiao-san and the others. Now that you are idle, let's natter. A man with glasses naturally took a stool and sat next to Nagawa. He spoke in a friendly tone and even had a smile on his face, but Nagawa was clear that this man was here to test himself for Chenpai. Oh yeah, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hua Shan, that one is my boss, known as 4th Master Chen on the Tao, that one is Yi Chang, and that one is Guofeng. Manhwa pointed to the people on his side and gave Nagawa a brief introduction, then looked at Nagawa, signaling him to follow his words and continue. Hello, my name is Changchuan, I'm a traveling Taoist priest, these should be clear to 4th Master Chen. Nagawa said and raised his eyes to look at Chen Paiasi behind Hua Monk. He was wrapped in a military coat and his whole body looked like he was resting with his eyes closed, but when Nagawa looked over, he suddenly opened his eyes and met Nagawa's eyes straight on. Nagawa gave him a friendly smile and proceeded to answer Monk Hua's question. I'm clear about your identities, there's nothing to hide between us, there's no conflict of interest between me and you, I'm just entrusted by someone to come here and wait for Wu Qi to arrive, I'll follow Wu Qi behind to protect him, I only have this purpose this time, I won't interfere in your actions, and 4th Master doesn't have to care about me. Little brother is also an open-minded person, but unfortunately our team is not very welcoming to people who join halfway. Chapter 123, I subconsciously resented Chenpai. Chenpaiasi's slightly aged voice rang out, and his cloudy eyes opened slightly, looking straight at Nagawa. The atmosphere in the cabin was a bit gloomy, everyone's breathing started to change. After Chenpaisi opened his mouth, Hua Monk silently withdrew, and Changchuan and Chenpaisi once again became the center of the storm. 4th Master Chun, I think you're misunderstanding my meaning. Chang Chuan suddenly laughed out softly. My purpose is to protect Wu Qi. Whether I can join the team or not is up to Junior Master San's decision. I'm stating it to you as a mere notification. You're not qualified to make the decision for Junior Master San. Chang Chuan casually sat on the wooden pier, with a light smile on his face, but his body vaguely revealed sharpness, and he did not lose the slightest bit of ground against the fiercely famous Chen Paiasi. The ferocious color in Chen Paiasi's eyes erupted as he raised his hand quickly, and two unreadable black shadows rushed straight at Chang Chuan's face. The black and gold ancient sword in Zhang Qiling's hand was slightly sheathed and quickly withdrawn, only to see Chang Chuan, who was also extremely fast, sweep away the two iron eggs that were coming straight at him with a flash of cold light in his hand. Following the force, Nagakawa leaned back, his left hand supported the ground with a force, and his whole body rotated and stood on the side. A pistol appeared in Nagawa's hand, its muzzle pointed straight at the seated Chen Paiasi. Hua Monk. A few people flew to block in front of Chen Paiasi, the hands of the weapon also one by one to take out, but because they are taking the proper way to come to the village, on the body did not prepare the gun at all. Knives and daggers in front of Nagawa's pistol is nothing at all. Fourth Master Chen is so atmospheric. Chang Chuan raised his gun and looked at those people on the opposite side with a cautious face, and Wu Qi, seeing that the situation was getting more and more tense, hurriedly stood in the middle of the two parties. Have a talk, there is a village not far away. It's not good to end it if it's a big deal. Wu Qi gave Nagawa a reassuring look as he turned his head and put on a polite smile to look at Chen Paiasi. Fourth Grandpa, this business of Taoist priests is about being straightforward. Don't take Chang Chuan Taoist's words to heart, and I can vouch for Chang Chuan Taoist's character. He saved my life many times. I guess this time coming to find me was also arranged by my third uncle, and as you know, my third uncle likes to leave things in the backhand. From what you're saying he has to stay? Fourth Grandfather, you are definitely earning by keeping him. Chang Chuan Taoist is proficient in Qi Man Bagua. He is also good at finding dragons and pointing out acupuncture points, and he is also as good as a heavenly god with his ability to control fire. With him joining us, we will definitely be more secured this time. Wu Qi complimented Chang Chuan 360 degrees in all directions once again, and his eyes also continuously made a wink to Chang Chuan, and Chang Chuan immediately understood. He put the pistol away and arched his hand at Chen Paiasi. Master Chen Si, it was me who offended just now. I am sorry for the offense, please forgive me, and I will listen to your orders for the journey afterward. Chang Chuan's attitude was sincere and gave Chen Paiasi a step forward, which he also followed Chang Chuan's words to echo. Chen Paiasi knew that this matter was over, so he waved his hand to the men surrounding him. Since it's Wu San Province's arrangement, I'll give your grandfather face. Wu Qi responded repeatedly to Chen Paiasi, and even pulled Chang Chuan with his hand, who had a friendly smile on his face and also bowed to Chen Paiasi. However, when I prepared the supplies in the first place, they were per head, so there's no extra for this little brother. I don't dare to trouble the fourth grandfather, we are rightly responsible for his supplies. Oh, that's good. This fiasco came to an end only after Chen Paiasi closed his eyes and rested. Fatty Wang excused himself for not having enough firewood and pulled Wu Qi and Chang Chuan out of the wooden house. The sun is set outside the house, and the temperature is also a little low. Fatty Wang walked to the forest and found a low-lying terrain with bushes to cover the back of the wind and squatted down, and by the way, he also pulled Chang Chuan and Wu Qi down with him. Taoist, what's wrong with you today? Why are you fighting with that old man as soon as you come up? This is not your style. Fatty Wang wrapped his coat and came to Nagchuan's ear to ask, and Wu Qi also stuck his head over. Apparently he was also a little puzzled by Nagchuan's unusual behavior. Shenpi gave me a bad feeling and I subconsciously resented him. Chang Chuan thought of the strange wisp of grey gas he saw from Chen Paiasi. He had never seen such a strange aura, and for a moment he could not judge what it was, so he had to say that his subjective feeling was not good, lest he make Wu Qi and Wang Fatty afraid. Wu Qi, however, stroked his chin with a contemplative face. What can make you feel bad must be Chen Paiasi himself. This year he is over 90 years old, such an old age, but he has to go up the mountain and down the grave. Is it possible that he is possessed by a ghost? Nagawa's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Qi incredulously. He thought that Wu Qi could not say such words. Aha! Fatty Wang couldn't stop nodding his head, very much agreeing with Wu Qi's idea. Fatty Master has long observed this person. His face is black and unlike a living person. It is possible that Chen Paiasi died a long time ago, and then he was possessed by an unknown evil spirit, with the purpose of harming people, and tricked us all to death here. Broken case. It must be Fatty Wang who brought Wu Qi down. Listen, what a mess he's talking about. Kiso messed up words Wu Qi unexpectedly believed. TSK, what should we do? It's so hard to have news of Uncle San, but we can't not go. Yes, it's not easy for Master Fatty to make a big fortune, so we can't afford not to go. Chang Chuan reached out and wiped his face, giving Wu Qi and Fatty Wang a slap each. What were you thinking? Ha? So what, we guessed wrong. Wu Qi was dumbfounded and looked at each other with Fatty Wang, leaving Chang Chuan alone in the wind. You guys are really overthinking it. Chen Paiasi has not been possessed by a ghost. If there was really an evil spirit taking over his body, I would be able to spot it at a glance. I can't tell you the reason why I feel bad for him, it needs further observation. In any case, Chen Paiasi is definitely alive now without a doubt. Chang Chuan's words made Wu Qi and Fatty Wang oh, but Chang Chuan clearly felt that they both seemed to be a little disappointed. No? What did they expect? Is this what a normal person would do in the face of a bizarre event? Chapter 124, Entering the Mountain. But Nagawa's face was hesitant, and he stammered a bit between words. Fatty Wang patted Chang Chuan's shoulder. You don't have to worry, Dao Master, there is little brother, he will definitely protect us, you don't have to put on that old man's hostility towards you, anyway, you have this, you don't have to be afraid of him. Fatty Wang said and pointed to Chang Chuan's waist, compared to a gesture of 8, Chang Chuan as soon as he took out that pistol he began to covet. Chang Chuan took a look and knew what Fatty Wang was thinking, he drew the pistol in his waist and stuffed it into Fatty Wang's hand. You can have the pistol, I'm not used to it. Fatty Wang joyfully took it over, carefully caressing it in his hand, and the degree of liking was comparable to that of the treasures in the tomb. Chang Chuan's unfinished words weren't what Fatty Wang thought, he wasn't worried at all about whether Chen Paiasi would lay hands on him, he was actually hesitant to tell Wu Qi and the two of them that Chen Pai and his gang were all going to be buried here. But the moment he was interrupted by Fatty Wang he decided not to say anything, everyone has their own destiny, and it is futile to talk about it. Nagawa, are you really here for me this time? Wu Qi asked with some uncertainty. Didn't I tell you before that I came here and was indeed waiting for you? Wu Qi scratched his head in embarrassment. Didn't I think you were looking for an excuse to fool Chen Paiasi? You think too much. The first reason I came to Changbai Mountain is for you, the second is the old reason. I heard that there is a big tomb here, there must be a lot of dead souls in it, I came to overtake them by the way. Achoo! Wu Xia sneezed and sniffled hard. Go back, it's too cold outside. Nagawa patted Fatty Wang who was still giggling on the side. He broke some branches from the bushes and held them in his hands, and Wu Qi and Fatty Wang followed suit and folded some from the side in passing. The three of them took the pathetic little bit of twigs and swaggered back into the cabin. Many people looked at them when they went in. There was no need to look at the amount of twigs they had in their hands. Everyone knew that picking up the twigs was just a reason to do so, but look the other way. After this mess between Chang Chuan and Chinpi, the people in the cabin were clearly divided into several factions. Chinpi and the three men under him were resting in one corner of the house. Pansy took Chang Chuan's backpack to their side, and he sat down next to Wu Xia's and Fatty Wang's backpacks to organize their stuffs, and Xiao Xiao was alone in a faction of his own, sitting by the fire alone. Wu Qi pulled Chang Chuan to their sleeping bags, because the wooden planks built through the bunk is not very big, accommodate 3 or 4 people is the limit, in line with the traditional virtues of respect for the elderly, that wooden bed let to Chin Pai them, while Wu Qi several people are playing the ground. However, the lot of Changbai Mountain, the night is too cold, if directly wrapped in a sleeping bag lying on the ground for fear of freezing. Wu Qi when they moved their luggage inside, they went outside to search a pile of withered grass to lay on the ground, which increases the comfort, but also avoids the cold of the ground to invade the human body. Nagawa went to his pack, spread out the sleeping bag rolled up on top of it, and chose the edge of a haystack to settle on. He used his backpack as cover again and took a few packs of warm patches from space to share among the three of them for Wu Qi, and looking at Zheng Qiling sitting alone by the fire, Chang Chuan tugged at the hem of Wu Qi's shirt. How is tonight's night duty arranged? Being asked this question, Wu Qi was also a bit stunned. He and Fatty were in a hurry to go out, how could they care about the arrangements for the night watch, when Pan Zi came close to answer Chang Chuan's question for Wu Qi. Master Chen Si and that little brother arranged it tonight. In the first half of the night, little brother and Manhwa will guard it, and in the second half of the night, it's me and Yi Chang. Chang Chuan nodded and glanced at Zheng Qiling who was guarding the fire. He still hadn't moved a muscle, holding his ancient black and gold sword in his hand, his entire face hidden under the shadow of the brim of his hat, making it impossible to see. These days Chin Paya see those people have been in the village to pick up supplies, food, and clothing more or less prepared some, of course, the most critical is the horse, want to go into the mountains, there is no other way, the snowy mountains are rugged, the highway to the mountains to this village cut off, want to continue to go on, can only rely on the legs of the horse and the feet of the people. In addition to the necessary things to enter the mountain, the most crucial thing for their group was the need to find a guide who was familiar with the terrain and routes in the mountain. This time Nagawa didn't wait for the village clerk to recommend them, he was the first to say that he knew one of the local guides, or Shunzi. In this season now, there are few people who want to go to the mountain, and even fewer who can go to the mountain. Even if Shinpaya doubts whether Shunzi and Chang Chuan are colluding with each other, he can only use Shunzi as a guide, because in the nearby 10 miles of the townships, there is only this one person who can be willing to take them to the mountain. And so it was that Junko, a scarce talent, made his way into the ranks and assumed ostensible leadership. The people in Shunzi's request, and then bought some necessities. So far, the mountaineering team was formally assembled, 10 people plus 15 horses into the mountains of the deep forest. The scenery of Changbai Mountain is beautiful, pure, and beautiful things will always make people feel good, of course, provided that the viewer is in a safe enough environment. Apparently, a few of Nagawa's men did not fit the bill, and another man's horse got stuck in the snow, but fortunately the horses were all tied together, and through the help of the others the team returned to their normal course. Nagawa also concentrated on looking in all directions with his compass. Their horsemen were currently traveling on a slope approaching 60 degrees, and looking down, a serene lake lay just below this mountain range. According to Junko, a little further on, they would see a deserted village that would be their shelter for the night. "Look! There's someone down there!" Fatty Wang squinted his eyes as if he saw something and picked up the binoculars by his legs to take a closer look. Chapter 125, It's Human. Shunzi led the crowd into the fence. He pointed to the sign on the wall and explained to the crowd, this was originally a border post, then after the multilateral talks the post moved away. There were originally some forest guards and hunters living here, then later because of the gun ban, fewer and fewer people came here until it is now completely deserted. Many of the wooden houses here had collapsed, and not many were habitable, and Junko led the crowd to the largest one. This is the previous camp and the house is relatively solid, so let's rest here tonight, Junko said as he rolled off his horse, and Nagawa and the others followed, finding a place that was slightly sheltered from the wind and snow, and tethering the horses together there. Wuchi and the others carried their own supplies with them, leaving the rest, which were not very important, next to the horses. Nagawa stood in the yard in front of the cabin with his backpack on, and he stared straight at a spot in the distance. Suddenly a person stood beside him, and Nagawa inclined his head to see that it was Zhang Qiling, who was behind the pad. "Did you see that?" Changchuan's headless words Zhang Qiling, however, understood, and he gently nodded his head, but did not make a sound. "Going to see?" Zhang Qiling shook his head again. "It's too late, rest first, you and I will keep watch tonight." This time it turned into a Nagawa nod. "Little brother, Taoist master, what are you two looking at?" Fatty took the luggage and was about to follow Wu Qi in, but the afterglow saw behind Zhang Qiling and Changchuan motionless looking into the distance. He also went over to follow the line of sight of the two people to look over there. In addition to a few broken houses, a continuous forest, he looked at it horizontally and vertically, also did not see any special place. "Is it hard to appreciate the scenery?" Fatty Wang took another look at the already darkened sky. The colorful sunset had long disappeared. The stars and the moon were indeed ornamental, but they were all behind them, right? Fatty Wang turned around 360 degrees and really couldn't be on the same frequency as these two. Don't look, there is the outermost position, shielding those behind them from the chilly winds that filtered in through the cracks in the door. "Tonight you rest, and little brother and I will keep watch." Nagawa spoke aloud to the crowd, and seeing that someone had volunteered to keep watch, Jinpei's men readily agreed. After the crowd simply ate something, they all retreated into their sleeping bags, leaving only Zhang Qiling and Changchuan still sitting, one of them polishing his sword and the other tossing copper coins. The night was deepening, and no creature could be heard outside, only the howling cold wind, and the creaking of the cabin. After an uneventful night, snow began to fall outside the cabin, and the temperature plummeted, causing the waking Wu Qi to shiver fiercely. "Nagawa, you and little brother didn't sleep all night?" Wu Qi folded his own sleeping bag and looked at Zhang Qiling and Changchuan's almost unchanged posture as he asked Changchuan in shock. Changchuan put his backpack on his back and nodded to Wu Qi. "It's a vigil, of course you can't sleep." Fatty Wang laughed and patted Wu Qi. "Tianjin, you're sleepy, what kind of question is this asking?" Changchuan didn't care about Wu Qi and Fatty Wang's jostling. He got up and walked to the eaves of the house, where a person was already standing. He stood side by side with that person, and both of their eyes once again looked at the same place. Zhang Qiling's eyes sullenly looked at the distant sky, his brows slightly knitted, seemingly worried about something. Changchuan took out the copper money and threw it upwards. The copper money rotated in front of the two of them and fell straight into the palm of Changchuan's hand. "Don't worry, there's a scare." When Zhang Qiling heard this, he looked at the copper coins in Changchuan's hands. He turned his head and looked into the distance again, only he wasn't frowning. Nagawa slipped the copper coins back into his pocket and swept his eyes around the surrounding houses. There was nothing he was looking for. "Is it an animal?" "It's human," Zhang Qiling answered Nagawa with certainty. "Yesterday just inside the post." Nagawa was then keenly aware of a black shadow flickering behind a house in the distance near the periphery, just too fast for Nagawa to see exactly what it was. So as soon as he got off his horse, he cautiously looked at the place where the black shadow appeared. It was within his expectation that little brother could spot it. It was the warped ceiling after all. He and Xiao Xiao stood guard for the whole night and there was nothing unusual. The black shadow did not show any intention of attacking them, which made Nagawa inwardly favor a beast in the mountain forest, but since Xiao Xiao said it was a human, it must be a human. Those who came up to the mountain at this time, and whose behavior was so sneaky, were afraid that they were rushing to their team, and whether they were enemies or friends was still debatable. You go ahead and drive, I'll pad out. Chang Chuan thought for a long time, and proposed the arrangement of today's rush to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling did not say anything, so Chang Chuan took it as his default. Along the way, Nagawa didn't notice any signs of the team being followed, and other than the growing snow and wind that was hindering them, the journey today could definitely be smooth. Chapter 126, Detecting a Traveler. When Chang Chuan followed Fatty Wang, the people in front of him had already gathered together, and Chang Chuan drilled into the crowd and listened for a while to understand a general idea. It turns out that the wind is too strong. It seems to have caused an avalanche. The terrain here has changed. Shunzi somewhat do not recognize the road, but now the weather is too harsh. If you stay outside for a long time for fear of freezing to death in the snow, Shunzi decided to first take shelter in an abandoned outpost to avoid the wind and snow. The people were going to listen to Shunzi's words, dragging the plows to march. On foot in the snow, Nagawa stepped on the snow around him. One foot went straight down to his knees. The temperature around them was getting colder and colder. Even Nagawa, who had the talisman paper to keep him warm, felt. Chang Chuan unlocked the rope on his body to hold in his hand. He tugged the rope a little bit forward, and soon caught up with Fatty Wang. He patted Fatty Wang's shoulder and compared a gesture that he was going to the front. Fatty Wang struggled to compare an okay. Nagawa passed the people on the rope along the way. When catching up with Wu Qi, the rope in front of him suddenly fell to the ground. Apparently the people in front of him stopped. Nagawa grabbed the rope and accelerated his speed to the front. A fat and short black shadow appeared in the snowy mist in front of him. Nagawa's hand touched to his waist, where a dagger was inserted. He held the rope and slowly moved forward, and when he got closer, it turned out to be Xiao and Shunzi. Nagawa breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran to the duo, followed by Wu Qi and the others behind him. Shunzi, who was the guide, had fainted and Xiao was holding him up to check his breath. How is he doing? Chang Chuan asked loudly as he came up beside Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling didn't say anything, just shook his head, and Chang Chuan immediately understood that this meant that he wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. The people in the back all followed one by one along the rope. Fatty Wang took a look at the situation and directly cursed, "Damn, this guide body is such a weakling, not even as good as Tianjin." On the side, Wu Qi was still nodding quite approvingly, and if it wasn't for the horrible wind around them, the two of them might have been able to chat straight away. Seeing that everyone was together, Nagawa held the compass up to the crowd. "All follow me, I can find the way." Saying that and not caring about the reaction of the others, he patted Zhang Qiling's shoulder and untied the rope from Shunzi's body and tied it around his waist, becoming the new leader of the team. Wu Qi and Wang Fatty is aware of Chang Chuan's ability. Without saying a word to grab the rope to follow, Zhang Qiling also carried. Shunzi followed, pansy naturally where Wu Qi went where he went. The rest of the Huamonk, a few people look at each other, see Chinpai see some green and white face, they do not dare to delay. Huamonk back up, Chinpai followed. Nagawa walked in the forefront. The wind and snow split his face. In order to determine the direction, Nagawa had to walk for a while to crouch down to block the wind and snow to look at the compass, and finally after looking at the compass 4 times, Nagawa's footsteps forward suddenly stopped. He put down the compass and looked at the white scene in front of him, tried to step on the snow layer under his feet, and there was no reaction from the surrounding area. The people in the back saw Nagawa stop and went forward. "Taoist, are we at the place yet?" Fatty Wang put his hand in front of his face and hissed, inquiring about Chang Chuan. The wind was so loud that communication had to be done with a roar, and Chang Chuan shouted back, "It's under the snow cover nearby, look for it everyone." The group spread out and looked around, Nagawa stomping here and there, never finding anything. "There's a hole here." Wu Qi's shout sounded not far away. Chang Chuan heard it and immediately ran over. He saw that there was indeed a deep pit where Wu Qi was pointing, and was immediately puzzled in his mind. "Is it hard to believe that I skipped the plot and found the hot springs ahead of time?" The crowd that had gathered around the deep pit all looked down curiously, and a few flashlight rays had shone down. "Look! What's that?" Yi Chang, who was holding up a flashlight, let out a loud roar, drawing the crowd's eyes over at once. The faint light revealed several black and elongated claws inside the snowdrift underneath. Looking closely, the black shadow in the snowdrift was hidden, and the light hit it, and it also glowed, looking at the shape like a coiled snake, and like a twisted centipede. Pan Zi was the first to curse, and Fatty Wang followed by bursting into foul language. Nagawa didn't care about the crowd's reaction at all as he pulled off his windscreen and struggled to look around, the biting wind and snow hitting his eyes, but he persisted in sweeping over his surroundings before finally locking his gaze on the deep pit below. It was only because just now, the system's beep suddenly sounded. "The main mission is released, ask the tasker to kill the traveler Changko." the mission lasts for 7 days, the failure penalty is wiped out. That's not a living thing. Nagawa spoke to the group of people who were discussing how to deal with it, then he untied the rope around his waist and drew out his mahogany sword and leapt down. After descending to a certain height, the mahogany sword was viciously stabbed out by Nagawa and plunged into the cave wall of the deep pit. Accompanied by a long snorting sound, Nagawa slid on the cave wall for a certain distance, and then he kicked at the cliff wall with force, and landed on top of the snow layer at the bottom with a light flip in the air. He took out his flashlight and turned it on, carefully shining it on the surrounding snow cover, and sure enough, he found some tracks not far away. Nagawa walked towards the trace. There were some scratches on the flat layer of snow. It looked like it had been smoothed out by someone's hand, and it had been there for a while. A thin layer of snow had fallen on top of it through the deep pits. It would have been absolutely difficult to find out if Nagawa hadn't known that there was someone here. He followed the traces and slowly came to that stone sculpture, only to see that there was a very wide crack between the bottom of the stone sculpture and the surrounding rock layer, and when Nagawa looked closely, he could tell that there were traces of artificial chiseling and digging. Nagawa, be careful, don't rush straight upwards when it comes to this kind of thing. Yeah, you just scared the fat lord out of me. As soon as Wu Qi and Fatty Wang untied the ropes on their bodies, they hurriedly ran towards Changchuan's side, and Zhang Qiling also followed behind the duo to look this way. Ding, the presence of the traveler is detected. Opening a special locking mode. In this mode, the tasker can listen to the traveler's mind. Chapter 127, Hearing the Voice of the Heart, Not Seeing the Real Person. The system's voice overlapped with the voices of Wu Qi and Fatty in the distance, and Nagawa subconsciously held his breath to listen to that traveler's heart. For a long time, so long that Wu Qi and Fatty Wang both patted on Nagawa's shoulder, he didn't hear any heartfelt sounds. No way, another silent one? Nagawa, what are you looking at? How come you don't even answer when I call you? Wu Qi tapped Nagawa's arm to bring him back to his senses. Nagawa shook the flashlight in his hand. Look there, I found the entrance to the hot springs. Hearing Changchuan say that, Wu Qi and Wang Fatty hurriedly came to the place where the light was shining, and indeed they saw a crack that could accommodate one person to enter and exit. Hiss, this crack looks like it's been. Wu Qi made all this clear and waited for everyone to make suggestions. Jin Payasi was the first to cough. It's very windy and snowy outside, the temperature here will be even lower. If we want to stay alive we have to go down, there are so many of us, we don't have to worry even if there are people down there. His voice was breathless, he had to slow down when he said a sentence. Changchuan saw that the deathly aura on his face had thickened some more, and his face had become a bit ironic. For an old man of more than 90 years of age, to be able to hold out for so long in such a hostile environment was also called a phrase of toughness of the body. Shin Payasi's words illuminated the plight of the crowd at the moment. No matter what was down there, they had to go down as long as they wanted to live. Nagawa drew the dagger at his waist and turned the backpack on his body to his chest. I'll go down and explore first. Nagawa said that he was about to make a move, but was pulled back by Fatty Wang. Wait, the situation down there is unknown, you're carrying a pistol. Fatty Wang handed Changchuan the pistol that Changchuan had given him again, and when he saw that Changchuan didn't react, he leaned on Changchuan again. Quickly take it. Nagawa reached out and took it, sliding the dagger back into his waistband as he held a flashlight in his left hand and a pistol in his right, gesturing to the crowd behind him as he turned his head and bowed into the crevice. The crack had been excavated, and Nagawa entered with ease. This crevice was naturally cracked when the entire mountain range underwent a mountain movement, and it was so deep and dark inside that the column of light from the flashlight couldn't even shine at the end. The opening of the crack was the narrowest part of the whole crack, and although the gap inside could not accommodate two people walking side by side, a body type like Fatty Wang could pass through. However, the shape of the crevices also changes, with boulders of various shapes underneath, and it is sometimes necessary to climb on hands and knees, or even lie on your stomach in some places to get through. Not long after, there's no one? Then why did the system give a hint? Nagawa swept the space with his flashlight. The area was quite large, it was as big as more than a basketball court, and the surrounding stone walls still had exquisite colorful murals, but the colors on them were a bit dull. It should be caused by oxidation over a long period of time. There were several hot springs not far ahead, and layers of heat could still be seen as the light shone through. Changchuan vaguely heard sounds coming from the cave behind him. Knowing that it was Wu Qi and the others who had rushed up, he immediately took out his backpack from space and put it on his back. 7. Am I reading this right? This man's backpack seems to have appeared out of nowhere? Someone. Nagawa's heart trembled violently. The traveler was here, but he hadn't found any abnormality at all. Even the secret of his own space was exposed. No, he had to calm down. Nagawa pressed on, keeping his original position and pretending to casually scan around with his flashlight, but in reality, he was secretly looking for the figure of the traveler. You read that right, this man's backpack did appear out of thin air. Boing boing, it's storage space, right? It's got to be storage space. Chapter 128, Holding Wu Qi. I don't even have a storage space yet. How come this guy has one? He can't be a fellow traveler, or a fellow traveler who is more powerful than me. Little Chi-Chi, look at other people and look at you, you have to work hard. Hearing his host Pui himself again, 777 CPU wanted to go into the ICU to calm down. Host, please don't be unreasonable. As long as you successfully complete the upgrade mission issued by the headquarters this time, the storage space will be available soon. No, I'm not. Don't give me a big picture. 777 took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It had been the outstanding employee for 3 years in a row, the district disobedient child, he could handle it. Stop arguing and forfeit your reward. Boing boing. What's this guy down there shining a flashlight at? It's a good thing I hid on the roof of the cave, or else I would have been found out by now. As soon as Wu Qi shows up, I'll jump down and hijack him. Not only can I show my valor, but I can also threaten them to let me join the team in the process. How many times have I told you not to use such aggressive tactics? Get out of the way. Bang. A gunshot echoed throughout the cave, and the few people still in the crevice, Wu Qi, were shaken. It's the sound of gunshots, isn't it? Wu Qi asked Fatty Wang uncertainly. It's the sound of gunfire. It's not good, the Taoist priest is in danger. The little brother at the front immediately increased his speed before Fatty's words even fell, instantly pulling away from Wu Qi and Fatty Wang behind him. Hurry up and follow little brother. No one knew about the conversation between the three in the cave, and a flash of fire flashed before the eyes of Cheng Ko, who was plastered above the cave wall, and he subconsciously dodged to the side as a bullet struck the stone wall and crumbled down a piece. Host. No identities to be revealed. 777 feels as if the Outstanding Employee Award is going away from it this year. Don't worry, I'll just hint at him twice. Tasker, never reveal your identity to this person. Why didn't you warn Zhu Bojian when he discovered my identity before? The last traveler did not have a system, traveled by accident, and was not covered by the regulations. Nagawa Heartclear, this traveler has its own system, but the strange thing is that both systems have a rule that cannot reveal their identity. Is it a coincidence or something else? Hey, I asked you a question, why don't you say something? But you don't look like a Taoist to me. What do you mean, Taoist? What the hell is a Taoist priest? I said, are you? I'll go. A black shadow flashed out from that hole. It was Zhang Qiling. He moved quickly. A flash rushed in front of Cheng Ko. His right leg kicked heavily at Cheng Ku. Seeing the opportunity, Nagawa also rushed forward to help Zhang Qiling clamp down on Cheng Ku's movements. The peachwood sword was held in Cheng Chuan's hand strangely. He made a spin and the blade of the peachwood sword struck Cheng Ku's left arm, and Zhang Qiling also kicked heavily at Cheng Ku's chest in the same direction. Due to the blow to his left arm, Cheng Ko only had time to protect his right arm in front of his body, and the great force impacted on his right arm, bringing his entire body back a few steps. When he stopped, he was still stepping on some gravel under his feet. His eyes glanced at the flashlight on the ground over there, and with a push of his foot, a small stone was kicked out by him with dexterity, directly breaking the bulb of the flashlight. At once, the entire space was once again plunged into darkness. Nagawa thought of what this traveler was capable of on his body and immediately called out to little brother. Glow sticks. Zhang Qiling was about to reach out when a strong wind whistled from his ear, and he immediately fended it off. On the other side, Chang Chuan only heard the sound of skin and flesh colliding one after another. He was pondering whether or not he should take out the glow stick from his space now. He wasn't sure if Zhang Qiling would notice in this environment. While he was hesitating, there was another sound from the mouth of the cave, as if someone was climbing out. Hiss. An inhaling sound rang out, and although it was extremely faint, which one of the three people present did not have amazing ear power, and instantly captured the source of the sound. Host, it's Wu Ji, get on. No good. Wu Qi duck. Ding, plot deviation detected. Ding, life-threatening situation detected for protagonist Wu Qi. Ding, temporary mission released, ask the taskmaster to rescue Wu Qi, mission reward 800 points. What? Egu, what is it? Let go of me, little brother Nagawa help. Without Cheng Ku's obstruction, Zhang Qiling immediately flung out a few glow sticks, and the warm yellow light immediately illuminated the entire space. The scene in front of him made Nagawa's heart sink. Wu Xia had already fallen into the hands of the traveler, and he had a short knife resting on his neck, and Zhang Qiling and himself, one left and one right, were standing 2 by 2 on either side of the front of this traveler. That traveler looked young and rather handsome, with a punk-style chain hanging around his neck, and dressed in a slightly more individualistic manner. The whole person looked a bit middle-aged. No, is crossing over all about face value now? Shao-Chi, do all travelers really have cayenne? This guy's not bad-looking. Of course, there's a mandatory requirement for anyone to be chosen to cross over the face has to be good-looking, and good-looking people always make people feel good, and are more conducive to mission accomplishment. Oi! Leave someone under the knife. While several people were staring blankly at each other, Fatty Wang was trying to suck in his stomach and crawling out with great difficulty. After Fatty Wang's interruption, Chang Chuan came back to his senses. What do you want to do? You have to think about it. There are a lot of us here. If you hurt him, you won't be able to get out alive. Ouch, I'm so scared. Chen Ko had a provocative look on his face, and the short knife in his hand gestured twice at Wu Chi's neck, causing Nagawa to jump for a moment. Fatty Wang was even more anxious and jumped up and down. Have a word, have a word. Don't move on the knife. He had already climbed out of the hole, casually pulling his clothes down, and immediately came to the center of the room, looking at Chen Ko with sincere eyes. This. Fatty Wang jammed for a split second, only because this kidnapper is too young, looks like an underage child. Chapter 129 Dry Heaven in the Sleeve, Stunned Traveler. Just call me Narco. It's not often you see a kidnapper who's so self-effacing. Fatty Wang's face was full of smiles. Chang, little brother, what requirements can we mention? A few of us are reasonable, let's put down the knife first and have a good chat. With Fatty Wang there, Nagawa was assured that he would leave the negotiation to Fatty Wang, who had wanted to step aside and give the playing field to the duo, but who knew that the traveler was not acting according to common sense. I'm going to communicate with him. Fatty Wang followed his gaze and saw Nagawa, who was about to back away on the side. Can it be that he wants to retaliate after Nagawa Taoist gave this kid a painful beating? That's not right. Didn't little brother do it too? Brothers, listen to me, he is a Taoist priest, how to understand what winding there is something you say to me on the line, the fat man I keep to do it for you. Fatty Wang persuaded bitterly, but could not make this kidnapper remove a little gaze from Nagawa. Seeing this situation, Fatty Wang helplessly gave Nagawa a look. Okay, let the Taoist priest say a few words to you. You must pay attention to the knife in your hand. My brother's little life can be just one. After saying this, Fatty Wang made room for Chang Chuan, who had no choice but to take a few steps in front of Chen Ko, his face plain but containing a hint of concern for Wu Chi. Narco, I'm right here, just say what you have to say. This still somewhat childish traveler looked at Nagawa with an excited face. Are you and I traveling together? Fatty Wang and Wu Chi looked at each other. What kind of question was this? Nagawa knew what Sun Ko was asking him, but he made up his mind to play it safe. He frowned on his face, a hint of disbelief in his tone. I've told you, I'm a Taoist priest, you can't be a peer, and if it's any other profession, how would I know if you didn't say so? Chen Ko was a bit anxious. TCH, I can't say anything here either. Did he not get my hint? I just saw it. What? See what? Chang Chuan's mind was racing. He was thinking about how to explain the backpack problem, saying that he had misread it? But People's System also saw it, directly admit it? Isn't this a disguised indication of his identity as a traveler? The backpack, you should know what I mean. Just now when you suddenly took out the backpack, I saw it. Don't try to deny it, my eyes can see in the dark, and I had a good view at that time. There is no case of misreading. The strange conversation between the two caused the other three to look at Nagawa, who still had a calm and unperturbed expression on his face, and he even slightly displayed a look of dawning realization. Is that what you're talking about? Nagawa pretended to make a simple pinch in his hand, and the peachwood sword in his hand immediately disappeared in the eyes of several people. Fatty Wang didn't hold back his foul mouth. He looked at Chang Chuan's empty hand. That peachwood sword didn't see where it was hidden, and rubbed his eyes in a bit of a trance. Wu Wei was even so excited that he almost forgot the short sword around his neck, and even Zhao's eyes widened slightly by a few pixel points. Only to see Nagawa proceed to repeat the gesture he had just made, and the mahogany sword reappeared in his hand. Yes, that's the one. Aren't you the one? How did you get this reward? Narco looked at the disappearing and reappearing mahogany sword in Nagawa's hand with a longing face, looking at Nagawa with immense anticipation. What a reward, it's a sleeve in my Dao. Using this technique, I can deposit some small items into my mesospace. Chang Chuan had no choice but to disguise it as a legendary top Taoist method, and apparently Wu Chi and Fatty Wang believed a lot of it. Zheng Qiling was puzzled, and this traveler had a disbelieving face. You need to stop thinking about excuses, your teammates don't believe in that kind of either. Shenka looked at the fat man next to him as a matter of course. But he found that Fatty Wang didn't even have the slightest surprise on his face. Instead he had a sense of entitlement, and he looked down at Wu Qi, who was being held hostage by himself, and the man reacted even more outrageously, with a face of acceptance and good, and there was even a sense of adoration in his eyes. And Zhang Qiling even, he can't see any expression at all. Xiao Qi, is the protagonist group having bad eyes, or is their brain circuits different? Shouldn't normal people be surprised when they see this kind of thing? Maybe the protagonist group has seen it all and so many creepy tombs have made them okay with anything? Ha! If I'd known that, Goldfinger, I would have just asked for the template for the world of fairy cultivation. Nagawa also saw the reaction of Wu Qi's group, and he raised an eyebrow at Chen Ku. Apparently, my teammates all believe in me. Narco was a bit skeptical. He still thought Nagawa must be a traveler, and the sound of his heated discussion with the system made Nagawa's head spin for a while. Finally, he spoke up to interrupt the discussion between Cheng Ku and 777. There are many things in this world that science cannot explain. He pulled a piece of talisman paper out of his pocket, with all the vermilion on it that he had put on with a single stroke in his cabin in the village of Camp Hill. The talisman paper was fresh, and the effect was more than a fraction of what it had been in the first press of treasure, but it was more than enough to fool this traveler. I only saw Changchuan raise this talisman paper to the front of his eyebrows. His eyes were closed tightly, his other hand kept making complicated gestures, and his mouth was chanting, edicts up the 9 heavens do fire order, the essence of the Yen Emperor's flow of the golden sage, the fire crow divine soldier throws the fire for 10,000 miles, sweeps away the demonic atmosphere and burns down the ghosts and thieves. A long and complicated Tao order echoed in the cave here, and the empty cave constantly echoed from all directions, making Changchuan's clear voice become a little distorted, as if it were the sound of Brahman coming from the sky, and as if it were a resonance coming from the depths of the soul. Narco looked at Nagawa in a bit of a trance, as if he actually saw a hint of aura in the body of this man he thought was a Taoist priest greatly disguised as a Taoist priest. No way. This is clearly a low martial. Drip drip drip. Warning warning. Hosts, please do not reveal things that do not fit into this world's worldview. What do you care about the worldview of this world? Your host, my worldview is collapsing, okay? The climate plague god meets the fire of Si Ding, rushes away for 1,000 miles Sundance thunderbolt, 10,000 ghosts extinguish their forms and turn into dust rush. As the last few syllables of Changchuan fell, the rush directly bellowed out, and the piece of talisman paper he held between his fingers suddenly emitted a vague golden light all over his body. Changchuan's hand compared to the sword sign and threw the talisman paper into the air, only to see the talisman paper instantly turn into a fiery snake, rushing straight to the top of the cave and instantly spreading out like water into the earth. The entire space was suddenly as bright as day. Chapter 130, Shinka, I'm here to join the family. The flames covered the sky and covered several people in an instant, but they only lasted for a few short seconds before fading away. Honestly, if it weren't for Nagawa's attempt to increase his persuasive power, he wouldn't have been able to be so tedious. First of all, the pinch with a faster technique. Secondly, the use of this talisman paper simply cannot use so complicated incantation. Just now he just read the incantation for half a minute, really in the real battle to do so, he was afraid that not just started to read it will be a gunshot to the head. The cultivators they practiced had their own set of rules when launching their skills, just like himself. If the situation was not urgent or there was still room for maneuvering, he would follow the methods passed down by his ancestors and follow the steps. At most, he would pull the speed of his speech up to full speed. This is actually the status quo of the vast majority of Taoist priests, so one of the absolute items in the homework of all Taoist priests in their daily practice is to memorize the scriptures, striving to be able to recite them backwards and forwards, which is training the speed of speech. However, this still more or less gives the enemy some time to exert their tactics, and there is a certain amount of danger in doing so. However, one of the biggest advantages of this method is that it is particularly stable. As long as you have the steps in place and you do have serious cultivation to accumulate Reiki, then what you are asking for will definitely be realized. In addition to this conventional operation, Changchuan himself also had a set of unconventional processes. Only need to inject a little bit of the power of merit. Radical rune paper effect of the gestures and password can be greatly reduced, and even as long as the power of merit is enough, the power of the rune paper can be instantly exploded. But Changchuan seldom used it this way. Firstly, there weren't many particularly urgent situations, and secondly, the power of merit was too difficult to accumulate, and he couldn't afford to give it up. Chenka looked at the dissipating flames above his head with his mouth wide open. Xiao Qi, I just seem to have returned to the immortal cultivation realm. Didn't you say that this is a low martial arts realm? How can there be someone who looks more like an enlightened one than me, an enlightened one? Hiss. Who? Don't ask me, I don't know. 777 lit an e-cigarette. A cloud of data smoking voices surprisingly not much different from the real person, are the same vicissitudes. This system also smokes, 777, 666, it can't be such a coincidence. Nagawa thought of the first traverser that the main body had met. She was the only girl among the traversers, and the name of the system was also interesting, called 666, which was as simple as the system 777 in the previous 666 couldn't detect his system, and even said to listen to the heartbeat, and said to shield the sound. These two regular systems were simply unaware of it, which meant that his own system was higher than the 777 and 666 level. But then this 777 says there's no higher system than him in the Fast Pass Bureau. Perhaps owned by a system that isn't a system? But the system this superb human sense does not seem to pretend. How dare you be sure that the world has produced such an oddball? The peculiar brain circuit of his own host gave 777 dry silence, and he felt as if it didn't have a chance to struggle at all in this year's excellent staff selection. Are there many dowsers like you? Sunko said whatever came to his mind as he cautiously questioned Nagawa, as if he got a little loud a Taoist priest would jump out at him again and give him a roll of heavenly thunder. So far, none that I've encountered. Phew, okay, hurry up and finish the mission, the outside world is too dangerous. I want to go back to the bureau, I want to see the bureau chief. Eat you, the chief is that easy to meet. This you finally believe it, I will have a lot of things, talisman paper and sleeve chinkuan is only two of them, as for the other mess you said, I really did not understand. Shanku's face is complicated, how dare he say anything he no longer have a great body, by the fire will also become a pile of ash. He forced a smile and shot up, I'm just curious, and honestly, I mean you no harm. He took down the short knife that was on Wu Chi's neck, and with a gentle force from his hands, he pushed Wu Chi to Fatty Wang and Zhang Qiling. Change of strategy. We can't threaten them, they have guns and Taoist priests, we can't stop them. I am in fact the third master to find people, he let me wait in the road you must pass, I should have been in the dark to protect the little three masters, just did not think that this ghost weather a burst, obviously before where the sun is still bright sunshine, the turn of the eye will be cloudy, there is no way I had to find a place to hide first, I did not think that you guys are also here. I didn't want to collide with you guys head on, even this Taoist priest found me at once and hit me without saying a word, I had no other way at all, so I had to fight with you guys. I couldn't beat the combination of this little brother and the Taoist priest, and it just so happened that someone showed up and had to hold them hostage for a while. Speaking of this, Chungku also pointed at Wu Chi, Junior Master San's neck didn't even break the skin, all because I blocked it with my hand. He said holding his thumb up to the crowd, fearing that a few people wouldn't be able to see it, and took a few more steps forward. Nagawa could see that there was a scratch on his thumb that looked like it had been cut by a short knife. Luckily, I was just afraid that my hand slipped to finish off Wu Chi with my finger to block it, otherwise it's not really easy to explain. Nagawa actually basically didn't believe that this person was sent by Wu Sanso, and he guessed that the other three had some suspicions as well, but it shouldn't be much because with himself as an example in front of him, Chen Ke's reasoning was quite reasonable. After all, Wusan province is an old fox-level character, Wu Chi was not fooled by him to find the north, so it is possible to arrange a few more backhanders. One could only say that Changchuan did understand Wu Chi's few people, and now that the eye contact between Wu Chi and Fatty Wang had come to fruition, they felt that Chen Ke's words had some credibility. As for Zhang Qiling, no one cared what he was thinking. Chapter 131, Being a Good Man. What's there to prove? Out of caution, Wu Chi still asked Chung Ku. Bad, 7, do you think I can fool these guys with just my mouth? It feels bad enough. If we didn't know the plot, you'd think they could have listened to you just now. What should I do? Hurry up and give me some advice. Give them the note in your pocket, too. In the next second, Chung Ku pulled out a neatly folded note and handed it to Wu Chi, mouthing the word 777 had taught him. This was given to me by the third master, saying that if it comes to the last resort, I must reveal my identity in front of the youngest third master, and that this note will help me. Wu Chi unfolded the note and lowered his eyes to look at it carefully. Fatty Wang also sneakily probed at the side. Chang Chuan was also curious, but before he could move there, Wu Chi stuffed the note into his pocket with a hand. Since Uncle San has said so, then you can follow our team. Just agree? Just like that? The two travelers let out a heartfelt cry of disbelief together, answered by 777 pride. Of course, what can't this 7 Grand Master handle? Master, you're my own master. Misunderstanding cleared, Zhang Qiling climbed back into the crevice to inform others to come in. Before long the perimeter of this hot spring was filled with people, even the unconscious Shun Zi was dragged in by Pan Zi. Nagawa went up and gave Pan Zi a hand. The temperature here was very high, and Shun Zi's originally iron-green face gradually surged with a reddish color. Manhwa checked his condition and rubbed his body again with hot spring water, and when the color of his entire body slowly took on a reddish hue, Manhwa then filled him with some warm water. Cough cough cough. Junko coughed violently. Alright, he can't die. Manhwa packed up his things and returned to Chenpayasi. Chenko leaned heartlessly against Changchuan's side, Wuchi had long ago explained his identity to the others, especially Chenpayasi. Chenpai was not in a good state. He just glanced at that note, and then looked at the stupidly happy Chenko, and did not say anything, sort of agreeing to let him stay. Nagawa watched with a pang of disbelief. On what grounds was he treated differently? Chenka still wanted to pull Nagawa close, but Nagawa hugged his own peachwood sword, both eyes closed, and refused to communicate. He didn't want to look at this relationship next to him, not even a glance. Having eaten a closed door, Narco turned his head and went to harass his system. Xiao Chi, did you find out who this person is? There's no such person in the original book. Aya in the check. What are you in a hurry? This person's identity is strange. In addition to knowing that he is a traveling Taoist priest, other than anything else is not clear. You just. Little Doding answered the master's question with a single glance. Normally, you should have a kind heart, help the needy more often, accumulate more merits, and when your aura is not enough, use merits instead. But master, wouldn't this be too utilitarian for a good deed? Little Boat will consider these issues now. Master is very pleased, but master asked you a question. Did you do the good deeds? Done. Did you do it with malice in your heart? No. And do you feel utilitarian yourself? N. The little beanstalker in his arms was in a tangle, and the man rubbed his head. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. HM. I know, I will be a gentleman in the future, help others more and be a good person. Master. What? Hey, wake up, what's wrong with you? The sleeping Nagawa suddenly woke up with a start, and he looked at Chenka, who was extremely close to him, and subconsciously stepped back. Why? Why are you sleeping so heavily? Just now Master Fatty called us for dinner. I saw that you didn't respond and called you a few times, but you always ended up not waking up. Narco looked at Nagawa with some suspicion. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with him. I know, I'll be right there. Nagawa stroked his chest. Why was his heart beating so hard? Had he just had some kind of dream? It felt like he had forgotten something? But seeing that Fatty Wang over there waved at him, Nagawa still got up and went over there, thinking about things he couldn't understand would come later. He was indeed a little hungry now. Chapter 132 Old Friends Reunited. The idol Wuchi and Fatty discovered the special features of the mural, and Manhwa also joined the discussion. Changchuan had little interest in what was exchanged between them as he put his consciousness into the system space. After completing the mission of rescuing Wuchi, he had 800 more points, and now had 9,100 points, enough to exchange for the prop Manhwa maker, and soon he would be completing another side quest. The key to the side quest's rewards might be very generous, so Nagawa was a little happy in his heart. He was even happier when he thought that there was a high probability. Shubojian said and took off his mask. The face was somewhat similar to what he had looked like after he became bossly, but with a harder profile and a more robust figure. No wonder you were wearing a mask before. It's because these two faces are so similar. Why are you able to take off your mask now? I didn't know how to get along with the other you, and thought it would be better to meet you in this state before approaching the other, which should be more acceptable. Shubojian's rare element of embarrassment made Nagawa laugh out loud. You're afraid of the other me, huh? You picked the carry-on coach. No, I chose death. Changchuan looked at Shubojian in shock. You want to cut me off? No, that's not it, let me explain. Shubojian hands and feet to pacify Changchuan. He absolutely did not mean it. Since he could give Changchuan to block the fatal blow, he has recognized this friend, to say a word that dare not let Changchuan know. He even himself has privately recognized this younger brother. In the future, he is a man with two younger brothers. Changchuan had just teased Shubojian, and by the way he hurriedly explained he knew he still considered himself a friend. I was afraid it was the bronze god tree at work, and the man wouldn't explain anything. All he said was an on-the-go coach, and I thought he was going to materialize a body for me. I don't want to be the next old itch, and I can't guarantee that the one who shows up at your side is still the real me. So how did you end up saying yes again? That voice probably misunderstood me and thought I didn't want to be your coach, when in fact I just didn't get that on-the-go coaching was even ideological. When Shubojian said this, he looked at Nagawa with solemn eyes. Just to be clear, I didn't volunteer for the following, so don't be offended if I'm offended. Nagawa was puzzled, but he was sure Shubojian must not have had the power to make his own choices at that time, and he nodded his head, signaling that he was fine with it. The voice told me all about you, including your system, your essence, and what you've been through since you came to this world. Nagawa was silent. At that time, when I found out about this, I didn't hesitate any longer and just agreed to the voice's request, and at that time, I thought, physical person or not, I'm going to see you again sometime. You've suffered all these years. In the future, with me with you, you will no longer be alone. Those are words you should actually say to the other me. I'm just a projection of his former self, the one who experienced all that pain. Shubojian's eyes flowed with heartache, looking at the person who lowered his head to play with his fingers, obviously still a child. 100 years of wasted time did not obliterate his goodness. Even though at the end of those scenes the boy was dipped in the dye pot, it wasn't his fault, it was the times. He was a very well-behaved boy and his parents. Shubojian shook his head. I'm not sure, I might teach you everything you know and I'll disappear, or I might give you a lifetime of coaching. Wanzhou didn't speak again as he stood up and looked back at Shubojian, disappearing into the training ground in the next moment. Their group rested here for a period of time, about 2 or 3 days, during which time Junko woke up safely, and that traveler became acquainted with Wu Qi and the others. Xiaoqi, why don't we tell Wu Qi and the others that they can get to the bronze door by following the gap behind the hot springs and continuing on, so that our mission will be completed soon? Nagawa's alarm bells are ringing, don't change the plot for him blindly. He subconsciously glanced at Chen Paiasi, only to find that the black aura on Chen Pai's face seemed to be somewhat unreadable. I'm not sure about this one, maybe you could try it, but since you'd be disrupting the plot by doing so, there could be uncontrollable changes to follow. Ding, plot deviation detected imminent. Ding, temporary mission released, please tasker stop the team route change, mission reward carry on coach upgrade, no punishment for mission failure. Looking aside, Shunko had gotten up and walked towards Wu Qi. Nagawa hurriedly got up and followed. Daoist, feeling better? Fatty Wang fished up one of the eggs boiling in the hot spring and handed it to Nagawa in passing. Ever since the sudden appearance of the proprioceptive consciousness on the training ground, his mental state since he came out had been very bad. He was especially prone to sleepiness, and sometimes if no one shouted at him, he could even fall asleep for a while. Wu Qi and Fatty Wang even came to care about him for a long time, but they were all put off by him with the excuse that he had some cold. Chang Chuan clutched the egg and came to Zhang Qiling's side, so he counted Zhang Qiling here as the closest to Wu Qi and Chang Ku, so he could eavesdrop. Zhang Qiling glanced at Chang Chuan, who was acting like no one else, obviously coming straight over, but not speaking for half a day. His eyes appeared to be in a daze, but he could tell that this Taoist priest was paying attention to something. Chang Chuan only smiled at Zhang Qiling when he sat down, and then listened intently to the exchange between Wu Qi and Cheng Ke not far away. And when he heard that Cheng Ke really told Wu Qi about this shortcut, Chang Chuan was a little anxious about how he was going to keep the others from believing Cheng Ke's words. Wu Qi, if you don't believe me, I can go and explore the road first. This road was told to me by the third master. I believe in the third master. There's always nothing to do here right now. Exploring the road won't delay anything. Bringing out Wusan province, how can this make Wu Qi not believe? What exactly is the reason to stop them? While Chang Chuan was scratching his head, Zhang Qiling, who was in front of him, suddenly got up and walked straight towards the Wu Qi duo under his slightly surprised gaze. Go with Chimpy. One sentence instantly made Wu Qi make up his mind. Forget it, Chinka, since little brother said so, he must have his reasons. Let's just listen to fourth grandfather's arrangement. Cheng Ke wanted to say something else, but when he saw Zhang Qiling glancing towards him, he instantly caved in. Little Chi-Chi, did he just glare at me? No, I don't think so. You're looking at it wrong. Did I read it wrong? But why do I feel cold all over? Looks like the plot can't be changed. You've moved out the name of Wusan province. Wu Qi still hasn't agreed. Not to mention Zhang Qiling doesn't support it either. You honestly follow it. After all, this is just for these few days. Just walk a little more. Ding, the temporary mission has been completed. The mission reward will be issued first. The carry-on coach is being upgraded. The countdown is 1 minute. Nagawa looked at Zhang Qiling dumbfounded. That simple? It also has to be Zhang Qiling. As the upgrade countdown ended, the button on the system page for that on-the-go trainer didn't change much, and Nagawa was about to ask the system when he heard a voice in his ear. Nagawa. Shubojian? You're able to send a message to me across the sky? It was hard to believe that this was the effect of the upgraded system. Even though it was just being able to talk, Nagawa was still very happy. Shubojian became a carry-on trainer and could only stay within the system's training grounds, except for when he was conducting his own training he could see outsiders. The rest of the time he could only stay alone. Nagawa was worried about Shubojian, but now it's better, he can talk to Shubojian from time to time. Yes, not only can I communicate with you directly, I can even appear in front of you. What? Chang Chuan was too surprised. He excitedly asked Shubojian, you have your own body? Shu Bojian had said that because he was bound to the trainer in spirit form, he could only appear in the training ground and could not appear in the real world. How are you going to come out? Will you control yourself or will I have to summon it? Don't get excited yet, I'm still a spirit body, only I can now possess special items to take shape. Hearing Shu Bojian say that, Nagawa immediately thought of his weapon. Is a mahogany sword okay? That's what I'm going to tell you, the system has detected that the most suitable item for me to possess is your mahogany sword. As long as you agree, I can possess myself, and after that, I will be able to transform on my own. Great, I agree. Nagawa took out the peachwood sword and held it in his hands. He could clearly feel that the entire peachwood sword was undergoing a magical change. The original plain sword body gradually emerged with complicated patterns, on which there were channels of golden light flowing, and the red rope on the hilt became even more reddish. The end of the red rope extended a thin section of thread snaking upwards along the fingers Nagawa touched, turning around on his wrist and tying a knot. The entire mahogany sword exuded an even more regal aura. The aura in Nagawa's body was a bit agitated. He didn't hold back from gripping the hilt of the sword. He got up and danced a few times. A metaphysical feeling surrounded him. It was as if he had felt that state of human sword unity that the ancient books talked about. Broken. Nagawa slashed down at the stone wall in front of him, and the sword roared, leaving a deep sword mark on the stone wall of the cave. I will exist as the sword spirit of this sword in the future, and the power of your weapon will be taken to the next level. How do you feel? Can you transform? Nagawa didn't care if he was a little more powerful, he only wanted to know if Shu Bojian could really appear in reality. Yes, but now is not a good time. Shu Bojian meant it, and only then did Nagawa react to the fact that he was still in the Wu team at the moment. He swallowed his saliva and stiffly looked back, only to see Wu Qi and Cheng Ke looking at him with an expression of seeing a ghost. Fatty Wang hadn't swallowed half of the egg in his mouth. Pan Zi and Shun Zi's jaws were about to drop to the ground. Chen Pai and those others had eyes with shock and vigilance, and only Xiao Xiao was still thunderstruck with that same expression. Ha, ha, ha. Chapter 134 The Pilgrims of Pity. The Xiao Dao has just had an epiphany, a moment of excitement. Disturbing. Nagawa's face snapped as he clutched his mahogany sword and crouched into a corner to avoid those various lines of sight. How did I forget there were people around? Put. Are you laughing? Junior Master San, is this Taoist master always this fierce? Cheng Ke picked up his dropped jaw and planted it as he questioned Wu Qi with some trepidation. Wu Qi had long been accustomed to Changchuan's special tactics, even more outrageous he had seen. What was this? His face was bland and he glanced at Cheng Ke with a rather superior feeling. Well, you won't be surprised when you see more of it later. Getting such a sentence, Narco returned to his position somewhat lightly. Ooh, that's horrible. I'm going to file for emotional distress. I'll have one too. A consensus was reached between one person and one unity, and 2 reports on applications for moral compensation appeared in the back office of the headquarters. Master. Manhwa scornfully glanced at Nagawa, who was cowering in the corner, and turned his head to Chinpiasi for his own boss's opinion. He's from Wu Qi's side, pay more attention and be careful. After all that time in the dimly lit cavern, the storm outside had long since passed, and the sky had cleared up so far that it was impossible to see how ghastly it had once been. There are so many hoof prints here. As the crowd climbed up the hill, Fatty Wang squatted on the snowy ground aside and pointed to the fresh footprints over there and shouted to the crowd. It should be Anan and the others, it looks like they've surpassed us. Wu Qi's face was serious. Chen Paiasi made a decision on the spot, and all of them brought their supplies and immediately set off for the road. It wasn't long before Nagawa saw a group of people on a hill not too far away as he walked up a slope. It was Anan's group, but it was much smaller in number, and it seemed that they had suffered great losses in that terrible blizzard. Nagawa was at the very end of the group. The leading few of the group in front of him seemed to have created an argument. He didn't join in. That familiar compass in his hand appeared once again. He followed the group as they walked around and watched the needle jumping on the compass, which Nagawa received in his bag, and slowly began to drift in the direction once they were out of the cave. The procession stopped once more, and as Changchuan chatted with Shu Bojian in a bored manner, he heard Chin Paiasi in front of him suddenly call his name. Seeing Nagawa's puzzled gaze, a displeased look flashed across Chin Paiasi's face. Taoist Master Nagawa, let's see if the feng shui here is a group of dragons sitting, as the old man I said. Changchuan glanced at Zhang Qiling, who was not far from Chinpi. Isn't there a powerful character on the sidelines? Why are you asking me, the last person in the team? Well, the fourth master has a point. Changchuan has no idea what Chen Pai just said. When things are not decided right, go along with Chen Pai's words will be right. I don't know if Chinpi saw anything, but I just saw him smile inexplicably, and then he turned his head to talk to the people around him about something else. The team traveled all the way. This way the traveler did not dare to look for Changchuan set clothes, all the way to Changchuan leisure, night camping, Changchuan holding his own sleeping bag to find a corner place. A lie, tonight he does not need to watch the night. Probably because he had rested too much before, Nagawa still woke up suddenly in the latter part of the night. He wanted to turn around and go back to sleep, but he ended up overhearing a conversation between Junko and Wuchi not far away. Junko was still pretending to be a loyal local guide as he introduced his family lineage, and even used it to inquire about the purpose of Wuchi's their arrival, but fortunately Wuchi wasn't too stupid to know that there were some things that weren't meant to be said at this point in time. Seeing that the two were hastily interrupted in their conversation by the shift-changing pansy, Nagawa stared at Junko's back for a moment, slowly closing his eyes as if he'd never woken up. The next day's journey is more difficult. In order to climb the small holy mountain, Junko said, the team accelerated the speed. Many people have the impression of climbing with the mountain is the kind of scenic area of the rocky road. There may be adventure enthusiasts will climb the kind of no obvious route of the mountain. The difficulty of the two is more than a half a star, and the snowy mountains. Nagawa didn't look away. Wish Bojin. I am. You'll be home. Well, we'll be home. Nagawa lowered his eyes. We? I don't agree. Absolutely not. You're crazy, stop it, it'll kill you. Junko was making tea with Nagawa. Sitting on a snowy mountain and sipping tea is considered a beautiful thing, and he's in an exceptionally good mood, but then suddenly storms off when he. Wuji looked at the hands on either arm, one left and one right holding him down. Nagawa and Shenka looked at each other. Nagawa loosened his hand to signal for the other to speak first. Shenka didn't push, pointing to a huge rock in the distance, quietly talking to Wuchi. I don't think the place Manhwa chose is safe. Why don't we go and hide under that rock? It's got an angle to the ground, so in case of an avalanche, it'll still be able to block it. Fatty Wang also came over and took a look at the rock that Chung Ku was pointing at. Is that necessary? The reputation of the cannon god on the Dao is still very loud. It's always good to be cautious. Looking at Lang Feng over there, who was already urging them to hurry and take cover, Chang Chuan also spoke out in agreement. Go over there, I just divined a fortune, that side is a safe direction. Hearing Chang Chuan say so, Wu Qi and Wang Fatty turned their heads and headed that way without saying a word. Pan Zi scratched his head, glanced at Chen Pai's few people over there, dragged Shun Zi and followed Wu Qi, and Zhang Qiling even didn't say a word, quietly following behind with his hood. No, why do they immediately believe this Taoist priest as soon as he says it, and they are still hesitant after I explain it? Double standard. Save your breath, just know your own weight. If you have that Taoist priest's out of this world tactics, you say you can take down the moon and some people will believe you. The broken thoughts in Narco's head didn't affect Nagawa, who hunkered down under a rock and looked at Lang Feng, who was not far away. Lang Feng arranged the detonator. He turned around and saw Wu Qi's few people hiding under the rocks in the distance. His face became a bit ugly. He gave Wu Qi and the others a not-so-friendly look, and quickly retreated back to Chen Pai's side, and with the press of the detonator in his hand, the flat snow surface suddenly cracked, and no sound of any explosion came out. Hey, this kid really has some skills on him, no wonder the title of Cannon God can fall on his head. Fatty Wang uttered in surprise. The cracks on the snow surface were getting bigger and bigger, and there were constantly broken chunks of snow sliding downward, and the snow where Chen Pai's few people were standing suddenly dropped quite a bit. The snowpack rolled down the steep hillside, revealing a large sheet of ice at the bottom of the slope, not transparent enough to be seen as anything more than a mass of white snow and ice mixed in. Seeing that the snow layer had been cleared, Wu Qi and the others were about to get up and go forward, but they were stopped by Nagawa once again. Wait a little longer. Lang Feng on the naked rock over there suddenly had a happy look on his face, and rather smugly looked at Wu Qi and the others hiding under the rock, and was about to raise his foot to go forward, when suddenly, a block of snow smashed into his face. Everyone's face instantly changed, and Wu Qi and Fatty Wang hurriedly helped each other to get a few more points closer to the rock. Following the direction of the falling snow, the crowd looked up and saw that a black crack had gradually appeared on the snowy slope more than 100 meters high, and was spreading to both sides at an extremely fast speed. It's going to avalanche. Fatty Wang said to the few people around him in a very small air voice, don't talk, hide. The faces of Manhwa's few people also became unsightly. Lang Feng was going to say something else, but he was given a fierce glare by Manhwa, and he hurriedly closed his mouth, not daring to make another sound. It's okay, even if there's an avalanche, the falling snow can't drown us. Wu Qi estimated the scope of the avalanche and looked at the height of the rocks beside him, and came up with a result that reassured Fatty Wang. Hey, they'll be in danger, that bare rock is right below the avalanche. Lang Feng's name as the cannon god can be ceded to Fat Master Me after that. Fatty Wang crouched under the rock and gloated as he looked at those people from Chen Pai's. How naive, to save or not to save? Fatty Wang used his arm to corner Wu Qi, who was on the side, and his chubby chin was raised towards Chen Pai. Save. Wu Qi, as the leader of their squad, he made the decision no one questioned. Pan Zi immediately took out the rope from the backpack and handed it to Zhang Qiling. Here Zhang Qiling's strength is the greatest and most trustworthy. True to his word, Zhang Qiling managed to throw the rope over to Chen Pai's side, and Manhwa greeted the people around him as they pulled the rope one by one and moved towards them. Without Wu Qi's presence, several of them moved exceptionally smoothly, and it was only with the last person arriving safely that the snow on the mountainside finally couldn't hold it up and the avalanche began. The snow, like a torrent, rolled down the mountainside with increasing speed and scope, and the crowd hurriedly hugged their heads and hid under the rocks, and a large amount of snow slid over the surface of the rocks on top of them, and was blocked by the rocks one by one, with only a small amount of falling snow falling on the heads of the crowd. I don't know how much time passed, no more snow slid down to the rocky perimeter, and only then did the people get up and pat the falling snow on their bodies. The snow on the entire mountainside all poured down to the valley below, revealing a huge glacier, reflecting a brilliant luster under the setting sun, incomparably spectacular. Being careful makes it possible, you're very crisis-conscious, old brother Chang. Fatty Wang put his hand on Chang Ku's shoulder and gave him an awesome gesture, and Chang Ku immediately raised his head, quite proud. Although Lang Feng nearly buried everyone with this shot, the effect was remarkable. Hua Monk lit up his flashlight and came to the location of the accompanying tomb to shine it straight into the ice below. The ice was muddy and deep, estimated to be about 1 to 20 meters thick. Fatty Wang seemed to have found something and grabbed the flashlight in the hands of Monk Hua and shone it towards a spot. The crowd followed the light and saw a huge black shadow looming in the depths of the ice, shaped like a big-headed baby. Little Chi-Chi, is this the Kunlun tire? It looks so weird, like it's deformed. Did you read the world carefully before you came here? Probably, this is just a companion tomb forged to look like a Kunlun tire. Changchuan once again took out his compass, and the compass was pointing at that Kunlun tire. It seems that the compass is useless, the magnetic field here has been disturbed too badly. He implicitly swept a glance at Cheng Ke next to him. The man had the appearance of listening attentively to Wu Qi and Chen Pai's discussion, but in actuality, he was chatting with 777 behind his back. You couldn't lay a hand on him? Shu Bojian's voice suddenly appeared, and Nagawa gathered his obscure eyes and crouched down to Junko's side to check on him. I'll find a chance to transform when I get down there. If you can't get down there, I can do it for you. Seeing that Nagawa had been silent, Shu Bojian made his own suggestion. Let me think about it some more, it's always a step to take. Chapter 136 Training. I threw up for a long time when I killed for the first time. I didn't even feel like fighting for my life at that time. It was clear that my captain had been doing the mental build-up for me for a long time, but I still couldn't suppress the feeling when it really came to that moment. I went back and lay on my bed in my dormitory, my eyes wide because when I closed them I saw the face of the man who had died under me. Do you know how I came out of it afterward? Nagawa sat down next to Junko as he removed the mahogany sword from his back and knotted the red cord on the hilt and wrapped it carefully. How did it come out? He cooperated as a comic relief for Zhu Bojian, and it was obvious that Zhu Bojian would talk on whether he hit on him or not. My captain dragged me to the playground and ran I don't know how many laps until I ran out of energy and lay down on the lawn, and he told me to come and run laps whenever I wanted to get up until I couldn't. Puff. Nagawa didn't hold back his laughter, but luckily there was only Junko in his periphery and no one noticed his abnormality. Your method won't work on me. I haven't killed anyone yet, and even if I did, I don't know how many laps I'd have to run before I'd be paralyzed with exhaustion. That's what I thought at the time, and I didn't use the methods the captain taught me, but I overcame my fear in the end. There's no other reason, get used to it and get over it. Seeing Changchuan in deep thought, Zhu Bojian threw his mental body into the system space, come to the training ground. Nagawa glanced at the few people not far away who were still studying how to enter the accompanying tomb and found a corner to close his eyes. Consciousness was dropped into the training grounds, and when he opened his eyes once more, Zhu Bojian appeared in front of him. From now on, when you appear as Nagawa, come to the training ground whenever you have free time. Said Zhu Bojian slightly raised his hand and waved it, and at once a dummy appeared on the playground, with a blank face and the same figure as a real person, but without the breath of a living person. To gradually come to terms with the whole killing thing, you need to take it one step at a time, and right now what you're going to do is shoot this dummy with a pistol. Zhu Bojian's hand manifested a black pistol and handed it to Nagawa. Nagawa reached for it, cocked it sharply, and raised his hand to aim a shot at the dummy's chest. The bullet passed through the dummy's body. Nagawa didn't see blood gushing out. A charred bullet hole was left where the bullet passed through, and with a thought, the dummy appeared in front of him. Nagawa reached out and touched the bullet hole. It was cold to the touch, like a rubbery material. This dummy is so fake that I won't feel repulsed when I lay my hands on it. Shubojian didn't care what Nagawa was saying, he handed Nagawa another short blade, use this to kill again. Although Nagawa was puzzled, he still reached out and took it, and the dummy in front of him instantly returned to its original state. He raised his short blade and ruthlessly stabbed it into the dummy's chest. Very well, in future training, one kill with a pistol, then one close-up with a short blade. Nagawa looked at the dummy in front of him. Want to do it again? No, this dummy didn't look hesitant when you laid your hands on it, we can move on to the next one. Shubojian waved his hand at the dummy, and the dummy's blank face instantly had 5 senses, undoubtedly the same as a real person, but still without any vital signs of a. Nagawa nodded and rolled up sharply, carrying his backpack to the chiseled ice, where Pansy had swung down on a rope, and by now he had landed on top of the tiled roof of the mausoleum below. Hua Monk is ready, follow the route. Pansy walked smoothly down to the roof of the tile, behind the people one by one, although there are stumbling, but all landed safely. Changchuan also carry Shunzi lightly landed on the tile. The flashlight's light illuminated the surroundings. The mausoleum was built like a palace, mostly embedded inside the mountain. The tiled roof on which the crowd stood was nothing more than the roof of the outermost hall, and they tied ropes to the faucets of the eaves and descended, one by one, to the portico of the main entrance of the palace. The porch is paved with stone flooring that crunches on the soles of your feet, probably because the location is so cold. The palace was magnificently constructed, and the door of the palace was 4 or 5 meters high, on which were carved a number of strange birds with human faces, which Nagawa instantly recognized as the image of a bird with a human face, but he didn't display a look of dismay because next to him stood Chenku. Chenku had already been blown away by the sights here. Seeing the human-faced bird on the temple door didn't hold back a low cry. Seeing Changchuan looking at him, he smiled embarrassedly. Too shocking, some didn't hold back. Changchuan averted his eyes, but saw Zhang Qiling not far away also staring at Changku. Changchuan had an inexplicable feeling that Changku might have been stared at by Zhang Qiling. When he thought of what he had experienced on the training ground, he was somewhat relieved that it was best for Zhang Qiling to have a murderous intent towards Changku, even though Changku would still be alive in the state of his soul after his death. But Changchuan felt that he couldn't lay his hands on it as a last resort. After all, this Chinka was just a simple stupid white sweet like the first traverser, and couldn't realize the cruelty of the world at all. Like Han Shan, Changchuan felt that if he had another one, after so many times of practicing, he would definitely dry his hands up and down. Changchuan glanced at Zhang Qiling again and realized that the man had already looked away, while Chang Ku on the side also mindlessly walked to the stone tablet in front of the temple door to carefully touch it with his fingers. Nagawa sighed. Chapter 137 Bad Luck Charm. Pansy stepped forward and stuck the crowbar into the doorway with such force that the door shafts on both sides made a clicking sound and the ice above burst to the floor. Manhwa and Yicheng took a chisel and smashed the ice on the door cracks one by one, and the temple door could barely be pushed open, and a black gas gushed out from the door cracks, scaring the crowd to take cover. It's all right, these were painted on the back of the door to keep out the damp, they're just frozen to powder now. Manhwa pacified the crowd as he turned on his flashlight and shone it inside through the doorway, and just in case there were any mechanisms, Zhang Qiling, who knew the most about mechanisms in the group, walked at the front of the group. The hall was pitch black, and the few vague lampposts could only be found in the middle of the palace next to the main road, and then there were some lamp slaves in the distance, and then beyond that it was pitch black, and there was nothing to see of any of the burial objects. Entering the great hall, all the people were careful, not even dare to breathe, while in the ears of Changchuan, this silent and incomparable great hall was incredibly noisy, only because that Chengku who walked in front of Changchuan was really a chatterbox. Little Chi-Chi, it's so dark here, do you think I'll find a patch of centipedes if I shine my flashlight on the roof above? You're overthinking it. You can't see them without the attraction of bug-scented jade. Sadly, I'd kinda like to see what a larger-than-life centipede looks like. Hey, look, that statue in front of us, it's so big, it's just weirdly ugly. That monk Hua said that it's the eternal life in the Eastern Xia religion. No way they believe in this? What do you care, it's all here, hurry up and follow the team closely, don't run apart from Wu Qi when you escape in a while. Entering the Jade Gate, the walls on both sides and the top of the corridor were painted with murals in exquisite styles, dazzling the crowd, and after this corridor, a more open back hall appeared, which still didn't have any burial objects, only 3 empty stone beds, and there was no more road behind it. The people searched in all directions, trying to find some kind of mechanism, but the back hall was so empty that it was obvious what was there at a glance. Every object was touched, even every brick of the wall was scrutinized, but the result was still nothing. The only thing that could possibly exist as a mechanism was the protruding piece of tomb ceiling slab behind the stone bed. After a brief deliberation, Fatty, Langfeng, Yi Chang and Monhwa went up to move the huge slab, one person at a corner. And Nagawa set Junko on his back aside, moved his somewhat sore shoulders, and stepped aside to inspect the surrounding area. Ugh, how boring. 7. Do you think I have to watch them do all this useless work here, or just tell them there's nothing underneath and hurry back? With your position in the team, no one will even believe your words, and if you say it, believe it, or not, Shinpayasi can just have someone kill you. Why? Are you a fool? You say it does not reveal that you know the situation of the tomb room, knowingly not report, typical harboring evil. You see the other people, why do not suspect you? But I'm good. How can you beat all these people? I really don't know what to say to you. If you can't complete this upgrade mission, get the hell out of here. Don't be my host anymore. Narco gags with 777 in his head, but Nagawa's mind stirs as he looks at the green bricks revealed by the removal of the stone slabs, and he finds the opportunity to place the talisman on Narco. He took out many pieces of talisman paper from his space, found a corner and began to fold the talisman paper into triangles. The effect of these talismans was to clear one's spirit, and Nagawa prepared many of them at once, and as he folded them into one of them, he wrapped the bad luck talisman in it along with it. Nagawa had already figured out that the relationship between him and the main body and these travelers was one of immortality, and since the travelers with the system who died during the mission wouldn't really die, he was perfectly capable of taking that step. Looking at those runes folded in his hand, he placed the special one in his hand and a few normal ones on top of it. The crowd gathered around that part of the stone slab conversed continuously. Changchuan looked over and found that they had already started out all the lapis lazuli bricks underneath the stone slab, and that stone turtle used to interfere appeared in front of all of them, and Wuxia and Fatty Wang began to start quarreling because of a small matter. Changchuan took the opportunity to step forward and flung the talisman paper in his hand one by one in the hands of Wu Qi and Wang Fatty. The magnetic field here is strange and easy to disturb one's mind. Take it, this talisman paper has the effect of condensing the spirit and quieting the qi, and making one's spiritual platform clear. Nagawa said as he distributed the talisman paper in his hand to everyone present, and the one handed to Naraku was the spiked one. The moment they got the talisman paper, the nameless anger in everyone's hearts dissipated. Phew, thank you Nagawa. Wu Qi exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. Fatty Wang also scratched his head in embarrassment. It's still the Taoist master who is capable. What now? Why don't we hurry back? Maybe we can still catch up with the group we saw. Narco put the talisman paper Nagawa had given him into his pocket as he tried to make this episode move forward in a hurry, but Shinpei suddenly spoke out.